Chapter 1081 Small Trade Fair B. The originally serious and dull atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed due to Zhu Xiaobao. And everyone present couldn't help laughing. The female cultivator couldn't help but hummed in annoyance. Are you entertaining me? Or are you here specifically to cause trouble? Ha ha! Don't be surprised by this fellow Taoist. This is his first time to participate in a transaction like this. He doesn't quite understand some things. He doesn't mean anything malicious. And there is no rule that prohibits trading of these things. Du Mayan on the side had no choice but to smile and help Zhu Xiaobao smooth things over. In fact, everyone present knew that she was Du Yugu, although she still wore a veil. It was just to hide her appearance. But Zhu Xiaobao was not ready to give up. He scratched his head, took out another thing, and asked weakly, Do you think it will work if I add this thing? The originally cheerful scene suddenly became silent, because they didn't recognize what Zhu Xiaobao took out. They were two beads that exuded a hot aura. It was the Jiying pill that Zhu Xiaobao collected in the misty abyss. But everyone can feel the huge energy and hot temperature contained in this thing. What is this thing? What does it do? Even the old man who hosted the trade fair asked in surprise. He had never seen this thing before. But based on his intuition, the energy contained in this thing was not low. To be honest, I don't know. It should be able to add a bonus to the fire attribute and provide a higher temperature to the alchemy furnace. If it can be slowly absorbed, it can also assist in cultivating the fire attribute. If thrown out in actual combat, it can also use it as a hidden weapon. It's very useful anyway. I call it Jiyang Pill. Zhu Xiaobao immediately shook his head and introduced it. In fact, he still doesn't know very well how to use this thing to the maximum extent. The extent to which it works. Anyway, the fire attribute he can absorb is limited, and it is usually used to make elixirs or as a hidden weapon in battles. When he first dealt with the two elders Hanyang, he had used more than a dozen Jiyang pills. Bring it here! Let me see it! The old man in charge of the transaction stretched out his hand and summoned Zhu Xiaobao's two sunburn pills from the air, and then joined several other old men with the highest cultivation level. They all watched carefully for a while. They nodded to each other. In fact, this thing is more like an evolved version of the frequently used fire spirit stone. It's just that the energy contained in it exceeds the best fire spirit stone by hundreds of times. It is indeed a good thing for cultivators of the fire attribute. Not only can it assist in cultivation, but it can also be used as a hidden weapon. The energy contained in this thing is enough to rival the full blow of a cultivator in the fusion realm. Of course, the premise is that the user himself has a fire attribute and can fully activate this sunburn pill. The value of this thing is hard to say. It is very useful for cultivators with fire attributes. But for other cultivators without fire attributes, it is not of much use and cannot inspire this sunburning pill will not be able to exert its power. And it will no longer work as a hidden weapon. This time it was the turn of the female cultivator in the realm of transformation to be a little hesitant. Although she really wanted to get a weapon with fire attributes. This thing could not only assist in training, but also be used as a hidden weapon. It could be used at critical moments. A blow comparable to a powerful one in the fusion realm. That is definitely the key to saving one's life. Only two? Too few. This female cultivator is also very experienced. She is bargaining with Zhu Xiaobao. Then add one more. No more. I'm going bankrupt. Zhu Xiaobao is also good at acting and said, pretending to be distressed. 10! If you have 10 sunburn pills, I will agree to trade with you. The female cultivator said tentatively. 5. 5 at most. If you don't agree anymore, I won't take any more. Zhu Xiaobao also gritted his teeth and said. 8. The female cultivator wanted to counteroffer. But before she finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao had already collected everything in front of him, which meant that he had given up on this transaction. Hey! What do you mean? You can bargain again! The female cultivator shouted in shock and annoyance. At the same time, she was secretly regretting that she was a little too harsh this time. But this guy's reaction was too decisive. What's the price? I've already said that I don't want it if I don't agree. Because I only have 5 Jiyang pills. Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and snorted. His tone also angrily. Okay. Okay. As you said, 5 is 5. Bring it. Hey! Why are there only 5 Jiyang pills? Are there soaps, toilet paper, and burning knives? The female cultivator said quickly. In fact, 5 Jiyang pills already made her very satisfied. As long as you keep 2 to protect your life. The rest can be used for cultivation. Absolutely the best of both worlds. But when Zhu Xiaobao took it out this time, he found that all the original bits and pieces had been omitted. So the female cultivator immediately became anxious. She also values those things very much. Oh, I thought you didn't agree that those things were part of the deal. So I didn't take them out, Zhu Xiaobao said with a mischievous smile. Who says you don't agree? I want it. The female cultivator immediately shouted loudly, which immediately caused another round of laughter. Just when Zhu Xiaobao was taking out the broken pieces again and was about to complete the transaction, he suddenly heard a low shout. Wait a minute. Fairy, what you want is a fire attribute weapon. Look at this short axe. How about it? 7th level of Earth level. Fire attribute? How about I give you this short axe? And give me these 5 sunburn pills? The other bits and pieces are still yours. Following the words, a short axe appeared in front of everyone. It turned out to be a 7th level Earth level axe. And everyone was shocked. Everyone knew this man. He turned out to be Fire Thunderbolt, Kuigang, a master of the great perfection of Fusion Realm. A cultivator is not only extremely powerful in combat, but his fire attribute is also very strong. Even stronger than Hanyang's second brother. It is said that the 2 elders of Hanyang joined forces to achieve a tie with him. What he is best at is a long-handled battle axe, which is a 9th grade fire attribute weapon of the Earth level. It can be called a magic weapon. What he is taking out now is a short axe that he carries with him. To deal with ordinary people, there is no need for a long-handled battle axe. Just a short axe. But now, he wants to use a short axe in exchange for these 5 sunburning pills. Many of the Fusion Realm cultivators present nodded to each other. Sure enough, this thing is very attractive to people with fire attributes. The female cultivator suddenly began to hesitate again. The 7th grade Earth level weapon also has fire attributes. This is a very rare magic weapon. But she couldn't bear to part with these 5 sunburn pills. The surprise came too unexpectedly and made her very troubled. How should she choose? Not to mention this female cultivator. Even Zhu Xiaobao was dumbfounded at this time. If he had known it, he would have taken action first. Green Fairy still lacks a fire attribute weapon. This 9th grade Earth level is quite good. It would not be difficult to go back and resmelt it into the hot fire wheel that Green Fairy likes. The most important thing about these magic weapons is that their materials are so rare. Just when Zhu Xiaobao was about to speak, Diugu beside him secretly held him back. You can't take action now. Otherwise, it will definitely arouse the covetousness of others. But Green Fairy really needs this magic weapon. Zhu Xiaobao whispered anxiously. Don't be impatient. Let's take a look. I'll come forward later. It will be better. Diugu shook her head gently. She didn't expect such a big change to happen today. This kind of sunburn pill. She has seen it before. But I didn't expect it to be taken so seriously by these fire attribute cultivators. Fairy, these 5 Jiang pills are very important to me. Please fulfill them. Seeing that the female cultivator was reluctant to nod, Huapailai Kogang couldn't help but feel a little anxious and said loudly. He was preparing for promotion to the true martial realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traded all the short axes he had with him. No, Senior. These sunburn pills are also very important to me. I will advance soon. Please forgive me. Senior. But the more this happened, the more this female cultivator refused to give up. I really want to use these 5 sunburning pills to hit the threshold of the fusion realm. Having said that, he quickly put these 5 Jiang pills and the odds and ends into his storage bag. These 5 Jiang pills, placed there, are indeed too dazzling, making people have a desire to possess them by force. Huh? You don't know how to flatter me. Kogang immediately wanted to explode. But in the end, he endured it. This was the Xuanjia tea house after all. And he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. But the look she looked at this female cultivator already had a murderous look. Oh! Senior Ke, give me this sick hatchet. Our ugly man also needs a fire attribute hatchet. So I'll prepare it for him. At this time, Diugu sighed softly and said, there seems to be some hesitation in this tone. Oh! Seriously? Poison Fairy, you also have this kind of sunburning pill. Take it out quickly. I am grateful. Take this hatchet. Huapailai's eyes suddenly lit up. He was very straightforward and threw the hatchet directly in front of Diugu. However, Diugu only took out 4 Jiang pills And then she lowered her head to discuss with Zhu Xiaobao for a long time, before she saw that Zhu Xiaobao had reluctantly taken out another Jiang pill. It seemed that he was heartbroken and handed it over to Duyugu. This is exactly a scene performed by Duyugu and Zhu Xiaobao, to make people feel that they have both been empty out. Otherwise it will definitely arouse the covetousness of others. In fact, this is already very impressive, because everyone present could see that Zhu Xiaobao was only at the initial level of cultivation, and many people had already recognized Zhu Xiaobao's identity. And there are also many people who know Ugly Man very well. He does not have a fire-attributed physique at all, but it is of earth attribute. By the time the trade fair ends, everyone is happy, especially Hui Pai like a gang. Although he has a hot temper, he is very generous. Before leaving, he even took the initiative to say hello to Duyugu. For him, stepping into the true martial realm is another step forward. Zhu Xiaobao and Duyugu also hurriedly left the Xian family, but they soon discovered that they were being followed. Chapter 1082 Fury A. Zhu Xiaobao and Duyugu were still walking on the street as if nothing had happened, and it was expected that they would be followed. It's just that the people following them this time have very high cultivation levels and can't be easily shaken off. Sister, they should know our identity. Why are they still following us? Is this necessary? And we can't take action here? Zhu Xiaobao asked with some confusion. You think that's all you need to know your address? The purpose of following you is to find out what other relationships you have and whether it's worth their while. Or maybe there are people who want to discuss business with you in private. Anyway, these things it's more complicated than you think. Duyugu glanced at Zhu Xiaobao angrily. She took a lot of risks for Zhu Xiaobao this time, and now she is also quite eye-catching. Oh, so that's it. What's strange is that the Fire Thunderbolt didn't follow us. This man is quite generous. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly understood and nodded, but he was also a little surprised. The Fire Thunderbolt didn't come looking for him just now. Their trouble. Ha ha! You are still too naive. If my estimate is correct, he is now eyeing that female cultivator. Once he leaves the Black Wind Valley, he will attack that female cultivator. Not only because of this female cultivator Xiao didn't give him face today, and this female cultivator is also a very qualified fire attribute cultivator. So dual cultivation with her will definitely benefit a lot. Do you think there are any good people in the cultivation world? Duyugu couldn't help but sneered. Said, although Wapailai still behaved very gracefully before leaving today, Duyugu still knows something about this person. He is also a ferocious and cruel person. Then didn't these sunburn pills of mine harm her? Zhu Xiaobao said in surprise when he heard this. Okay, don't worry about me. She dares to come to Black Wind Valley, which means she is not just an ordinary person. She must have her own abilities. Anyone who can come here is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Duyugu was annoyed. Hummed. It's obvious that Zhu Xiaobao still lacks experience in this area, and he behaves very immaturely in many things. Of course, Duyugu herself is also reflecting on it. For example, she was a little negligent about the Jiang pill. She didn't expect it would cause such a big reaction. Now it means that she is in a little more trouble. After all, there are 4 more Jiang pills that she took out from her hand. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao has nothing to worry about now. He has long been used to being chased along the way. As its strength continues to increase, he has become more and more confident. Since he can get in, he can go back smoothly. But he is sincerely grateful for Duyugu's help. Sister, we are taking some beauty elixirs, and I will refine some beauty elixirs for you. When you advance to the fusion state, you will be able to restore your previous appearance. No. She's even more gorgeous than before. Zhu Xiaobao said flatteringly. TSK! What's wrong? You dislike me. Sister? Are you embarrassed to stand together? Huh? I don't think there's anything wrong with me being one of the 4 ugly girls. At least, I won't be remembered. Besides, even if I'm promoted to a combined, the state can be restored. I practice poison skills, and it will still be like this in the end. After so many years, I have long been used to it. You, the ugly man, are also used to it. Duyugu said with some sadness. But she immediately became free and easy. He took off the veil and simply revealed his true appearance. It is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Huh? It's my Black Gold bee. This person's aura is so familiar. He should be here to find me. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao looked at the distance in surprise. After a while, he saw a figure flying quickly, running towards him. It turned out to be Bao Sun. Moreover, he was still injured and was limping when he ran. Brother Baoxuan? Why are you here? Are you injured? What's going on? I should have left this black golden bee in Lingfeng Valley. What is going on? Zhu Xiaobao's heart suddenly sank. I have a very bad feeling. Ah! Xiaobao! I finally found you! Something happened. The red-haired sister was kidnapped. And we were all injured. At the critical moment, we happened to enter the area under the jurisdiction of Black Wind Valley. And we survived. Difficult. But Su Zhu, Xiao Yao, Kongwen, and Lu Heijian were all injured. Bao Sun said out of breath as soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao. What? You guys actually bumped into each other. Sister Hong was arrested? Who did it? Who did it? I'm going to kill him! Upon hearing that the red-haired girl was actually taken away, Zhu Xiaobao became furious. Stand up. The red-haired woman was the first one he met, and she tried her best to help him. For a period of time. In order to take care of Zhu Xiaobao. She even gave up wandering in the cultivation place, and settled in Lingquan town. When Leopard took a breath, he explained the whole story clearly. It turns out that the red-haired girl and the others, like Su Zhu, had already begun to intend to leave after when Qing and others took over Lingquan town. So after Su Zhu left, the red-haired woman and others couldn't sit still, and left Lingquan town not long after. They also wanted to experience in the land of cultivation to improve their cultivation. And they had many more at this time. With Bao Sun, his strength has also increased a lot. It should be said that the red-haired girl and the others have rich experience and are quite comfortable in the training ground. They have gained a lot in more than half a year. At the same time, many rumors about Zhu Xiaobao were also discovered one after another. They followed Zhu Xiaobao's news and came all the way. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao fell into the abyss of mist. This made the red-haired woman very anxious. So they simply headed towards the misty abyss. Later, they heard that Zhu Xiaobao had escaped from trouble. And they were very excited. They also inferred from Zhu Xiaobao's escape route that they might be going to Black Wind Valley. So they followed him all the way. It was going smoothly at first. But I didn't expect that just when I was about to reach the Black Wind Valley, I encountered an ambush and robbery by a group of people. Coincidentally, they met Su Zhu and Xiao Yao at this time. The two sides joined forces and finally broke out of the siege. But the group of people who encircled and suppressed them were extremely powerful and cooperated tacitly. And there were a lot of people. As many as 20 or 30 people. The red-haired woman and the others couldn't resist it at all. Fortunately, the other party seemed to want to catch him alive. So he didn't kill him. But everyone was injured. The whole army is about to be annihilated. At the most critical moment, Xiao Yao used the ultimate 5-stack kill. And the red-haired woman also showed off her power. With 1 against 5. She just held back the gangsters and allowed the others to escape from the encirclement. At the critical moment, they happened to step into the jurisdiction of Black Wind Valley. So everyone was able to escape safely. But the red-haired woman in charge of cutting off the rear was captured by them. Everyone watched helplessly as the red-haired woman was taken away. But they were unable to save her because everyone was injured. Su Zhu was seriously injured and vomited blood and fell unconscious. In desperation, they hired several carriages and entered the hinterland of Black Wind Valley to find Zhu Xiaobao. After several days of preparation, we just arrived at the hinterland of Black Wind Valley today. As soon as we arrived, the fire golden bee next to Xiao Yao successfully found the inn where Zhu Xiaobao was staying. However, because Zhu Xiaobao was attending the trade fair, so his breath was completely isolated. And everyone could not find Zhu Xiaobao for a while. So they went out to search separately. Bao Sun also followed the black golden bee and shuttled back and forth on various streets, hoping to find Zhu Xiaobao as soon as possible. I didn't expect that he would be found here first. Well, Xiaobao, don't worry. Since they are trying their best to catch people alive, they probably encountered a group of fishermen. At this time, Diugu next to him suddenly said, Fishermen? What is this? Is it very powerful? Zhu Xiaobao asked quickly. They specialize in arresting cultivators. Mainly female cultivators. Well, of course you also know what they did when they caught the female cultivators? By the way, what does your sister Han look like? I heard she's also very powerful. What does it look like? Diugu explained a little awkwardly. Then he suddenly asked. The young and beautiful female cultivator must be innocent. But according to Bao Sun's description, this red-haired woman seems to be a strong and fierce person. So Diugu still takes a little chance. Xing asked happily. Uh-huh. He looks similar to you. And he is very unique. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. And then said as tactfully as possible. Just say it's okay if you're almost as ugly as me. I'm relieved. I guess there shouldn't be any big problem. And I guess you will be sent to Black Wind Valley. Wait until the auction in the big auction house is over. And the next highlight is the auction of these unconscious cultivators. Unexpectedly, Diyu smiled, patted Zhu Xiaobao on the shoulder and said, What? The Black Wind Valley still allows cultivators to be auctioned? Doesn't that violate the rules set by the old ghost Black Wind himself? Are you not allowed to fight in conflict here? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly opened his eyes in shock. Eyes asked. That's right. They had already lost consciousness when they entered the Black Wind Valley, and they couldn't be considered alive. Moreover, those fighting happened outside the Black Wind Valley. So this does not hinder the existence of this deal. And this is the most profitable transaction in Black Wind Valley. The commission charged by Black Wind Valley for each transaction is twice as high as other auctions. Diyu has long understood the whole story, so it makes sense. Very calm. Well, sister, please do something. Help me find out the exact whereabouts of the red-haired girl. Xiaobao will never forget your great kindness. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly looked at Aunt Diyu seriously and said, Oh, okay. Then I will go find out the information for you first. Is there a portrait of the red-haired girl? It will make it easier for me. Diyu sighed and said, She did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao's matter with so much. It has only been 2 days since I met him, and he has already caused a lot of trouble. It's not difficult. I'll draw one for you. And Sister Hong's red hair is easy to recognize. Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly ran into a shop, borrowed pen and ink, and with just a few strokes, he had already painted the picture. The red-haired girl's appearance is so fascinating. Diyu couldn't help but feel happy. Sure enough, she didn't look very good, just a little bit better than herself. Chapter 1083 Fury, B. After breaking up with Du Yugu in a hurry, Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about those who were following him. His identity was almost exposed anyway. The battle with Huang Tianxi, the young master of the puppet sect, had already alarmed many people, but was stopped by He Baizi in time. Now these people are following him just to find out what other treasures he has, and what his background is, to see if it's worth taking action. I hurriedly returned to the inn, and saw Xiaoyao and Su Zhu lying on the bed. Xiaoyao was fine. She was in such a weak period because of the ultimate 5-stack kill. She would be fine in a few days. And now he is starting to wake up. Su Zhu's injuries were relatively serious. Her internal organs were injured, and her head was severely injured. She is still in a coma. The others are all the red-haired woman's subordinates, except for Bao Sun. There are also Kongwen and others. Although their injuries are not serious, they have not hurt their vital organs. There should be no problem after a period of recovery. Now Kongwen's her cultivation level has also advanced to the state of transformation into gods. It can be imagined that the red-haired woman's cultivation level is already quite powerful. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao's body tempering pills played a very important role, not only speeding up their recovery, but also enhancing their physique. It's just that everyone is worried about the red-haired woman's safety. Although Du Yugu guessed that the red-haired girl would be brought to Black Wind Valley, everyone was still very uneasy until there was no definite news. Zhu Xiaobao asked Kongwen and Xiaoyao very carefully, but the detailed information he obtained about this group of fishermen was very limited. I only know that almost half of them are at the divine transformation realm, and the rest are at the transcendent realm. The leader of them, the fisherman boss, is called the fisherman, and he is also the only one who has the cultivation level at the fusion realm. Although he is only at the fusion realm, the first stage, but the combat effectiveness is indeed quite strong. Okay, brothers, just take good care of your injuries. Don't worry. I have asked someone to find out the whereabouts of Sister Hong. I believe there will be results in these 2 days. Don't worry. No matter who the other party is, I will let them pay enough price. I'm so angry. Jin Huan, go order a table of the best food and drinks. Zhu Xiaobao got up and went out. In this situation, he had no intention of eating and drinking with him. Got it. The rooms here are quite wealthy, and Green Fairy has opened a few more rooms. Back in his room, Zhu Xiaobao just handed over the short axe he had just traded to Green Farrier. Although this weapon was not suitable for Green Farrier, as long as it was resmelted, he could create a handy weapon, a fire-attributed weapon. Green Fairy was immediately overjoyed. This was much stronger than her original Earth-level 3rd grade hot fire wheel. Xiaobao, don't worry. Since Sister Yu said she would help you find out the news, I believe there will be news again soon. Then I will definitely go all out to help you rescue Sister Hong. Green Fairy looked at it. Zhu Xiaobao still looked gloomy, so he had no choice but to comfort him with some words of comfort. She also knew that the red-haired woman and others were of great help and kindness to Zhu Xiaobao. For 2 days in a row, Zhu Xiaobao did not go out, because Su Zhu never woke up. Zhu Xiaobao was very worried, and this also affected his state of mind. He had no intention of refining elixirs in the past 2 days. Even if he forced himself to make alchemy, it would still be a failure. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little depressed. It seems that I still can't control my mood and emotions well. On the 3rd day, Diugu came indeed and brought certain news to Zhu Xiaobao. The red-haired girl was indeed in the dummy trading market in Black Wind Valley. The reason why they are called dummy people is entirely to appear noble and elegant. In fact, these people who are being traded are treated as goods. They have been drugged and are unconscious and have no consciousness of their own. So they are called dummy people. It's called a dummy. Don't worry. I've already taken care of it. Before being auctioned, those people at the trading site will treat her well. They won't treat her badly when eating or drinking. And the good news is that the red-haired woman didn't suffer anything seriously injured. Just a few superficial wounds. Diugu is a veteran of the Jianghu after all, but she has found out clearly in such a short time, which also shows that she is really trying her best. Well, thank you, Aunt Yu. This is 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. I know you will spend a lot for me. I don't know if this is enough. If it is not enough, just tell me. Zhu Xiaobao was also very excited at this time, I thought, and quickly pushed the storage bag containing 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. We don't need that much. How can we spend so much money to send a few servants away? Diugu waved her hand and said. In fact, Diugu spent a lot of money, but she just didn't want to put any pressure on Zhu Xiaobao, so she said this. The fee paid to Baixiaman to find out about the red-haired woman was already 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones. No, no, no. You must accept it. There will be a lot of trouble for you in the future, Zhu Xiaobao said very firmly. Only after he came to Black Wind Valley did he realize how much it cost here. In fact, another annoying thing is that the top-grade spiritual stones around Zhu Xiaobao are less than 10 million. Originally, Green Fairy had snatched a storage bag from Jiang Lauer, and Zhu Xiaobao had also captured a storage bag from Cui Lingchai. The two combined together amounted to almost 15 million high-grade spiritual stones. But in the past few days, I have spent millions just on purchasing medicinal materials and food and accommodation. Only then did I realize that his little money was nothing here. Otherwise, you have to take out the Jiang pill and Shihan pill to cash them out, or trade them. But this also means great risks. Okay, then I'll keep it for now. In fact, you don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Now that you have found out the whereabouts of the red-haired girl, the next thing is very simple. You just need to bid to buy her back. There is no problem at all. As for revenge, that is all for the future. What I want you to do now is to calm down, because we still have a lot of things to do next, especially the large-scale auction. The main goal. Those in Tianji must also hurry up and refine the 5 patterns nourishing pill that sure Jianqiang needs. I'm warning you. If something goes wrong with you, I'll take Qingding right away. Take back the alchemy furnace. Auntie Yu comforted Zhu Xiaobao with great concern. She also knew that Zhu Xiaobao's mood was unstable these past 2 days, so she was very anxious. Now she is almost tied to Zhu Xiaobao, and they both prosper and suffer. I understand. I just have another question. Who are the people who come to participate in the human flesh trade? Zhu Xiaobao finally asked worriedly. Most of the people auctioned are female cultivators. I think you should know what female cultivators are used for. They are used to make tripod guards, or to brand themselves as masters and servants, and become other people's slaves. In addition, they are like it would be even more terrifying if a sect like the puppet sect is taken away by them, as it will be refined into a bronze corpse. It is not ruled out that some evil cultivators have other ulterior motives, or have very perverted uses. Anyway, this kind of most of the transactions have very tragic results for the cultivators being traded. Finding a good owner is already the best result, Diugu said with a sigh, although she did not need to buy it. Dummy. But she has also heard many rumors about this. Is there a puppet door again? If they dare to bid, I will definitely not let them go. When Zhu Xiaobao heard that there was a puppet door inside, he immediately shouted angrily, "Ha ha! They don't know that there are people of yours here, so you better not vent your anger on them. Maybe it will be more beneficial to you to have a good relationship with them. Didn't they already send you a banquet and express your sincerity in making good friends? I mean, you should just give me a banquet. It is much better to have many friends than you have many enemies. And the puppet sect is quite powerful." Diugu looked far ahead and tried to persuade Zhu Xiaobao. "Road. That's it. How about I say H, low to them first? In case the dummy is auctioned, we can take care of each other. This will save us from falling out." Zhu Xiaobao also nodded. "After all, my financial resources are limited, so it would be best if the puppet gate can be spared at the critical moment. After all, with the appearance of a red-haired girl, the possibility of being photographed as a guardian is almost zero." "Ha ha! Not bad. It makes sense. I'll go back first. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with." Diugu couldn't help but smile. Zhu Xiaobao can think of this level, which already shows that he has made great progress. Not enough. "I'll see you off." Zhu Xiaobao quickly got up and sent Diugu out of the inn very diligently. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he went out, there was already a person sitting in the downstairs hall of the inn. It was black and white. "Son, I saw that the chessboard had been placed in front of He Baizi's table. I bet he was waiting for Zhu Xiaobao. With his cultivation level, he already knew that Zhu Xiaobao was discussing matters with Diugu. So he was not in a hurry. Just wait quietly like this." However, the scene in front of them really scared everyone in this inn. Even the boss did not dare to disturb the black-clad envoy. The other people who were still greeting, joking, drinking tea and chatting in the hall now all retreated to the side in dejection. Black and White's aura made them all feel very stressed. "I'm leaving first. You can take care of yourself." Even Diugu was a little overwhelmed by He Baizi's momentum and hurriedly walked out of the inn. Before leaving, he even winked at Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao turned around and returned to the hall. He Baizi had already opened his hand and made an invitation gesture, which meant that he wanted to compete with Zhu Xiaobao. "Humph. I happen to be angry and have no place to vent my anger. Come on. Come on. Let's see how I deal with you." Zhu Xiaobao looked at He Baizi and yelled viciously, which made He Baizi a little stunned. But he didn't care. He was still very excited and started making moves. For 3 consecutive games, Zhu Xiaobao's offensive was fierce, not giving any chance to the black and white pieces. The black and white pieces he killed were simply doubtful about life. It seemed like a small chessboard could breathe such a ferocious attack. It was completely unbelievable. A crushing defeat. Especially in the last game. Zhu Xiaobao was so excited that he made a decisive move with the last piece. And then even the chessboard fell to the ground with a wave of his hand. And the chess pieces suddenly rolled everywhere. Zhu Xiaobao had a furious expression on his face. Chapter 1084 Fury C. Even He Baizi was startled by Zhu Xiaobao's sudden and furious behavior. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao's chess style today was very extreme, focusing entirely on merit. On a small chessboard, he could actually feel extremely fierce and sharp killing intent. This originally surprised Black and White. And of course, it also brought him a big surprise. He didn't expect that this all-attack style of chess could be so hardy. But Zhu Xiaobao's next move made He Baizi a little stunned. But He Baizi didn't get angry. He was originally a very dull person. But he just built a barrier immediately to isolate the vision and perception of everyone in the hall. This was easy for him. Then he raised his hand, and the fallen flags flew back by themselves and returned to their original appearance. Black and White also smiled dully and asked, "Little brother, why are you so angry? I am a loser." No one in the 3 games was angry. "Humph. I didn't expect that your Black Wind Valley is still in the human flesh business. And even imprisoned one of my sisters there. Didn't you say that fighting is not allowed in Black Wind Valley? Why do you still allow this kind of trade to exist? You said, should I ask you to reason with me?" Zhu Xiaobao looked very sad. He inserted his waist and shouted loudly, This isn't under my jurisdiction." "Right. Besides, those dummy people were caught before they entered Black Wind Valley. But they didn't die. And here, they at least have a chance to survive." "Is there anything wrong?" He Baizi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was arguing with him just because of this. He also had a headache. If Zhu Xiaobao's sister was really inside, "I feel a little sorry. Then can you help me free her? I owe you a favor. Zhu Xiaobao asked. This is impossible. It has already been registered when it was sent here. We must also be responsible for those who sold it. Haixizi immediately shook his head and said, although he was a bit dull, but he was serious about it. Not confused either. Okay. Tell me the details of that group of fishermen. I will go find them when the time comes, and I will never implicate you. Zhu Xiaobao asked again. That's even more impossible. We have an obligation to help them keep secrets. In fact, your request is very simple. When the time comes for the auction, wouldn't it be okay if you just bring your sister back for auction? This kind of dummy auction. It's not that difficult. As long as you have money, it's okay. Haixizi said a little impatiently. In his opinion, this is not that difficult. Moreover, today Zhu Xiaobao asked about some very sensitive things, which is what he dislikes the most. Well, aren't I afraid that something unexpected might happen during the auction? Why don't you go to the auction house for me? In fact, the previous words were all nonsense. Zhu Xiaobao's words were his real purpose. I hope that I can use my identity as a black and white person to calm those who want to buy a red-haired girl. No! I am the envoy of Blackwind Valley. How can I come forward in person? Okay. Let's do this. The big problem is whether you have enough money. If you don't have enough money by then, I will help you cover it. Black and white. I am already very impatient and don't want to get too entangled in this kind of thing. This sounds like a sentence. Didn't you say that I can call you fourth brother? When you are my fourth brother, you have to turn your elbows inward. Come on. Today I'm going to show you a flying knife routine. Absolutely wonderful. Zhu Xiaobao also hurriedly gave up. He was very experienced in dealing with people like Haixizi. As long as he did what he liked, he would see the effect immediately. Sure enough, when the barrier set by Haixizi dissipated, everyone saw that the two were still fighting nervously. The sweat on Haixizi's forehead was breaking out, but his face was still full of excitement. We even asked the store to bring us a pot of good tea. In fact, all of this was done intentionally by Zhu Xiaobao. He just wanted to let people see his friendship with Haixizi. Although the black and white pieces immediately set up a barrier, they fell into Zhu Xiaobao's trap. Many people saw that Zhu Xiaobao dared to throw the chessboard with the black and white words on it, and even dared to get angry at the black and white pieces. At the same time, the elders of the puppet sect on the top floor and the young master Huang Tianxi were all shocked and looked at each other. For such a large sect, spies have been reporting on the situation in the hall downstairs from the beginning. How much energy does this little fat man have? Even black and white wanted to give him 3 points. Fortunately, we didn't really get into trouble with him last time, and the remedial work was also in place. What's even more gratifying is that Zhu Xiaobao also sent someone a banquet as a return gift. This makes Puppet Gate a little happy, especially Huang Tianxi, because he had a sparring experience with Zhu Xiaobao. He deserves to be even more proud. 3 more days passed. During these 3 days, Zhu Xiaobao had already practiced the 5-line soul refreshing pill. However, it did take a lot of energy, and there were only 4 5-line soul refreshing pills. If he wanted to practice it again, if there are too many, the medicinal materials in hand have to be repurchased, because the medicinal materials in hand now are not enough. On the 4th day, the Qi family's auction officially began. Qijia's auction is the largest in Blackwind Valley, and the bidding is also the most intense because the entry threshold is low. So there were a lot of people coming, and the huge auction house could accommodate tens of thousands of people. But after finishing the process, only a few thousand people were confirmed to participate in the bidding. There are also people who come to see the excitement and gain insights. Today Zhu Xiaobao came with Du Yugu and Changcheng, and their goal was the piece of red sand mud. And in order to sit in the front seat today, Zhu Xiaobao also spent 100,000 spirit stones to buy 3 front seats. Although it can't compare with the treatment in the VIP room. There is a table in front of him, and there are also put some tea and some snacks. But before the auction started, Zhu Xiaobao was invited to a luxurious private room. This made Zhu Xiaobao very surprised. He didn't know who was so generous as to let him in. Private room? This private room is not small. Not only Zhu Xiaobao and the other 3 people, but also old Monster Yin and Sun Yu also followed in. It's just that no one can guess who prepared the private room for Zhu Xiaobao. It must be the young master of the puppet sect. It doesn't quite look like it, because the private room where Puppet Door is sitting is actually behind them. which means that only those with high status can occupy this private room. But once the auction started, these people had no time to pay attention to it, because the auction was eye-catching from the very beginning. The first lot was a rare water-resistant pearl. It is said that as long as you have this water-repellent bead, after activation, even people who don't know how to swim can swim in the water without any hindrance. And if people with water attributes get this water-repellent bead, their ability will be greatly improved. The power of attributes. Zhu Xiaobao, who originally only cared about the red Ming sand mud, showed greedy eyes when he saw this water-repelling bead. He has all attributes, and having this water-repelling bead can be said to have many benefits. However, Zhu Xiaobao no longer dared to hope for the subsequent price increases from various big bosses. Each round of price increases must not be less than 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. And the price increase of those big guys is even higher by 5 million to 5 million. Zhu Xiaobao's scalp was numb when he heard that. Only then did he know what a rich man meant. The last waterproof bead was sold for 230 million high-grade spiritual stones. The person who took the photo of this water-repellent bead was actually a girl. But her aura was absolutely arrogant. Although she is only at the transcendent realm, even those in the ordinary fusion realm do not dare to underestimate her. A girl who can do such a generous thing probably has several bodyguards in the fusion realm behind her. Oh, it's great to have money. Zhu Xiaobao could only shake his head and sigh. The 10 million spirit stones in his hand were not even qualified to bid. Of course, the next items are not so exaggerated, but they are all expensive, and the lowest ones can cost more than 1 million spiritual stones. Throughout the whole day, their target, Red Ming Sand Mud, did not appear. This was also within the plan. Today we mainly came to feel the atmosphere. By the way, it would be best to pick up something missing. Now it seems that if you want to pick up something missing, unlikely, in the luxurious private rooms next door, I brought all kinds of exquisite snacks and pastries. This somewhat annoyed Zhu Xiaobao. He should have prepared some too. Now just drinking tea makes me a little hungry. But there was a big surprise in the afternoon auction. I didn't expect that a jade cauldron alchemy furnace would appear. This made sure Jianqiang, who was sitting in the private room with him, excited again, because this was also built by the Shi family, and he didn't expect it to appear at this auction. This kind of thing happens occasionally, because sometimes some sellers suddenly need to cash in on a certain item for auction, and they suddenly take out the same item, and because it is worth the money or is very popular, the auction house will jump in the queue for this kind of lot. Create some unexpected buzz. This jade cauldron alchemy furnace definitely caused a sensation. And all the alchemists present stood up excitedly. All the little treasures jumped up. But when he heard the starting price of this auction, Zhu Xiaobao moved in midair and fell down. Because the starting price was 150 million high-grade spiritual stones. 160 million. 170 million. 175 million. 200 million. In less than 5 minutes, it has exceeded 200 million. And those present who were bidding the most aggressively at the beginning were already panicking, because it looked like they didn't have enough money in their pockets. Most of these are intermediate alchemists and advanced alchemists. And the ones who bid the hardest at the beginning were almost all intermediate alchemists. However, those high-level alchemists were not in a hurry when refining alchemy, which fully demonstrated their strong psychological quality and super financial resources. 300 million. Unexpectedly, just when everyone was thinking about how much to call in the next round, a light voice rang out, and it turned out to be the girl who took the waterproof bead again. Suddenly, those senior alchemists with the presence of the old gods were no longer calm. They all stood up in shock and anger. Chapter 1085, Rich A. The auction price was raised by 100 million by this casual call from this extraordinary girl. Even those powerful and advanced alchemists couldn't sit still. Several people couldn't help but yell, "Nonsense! Chief family stewards, don't you care? This is disrupting the normal auction. Hey! Who said I was fooling around? If you can afford it, pay it. If you can't afford it, just watch. Do you care how much I bid?" The girl retorted very rudely. There was also a bunch of fried skewers in his hand. I didn't know what they were made of, but it must be a girl's favorite snack. In fact, this girl's private room is not very far from Zhu Xiaobao's private room. Both parties can roughly see each other clearly. However, there is an isolation barrier facing the booth, making it difficult to see the true situation inside the private room. From the private room, but you can clearly see the outside situation from inside. which also protects the distinguished guests in the private room to the greatest extent. But this girl had already made her appearance just now. Didn't she already take a picture of the water-repellent bead? Now we have to take action against this jade cauldron alchemy furnace again. So this makes those high-level alchemists, who are bound to get it, a little anxious. At first glance, this is a man who is not short of money. Ha ha. Fellow Taoists, this does not violate any auction rules. If you fellow Taoists are interested, please go ahead and increase the price. The host of the Qi family has seen big scenes. And he still said with a smile, "Humph. I have produced 310 million high-grade spiritual stones." In desperation, a senior alchemist wearing a red robe and sitting in the frontmost position hummed dejectedly. Some cultivators know him. He is a famous senior alchemist. A senior alchemist who can refine elixirs. I offer 315 million. Another man wearing a mask followed closely and also quoted the price. But he was very cautious, always wearing a mask. And judging from his seat, he is also very low-key. And his cultivation is only at the beginning of the fusion realm. Judging from this cultivation, he should be an intermediate alchemist. It's over. It's over. It seems like I have no hope. It's already worth 400 million. Even if I take out all those Jiang pills and Shihan pills, it won't help. Zhu Xiaobao lay on the table, helplessly watching the prices increase one after another, and shouted helplessly. Of course he understands that his Jiang pill and Shihan pill are of little use if he takes out too much. If he takes out too much, it will be worthless. If he takes out too little, it will not be enough at all. On the contrary, it will bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Trouble? Oh, forget it. Our target is still the piece of red inscription sand mud. I hope this thing won't be too popular. Diugu was also a little regretful. But she also knew that at the current price, this jade cauldron alchemy furnace would definitely hit someone else's bag. Hey, Mr. Sher, please tell me, what grade is this jade cauldron alchemy furnace? Is it the best alchemy furnace built by your Sher family? In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to ask Sher Qiangqiang. Asking for advice can give you a deeper understanding of the Sher family's craftsmanship. No, the best alchemy furnace we built during our time was a 9th grade one. But it was not sold. Instead, it was robbed. It was only after this alchemy furnace was robbed that our Sher family began to decline. Sher Jianqiang said a little sadly, then shook his head and continued. And this jade cauldron alchemy furnace is an 8th grade alchemy furnace. Generally speaking, the alchemy furnace required for advanced alchemy must be at least an 8th grade alchemy furnace. It is of the 7th grade. But your Qingning alchemy furnace is only of the 7th grade. Oh, forget it. I have no hope with this 8th grade alchemy furnace. But if you build it for me, can you build an 8th grade alchemy furnace? Zhu Xiaobao said with great anticipation upon hearing this. There is only one level difference. And that is the huge difference between a senior alchemist and an intermediate alchemist. I'll try my best. Sher Jianqiang said a little uncertainly. Indeed, he has not yet advanced to the level of the God transformation realm. Okay, you are at the level of an intermediate alchemist now. You can use it for a long time even if you have a 7th level alchemist. Will it be so easy for you to be promoted to advanced alchemy? Diugu snorted angrily on the side. This guy still looks down on his own Qingning pill furnace. At this time, the asking price of the jade cauldron alchemy furnace on the platform had exceeded 400 million. And the outcome of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. The final bid turned out to be 470 million. And the bid for the jade cauldron alchemy furnace was also it's not a senior alchemist, but a very low-key intermediate alchemist. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, this man lowered his hat even lower, as if he was afraid of being recognized. Several senior alchemists were scanning this man with their spiritual consciousness, their eyes exuding viciousness. But immediately, there was a spiritual consciousness that stopped the spiritual scanning of these senior alchemists. This was the intervention of the powerful Qi family. After all, their Qi family has the responsibility to protect the safety of bidders. Many of the next lots have nothing to do with Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Although they are also very enthusiastic, they are not what he can afford. Only then did he realize how little money he had. At the end of the first day's auction, Zhu Xiaobao returned to the inn with some worry. After returning, he emptied everyone's money bags and finally collected 30 million high-grade spiritual stones. It also includes money from old Monster Yin and Sun Yu. In the evening, Zhu Xiaobao specially prepared a lot of delicious food and planned to bring it to the private room the next day. He also planned to bring Luciener and others with him the next day. After all, such a large private room. Some of them allow other people to gain insights and increase their popularity. Anyway, here in Blackwind Valley, safety is guaranteed. Early the next morning, Zhu Xiaobao and others rushed to the high-price auction house. It was still the same private room as before, but by coincidence, just as they were passing another private room in the aisle, they bumped into that private room. They were rich girls. Their pomp was much bigger. There were more than 20 people, including 2 masked women with sharp eyes. Even old Monsterine felt excited. These two, the woman is actually at the true martial realm? At least it is the Dzogchen of the combined state. Even old Monsterine can't be sure. But what is certain is that this girl must have a lot of background, because there was an old man behind her. But it was impossible to tell what his cultivation level was. Zhu Xiaobao didn't take a close look at the highly skilled bodyguards, but stared at the snacks in the girl's hand. Today, she was holding a string of fried meat skewers and sniffed them carefully. Too little. The heat was wrong, and it was a little burnt. What are you looking at? You're already so fat, and you're still staring at eating. Unexpectedly, the girl snorted rudely. And what was even more annoying was that she waved the fried meat in her hand at the little treasures. String. TSK! Is it rare? Junk food. What I make with my toes tastes better than yours. Zhu Xiaobao also snorted angrily. What did you say? Damn you little fat man. The girl immediately shouted angrily, wanting to teach Zhu Xiaobao a lesson. This thing is inedible. This guy even compared it with something made from his toes. How can he eat it? Isn't this disgusting? Ha ha! Come on! Come on! My young master is also talking openly. He is not targeting this young lady. Forgive me! Forgive me! Old Monsterine quickly said with a smile. He didn't want to offend the other party, because the other party was too powerful. Got it. Humph. Damn you little fat guy. I'm not allowed to see you. Otherwise. Before the girl could finish speaking, she saw Zhu Xiaobao had already walked into her private room first, and she had no choice but to huff. Entered the private room where they were. Then he refused to give up and ordered, Go! Check for me. What is the background of this little fat guy? How dare you be so arrogant? No need to check. He is Zhu Xiaobao. You have even been to Wushuang City to taste his delicacies. The old man behind the girl said calmly. It's actually him? This is interesting. Come on. Come on. Keep an eye on me. This time, the girl became even more interested. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao didn't know that he had caused a big or small trouble. As soon as he entered the door, he quickly started to study the auction list. The red Ming sand and mud should be in the 40s. According to yesterday's at this speed, it should be almost noon before it is the turn of this piece of red sand mud. Although it was the second day, everyone was still in high spirits. After all, the booths were full of valuable rare treasures. And many of them were not unnecessary, but they couldn't afford to take pictures. Even Green Farrier was very excited. Even though she was in the fusion realm, she had very little experience in various arenas, let alone such a large-scale auction. Jin Huan has already begun to prepare the things that are fine. Among all the people, they are the only two who were not very interested. After watching the transactions of a few items, they have already returned to the delicious food. Ha ha! I didn't expect Jin Huan's craftsmanship to be so good. Come here. The smell is isolated, and we can enjoy it to our heart's content. Although the money is not as good as those rich people. When it comes to food, we are top-notch. Zhu Xiaobao is still trying to find a balance for himself while eating. Isn't it? Now this little advantage can make her feel better. But I have to say that a good meal can indeed make people happy physically and mentally. The mood is also very comfortable. Xiaobao, how did you make this fried stinky tofu? Why have I never eaten it before? Diugu also praised the fried stinky tofu in her hand. She really fell in love with the taste and couldn't stop. This thing is just like you. It looks ugly but tastes delicious. Zhu Xiaobao said with an evil smile. Go away! Believe it or not, I will make you like me right now. Diugu immediately yelled angrily. Huh? What is this? Why does it smell so bad? Unexpectedly, the rich girl came in quietly at this time, raised her nose and asked. Chapter 1086, Rich B. This time it was Zhu Xiaobao's turn, and the others were all shocked. Although they did not close the door because of the heavy smoke. It was too embarrassing for a girl from the other side to sneak in. It was only after this girl came in that everyone realized that she actually used an invisibility talisman. Or was it just a little bit of curiosity that she used an extremely precious invisibility talisman? This is completely beyond the resemblance of everyone. The life of a rich man is indeed unreasonable. Hey! Who told you to come in? Get out! Jin Huan shouted rudely. The two of them didn't care about the wealthy people. They were ready to take action. Humph! You've made the corridor full of smell. And why don't you let me come over and take a look? How dare you two servants point fingers at me? The girl retorted unceremoniously. She was domineering in one aspect. He was used to it. So he refused to suffer any loss anywhere. And he had already confirmed Jin Huan's identity as a servant at a glance. What are you doing here? I'm too lazy to argue with you about what happened in the morning. And you're still here to cause trouble? Zhu Xiaobao also shouted dissatisfied. He had never regarded Jin Huan as a servant. But now he hears this girl so. Of course. We want to give Jin Huan back some ground. Oh! Little fat man. Do you still have any sense? You have made this corridor a mess. Why don't I come and take a look? Let me tell you. I haven't argued with you about what happened this morning. This girl is like a child. Bao Yao is much more arrogant. And facing a room full of people. I'm not afraid at all. Jin Huan. Throw her out. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. Okay. Jin Huan immediately took action and used their special skills to squeeze the girl in, using their hands to make her unable to resist. Suddenly he screamed in anger. But as soon as the golden ring and silver ring were obtained, they were restrained by a powerful force, which was even sharper than the ordinary fusion realm. There was no way to resist, let alone fight back. It turned out that the two masked women had already followed. As soon as they saw that their young lady had suffered a loss, they took action immediately. Are you planning to come to my place to cause trouble? Zhu Xiaobao also asked with a stern face. He could also see that his strength was far behind others. Who's causing trouble? I'm just here to take a look. It's not a valuable thing. And it's so mysterious. The girl snorted unconvinced, but still stared at the oil in the pot. Where's the fried stinky tofu? Whether it's worth it or not is none of your business. Just leave now. I still have to take pictures of the baby. Zhu Xiaobao said impatiently and waved his hand, which meant that he wanted her to leave quickly. Hurry! Xiaobao! The red sand mud is out. It's our turn to bid. At this time, Green Fairy shouted anxiously to Zhu Xiaobao. This is also a sign that she does not have enough experience. This girl immediately seized the opportunity and shouted arrogantly. Okay, you want to take a picture of this red sand mud? Huh? I won't let you take it. How much money do you have to pay? I will double yours. Alas, Diugu looked at Zhu Xiaobao and Lu Xian'er helplessly. She had to say that she had offended someone who shouldn't have been offended this time. If this girl deliberately interfered in the destruction, they would definitely shoot her. But hers. You? Okay. What do you want to do? Tell me. Don't affect my auction. Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked. And he really didn't dare to offend this little witch. Humph. I want to eat those deep-fried stinky tofu. I want them all. And you also need to give me some dipping sauce. This time the girl shouted proudly. And without being polite at all, she poured the pot into the pot. All those fried stinky tofu were taken away. Although Jin Huan was very angry, he had no choice but to help her prepare the dipping sauce. After all, his master's auction was the big event. After sending away the little witch, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But in just a short time, the Red Ming Sand Mud had soared from the starting price of 5 million spiritual stones to 12 million high-grade spiritual stones. Got it. Alas, it seems that we have underestimated the strength of these buyers. If it is not possible, we have to take out a few more Jiying pills. But the Jihan pill should not show up. In addition, I have 3 more here millions of high-grade spiritual stones, Diugu said with a sigh. Zhu Xiaobao also felt a little panic when he thought that yesterday's Jade Cauldron Alchemy Furnace was sold for more than 400 million. Red Ming Sand Mud is one of the most important materials for making an alchemy furnace, and its texture directly affects the alchemy furnace. The grade of the furnace explains why this piece of red sand mud is so valued. Many alchemists are like Zhu Xiaobao. Since they can't make a good alchemy furnace, they collect good materials and ask people to help them build a good alchemy furnace. In the blink of an eye, the price of this piece of red sand mud has been called 20 million spiritual stones. No intention of stopping yet. This made Zhu Xiaobao start to panic. And Shi Jinqiang beside him also started to feel uneasy. Hey! You two fat girls! The dipping sauce you gave me is not spicy enough. Is that intentional? Come on! Add some more chili sauce to me! Unexpectedly, the rich girl came in again at this time. And said, wearing a gold ring and a silver ring. He scolded. Get out! Don't you see that I'm busy? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but be furious. What's going on? It's a critical moment. And here comes such a troublemaker. Oh! Zhu Xiaobao! You still dare to be cruel to me? Do you know the consequences of offending me? This girl is more arrogant than Zhu Xiaobao. He immediately rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao just looked at her coldly. And then raised the sign to increase the price again. This time he increased the price to 24 million. But it was useless. Soon the price was refreshed again and became 26 million. Moreover, several buyers below are bidding. And no one has shown any signs of financial weakness. Humph. If you ignore me, you will regret it sometimes. And the little witch next to you is still entangled with Zhu Xiaobao. Well, I'll add chili sauce for you. Don't disturb my master. Jin Huan is still very sensible. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao looking a little angry, he was still very worried about Zhu Xiaobao. And he immediately turned to the beggar in front of him. Said the disgusted girl. Huh? Are you afraid now? It's too late. I'm not afraid anymore. I won't leave today. Bring me 2 more pickled pepper chicken feet. Unexpectedly, this little witch was standing in front of the window, shaking his head as if watching the fun. He just refused to leave. Suddenly, with a move of her hand, the little witch increased the price of another private room to 30 million, which immediately caused everyone to exclaim. The starting price of this red named sand is only 5 million, and every increase in price is only a minimum of 200,000. Unexpectedly, she directly added 4 million. It can be said that he is very wealthy. You? What do you mean? Are you sincerely making trouble? Zhu Xiaobao was immediately dumbfounded. He had calculated everything. But he still didn't expect such a strange person to come out. The spiritual stones in my hand are definitely not enough now. But the little witch ignored him and looked triumphantly at the bidders, who were all cursing below. They were also panicked by this huge increase. 32 million spiritual stones! But even though the rhythm was disrupted, there were still a few people following up. And they looked like they were determined to win. What do you want? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but get angry. Just when he was about to get angry, Diugu behind him calmly pulled his sleeves, which meant that he should not get angry yet. Humph! What do I think? I'm helping you. You only have a little money. But you still want to bid with others? Did you see that they have already followed up with 32 million? Doesn't this mean that there is only 4,000? Juan, don't even think about taking a picture. The little witch glanced at Zhu Xiaobao disdainfully. Then he waved to the private room opposite. And the price was immediately increased by 2 million. This made the 3 remaining bidders below suddenly change their expressions. Zhu Xiaobao didn't say anything. The price now was far beyond his financial scope. In other words, if this little witch hadn't caused trouble, he would have failed the bidding. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to wink at Jin Huan and ask them to bring up the pickled pepper chicken feet. It's pretty much the same. Don't worry. I guarantee that I can take the picture. Once I take the picture, I can transfer it to you. As for the price difference, we can talk about it later. The little witch patted her head proudly. Zhu Xiaobao smiled contentedly on his shoulders. Hurry up. They've increased the price again. It's already 35 million. Zhu Xiaobao said, very depressed. But he was a little excited in his heart. He didn't expect that this little witch could really mess up things. Aunt Yu behind her smiled slightly. Although what happened today was a bit strange, it was also very surprising. It was like riding a roller coaster. But the result was so surprising. As if she was a little impatient with the 3 bidders below, the little witch stretched out her hand and spread her fingers. And the sky-high price of 50 million was immediately shouted out from the private room opposite. Zhu Xiaobao here was also stunned. He increased the price by 14 million at one time. This is too arrogant. The only 3 remaining bidders below were stunned. The difference in strength was too great. The old man in charge of the auction asked 3 times in a row. But no one raised the price. This piece of red sand and mud was won by this little witch so simply and brutally. There was silence in Zhu Xiaobao's private room. Although Red Mingsha and I was photographed now. how to negotiate with this little witch. Seeing her arrogant look, Zhu Xiaobao felt that the conditions she was about to propose would not be easy. Well, how about we talk? Talk? Don't worry. I still want to bid for the Gongong Cauldron. What a gadget for you! At least prepare a table of delicious food that I can satisfy. Come and talk to me again. Okay? As she said this, the little witchy gnawed on pickled pepper and chicken feet and walked away. Only Zhu Xiaobao and others were left looking at each other. She actually wants to bid for the Gongong Cauldron. Chapter 1087 Rich C. Seeing this rich girl walking away, Zhu Xiaobao continued to ask, Hey! Why don't you leave a name? Otherwise, where can I find you? My name is Wei Lingling. But you don't have to come to me. I will come to you. You'd better find a way to seize the time to raise money. That piece of red Ming sand is not cheap. Wei Lingling turning around with a smile. That's a feeling of pride? Okay. Then I won't give it away. Zhu Xiaobao felt a little dizzy upon hearing this. Even if Wei Lingling was willing to give up, he would still have to collect another 20 million spirit stones. In fact, the auction of the Gongong Cauldron will only start tomorrow, which is also the last day of the Qiqia auction. It is very likely to be the final lot. Today, there are actually no treasures worthy of Zhu Xiaobao's attention. And even if there were, he wouldn't be able to afford them. This time, I came to participate in the Qiqia auction. And I was hit hard. I originally thought that the little money in my storage bag was quite significant. But I didn't expect that I was just here to collect heads. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao and others lost interest and went back unhappy. Then Zhu Xiaobao also asked her Jinqiang to go back, so that he no longer needed to participate, as long as he took the 5-line soul relief pill as soon as possible. The most important thing was to quickly improve his cultivation level, in order to ensure that Shi Jinqiang can advance smoothly. Zhu Xiaobao also gave an extra for Pattern's body tempering pill as a farewell gift. Shi Jinqiang took it over gratefully and hurried back. The group of people returned to the inn. This time, most of the people had not returned yet, and the inn was still a bit deserted. This also made Zhu Xiaobao and others feel even more depressed. Although he still has 30 million spiritual stones in his body, he doesn't dare to use them without authorization. Don't you want to buy the red-haired girl back? Moreover, the auction of dummy is even more outrageous than other auctions. The cheap ones are only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. However, once you find that you have outstanding qualifications or are very suitable for your cultivation, it is very likely that it will cause some big guys to go crazy with their prices. By then, even 30 million won't be able to stop it. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's sad face, Duyugu was helpless. They didn't have much money anymore. And in order to help Zhu Xiaobao find out the news, she has already spent a lot of money. Well, if the money is only enough to buy the red-haired girl or the red Ming San mud, which one will you choose? Duyugu asked cautiously. Of course, it's important to save people. The worst thing we can do is figure out a solution for the alchemy furnace later, Zhu Xiaobao said firmly. If he abandoned the red-haired girl for the sake of an alchemy furnace, he would never be able to do this. It's something. Oh, okay. Then you should keep a low profile from now on. Try to follow that little witch. And also get closer to the Huang family of the puppet sect. They have always been big customers of the dummy auction. In addition, Auntie Yu whispered some ideas to Zhu Xiaobao. Although she was a little reluctant, Zhu Xiaobao still nodded frequently. As long as he could kill the red-haired girl, he felt that it was worth suffering a little injustice. On the third day, Zhu Xiaobao led everyone to the private room as before. This time Zhu Xiaobao was fully prepared and had all kinds of snacks, just to satisfy that little witch. Sure enough, Wei Lingling ran to Zhu Xiaobao as soon as she arrived in the private room, and even brought 2 cooks with her in order to let them learn a lesson. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao didn't say a word about the piece of red Ming Shamu, but was enthusiastically introducing the 2 cooks to the methods of various snacks, as well as some cooking and processing techniques. I just didn't expect that Wei Lingling was eating so much that she couldn't help but bring it up first. She patted her already round belly and sighed. Oh, Zhu Xiaobao, let's do this. You might as well come to our house and be a cook. Right? I'll give you that piece of red sand mud. Hey. I'm not a prostitute. No, I'm not a prostitute either. Well, I have 2 more treasures here. Take them back and see how much they're worth. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately furious. But I can only swallow my anger. After all, even the 30 million spirit stones around me can't be used now. In desperation, he had no choice but to take out one Jiyang pill and Jihan pill and handed them to Wei Lingling. You still have this thing? Have you ever seen this before? I'll go back and ask the old housekeeper. And I'll talk to you again then. Wei Lingling was stunned for a moment, with a face full of surprise, because these two attributes Xianca's treasure is indeed very rare. And this is the first time she has seen it. No rush. No rush. If you can't make the decision, I can ask someone from the Qi family to help me identify it. Zhu Xiaobao finally said with some satisfaction. After all, it seems that this thing is still very valuable, even after taking it out. The risk is magnified. But this time Wei Lingling never came back after leaving, because the Wei family participated in the bidding for the next few lots. And the rich people in the private rooms also took action. The third day was the most important day, and many important treasures began to appear. And those who haven't taken action yet are starting to take action. Zhu Xiaobao and others could only watch the excitement. But even so, they were also frightened by the sight. Prices of hundreds of millions were easily available. It seemed that there were quite a lot of rich and powerful families in the world, far from being comparable to a small town like Wishwang City. Finally, the most exciting moment came, because the Gonglong cauldron was also carried up, and it was illuminated by a crystal cover. There were two old men in the Jinwu realm next to it, making it look more and more special, extraordinarily noble. Even if they are far away, Zhu Xiaobao can still feel the simple and heavy atmosphere emanating from this Gonglong cauldron. This has been accumulated over many years and cannot be imitated. The casual cultivators in the audience and the people in the large private room also stared at this treasure with solemn expressions, with unconcealable excitement in their eyes. Ha ha! Everyone, this is the most important item in this auction of our Qi family. I believe many people are here because of it. This is the Gonglong cauldron of the divine alchemy furnace used by the alchemy master Gong Yongxiu, one of the 9 legendary alchemy furnaces in the entire plane. Now, we are finally ready to bid. It is the dream of every alchemist to own this god-level alchemy furnace. But if you want to become the new owner of this divine cauldron, you have to show your strength. Ha ha ha. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. The starting price of this divine cauldron is set at 800 million high-grade spiritual stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. Okay. When my drum sounds here, the bidding begins. The host of the Qi family was also very excited, and introduced with a smile, which also pushed the atmosphere of the entire auction venue to the climax. As a drum beat sounded, there was silence for a period of time. No one with real strength was in a hurry to take action, but those who wanted to participate were already frightened by the bidding price. I will pay you 810 million. Finally a weak voice rang out, followed by a whole lot of disdainful laughter. Suddenly, this intermediate alchemist, who was only at the peak of the god transformation realm, felt a little embarrassed. 850 million. Someone immediately added 40 million, which put the auction of this divine item on the right track. The price has been called 1 billion, but the Wei family has not made a move. There are several people in the private rooms who are also waiting to see what happens. They all feel that it is not the time to make a move yet. 1 billion, 1 billion. Finally, in a private room farthest away from Zhu Xiaobao, a very old voice sounded. Although the voice was not loud, everyone in the entire auction house could hear it clearly. 2 billion. 130,000,000,000. 1,350 million. In just an instant, the people in the private rooms pushed the price to over 1.3 billion. And the casual cultivators below also became silent. As soon as these big guys made a move, it meant that the real bidding had begun. It is beyond the reach of ordinary casual cultivators. Then the price increase also began to slow down, from 50 million to 10 million bit by bit. It seems that everyone has reached a critical point. In other words, it is close to the actual value of this Gonglong cauldron. Even the best things have a final price. Zhu Xiaobao, get 6 more of your cold yang elixirs. Quickly! Unexpectedly, Wei Lingling hurried in at this time and shouted loudly to Zhu Xiaobao. It seems that he knows that there are many others around Zhu Xiaobao. Why? How much is this thing worth? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. Oops! I can't tell you right now. So just bring it and it's okay. When I finish bidding, I promise I won't treat you badly. I'll give you that piece of red Ming San mud. Wei Lingling eagerly shouted. Hey! Okay! This is what you said! Don't deny it! Zhu Xiaobao was overjoyed and immediately took out 3 more ultimate cold pills and 3 Jiang pills from his side. Wei Lingling took it, glanced at Zhu Xiaobao, and then hurried back. 1,430,000,000. At this time, the old voice rang again, looking determined to win. 1,450,000,000. As for the Wei family, an old man was bidding this time. It seems that in such an important auction, it is not Wei Lingling's turn to bid. 1.5 billion. Venerable Wei, your family can't take all the good things. The old man opposite seemed to be provocatively snorting. Ha ha! Venerable Qiao, we also offer 1.5 billion. In addition, please preside over to remove the crystal cover. I have other plans. This old man from the Wei family turned out to be in the true martial realm. Only those in the true martial realm can, that's what I call it. Huh? What do you mean? This doesn't make sense, does it? The old man opposite was actually a senior alchemist in the true martial realm, so he immediately exuded a terrifying aura. It doesn't matter. The client who entrusted us with the auction also agreed with Venerable Wei's proposal. Then let everyone see it more clearly. The old man who hosted the auction casually took a photo, and the crystal cover disappeared, and the mail ram cauldron was immediately in place. The array was displayed in front of everyone in a timely manner. Everyone looked at the Gongong cauldron with breathless concentration. What on earth did the Wei family want to do? Chapter 1088 Shooting People A. Just when everyone was talking about it, they saw that the 2 masked women who were following Wei Lingling had walked to the booth. With a wave of their hands, they saw the 8 flaming eyes of the Gongong cauldron shining brightly. But what is surprising is that although the 8 fire eyes have been ignited, the temperature of the Gongong cauldron has not changed. Even if you stand next to it, the temperature is still the same as before. However, the dazzling fire spirits coming out of the 8 fire eyes are 1 green and 1 red, placed at intervals. This bright fire spirit restrain each other and maintain the original temperature. Ha ha! Our Wei family not only produced 1.5 billion spiritual stones, but also gave us these 8 fire spirits with mutually exclusive attributes. They can make the temperature in the alchemy furnace more layered and easier to control. Although it consumes sex as a treasure, but I believe this is a great attraction for any alchemist. After all, the most difficult thing to control in alchemy is the temperature, and it is still a subtle temperature, Venerable Wei said with a confident smile. Here, host, can you please let me come forward and take a look? Venerable Qiao hesitated for a moment, and did not continue to increase the price, but made a request to come forward and take a look. Faced with the request of an alchemy master from the true martial realm, the host of the Qi family was very considerate of me, so he agreed with a smile. Venerable Qiao soared directly from the private room, and when he landed, he saw an old man with white hair and a childlike face. He was looking at the Gongong cauldron intently, and he was even more intently studying the 8 fire spirits. For alchemy, the value of these 8 fire spirits is immeasurable. If one can distinguish and control 4 groups of fire spirits, the rate of elixir formation will be greatly increased, and the quality of the elixir will also be greatly improved. I believe that the mysterious person who entrusted the auction will not give up these 8 fire spirits. Oh, well, the number 1 family in Dawei Kingdom has indeed made extraordinary moves. I quit. Venerable Qiao sighed, then turned around and left. Although he still had 200 million left, he felt that he had no chance of winning. The person who sent the auction must be a person who is proficient in alchemy, and would never set fire to such a good fire spirit. Ha ha! Grant! I will invite Venerable Qiao to come to our Wei family for tea later. Venerable Wei also said with a smile and cupped his hands. But he breathed a big sigh of relief in his heart, because there are less than 100 million spiritual stones left around him. In the end, with the final decision made by the Qi family, the Gongong cauldron was acquired by the Wei family. The Qijiao auction, which was the most powerful, the most spectacular, and the most influential, also came to a successful conclusion. What do you mean? What do you mean? Where is the Red Ming San Mud? You promised me? Are you not going to cash it in? Zhu Xiaobao waited until the auction buying meeting was over, but did not wait for the Wei family to take the Red Ming Shamu. Bring it to me, you shouted angrily. Let's go! If I give it to you now, it would be like dragging you into the water. You know how much attention the Wei family attracts now. If I guess correctly, They are stepping up their arrangements and moving the house carefully. And then these few days heaven will quietly ask the old man of the true martial realm to send the Dong cauldron back safely, Diugu said in a low voice, and then pulled Zhu Xiaobao, without saying low to the people of the Wei family. But he went straight back to the inn. But that ghost girl promised to give it to me, Zhu Xiaobao asked, still confused. Oh, I've already spent 1.5 billion. But I still want to rely on you for this piece of red sand mud. I think you should make preparations first and buy the red-haired girl back. That's the most important thing. Diugu glanced at Zhu Xiaobao disdainfully. This child still knows too little. Yes. I also think Yu Gu is right. Even if I give you the red Ming sand mud. Now, sure Jinqiang has not yet broken through to the realm of God transformation. It will still be of no use. We still focus on the red-haired put it on a girl. Old Monsterine also said with a solemn expression. As an old monster, he is very aware of the scene of auctioning those, dummy. Anything can happen. It's hard to say whether the little money Zhu Xiaobao has in his pocket is enough now. Sure enough, in the next 2 days, the inn where the Wei family was staying was heavily guarded, as if something very important was happening, and absolutely no one was allowed to come or go. The surrounding area was also densely covered with eyeliners, and many people were staring at the Wei family, and support from the Wei family is also coming in a steady stream. Let people also see the powerful strength of the Wei family. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, was anxiously waiting for the dummy auction to begin, because there were still 2 or 3 days left, and many people were arriving one after another. I came here just for the dummy auction. However, there is also good news in the past 2 days. That is, Shi Jinqiang actually broke through to the realm of transformation into gods in 2 days. He had already stayed in the transcendent realm for a long time, and now he has the 5 lines nourishing pill. So he has been promoted. It is a matter of course to reach the realm of transformation into gods. It just takes a few days to consolidate and adapt. Another good news is that Shi Dun has woken up, and he has successfully broken through to the fusion realm. This surprised Zhu Xiaobao very much. With 2 people in the fusion realm around him, his strength would be greatly improved. The same stone pier also needs a period of time to consolidate its cultivation. On the 3rd day, the dummy auction that many casual cultivators were looking forward to began. This auction is no longer at an auction house. Instead, it is located in a very large open space in the northeast corner of Black Wind Valley. As soon as you enter, you must pay the entrance fee. This is one of the most profitable businesses in Black Wind Valley. The outermost circle is the low-level auction site. The dummy being auctioned here are all people who are only in the initial level or have very poor qualifications in the extraordinary level. And the prices are cheap. It seemed that the entire low-level auction house was in a state of chaos, as if they were choosing an animal. Many people can walk up and touch it with their hands, or play with it and evaluate it casually. And those dummies that were auctioned were all drugged, unconscious, and allowed to be manipulated at will. Zhu Xiaobao looked very frustrated. He was the most opposed to the slave trade. He didn't expect to come to the scene in person this time. This very uncomfortable feeling always made him feel a little guilty. This was treating people like animals. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's dissatisfaction, Diugu, Old Monsterine, and others quickly took Zhu Xiaobao to the intermediate auction house. The dummies auctioned here are very valuable, and they are not so messy, and you are not allowed to play with them casually. People who come here to bid all wear masks, because there are often people looking for their relatives or disciples, and some come to get their wives back. If you don't wear a mask, once you take pictures of your relatives or disciples, then aren't you causing trouble for yourself? Those who really want to find relatives or disciples here have actually spent a lot of money to find out information from Baishao's sect. And indeed many people have successfully bought back the person they are looking for. Of course, it will take a lot of money to find those who kidnap them. Going further inside is the high-end auction venue. Most of the dummies auctioned here are in the realm of gods, and they are neatly dressed. But in order for everyone to see clearly, they are dressed very distinctively. They are all shorts, and the women even wear a breast protector. And the starting price is also marked on the chest. It was already very lively here at this time. But Zhu Xiaobao felt uneasy. With the red-haired girl's physique and cultivation, she might still be able to sell it at a high price. Because although she looks fierce, her physique is too strong. Because of Diugu's relatively accurate information, Zhu Xiaobao quickly found the red-haired girl. Although she had been captured for so many days, her injuries had healed, and she had not suffered any abuse. He looked stronger, and his body still had a shiny sheen. But his eyes were a little dull. This was the result of being drugged. There are no private rooms or VIP rooms here. They are all steps arranged in a circle from a distance. Many people are bidding excitedly, no matter which one is called. The rough man on the stage will pull that person out. From time to time, the selected person will be turned around twice, or he will raise his hands or feet. And then, the dummy's cultivation level will be changed. Very accurate report. At this time, a female cultivator with a slender body and a beautiful face was standing on the stage. She immediately aroused the covetousness of many people, and the price was also pushed up. Suddenly there was a roar. "Let's see who dares to bid again! You are looking for death! My sister also dares to take pictures?" It turned out to be a cultivator at the peak of the divine realm, roaring angrily that he came to find his sister. But he didn't expect that even though he found her, the asking price of these casual cultivators was actually much higher. It exceeded his expectations, so he couldn't compete at all. He was immediately angered and threatened loudly. It's a pity that his cultivation level here is not high, and those bidding are all wearing masks, so they are not afraid at all. They just laugh and increase their bids to get more excited. At this time, they are already calling for 20 million high-grade spiritual stones. In the end, this cultivator in the realm of gods could not take back his sister. His teeth were cracked and his eyes were bloodshot. But he was helpless. If he took action here casually, the consequences would be death. The only way now is to quickly spend money to find out who bought his sister. But this innocence can definitely not be maintained. Zhu Xiaobao looked at this cultivator of the divine transformation realm with sympathy. But at the same time, he was very worried that he would also encounter such a situation. Although he is already prepared. If he takes out a few more sunburn pills, at worst, he must buy the red-haired girl back. But is it really possible? This woman, who is only in the first stage of the divine transformation realm, is now sold for 35 million. Finally, someone started to attack the red-haired girl, and the big man on the stage skillfully pulled the red-haired girl to the stage, made her spin around twice on the stage, and patted her thighs, and he had a strong abdomen and, what was even more annoying, he slapped the red-haired woman's butt hard, which immediately ignited everyone's emotions. Damn it! I'll pay 30 million! Zhu Xiaobao was immediately furious, and put down all his belongings as soon as he opened his mouth. Chapter 1089 Shooting People B. Zhu Xiaobao's move shocked everyone present. They had never seen such an auction before, and he had already raised the price even before the starting price was announced. But because they had just experienced a fierce bidding by a beautiful female cultivator, these scattered corrections were now in a frenzy, and they were all ignited with a strong sense of competition. After a brief silence, someone immediately followed. 31 million! The speaker turned out to be a big man in the fusion realm. What was even more exaggerated was that he didn't even wear a mask, and was looking fiercely at the casual cultivators around him, who were also participating in the bidding. This meaning is also very obvious. That is, if anyone dares to compete with him, then think about the consequences. He really does have this strength, because he is already at the peak of the fusion realm. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. He meant to catch him off guard and raise the price to an absurdly high level, thus winning the auction by surprise. It's a pity that he still underestimated the strength of these casual cultivators, and also underestimated the hobbies of some casual cultivators. Some people just like this kind of powerful female cultivators, and his asking price is not too outrageous. 33 million! Zhu Xiaobao was desperate, and included the spirit stones around Duyugu. Shouted loudly. Hey! It's interesting. I still don't believe in evil today. I can't afford a female cultivator in the god transformation realm? 35 million! The evil man in the fusion realm also yelled angrily. 36 million! Unexpectedly, before Zhu Xiaobao could say anything, another voice came, and he also joined the bidding. All Xiaobao were a little dumbfounded. Is the red-haired girl so popular? Although after being promoted to the realm of transformation, the scars on her face have faded a bit, and her appearance has improved slightly. She is by no means a beauty. Instead, she has clear muscle lines and a strong body, giving her a feeling extremely strong and strong. Zhu Xiaobao really regrets it now. If he had known earlier, it would be better to let the Huang family of the puppet sect take action. But now it is better. They are giving them face. And he withdrew from the bidding as soon as he opened his mouth. Now, they are bidding in another place, competing for a male cultivator at the peak of the divine transformation realm. Because the Huang family has always been a big buyer of dummy auctions, The higher the cultivation level, the more interested they are. It is important that they take the bid back. It's just for refining a copper quartz or an iron quartz. Of course, if you're lucky, you can photograph a cultivator in the fusion realm. Then it's very possible to refine a silver quartz. Where is black and white? Where is black and white? Where is the spiritual stone that this guy promised me? Zhu Xiaobao was really anxious this time. He turned his head and searched among the group of black envoys behind to maintain order. He was now a lot of spiritual stones are needed. It was really good. At this time, a boy quietly ran to Zhu Xiaobao and handed him a small storage bag, which contained 2 million high-quality spiritual stones. He also quietly told him that this was all black and white's belongings. That's it? Even if it is a high-quality spiritual stone, converted into a high-grade spiritual stone, it is more than 20 million. Zhu Xiaobao took a look and shouted a little depressed, because the price has now been raised to 5,000. 5 million. Even if he had these spiritual stones, it wouldn't be enough. Sister Yu, hurry! Hurry! Remember who won the auction. I don't care what method you use. You must find out for me. I must rescue Sister Hong, unless he never leaves Black Wind Gu. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. His mood was completely confused, and he felt a little panicked. Although there are countless ultimate cold pills and Jiang pills in his storage bag, he only recognizes spiritual stones here, and his 2 spiritual pills only deal with fire and ice attributes. The person is of great use, or has great appeal to alchemists. But the people here are all extremely vicious and rogue cultivators who are good at martial arts. They are not that interested anymore. The key is that those who entrust the auction only need spirit stones, so that they can easily divide the spoils. 80 million! Before Duyugu could speak, Wei Lingling's arrogant and domineering voice suddenly came again. But this voice was extremely kind and sweet to Zhu Xiaobao's ears at this time. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent. This is called absolute suppression, and it suppresses everyone's yearning at once. If you want to compete with the Wei family, you must have enough financial resources. Moreover, Wei Lingling didn't even wear a mask at this time, and just looked at the casual cultivators around him with such arrogance, with eyes full of disdain. It seemed like he was provoking these people. But no one dared to bid any more. The villain in the fusion realm could only spit out angrily and give up. There's no way he can do it. Even though he has hundreds of millions of spiritual stones in his pocket, he still doesn't want to fight with the Wei family. It's impossible to fight. Oh! I scared the baby to death. Fortunately, this little girl still has some conscience and knows that I don't have enough money. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao pat his chest and sighed in a very serious tone. Ha ha! You should think about how to get these things back from this girl. You still don't seem to have enough money around you. I guess the man machine doesn't necessarily want your Shihan Dan and Shiji Yang Dan. Duyugu was also a little surprised. But she and old monster Ian looked at each other, and they were not very sure in their hearts. It is estimated that this arrogant girl is not that easy to talk to. It's okay. It's okay. As long as I can save Sister Hong, I can do anything you want. Zhu Xiaobao was still immersed in joy at this time, and said very confidently. But the red-haired woman was immediately taken away, put on a hood, and handed over to Wei Lingling's entourage. Before Wei Lingling left, she turned around and smiled evilly at Zhu Xiaobao. And Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt bad. Suddenly, he felt a very bad feeling in his heart. Duyugu and old monster Ian were still experienced, and did not let Zhu Xiaobao rush to find Wei Lingling. Instead, they returned to the inn first and said hello to the Huang family. The Huang family has gained a lot today. They took pictures of 11 cultivators in the realm of divine transformation. Only 2 of them were female cultivators. And they were also very strong cultivators. They didn't need to look at their appearance. Just look at your physique and cultivation. Anyway, if you buy it back, it will be used to refine the puppet. Although Zhu Xiaobao disagreed with the way their puppet sect developed and survived, they did give him a face this time, and did not take any action on the red-haired girl. In fact, the red-haired girl's qualifications and physique far surpassing the 2 female cultivators they photographed today. Ha ha! Anyway, I originally wanted to help you take a picture of the red-haired woman, but I didn't expect that the Wei family took action first, so we had no choice but to give up. The 2 old men were very talkative and polite. This is for nothing. So Zhu Xiaobao owes a favor. Back in her room, Duyugu had also come back to inquire about the news. The reason why Wei Lingling went to the dummy auction house today, I guess, was because they wanted to confuse the public and deliberately attract the attention of others. As far as I know, that old man in the true martial realm is no longer in the Black Wind Valley. What does this have to do with me? I just want her to give back my people and things. Zhu Xiaobao shouted a little impatiently. Just wait for 2 more days. As soon as Gong Gong Ding arrives at the Wei family, the surveillance around Wei Lingling and the others will disappear. It will be much safer for us to talk to her then. Dugu and Yin, the old monsters, all have the same idea. You'd better be more cautious. At this time, there is another headache for Zhu Xiaobao. That is, Su Zhu has not woken up, which makes Zhu Xiaobao very worried. If something happened to Su Zhu, how could he explain it to the Su family? At this time, Hai Baizi did not expect to come to Zhu Xiaobao again. He was not here to ask for his spirit stone, but to challenge Zhu Xiaobao again. This time, Hai Baizi made obvious progress. In addition, Zhu Xiaobao was a little distracted about Su Zhu, so he was killed by Hai Baizi and was a little unable to resist. Although he managed to keep the peace in the end. This was already let Hai Xizi be very excited. But this guy insisted on pestering Zhu Xiaobao to play a few more rounds. Zhu Xiaobao was so angry that he killed Hai Baizi for 3 rounds in a row. And he was still beaten to death. Well, thank you for the spirit stone. Your opening and layout have been significantly improved today. If we meet Fifth Brother again, I guess you will win half the battle. Zhu Xiaobao gave some advice before Hai Baizi left. After a few moves, Hai Baizi also took action to help Su Zhu find out why she had been unconscious for so long. Hai Baizi is also proficient in medicine. This is a typical case of a serious head injury and then being invaded by evil spirits. It is not difficult to cure. It only takes 1 Qingling pill to cure it. Hai Shizi said lightly after seeing it. Oh, Qingling pill? What grade is it? Are there any auctions? Zhu Xiaobao immediately asked affectionately. It turns out it is so simple. I don't know about this. Most of the auctions have ended now. Qingling pill is a 9th grade jade pill. I don't know the price. I have never used it. I saw an alchemy master using it before, so I know. Hai Xizi shook his head. He seemed indifferent to the life and death of others. I am still thinking about his chess records in my heart. Crack! The teacup in Zhu Xiaobao's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Grade 9 jade pill? Doesn't this cost his life? After sending Hai Baizi away, Zhu Xiaobao began to inquire about the Qingling pill or its recipe. Otherwise, Su Zhu would have to lie like this all the time. Zhu Xiaobao is also considering whether to send Su Zhu back to Lingquan town first. But it will be very dangerous to take such a sleeping person along the way. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. And there is no news at all about the Qingling pill. Not even the prescription of the Qingling pill. Everyone was a little frustrated. But at this moment, Wei Lingling sent someone to spread the word that she wanted to come to Zhu Xiaobao for dinner. He also made a special request. That is, Zhu Xiaobao must cook in person. Chapter 1090 Compromise A. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately overjoyed and showed rare enthusiasm. Miss Sister. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. Hee hee. I have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. Please come in quickly. Humph. I'm afraid it's the storage bag that welcomes me. Right. And the female cultivator I photographed. Right. Wei Lingling couldn't help but laugh. She found the enthusiasm shown by Zhu Xiaobao very interesting. And in addition, this fat figure makes people want to laugh. No. No. It's mainly because seeing you makes me feel relaxed, elated and happy. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. But he still smiled with a thick-skinned face. Humph. Okay. Stop being pretentious. I want to eat hot pot. The kind you made in Wishwang City. I brought you the mutton and spiritual water. Anything else you need, and my 2A cook said that they should have them all around. Wei Lingling was not polite and walked in directly, followed by 2 cooks. They were also chubby and could compete with Zhu Xiaobao. It looked like the image of the chef is the same wherever he goes. There were several carriages parked outside the inn, and their carriages were much more upscale and luxurious. Even more luxurious than the Huang family's carriage in the Puppet Gate. The owner of the inn also personally welcomed him out. Facing such a wealthy guest, the owner knew he had to be nice to him. When she saw Duyugu and old Monster Yin, Wei Lingling was quite considerate and took the initiative to say hello to them. She was not as arrogant as before. This made Duyugu even more wary of this girl. This girl was by no means as reckless as usual. Her arrogant and domineering appearance revealed a very unusual scheming. But when Wei Lingling saw Lu Xian'er again, she snorted indifferently, not being very polite, and even a bit repulsive. And Lu Xian'er also swallowed her anger, and stayed as far away as possible. She didn't want to cause any trouble to Zhu Xiaobao. But then, Wei Lingling's request became very overbearing. She wanted to dine alone with Zhu Xiaobao, which meant that no one else was allowed to dine at the same table. Of course, there was absolutely no problem in setting up another table. This is not very convenient. There must be someone to take care of you. Let them stay and take care of you. Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. But he still pointed at Jin Huan and said, with these two girls here, she feels more at ease around her. Okay. These two maids are quite nimble with their hands and feet. Wei Lingling nodded and said, because it was preparing a hot pot. It didn't take much time, and many of the ingredients were ready-made. Zhu Xiaobao just prepared a pot base and showed off his skillful knife skills. The remaining two cooks and Jin Huan will do it all for you. However, the taste reminded Zhu Xiaobao of the familiar smell from Qicai food store. And to be honest, the spiritual water Wei Lingling brought was pure and clearer than the spiritual water provided by Kaeman. This taste the news had spread throughout the entire inn, and many people stretched out their heads to watch. But when they saw the two masked women guarding the door of Zhu Xiaobao's room, everyone retracted their heads. This aura is so powerful, a cultivation level comparable to that of the true martial realm. It's delicious. It's delicious. It's more authentic than what I had in Wushuan City. It seems that I came to the right place this time. This wine is also good. It must have been stored in the cellar for 2 or 3 years. Right. Unexpectedly, this Wei Lingling is still a true foodie. The comments are clear and accurate. Ha ha. Thank you. Thank you. Little sister. Shouldn't we discuss the business? Zhu Xiaobao still laughed along with him. But Xing was very anxious. It's not enough to be so late. He has to get things done. Yes. It's delicious. Huh? What did you say? Oh, I remembered it. No problem. No. This is the Red Ming Sand. Take it. I kept my word. You gave me 8 huoling. I will never break my promise. Wei Lingling was very happy and took out a jade box and pushed it over. Inside is the red sand mud that Zhu Xiaobao urgently needs. TSK. TSK. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Miss. Zhu Xiaobao did not expect that it would go so smoothly. So he thanked her happily, and then poured wine for Wei Lingling very attentively. The sound in your mouth is so sweet. Yeah. You're welcome. Eat. Eat. Let them cut 2 more plates of mutton. Wei Lingling hurriedly stuffed this into her mouth and nodded repeatedly. She basically finished the 2 plates of mutton by herself. No problem. Jin Huan. Hurry up and cut 2 more plates of mutton. Forget it. Let me do it. Zhu Xiaobao became even more attentive and quickly started to do it himself, giving him 2 plates of mutton as thin as cicada wings in the blink of an eye. It's served. Yeah. Hey, Zhu Xiaobao. Let me discuss something with you. I think it will definitely be beneficial to you. Wei Lingling said casually while still eating there. Whatever you say. As long as I can do it. It's absolutely fine. Zhu Xiaobao also nodded quickly. You come to my place to be a cook. Right. Well, you don't have much time. If you still want to leave in 3 years, I will let you leave. As for the reward, what do you want? Whatever you want. Wei Lingling, the conditions for expulsion are still as domineering as before. And the conditions are arbitrary. I'm afraid I can't promise you this. I still have a lot of important things to do. And I don't have time at all. How about this? When I'm free, I will definitely visit you at your house. Or stay with you for 10 years. I'll make delicious food for you every day for half a month. What do you think? Zhu Xiaobao immediately said in a dilemma. He had never thought of becoming a cook in the Wei family. It takes 3 years to return to the first district. Isn't this a joke? Oh, forget it. I'll go back after finishing this meal. Let's meet again when we are destined. Wei Lingling didn't seem to care, and was still eating there with concentration. No. Little sister. Where is my person? Give me back my person? I know she is with you now. How much does it cost? Just ask. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became anxious and shouted quickly Road. You're talking about the red-haired girl. Right. Okay. I'll give her to you for 100 million spirit stones. I'll buy it for 80 million and sell it to you for 100 million. Isn't it too much? Wei Lingling didn't talk in circles, but spoke very straightforwardly. 100 million is considered a gift, but I don't have that many spirit stones. What do you think? If I had some fire spirits. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. After all, he still had no money. The only ones that can be used are the Jihan Dan and Jiyang Dan. Okay, I know you have 30 million spirit stones, and the rest can be used to pay off the debt with 7,000 fire spirits, Wei Lingling said simply. She didn't know how many spirit stones Zhu Xiaobao had now. Everything is clear, but the price of fire spirit is too low, equivalent to one fire spirit costing 10,000 spirit stones. This is simply a free gift. Hey! Miss Wei, your price is a bit too low, isn't it? One fire spirit only costs 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones? Is it such a low price? Qiaobao immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Even the title has changed. Ha. Things are rare and valuable. Now 7,000 pieces are of course not that valuable. 7,000 pieces are enough for me to use for several years. And, if I guess correctly, your storage bag, there must be a lot of inventory in there. You should have picked it up from the misty abyss for nothing. Right. Unexpectedly, in just such a short time, Wei Lingling had already guessed Zhu Xiaobao's family background. Not far away. Okay, it's a deal. As for where I got it from, I don't have to worry about it. Although Zhu Xiaobao was very depressed, he was still willing to make this deal if he could get the red-haired girl back. Okay, very good. Come on, bring me in. Wei Lingling finally stopped using her chopsticks, looked at Qiaobao with approval, and then shouted softly. The two masked women outside the door. He came in with the red-haired girl hostage. At this time, the red-haired woman has regained consciousness. Although she is extremely angry, you are not able to resist at all under the hostage of these two masked female cultivators. This shows that the cultivation level of these two masked female cultivators is quite high. How terrifying. Well, these are 30 million spirit stones, and there are 7,000 fire spirits. Please release me, Sister Hong. Quickly. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao saw the red-haired woman, he threw the storage bag over, and then shouted angrily. No matter how high the cultivation level of these two masked women is, he is not afraid at all. Let go then. It just so happens that you guys are here to sit down and have something to eat together. You have worked hard for most of the night, and it's time to enjoy it. Wei Lingling put away the storage bag with satisfaction, and let the two masked female cultivators sit down together and feast. Yes. Let's eat together. I'm happy today. You're welcome. Although he lost some, Jihan Dan and Jiyang Dan, Zhu Xiaobao was still very happy when he saw that the red-haired girl was safe and sound. I am no longer so repelled by the two masked women. The red-haired girl blushed and wanted to talk to Zhu Xiaobao, but she was stopped by Zhu Xiaobao. The two masked female cultivators elegantly turned the mask to the tip of their noses and even stopped eating. Don't show all your face. Just looking at their cherry mouths. They should be two beauties too. Zhu Xiaobao, are you really not going to our Wei family? In fact, it doesn't take 3 years. Just 1 year. Wei Lingling suddenly laughed again at this time. No, I don't sell my art or my body. I already said that I will go to your Wei family when I have time and make a special trip to see you. That is absolutely no problem, Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head. Alas, that's a pity. I'm afraid your Su Zhu will have to live in Black Wind Valley until he has the Qingling pill to wake up. Maybe 3 years, maybe 30 years. In between, not only will there be no improvement in cultivation, I'm afraid even the physique will be greatly reduced. What a pity. Such a good qualification has been ruined like this. Wei Lingling sighed with regret. Wei Lingling, what on earth do you mean? How did you know that I need the Qingling pill? What else are you going to do? Zhu Xiaobao was immediately shocked and stood up, but was immediately hit by a huge the pressure forced me to sit down again. Chapter 1091 Compromise B. After hearing Wei Lingling's words, Zhu Xiaobao's heart suddenly became confused, and the feeling of complete passivity also made her very unhappy. The key is that Wei Lingling seemed to know every move he made, and every step hit the target, making him feel very aggrieved. Don't make such a fuss. You have been asking about the Qingling pill, or the recipe for the Qingling pill, these past few days. Can't you guess it? I don't mean to threaten you. Oh, Wei Lingling still said with a smile. Okay. I admit that I need a Qingling pill. Do you have it? Or do you have a way to get a Qingling pill? Zhu Xiaobao sat down again and asked in frustration. Indeed, it would be a very troublesome thing if Suju never wakes up after leaving Blackwind Valley. If you want to bring such a sleepy person back to Lingquan Town, the risk can be imagined. Not to mention him. There are already more troubles than others. Well, not now. But if you come back with me, it will happen soon. Hee hee. But I also said that I will never force you. So don't worry. Even if you refuse, I won't be angry. And I will try my best to help you find out the whereabouts of the Qingling pill. Wei Lingling said, still very friendly. But this kind of friendship is like a soft threat no matter how you look at it. And you still have to compromise. That kind of thing. Oh, Miss Wei. Is your family so short of a cook? How much do you value me? Why can't I change it? I really have no money. No power. No good looks. I'm surprised. Why? You want to target me? Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly. To be honest, his ability is nothing compared to the Wei family, which has a big business at home. They wouldn't invite him over just for a few pieces of fried stinky tofu, and then pay him as he pleases? Hee hee. I'm just interested. You, a person in the initial state, can actually do so many things. So I'm very curious. What do you think? Come back with me. I promise to make you do that Zhu recovered as before. And it can also help you quickly be promoted to the transcendent realm. And he will never treat you like a current person. At least you will be treated like a high-level worshipper. Although Wei Lingling is still smiling, her eyes are also looking forward to it. With all the little treasures. Okay. Do you promise to make Suju recover? Then I will go to the Wei family. But I can only stay for half a year at most. And I won't leave with you right away. You will have to give me at least 3 months. Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly. Thinking about it, he could still accept it if it took half a year. Just think of it as falling into the abyss of mist again. 1 year. At least 1 year. Everything else is negotiable. But 1 year is the minimum. Otherwise, I won't bother to talk to you anymore. Don't worry. Our Wei family has absolutely no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, you can still get what a great benefit. Wei Lingling also said seriously. Well, then I will discuss it with my people tonight and give you a clear answer tomorrow. Zhu Xiaobao did not dare to make any decisions at this time. He felt that it was still necessary to discuss it with Dyugu and old Monster Yin. The amount of discussion is that. After all, these two people are very experienced in the arena. Okay. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Well, by the way, tomorrow I want to eat teppanyaki and tofu soup. By the way, there's also chicken feet with pickled peppers. Wei Lingling is very sure that Zhu Xiaobao will know how to do it. I agreed. And I was so polite that I even ordered tomorrow's food. It was very frustrating to have dinner with Wei Lingling and others, and to politely send them away. Then I recovered and quickly found someone to discuss it. Of course, I asked the red-haired woman a few questions first. Surprisingly, the red-haired girl was taken very good care of in the Wei family, and the servants were also very polite. Except that she couldn't go out. It was like she was on vacation. Oh, it's like this now. This little girl has completely taken the initiative. And what she said is indeed right. If Suju can't wake up, we won't be able to leave the Blackwind Valley. And the Qingling pill, it is indeed difficult to find. But for such a big family like them, it is not a problem. Dyugu also said helplessly. In fact, up to now, she no longer has any need to accompany Zhu Xiaobao. But now she cares about her own brother. And she doesn't want to leave right away. Do you think they have any ill intentions towards me? Or do they have any evil thoughts towards me? Zhu Xiaobao asked still worriedly. Ha ha! I think you are overthinking. Apart from your cooking skills, you don't seem to have anything else worth coveting? Does this ghost girl just like you? Impossible. You can grab a lot of this type casually. Shun Yu also shook his head in confusion and said. Immediately, everyone present, except for Lu Xiener and Jin Huan, all nodded, actually agreeing with Sun Yu's statement. Go away! Shut up! By the way, do you think you are trying to get Green Fairy's attention in the name of inviting me? After all, Green Fairy's physique is very special. I have nothing to be afraid of others. It's over. Zhu Xiaobao is still a little worried. After all, there are many more people who care about Green Fairy than they care about themselves. In fact, when walking outside now, the one who is most likely to cause trouble is the green fairy. Ha ha! Let me see it this way. Since there is nothing we can do, let's agree to her first. Anyway, there are still 3 months left. If Suju wakes up in these 3 months, then this agreement will no longer exist. If Suju still doesn't if you can wake up, then follow them back to Wei's house. And Suju's safety will be guaranteed along the way. As for whether they are plotting against Green Fairy, we will find out when we give it a try tomorrow. Old Monsterine still showed his expression at this time. Considering how cunning he is, this proposal is undoubtedly the best. It can be said to be both advance and retreat. Yes, and these 3 months are just enough for us to arrange the things at hand. Then we will see how the recovery is going. Dyugu also nodded repeatedly. The next day, Wei Lingling came as promised, bringing the 2 masked female cultivators with her. And she was still so confident. This time, I didn't even avoid others when eating. Everyone was sitting together, and the scene was still very harmonious. Okay, 3 months is 3 months. It just so happens that I have to go back. I will rush back after 3 months. If Suju wakes up within these 3 months, then our agreement will be automatically cancelled. But there is one more thing I want to declare. I will only invite you to the Wei family alone, and the others will be exempted. Wei Lingling seemed to be confident, and said very happily, and also completely dismissed Zhu Xiaobao's worried. She had no intention of letting Lu Xin'er go back to Wei's house with her. The words made Zhu Xiaobao and others feel relaxed for a while. But they were still full of doubts. What on earth did the Wei family want to do? What do you want to get from Zhu Xiaobao? To say it was all because of his cooking skills? No one will believe this. But old Monsterine and Aunt Diu said nothing more. They actually didn't know what secrets Zhu Xiaobao had. But the general feeling is that the Wei family has no ill intentions towards Zhu Xiaobao. Although the Wei family belongs to the Dawei kingdom, Zhu Xiaobao does not have any particularly deep feelings for the current Deshang kingdom. So this cannot be considered an important issue. The meal was quite harmonious, and everyone had reached an agreement, especially Wei Lingling. After the meal, she gave Zhu Xiaobao a surprise before leaving. She threw him a storage bag, which belonged to Zhu Xiaobao. It still contained the 30 million souls. Stone. It's just that the ultimate cold pill and Jiang pill were taken away. This is the sincerity of our Wei family. If Suju really recovers in these 3 months, then I will give it to you, Wei Lingling said domineeringly, which indeed shows the super financial strength of the Wei family. The next day, news came that Wei Lingling and others had started to leave for Dawei country, and Zhu Xiaobao and the others are also preparing to accompany Shi Jinqiang to build the alchemy furnace. Isn't this the biggest goal of Zhu Xiaobao's trip? It's just that now I'm not as excited as I was at the beginning, because I encountered too many things in Black Wind Valley this time, and I was too shocked. A mere alchemy furnace is no longer as important as imagined. Strength and financial resources are the real key. Arrange Suju in the house that Zhu Xiaobao bought outside Black Wind Valley. It happens that there are several maids taking care of it here, and this is also the jurisdiction of Black Wind Valley. So Suju is temporarily placed in the house that Zhu Xiaobao bought. I feel relieved to have it arranged here. At this time, old Monsterine and Sun Yu also said goodbye. Although they did not gain much from this auction, they still gained a lot. Zhu Xiaobao did not treat them badly. Mr. Yin did not treat them badly. Zhu Xiaobao had already helped him refine a batch of the elixirs that the monster needed. And here at Sun Yu, Zhu Xiaobao also gave him some medicinal materials that he did not need. Zhu Xiaobao did not have time to go there for the time being. Take care of the little things. Simply give it to Sun Yu. Accompanying Shi Jinqiang to build the alchemy furnace was Dyugu. She was also good at refining alchemy, so she was looking forward to this alchemy furnace. In fact, the place where Shi Jinqiang lives in seclusion is not far away, and it is still at the border of Black Wind Valley, because it has the weapon refining environment he needs, as well as some of the equipment and mechanisms he has prepared over the years, all of which are carefully crafted by the Shi family. It's been years of preparation. It's finally up and running today. Of course, Shi Jinqiang did not allow others to participate in this creation process. At the same time, only a few direct descendants and nephews of the Shi family could participate. Zhu Xiaobao and others were arranged in the guest room of the Shi family. Of course, the conditions here are very ordinary. You can't even feel that this is the residence of the once famous Shi family. It is no different from the homes of ordinary people. Since returning to the Shi family, Shi Jinqiang has been busy, and everyone in the Shi family has become excited. Unexpectedly, After so many years, someone in the Sure family has finally broken through to the realm of gods. What's even more exciting is that the Sure family has finally started refining weapons again. After 3 days of preparation, an auspicious day was selected, and a very grand opening ceremony was held. This was the real start of building the alchemy furnace. Chapter 1092 8th Grade Dan Furnace. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that building a good alchemy furnace was not as simple as he thought. And it couldn't be completed in a few days. It would take at least 21 days. And this time, I also saw some low-level alchemy furnaces in the Sure family, which were really hard to catch people's eyes. This is why the Sure family attaches so much importance to this weapon refining process. The Sure family wants to revive the Sure family's reputation through this weapon refining process. The existence of Zhu Xiaobao and others undoubtedly provides a good protective effect for the Sure family. After all, it still needs the covetousness and destruction of some people in the place. Zhu Xiaobao and Diugu are not idle either. They are also discussing some experiences in studying alchemy. You must know that Diugu also has a background in alchemy. And many of the current poisonous pills are also refined, not configured. The two communicated with each other. And Zhu Xiaobao taught all the refining methods of his own pills to Diugu, and also learned several refining methods of poison pills from Diugu. Just because of the gap in spiritual awareness, Diugu has never been able to refine elixirs with elixir patterns. And she also needs to cooperate with Zhu Xiaobao's Shihan Dan and Jiang Dan to successfully refine them. But this does not hinder Diugu's joy, because Zhu Xiaobao gave her enough Shihan pill and Jiang pill. However, when Diugu was refining the elixir, Zhu Xiaobao had nothing to do, because there was only one Qingding Dan furnace, and Diugu was using it. So Zhu Xiaobao had no use for it. He also tried to use the original black iron alchemy furnace to refine elixirs, which could refine relatively low-end body tempering elixirs. And it was difficult for elixir patterns to appear. But what was surprising was that on the 10th day, Baizi came for him again. Of course, his purpose of coming was to challenge Zhu Xiaobao. This time, Zhu Xiaobao was very patient. He was not idle. Well, so this time, Baizi had enough fun. And he was in high spirits all day long. After fighting on the chessboard with Zhu Xiaobao every day, Black and White would use the evening time to review the game. He never tired of it, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to it. Zhu Xiaobao looked a little impressed. This guy should be a professional chess player. But it's a pity that there is no such profession as a professional chess player in the world. During this period, Zhu Xiaobao also hid from contact with Baizi, and they communicated a lot more. Only then did he feel that Baizi did not want to appear so dull. And he still saw many things very clearly. Alas! Fourth brother, I'm going to work as a cook in the Wei family. So you have nothing to say? Look at this. What is the purpose of the Wei family? After fighting for several times, Zhu Xiaobao said, he asked casually while Black and White was clearing away the chess pieces on the chessboard. Well, I don't know what the purpose is, but there shouldn't be any danger. Maybe it's an opportunity. Well, don't worry. If there is any danger, I will be the first to help you seek justice. Black and White Z's hand that was collecting the chess pieces on the chessboard obviously paused for a moment. And then he returned to his previous calmness and said, but Zhu Xiaobao now calls him fourth brother, and he is still very happy in his heart. What opportunity? Can you explain it in more detail? Zhu Xiaobao also grasped the key point very keenly and asked, There are some things that you still have to figure out and think about on your own. I can't say, but there seems to be something unusual recently. In fact, some things seem simple, but they are not that simple. This requires you to think carefully. Only then can we truly understand. Even now I'm not sure. Baizi looked at Zhu Xiaobao and said with a slight smile, TSK! It's like I didn't say anything. Zhu Xiaobao snorted in dissatisfaction. Ha! I really can't explain. You know I rarely leave Blackwind Valley. Baizi smiled awkwardly. But he was still very tolerant of Zhu Xiaobao, and didn't care about Zhu Xiaobao at all. Bao's attitude. If it were anyone else, he would probably be slapped with a big mouth. On the 20th day, suddenly a large red light appeared in the direction where Shi Jinxiang was building the alchemy furnace. And it was so powerful that even half of the sky was illuminated red. This shocked Zhu Xiaobao and Diugu, and also very nervous and excited. Could it be said that Shi Jinxiang is almost successful in building it? Well, the alchemy furnace built by the Sure family this time is not low grade. It seems that the Sure family still has some real strength. Even Black and White, who was reviewing the review on the side, was a little surprised and murmured. It turns out that he didn't just come to Zhu Xiaobao to play chess, but he also wanted to find out about the Shi family's background. He could allow the Shi family to settle down here, which was also the tacit approval of Black Wind Valley. This red light lasted until noon of the next day, and then gradually dissipated. In the evening, I finally saw Shi Jinqiang and several direct descendants of the Shi family walking out of the weapon refining room exhausted. He was exhausted and even lost weight. But Shi Jinqiang's face was still full of pride and excitement. And everyone from the Shi family came out in full force, cheering and cheering like heroes greeting their triumph. Ha ha! Brother Xiaobao, you have fulfilled your mission. This is the alchemy furnace you built this time. See how many grades it can get. Shi Jinqiang said with a smile as soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao. It could be seen that he was quite good at it. Satisfied, he took a storage bag from Shi Jinqiang's hand. There was a green alchemy furnace placed quietly in it. It looked somewhat similar to the Jade Cauldron alchemy furnace auctioned in Black Wind Valley. And it also exuded an odor. A heavy breath. It makes people feel that it is very high quality at first sight. This seems to be similar to the Jade Cauldron alchemy furnace. Right. Although Zhu Xiaobao is not very proficient, he still has a good eye for the grade of the alchemy furnace. After all, he can be considered an intermediate alchemist. Ha ha! Yes! It is the same level as the Jade Cauldron alchemy furnace. The 8th level alchemy furnace. It is already a must-have artifact for high-level alchemists, Shi Jinqiang said proudly. According to his cultivation level, now it is possible to create an alchemy furnace of this level. If you want to go further, not only do you have higher requirements for cultivation, but the materials also need to be improved a lot. Ha ha! Yes! Congratulations to Master Shi. He Baizi also nodded, but his face was still very calm. But then He Baizi made a move that exceeded everyone's expectations. I saw He Baizi grabbing a handful of chess pieces, and with a wave of his hand, a fierce wind formed around the Shi family's house, causing many spies hiding in the dark to flee after hearing the wind. This shows that what? This means that Black Wind Valley is protecting the Shi family. It turns out that the red light started appearing yesterday. It has already attracted a large number of spies to come to inquire about the news. And some are even preparing to take action. Now everyone is running away. After all, this is still the boundary of Black Wind Valley. Then Black and White took back the chess pieces and walked away. What he wanted to do was to show the strength of Black Wind Valley and warn some people that this is still Black Wind Valley's sphere of influence. Obviously his goal has been achieved. Of course, the Shi family then celebrated with a drink, publicized the great success with great fanfare, and then held a handover ceremony with. Okay. This new Jade Cauldron alchemy furnace was officially handed over to Zhu Xiaobao. However, even though Zhu Xiaobao was overjoyed, he did not treat the Shi family badly. He divided half of the spiritual stone in his hand and gave it to Shi Jinqiang. Then he stayed for another night before bidding farewell to Shi Jinqiang and preparing to return to his own house in the small town. Okay, Xiaobao, I won't go back to Black Wind Valley. Please return my Qingming alchemy furnace to me. You have a better alchemy furnace now. Diugu has completed her merits at this time. I don't plan to go back to Black Wind Valley again. Alas, it's hard to say goodbye when we get together. Sister Cho, please take care of me, Zhu Xiaobao said with a sigh, and moved forward to hug Poisonous Andy very emotionally. This made Diugu's eyes sore, and she felt like she wanted to cry. But when she opened the storage bag handed over by Zhu Xiaobao, but she discovered that what was inside turned out to be the newly built Jade Cauldron alchemy furnace. Not her original Qing Cauldron alchemy furnace. She couldn't help but feel a little shocked and confused. She even wondered if Zhu Xiaobao had picked it up by mistake. I'm used to the Qing Cauldron alchemy furnace, so you should leave it to me. You can take this Jade Cauldron alchemy furnace, Zhu Xiaobao said with a very far-fetched reason. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye would know at a glance that an 8th grade, a 7th grade, of course, this Jade Cauldron alchemy furnace is better. No. 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 Xiaobao, you are very talented. You should hold this Jade Cauldron and alchemy furnace. Diugu couldn't help but shed tears. No one has taken care of her so caringly in many years. Except the ugly guy. But now that she had such a sincere brother, she was so moved that she couldn't bear it. Hee hee. The Wei family has even taken pictures of the Gong'an Cauldron. Am I still afraid that I won't be able to use the alchemy furnace? Just hold it with peace of mind. When I really become a senior alchemist, I will naturally come to you to exchange it, Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. Smelly brother. He always makes me cry. Well, I won't be polite anymore. Anyway, we will meet again soon. Don't worry. With your few prescriptions, I will be promoted to the combined state. Dyugu was still very decisive and did not insist anymore, but said resolutely, Okay. Then I'm relieved. Sister Cho. Brother Cho Han. Say goodbye. Zhu Xiaobao also clasped his fists, then turned around and walked away gracefully. The last thing he wanted was to see this kind of parting scene. So I turned around and left without looking back. It has been almost 2 months since he came out of Black Wind Valley, successfully built it, and then went back again. Counting the time on the road, Zhu Xiaobao is now rushing back to the town to arrange the next matters. If they leave, what will the remaining people do? Should we form a team, practice separately, or return to Lingquan town? Rushing back to the house, Zhu Xiaobao immediately went to check on Su Zhu's condition. But the situation was very bad. Su Zhu's aura was still weakening little by little. If this continues, it won't take long for him to fall. Cultivation to the initial state. Chapter 1093, Parting. Returning to the house at the Black Wind Valley station, Zhu Xiaobao and others also started intense discussions. Now with the red-haired woman and others, the number of people here was not small. There were a dozen people in total, and everyone's destination is not uniform. Since Wei Lingling had already said that not everyone would be invited, Na and the red-haired woman and the others had to make a choice. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to unite these people. In this case, they would take care of each other, and it should be safer. But Xiuyu's attitude is very clear. She has always acted alone, and it is impossible to form a team with the red-haired woman and others. The same red-haired woman also only wants to lead her own people, and has no intention of joining forces with Xiaoyao. There is no barrier between the two parties. They just have different styles of doing things. What makes Zhu Xiaobao most worried is Green Farrier. There are too many people who care about her. Once he is no longer with her, Green Fairy's experience and ability will still be slightly weaker. A group of people have been discussing noisily for several days, but there is no result, which makes Zhu Xiaobao very upset. But as the days draw closer, there must be a solution to these things. In the end, the red-haired woman and others took the lead in making the decision. They still left the Black Wind Valley as a team, but they headed in the direction of the Wei family, which is directly north of the Black Wind Valley. In other words, they entered from the south. Black Wind Valley, coming out of Black Wind Valley from the north, is also a large wild training place, and it is more dangerous than the original training place in the south. But in this way, you can get closer to Zhu Xiaobao, and maybe you can still contact Zhu Xiaobao at a critical moment. Xiaoyao also agrees with this plan. Finally, there was Green Farrier. Her proposal was beyond Zhu Xiaobao's expectations. She wanted to return to the Mist Abyss and hibernate for a year, because she felt that her cultivation could grow rapidly there, and there was no need for any when the 1-year period is up. She will come out again to look for the little treasures. It's just that only Zhu Xiaobao knows this suggestion. After all, the secret of the Mist Abyss must be kept secret. The remaining Jin Huan Yin Huan is very determined. They only follow Zhu Xiaobao, so they are not involved in these disputes at all. In the end, this matter was resolved satisfactorily. The last one is sure done, because he has advanced to the fusion realm. His combat effectiveness has also increased significantly. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao asked Xiaoyao to bring Sherdun with him, so that the two of them could learn from each other's strengths and complement each other. Otherwise, although Sherdun's fighting power is very strong, his mind is a bit too simple, and he would easily suffer. Xiaoyao also readily agreed to this proposal. Of course, when the two of them are together, they mainly want to be free and happy, and Sherdun must obey absolutely. Finally, the whereabouts of these people were successfully solved, and Zhu Xiaobao sent Green Farrier to the volcanic eruption without stopping, where he escaped from trouble. This time I sent Green Fairy in again, but this time I was fully prepared. The food alone was enough for Green Fairy to stay in there for 2 years, as well as other elixirs, armor, replacement clothes, and various other uses. The obtained items are also fully prepared to ensure that Green Fairy can practice and live smoothly at the bottom of the misty abyss. With a melancholy face, Zhu Xiaobao returned to Black Wind Valley again. At this time, the red-haired woman and others had left, and now only Xiaoyao, Sherdun, and Jin Huan Yin Huan were left. After entering Su Zhu's room and taking a look, Su Zhu still didn't wake up. It seemed like a miracle was not going to happen. This was what Zhu Xiaobao had expected. Now he was waiting for Wei Lingling to join him. Sure enough, when 3 months came, Wei Lingling arrived on time, with the same style as before, with more than a dozen cars of various types, and as many as 200 private guards. These guards are all one person and one rider, but their cultivation levels are not bad, and the lowest ones are at the initial level. When they arrived at Zhu Xiaobao's place, Wei Lingling was still very excited and said with a smile as soon as they met, "Zhu Xiaobao, how are you? Isn't your companion awake? Then follow me back to Wei's house." "Humph. You already knew that she couldn't wake up without the Qingling pill, so don't act like a show with me here. Let's go." "I'm ready." Zhu Xiaobao hummed a little depressed. Okay. Oh, that's not right. Zhu Xiaobao, we agreed that you will go alone. I didn't ask you to take so many people with you." Wei Lingling also said he didn't care about Zhu Xiaobao's cynicism. But when he saw Xiao Yao, Sure Dun, Jin Huan Yin Huan and others, he immediately became unhappy. "Who said we were going to the Wei family with you? We just left Black Wind Valley from the north." Xiao Yao also snorted with disdain. Hey! These two are my maids. I'm used to them, so I must bring them with me. Besides, Su Zhu hasn't woken up yet, so someone has to take care of her. Right. I can't wait for you. Right. Zhu Xiao said. Bao Yi quickly said, if there were no gold and silver rings around him, he would really be alone. No. We agreed that you will go alone. Besides, I can arrange hundreds of maids for you, as tall or short as you want. I will never neglect Su Zhu, nor will I let you are disappointed. Wei Lingling said unhappily. I'm sorry. I'm nostalgic. The golden ring and silver ring have been with me for so long. I'm used to it. If you find it unacceptable, then I'll never go to the Wei family again. I live in Black Wind Valley, so I don't believe it. I've lived here for several years and still can't get a single Qingling pill. Zhu Xiaobao also said with a serious face. Okay. Really? I don't know what's good about these two fat girls. Do you have any perverted preferences? Wei Lingling had no choice but to compromise. But there was still some sarcasm in his words. Mean? Yes. Their figures match mine very well. They are warm in the winter and cool in the summer when held in my arms. This is something you cannot understand. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said exaggeratedly. Humph. Don't be so disgusting. Let's go. Wei Lingling looked at Zhu Xiaobao's increasingly fat figure and murmured in her heart. Is it a wise choice to invite this little fat man back? After getting on the carriage that Wei Lingling had prepared for Zhu Xiaobao, the group set off in a mighty manner. Even if the Wei family had such a grand appearance, they indeed had the strength. Because on another carriage, Zhu Xiaobao had sensed the aura of the two masked female cultivators last time. But the old man at the true martial realm did not appear last time. When we arrived at the northernmost boundary of Black Wind Valley, we didn't expect that Heizi was already sitting there, laying out an endgame, and waiting there. Zhu Xiaobao jumped out of the carriage, and Wei Lingling and others did not interfere and continued to move forward step by step. Only another carriage stopped and waited aside. This is the last game that Zhu Xiaobao left for Black and White. It seems that he hasn't solved it yet. So Zhu Xiaobao doesn't talk nonsense. He comes up with the correct solution, no matter whether he plays red or black. It's a draw. That's it. Wonderful. Heizi exclaimed with sudden realization. And then he quietly handed a messenger charm to Zhu Xiaobao and whispered, if there is any danger, please send a message to me. Thank you, fourth brother. Zhu Xiaobao happily accepted it, thinking that the promise of the true martial realm was quite useful. You can save your life at the critical moment. In fact, he was quite touched. Although Heizi was a little dull, he also showed his kindness. After leaving the northern boundary, Xiao Yao took Sherdun and Zhu Xiaobao away. Before leaving, Sherdun cried with his mouth wide open, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel sour. He even gave him 2 tin altars of the best burning knives. Sherdun immediately burst into tears and laughed. This crying is really not in vain. What is surprising is that Wei Lingling did not come to chat with Zhu Xiaobao along the way, but seemed a little worried. Unless it was meal time, she usually stayed in her carriage. This makes Zhu Xiaobao a little strange. This is not like the original Wei Lingling. However, the distance from Black Wind Valley to Dawei country is not short. At their speed, it would take almost a month. This made Zhu Xiaobao quite bored on the carriage. What's even more annoying is that his time this year will be counted from the moment he steps into the Wei family's door. Which means that all the time on the road is his. Hey! 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 Miss Wei! Give me 3 horses! Sitting in the carriage all day is so boring! Zhu Xiaobao finally couldn't bear it after a few days of turbulence. He wanted to change his approach. It was really good. Wei Lingling immediately gave Zhu Xiaobao 3 horses. And they were 3 extremely fast horses. Riding their horses flying along the way, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a sense of unrestrained pleasure. And Jin Huan, who followed behind, was also very excited. They hadn't fought with anyone for a long time. And now they were extremely itchy. As he was riding his horse, he unexpectedly heard a faint sound of fighting in front of him, which made Zhu Xiaobao immediately nervous and a little excited at the same time. Isn't it because you saw something cheap? But when Zhu Xiaobao arrived, what he saw was a scene that made him angry, annoyed and a little guilty, thinking that a tragedy is happening here. The old man in the lead has been restrained, and the 2 female practitioners next to him are being raped by a group of people, and the white-haired man is forced to watch. The 2 female practitioners were groaning in pain, but they had no power to resist. The man's face was dull, and his eyes were full of despair. But he was still pleading hard. Just let them go! I beg you! Oh! 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 Please kill me! Although he was still far away, Zhu Xiaobao recognized at a glance that the person who was begging was the original little fresh meat Duan Yulong. He had sucked up a lot of yangshuo, and now he has become so old. Stop! Killing people can only be done with a nod. Aren't you going too far? Zhu Xiaobao arrived with a gold-ringed and silver-ringed Pegasus. He didn't even have time to discern the opponent's strength before he shouted loudly. Ah? Why is it you? Duan Yulong raised his head and saw Zhu Xiaobao, and immediately stammered with unspeakable bitterness. Chapter 1094, Clear Grudges. The 3 horses arrived in front of the group of people in a blink of an eye. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little regretful, because the leader turned out to be a big man in the fusion realm. He was standing with one foot on Duan Yulong's back and admiring it. His men violently raped 2 female nuns. I didn't expect that someone would rush over to intervene. In fact, he had discovered Zhu Xiaobao just now, but because he saw the cultivation of Zhu Xiaobao in the initial state, he didn't take it to heart at all. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao and the other 3 people would dare to rush over to die, which made him feel a little surprised when he saw the 2 fat girls behind Zhu Xiaobao, who were also at the extraordinary level. He thought a little. He smiled. Could it be that 2 more female cultivators with unique tastes were sent to him for him to vent? Ha ha! I didn't expect someone to come to my door. What a good day it is today. The big man couldn't help laughing loudly. Do it! Zhu Xiaobao couldn't care less now. He could only take action first. Yes! Jin Huan and Yin Huan didn't care about so many, and immediately responded excitedly, jumped off the horse, and rushed forward. Zhu Xiaobao was not idle either, and immediately used all his strength. Otherwise, he is no match for me at all. In addition to this big man in the fusion realm, there are 5 cultivators who are committing violence. 4 of them are in the God transformation realm, and only 1 is in the transcendent realm. These people were also too careless. Seeing that Zhu Xiaobao and Jin Huan were not very advanced, they were indifferent. They were still pressing the female cultivator on the ground with relish, and watching their companions laughing wildly as they entered and exited. Out of violence, there was only 1 cultivator in the divine transformation realm who reluctantly stood up and walked towards the 3 of them. He wanted to challenge 3 and take down Zhu Xiaobao and the others in one fell swoop. After all, the number of people and cultivation on his side far exceed that of the other side. Psychologically, I already have an absolute advantage. But what is surprising is that the golden ring and silver ring provoked a fierce close-quarters fight. Kneading, pinching and rubbing. This combination is extremely skillful, and they have not practiced for a long time. These 2 fat girls have already it's so uncomfortable. This performance is extremely vigorous. And the cultivator, with the lowest level of transcendental realm, who was busy doing exercise suddenly felt a sharp pain in his crotch. A giant snake came out of the ground, and was about to drop 2 of his eggs in one bite. Egg! Suddenly screamed in pain, and lay on top of the raped female cultivator. At this time, the female cultivator also tried her best to bite his neck with a fierce bite, and clasped his hands tightly. He took control of his life gate and fought for his life. Not to mention that, a huge white lion also jumped out and roared 3 times in a row at the remaining 3 people. Ho 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 ho! Those in the 3-life transformation realm, and the one in the fusion realm were all dizzy from the shock. The cultivators in the fusion realm were fine, and could recover in an instant. But the 3 in the 3-soul transformation realm were not that strong. After regaining my ability, I suddenly felt that there was a short blank period. All 5 senses were lost, and my body was sluggish. Before this was over, I saw a large swarm of black golden bees spurting out, immediately surrounding the 3 cultivators of the divine transformation realm. Taking advantage of their sluggishness, they stung them crazily, all directed at them. Bite them at the weakest parts of their bodies. Oh? Damn you, little fat man. Where did you get all these tricks? Who are you? At this time, the big man named the leader was also shocked. In just such a short moment, the situation was turned upside down. Change. Is this still the cultivation level of the initial state? How could a little fat man who was just in the initial stage be able to drive so many divine beasts and spirit bees? This is simply unheard of. At this time, something even more unbelievable happened. The person who was born with a golden ring and silver ring turned into a god. At this time, he was completely at a disadvantage. What was even worse was that there was a giant snake under his crotch. Keep attacking him. And he was squeezed between 2 fat girls. And his whole body was swollen. His head was like a pig's head, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. Just when he was about to ask for help from the leader of their group, he heard a loud crack, and one of his arms was forcibly broken off. 4 ribs had been broken under the ribs. But the 2 eyes were pressed into the eye sockets by the silver ring, and they immediately started bleeding and became blind. Ah! 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 Brother! Save me! These cultivators who were attacked at the same time were all howling in pain. I never thought that a moment of carelessness would lead to such serious consequences. Don't be afraid. I'll come right away. This big man in the fusion realm was still very confident in himself. He reached out and wanted to take out his weapon. But he didn't expect that Duan Yulong, who was beaten by him just now, turned out to be very brave. Counterattack. Don't forget. Although Duan Yulong's Yang Shou was absorbed by most, his cultivation level has also dropped a lot. But it's still the cultivation level of the fusion realm. He was so weak just now, when he was in a state of complete despair. Now that he saw hope, he suddenly burst out with amazing courage and strength. Even his eyes glowed like a beast. Duan Yulong was like a wild beast. Pounced on the big man. There was no plan at all. Tearing and biting. It was a desperate fighting style, which actually made people feel more frightened. Asshole! Let me go! Are you crazy? Let go now! Why don't I let you go? This cultivator in the fusion realm was also frightened by Duan Yulong's crazy behavior. This is a life-threatening way of fighting. Ah! He feels a little regretful now. He should have abolished Duan Yulong just now. At this time, the 3 cultivators who were attacked by the black golden bees were already rolling on the ground in pain, because the stings caused by these black golden bees were highly poisonous, itchy and unbearable, and they came from the bones. That kind of itching, even if you scratch the skin to pieces, there is still no way to relieve the itching. Zhu Xiaobao also took this opportunity to rush forward, and with his weird steps, he quickly killed 2 people, and one of them had already been grabbed by the golden ring and silver ring, and his neck was broken in the blink of an eye. After getting rid of these men, several of them wrapped around the big man in the fusion realm at the same time, and he was immediately stunned, because the golden ring and silver ring had hugged his 2 arms respectively, while the little demon was tightly the ground wrapped around one of his legs, and the white lion had already bitten his thigh, biting the leg off. What's even more terrifying is that Duan Yulong was covered in blood at this time, and with a ferocious expression, he bit off one of the big man's ears, and was still chewing it with a ferocious smile. The big man felt cold in his heart when he saw it. I surrender! I surrender! If you stop, I'm willing to hand over all the spirit stones. How dare you sneak attack me? This big man had completely lost his fighting spirit and shouted in horror. But before he finished speaking, it felt like his back had been split in half, and his body was splitting on both sides. He turned his head forcefully, and saw that the fat man behind him was holding a kitchen knife and looking at him coldly. Plop! Finally, this big man in the fusion realm died in a very aggrieved way under the beating of a group of people. He kept his eyes wide open before he died, and he refused to close his eyes until death. At this time, Duan Yulong also collapsed to the ground exhausted. He was already at the end of his strength, and it was only with a desperate momentum that he burst out with amazing fighting power. Now that he saw that he had killed his opponent, he immediately stopped. got the strength. At this time, the two ravaged female cultivators also struggled to crawl to Duan Yulong's side. They were already weak in breath and exhausted. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was a little frightened, and even more surprised. He did not expect that this battle would be so hardily won. The most important thing was that at the critical moment, Duan Yulong and the two female cultivators broke out with amazing fighting power. In addition, he used various unexpected methods to achieve miraculous results. Humph! Duan Yulong, didn't you go back with Tian Qingqing? Why are you here? Zhu Xiaobao asked Jin Huan to clean up the mess. But he asked condescendingly while riding on the white lion. Why did he want to ride? As for Baishir, he was also afraid of what Duan Yulong might do. Duan Yulong's amazing explosive power just now was terrifying. Alas! He didn't come to help me. He came to harvest my wealth. All the female nuns under my command, as well as all my treasures, were plundered by him. In the end, he actually wanted to kill me. If the few remaining women around me hadn't tried their best to save me, I would have been killed by Tian Qingqing. So in desperation, I ran away in this direction. I originally wanted to find a place to live in seclusion and survive the rest of my life, but still couldn't escape the scene of being robbed and humiliated. Alas, this is all retribution. Duan Yulong looked at Zhu Xiaobao and said with blurred eyes. He didn't hate Zhu Xiaobao so much now. He even felt that he could death in the hands of Zhu Xiaobao is also a good relief. Well, this is also expected. Duan Yulong, just because I rescue you doesn't mean that I will let you go. We still have to settle our accounts. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then said calmly, very strangely, Zhu Xiaobao is not so excited now that he can take revenge. I know. Death in your hands is the best outcome. My only request is that our corpses are not exposed in the wilderness. Duan Yulong also nodded calmly, and actually hugged the two female cultivators tightly. And the three everyone clings to each other tightly. It seems that death is not so scary. Jin Huan walked up and killed the three people in the fastest and most painless way. Then Zhu Xiaobao asked Jin Huan to find a set of clean clothes in their storage bags. Change them into. And also changed Duan Yulong into clean clothes. The white lion dug a big hole with its huge front paws. Then put the three people in and buried them, giving them a home. At this time, not far away, more than a dozen carriages owned by Wei Lingling were parked there. Everyone looked at Zhu Xiaobao with great wonder. No one expected that this little fat man who was just in the initial stage would actually show such a strong combat power. Because there were still corpses of one person in the fusion stage, for in the God transformation stage, and one in the transcendent stage lying on the ground. Chapter 1095 Wei Family, A. The brief silence on the scene was quickly broken by Zhu Xiaobao. He walked up to Wei Lingling calmly and said with a smile, Ahem! I happened to meet an enemy, so I did it easily. Unexpectedly. They are quite powerful, and they were able to burst out with such strong fighting power at a critical moment. It can be considered a small profit. Humph. Yes. I didn't expect that you could control so many mythical beasts and spiritual bees. Do you really impress me? You are a very versatile cook. Wei Lingling also smiled lightly. As for the storage bag in Zhu Xiaobao's hand, it was seized from Duan Yulong and the group of casual cultivators. Of course she would not like this thing. So Zhu Xiaobao said that he made a small fortune. At this time, the white lion hastily dug out a big hole and buried all the casual cultivators. To be honest, this big man in the fusion realm is the poorest Zhu Xiaobao has ever encountered. He only has more than 1 million middle-grade spiritual stones. Even the weapons in his hands are mediocre. I don't know how he got around. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the big man's storage bag and threw it aside in disappointment. After getting on the carriage again, the Wei family's motorcade set off again, and Zhu Xiaobao stayed in the car honestly along the way. He was tapping the trophies. Duan Yulong's storage bag was really poor, with only 400,000 mid-grade spiritual stones and 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Even his weapons and various natural and earthly treasures are gone. It seems that they have all been looted by Tian Qingqing. I did find a lot of beauty and rejuvenation elixirs, but they were all low-level elixirs with mediocre effects. Otherwise, Duan Yulong wouldn't be so old now. Zhu Xiaobao felt a little relieved. This time, it was not in vain. He finally avenged Yu Duo. When he thought of Yu Duo, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but think of Yu Beibei. Zhu Xuzhu once said, Yu Beibei has now reached the initial level of cultivation, but she is really unwilling to leave the Wild Bee Valley. She is waiting for the people from the beast control sect to pick her up. Because the head of the beast control sect once said that as long as Yu Bebe once Bei is promoted to the initial level, she will be admitted to the beast control sect. So now Yu Bebe doesn't know whether he is in Linquan Town or Yushuman. The luxurious convoy traveled for more than 10 days, and finally arrived at the border of Dawei Kingdom. Looking from here, the terrain of Dawei Kingdom is higher than that of Dashang Kingdom, and the area is also larger. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that he turned around from here, and not long after walking, he came to a small city. The 3 words, Peace City, were still engraved on the city gate, but they were newly engraved. It turned out that this was a Pingan town, and it was not until a year ago that it was changed to Pingan City. But the city was full of people coming and going. It was very lively, and the number of people was already quite large. But when they saw the Wei family's motorcade, they all quickly gave way and looked in awe. Zhu Xiaobao also observed carefully in the carriage and found that many roads here were newly built, and many houses and shops were also newly built, just like the original Linquan town. After walking for more than 10 miles to the east, the place is relatively secluded, with beautiful scenery and a clear river. On the opposite side of the river is a large manor, but it doesn't look very luxurious. The area is huge, and there are many guards on duty at the main entrance. The road in front of the main entrance is also newly built. The servants coming in and out from the side door were all busy. It seems that many servants have just arrived here and are busy carrying luggage and various daily necessities. Wei Lingling's motorcade also stopped at the main entrance, and the 2 cooks also ran to Zhu Xiaobao's carriage very attentively and asked Zhu Xiaobao to get out of the car. Are we living here? This is the wilderness of Dawei Kingdom. Right. It's still far away from the center of Dawei Kingdom. Right. Zhu Xiaobao asked a little incredulously. He thought that the Wei family was so powerful. He must be living in the imperial city. Perhaps it's also the most troublesome town to visit, as it's not really such a remote place. To be honest, it's not as prosperous as Linquan Town. Ha ha! Gentlemen, this place is very lively now. At the beginning, there were no people here at all. Now many people have come one after another. Moreover, the scenery here is beautiful, and the living here is very comfortable. The famous chef explained very attentively that the 2 of them had followed Zhu Xiaobao all the way, and they had lost a lot of cooking skills when they were free. Now they were very familiar with Zhu Xiaobao, and the more they got in touch, the 2 of them became more and more familiar with each other. The celebrity chef feels that this little fat guy is very extraordinary. He seems to know everything, and he has an endless supply of new gadgets. Then where are we staying? Zhu Xiaobao got off the carriage and looked around, and the guards guarding the door were also looking at Zhu Xiaobao. Is this the cook invited by Miss Seven? It is said that he is still known as the best chef in the world? It looks ordinary. This figure looks very much like a cook, and the 2 fat girls behind him are even fatter. Many people couldn't help but snicker. Ha ha ha! Just laugh out loud if you want to. How uncomfortable is it to hold it in? My name is Zhu Xiaobao, and I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. When Zhu Xiaobao saw the guards holding back their laughter, he simply became very angry. Fong Fong introduced himself. Immediately, these guards all had a good impression, because Zhu Xiaobao was not as arrogant as the other disciples. So these guards worked hard to open the main door and let Zhu Xiaobao's carriage drive in. And the 2 masked women had already arrived in front of Zhu Xiaobao's carriage. My lady said, you can choose any of these independent courtyards. Why don't you take a look for yourself? The 2 masked female nuns still cherished their words. After speaking, they unfolded a simple map in their hands, and it turned out to be looking at the layout of this manor. You can see that there are dozens of separate courtyards in the entire manor. Let me have a look. Well, I will choose this place. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers. It is clean and comfortable. It's very good. Zhu Xiaobao consciously chose a small courtyard in the south. The pedestal courtyards here have no walls, because it is right next to Shaohe, so there is no need to build a wall. Opposite Shaohe is a large area of farmland, and you can see many people working in the fields. These fields should also belong to the Wei family, and those who are busy farming are also slaves of the Wei family. At this time, Wei Lingling was in a small exquisite courtyard, in a secret room, reporting to a very weak-looking woman the details of the killings along the way, especially the fact that Zhu Xiaobao killed Duan Yulong, and the matter of that group of casual cultivators even attracted this young lady's attention. Third sister, I didn't expect that he could control so many mythical beasts and spiritual bees. Don't you think it's strange? But I think what he learned is too complicated and does not suit our needs. It turns out this is Wei Lingling's, the third sister who is a direct relative. But her cultivation level is much higher than that of Wei Lingling. And she is already at the fusion realm. It's just that he seems to have some kind of hidden disease. And his words and actions all appear to be weak. I don't think so. This just shows that his consciousness is powerful. Otherwise, Uncle Ian wouldn't recommend him to us. The third sister showed a strong interest. Oh, I hope so. But his cultivation level is too low. And I don't think much of him. Forget it. We have invited a lot of people this time. And he is not the most important. Just think of it as a supplement, Wei Lingling said with a sigh. At this moment, two masked female cultivators had rushed back to report to the two ladies, and also reported clearly the small courtyard chosen by Zhu Xiaobao. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also made a request. He asked for some more craftsmen to be dispatched, some modifications to be made, and some equipment commonly used by Zhu Xiaobao. Because Zhu Xiaobao's toilets, showers, fans, and some kitchen equipment have already formed a fixed pattern. Without these, he would be uncomfortable living. Humph. He demands a lot? He wants this and that when he comes here. Ignore him. Wei Lingling shouted angrily. No. Give it to him. I am very interested in all his things. I have a hunch that maybe he will be the one who can give us the most surprises among so many people. You two go and make arrangements. Unexpectedly, the third lady shook her head and said with a slight smile, Yes. The two masked female cultivators immediately saluted and then quickly retreated. Although the two of them have very high cultivation levels, they are very respectful to this third lady. In just 3 days, Zhu Xiaobao's small courtyard set up a water wheel in the creek. And his toilets, showers and fans were all usable. In the evening, under the setting sun, the constantly rotating water wheel turned out to be a beautiful scenery, attracting the little maids to come and take a peek. Hey, little sister, do you want to take a bath? All you need is a high-grade spiritual stone. You can take a hot bath comfortably. There are also free soaps and delicious food. It's definitely worth the money. Come on. Zhu Xiaobao has just taken a bath after taking a bath. He was lying on a reclining chair. Jin Huan was helping him comb his hair, while Zhu Xiaobao smiled and shouted at the peeping little maids. Boom! These little girls immediately dispersed in a cacophony of noise and laughter. A high-grade spiritual stone was definitely beyond their endurance, and no one dared to try it. After all, the other party is a fat little man who has just arrived at the manor, and he doesn't look like a very serious person. Ha ha ha! Don't run away. Let's discuss it again. It doesn't matter if you don't pay me, or you can work here for free for 3 days. Food and accommodation are included. Zhu Xiaobao shouted with laughter when he saw it. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, before Zhu Xiaobao closed his mouth, he saw a high-grade spirit stone flying towards him. But it was not attacking him. It flew very slowly, and was easily caught by the golden ring. Can I try? A 4-wheeled car came in from outside the courtyard, and a woman was sitting on it. This woman's appearance was somewhat similar to Wei Lingling, but she looked more mature and elegant, and behind her were the two masked female nuns helping her push the cart. Chapter 1096 Wei Family, B. Zhu Xiaobao also didn't expect that someone would actually be willing to give a high-grade spiritual stone to take a bath here. Originally she was just joking with those little girls, but now the real owner has come. At a glance, you can tell that this woman's status is probably higher than Wei Lingling. You should be the owner of this manor. Right. Why are you paralyzed? Isn't it said that the fusion realm can reshape bones and muscles? Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile, and conveniently took this high-grade spiritual stone. Carry it in your arms. Well, I failed to attack the true martial realm, which caused the backlash, so I won't be able to recover for a while. Unexpectedly, the woman said it very calmly, not hiding anything at all, as if she was talking about someone else's business. The two female cultivators behind her lowered their heads sadly. The three of them grew up together. Although they have a master-servant relationship, they are sisters and have extremely high talents. But it was because of the huge changes that had taken place in the Wei family a year ago that the third young lady forced herself to break through her cultivation level. However, she failed to succeed. Instead, she was counterattacked and ended up like this. True martial arts realm? Damn it! You are a genius in cultivation. You are much better than me. Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Now he understood why the cultivation of the two masked female cultivators seemed unfathomable. It turned out that they were at the stage of breakthrough. Just because the failure of this third lady also affected their state of mind. There has been no breakthrough. Yeah. You are also very good. You always bring surprises to others. So I really want to try these novel things of yours. As for the delicious food, that's not necessary. But does this shower need to be cleaned? The third lady still said calmly. But she was a little conflicted in her heart. It seemed like this guy had just used this thing. And she always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Because she didn't know the specific process of taking a shower. She thought it was recycled like a bathtub. That would be very embarrassing. No. No need. You will know after you go in and use it. Who is always the freshest here? Let Jin Huan take you in. There are many places that need to be explained. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, these things are now considered mature products. And Zhu Xiaobao is still very confident. Okay. The third lady nodded, which meant that Jin Huan would follow him in. Even though Jin Huan looks strong and fat, he still feels a strong sense of oppression when he looks at the third lady. It can be seen that her cultivation is quite profound. Controlling the water temperature now is much more convenient than boiling water and debugging it before. He used a piece of Jiang pill in the water boiler. And the water temperature can be accurately controlled through spiritual consciousness. The energy contained in this piece of Jiang pill is enough for him to use for a year and a half. Hey! 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 There are 3 of you going in together. You have to pay more. When Zhu Xiaobao saw 2 masked female cultivators pushing a 4-wheeled trolley into the bathroom together, he couldn't help but yell from behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more high-grade spirit stones flew out. Zhu Xiaobao caught them and put them into his arms with peace of mind. He said with a satisfied smile, thank you. After a full hour, the third lady came out with 2 masked female nuns with excited faces. I didn't expect that these seemingly inconspicuous gadgets could bring such a comfortable feeling. And they were also very clean. As Zhu Xiaobao said, it is completely the freshest hot water. In addition, the automatic flushing toilet next to it also makes her feel more convenient. The key is that it leaves no trace at all. It is definitely a must-have artifact for girls. What makes the third lady even more depressed is that even the soap used by Zhu Xiaobao is higher end than hers. It still has a very silky feel. And it is also engraved with patterns, which makes it feel better. Class. This guy knows how to enjoy it. Where is your young master? When the third lady came out of the bathroom, she only saw Inhuan waiting a little bored outside the bathroom. And Zhu Xiaobao had disappeared. My young master has gone back to bed. He said he was too tired these 2 days. Inhuan and Jin Huan were already fighting together with indifferent expressions. They both looked indifferent to everyone. After Zhu Xiaobao came out, who among them don't even take it seriously? Huh? Miss, this guy is so rude. He went to sleep alone? One of the masked female cultivators suddenly shouted with dissatisfaction. Forget it. Are we still greeting others with such wetness? He deliberately avoided us. The third lady interrupted the masked female nuns in time, and then let them push her and prepared to go back to her boudoir. Went. Along the way, the rare third lady even joked with the 2 masked female nuns. I didn't expect Xiaoye to have gained weight. Even her legs have become thicker. Are you eating too well these days? No way. Miss, you are talking nonsense. I practice martial arts every day. The masked female cultivator named Xiaoye immediately became anxious and quickly defended herself. That's right. Even the buttocks are raised. Another female cultivator also took advantage of the situation and laughed. See if I don't tear your mouth apart. I originally wanted to come to Zhu Xiaobao's place to enjoy it the next day. But unexpectedly, a big shock came. The third lady quickly came out to greet him in person. Master Shangxin, it's really a surprise to Zissou that you can come. Master, please sit down. Ha. Third miss, you are so polite. My father and I are very close friends. Third miss invites you. How dare you not come? Besides, you actually took a picture of the Gongong cauldron. I must come and observe it. Master Shangxin returned the greeting with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Master Shangxin to refine the returning pill. But I don't know what the master's rate of making the pill is. Although the third lady tried her best to act calmly, her tone was still revealing. There was a trace of worry. Because this Guishan Dan is a third-level elixir. The average high-level alchemist success rate is less than 20%. However, Its materials are extremely expensive, and the third lady only prepared 4 copies in her hands. This has been collected reluctantly after spending a lot of money and manpower. Well, I can't guarantee this. I need to study the pill recipe for a few days. It's best to wait until old Monsterly comes. Let's discuss it together and make a decision. According to my estimation, the rate of pill success is high. It will be more than 30%. So I don't dare to start refining it rashly. Master Shanxi knows very well that his level of alchemy is only 20% certain at most. And that's even after he has the Jiyang pill and Shihan pill. In fact, it was a bit difficult for him to refine this third-level elixir, because according to general practice, third-level elixirs require cultivation in the true martial realm before they can be used. But now the third lady has no choice but to invite all the high-level alchemists she can because of the urgent situation. But the cultivation level of this Master Shangxin is still a little bit behind. Only the peak of the fusion realm. In fact, even Master Shangxin came here for the Gongong Cauldron. Although it is not his. It has always been the dream of senior alchemists like them to use this Gongong Cauldron to refine elixirs. So as soon as they received it, I came excitedly after being invited. Once you can refine this, return to Truth Pill. Wouldn't it be like becoming famous in one fell swoop? Although she was a little disappointed, the third lady still entertained the 2 senior alchemists in person. After all, this was her greatest hope. So in the evening, the third lady, Wei Lingling and other senior officials of the Wei family tried their best to entertain the 2 senior alchemists. Master, I will never dare to show any slightness. On the third day, the weather was sultry, and the third lady wanted to come to Zhu Xiaobao again. She was feeling depressed because neither of the 2 senior alchemists dared to guarantee the rate of elixir formation, which kept her in doubt. She really wanted to try to break through to the true martial realm again within a year, because it was related to the division of power and resources of the Wei family. She had to forcibly break through the cultivation level. Sister, is that little fat guy's thing really as good as you said? I don't believe it. How could it be more comfortable than being served by a few servants? Today it was Wei Lingling pushing the 4-wheeled cart. But I am still very suspicious of these weird gadgets of Zhu Xiaobao. I always feel that this guy is not doing his job properly. And he doesn't even work hard in his cultivation. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. Just 2 of you today. That's fine. However, I have some good news for you. Bathing fees have increased. And each person has 2 high-grade spiritual stones. Because you take too long to bathe. Oh, I had no choice but to do it. Zhu Xiaobao came out with a smile on his face. He was experimenting with herbal tea in the kitchen. The weather here is really too hot. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to use his brains to develop some herbal tea to relieve summer heat. Money fans! Zhu Xiaobao, can you do something serious? Don't mess around with these useless things all day long! Wei Lingling shouted angrily, saying that the 2 sisters were not in a good mood at this time of the conversation. But they were just 3. The lady is just better at forbearing. Serious things? That's what you say. I've been here for several days, and I haven't seen you arrange anything serious for me. Can you blame me? When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he immediately shouted confidently, Okay, young masters, the weather is a bit hot today. Please lower the temperature a little. Well, we need to eat something today. Okay, let Jean Huan accompany us in. The third lady is still gentle. She smiled and said, once she saw Zhu Xiaobao's money-obsessed look, she felt much more relaxed. And she also wanted to try this world-first craftsmanship. No problem. I promise to give you a surprise when you come out. Zhu Xiaobao immediately said, patting his chest, and then let Jean Huan lead the 2 ladies into the bathroom. Not long after, Wei Lingling's surprised cry was heard from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of a jingling bell. Isn't this girl rolling all over the floor in excitement? After another half an hour, the 2 ladies came out with glowing faces. But as soon as they came out, they saw Zhu Xiaobao driving a tricycle. This tricycle could actually run on its own. Chapter 1097 Spare Tire A. Seeing the 2 ladies coming out, Zhu Xiaobao shook the crank in his hand, and the small tricycle drove towards them. Huh? You are very interesting. With new gadgets coming out one after another? Is this for me? Miss Third looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a little surprise and asked. Although her 4-wheeled car was very exquisite, it had no such function. However, with her cultivation level at the divine transformation realm, it is not difficult to drive this 4-wheeled car with internal force. But it is definitely not as easy as Zhu Xiaobao. Ha ha! Yes, Yes, but you have to pay, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Then I got out of the car, which meant I asked the third lady to sit on it and try it out. Humph. Zhu Xiaobao, are you short of money? Wei Lingling shouted angrily. The money spent by this guy to get here has almost been recovered. I have to say that this guy's earning power is real. Very strong. It's this money-grubbing and lustful face that really makes people a little annoyed. And what annoys Wei Lingling the most is that Zhu Xiaobao wanders around the manor when he has nothing to do. And he also has a heated fight with the little maids, as if he is inquiring about the Wei family. It's not that there is a lack of money. It's that your Wei family is too rich. If I don't make some money, I'll feel sorry for you, Zhu Xiaobao said with a rogue smile, to say that there is still some money around him. Wei Lingling, I just threw the 3,000 high-grade spiritual stones to him before I came here. Okay, then I'll buy it. Unexpectedly, the third lady said generously. She didn't need anyone's help. She just floated out of thin air, slowly left her four-wheeled car, and then stabilized herself again, sitting on the three-wheeled car. All Xiaobao looked a little surprised. The cultivation level of this body-fitting realm was different. Her movements were elegant and calm, and she didn't look like a paralyzed person at all. But the third lady simply tried it, and it was very easy to get started, and it didn't take much effort. The key was that she no longer needed someone to push her from behind. She could move easily by herself, although the speed was not fast. There is enough in this manner. But seeing the third lady walking further and further, and in the end, she drove directly out of his small courtyard. Zhu Xiaobao chased after him and shouted, Hey! 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 Money! Money! I haven't paid yet. Why? Just left? I'll wait until I try it out. If you're satisfied, I'll pay, Miss Sen said without looking back. Wei Lingling also gloated and ran away with a smile. Miss Sen had a way to deal with this little fat guy. Master, they even took away everything in the bathroom. We seem to be at a loss? Jin Huan reported to Zhu Xiaobao in a depressed tone at this time. Since arriving at Wei's house, Jin Huan Tamaki still consciously changed her name to Master, which seemed to emphasize their identities. Aw? Damn it. It's a loss. It's a loss. But it doesn't matter. She will definitely come back to pay tomorrow. And then I will include the losses here. Zhu Xiaobao hurried in to take a look. Isn't it? The exquisitely carved soap was taken away. And even the pile of backward compatibility beside the toilet was gone. The next day, the third lady came alone in a tricycle. Just as Zhu Xiaobao was about to speak, someone had already thrown in a small, delicate cloth bag with a small amount of money. It turned out to be 10 high-quality spiritual stones, which made Zhu Xiaobao. Xiaobao couldn't speak anymore. This was already far beyond the price he wanted to offer. Well, I've used it, and the effect is very good. Let Jin Huan accompany me to take a bath today. Also, I was walking in a hurry yesterday and didn't have time to taste the delicious food, so I have to make up for it today. The third lady did not discuss it at all, but he asked directly, as if he didn't regard himself as an outsider. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao was an outsider here. After coming out of the bathroom, the third lady followed Jin Huan to the riverside, where a table had been set up. The height was just right for the third lady to dine comfortably. It should have been prepared long ago. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao was looking at the third lady in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. But it was definitely not a lustful expression, but a sad look. What are you looking at? Why? Are you not satisfied with 10 high-quality spiritual stones? Are you a little too greedy? The third lady also frowned. Normally, Zhu Xiaobao should be very respectful when he sees her with his cultivation level. But now there is no respect at all. But he is watching her thinking. Oh, it's not about money. I'm just thinking. If you invite me here, you won't be doing nothing every day, right? I can make arrangements if you have nothing to do. But at least give me the Qingling pill? You promised it yourself. Will definitely help me cure Su Zhu. When Zhu Xiaobao saw the third lady sitting on the tricycle, he couldn't help but think of Su Zhu, who had not yet woken up. Now Su Zhu needs Jin Huan to help her give her massage every day. Otherwise the muscles in her body will atrophy. He just delivered lunch to Su Zhu, but Su Zhu still has no pain at all as before. Reaction. Ha. So it's for this. Yes, Lingling promised. But can you refine the 9th level jade elixir now? Not to mention you, as a senior alchemist, Master Shangxin, You already tried it yesterday, unfortunately. It failed. The refining of Qingling pill is very difficult. So I stopped temporarily. Because I don't have many materials for refining Qingling pill. Only 3A's share. The third lady's face was also a little sad. It was a small matter to lose a refining material. But Master Shanshin's alchemy level really disappointed her. It was not as strong as the legend. Give me the recipe and materials, and I will refine it myself. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly gritted his teeth and said he felt that he still couldn't believe these so-called senior alchemists, because the consciousness of many senior alchemists was not half as strong as his own, which is actually the level of an intermediate alchemist. It was only by chance that I refined a few elixirs of 3rd grade or above, and this was considered a promotion to a senior alchemist. You? Don't be too confident. I know you can also make elixirs. But although the Qingling Dan is a jade elixir, it is a 9th grade jade elixir that is infinitely close to an elixir. It is not that easy. The materials are given to you. I don't care anymore. The third lady was still startled by Zhu Xiaobao's words. This guy's self-confidence is very strong. But this kind of elixir cannot be successfully refined by relying on self-confidence. Yeah. I have refined the 5 lines bone-raising pill. Is it a 5th level jade pill? Right? Zhu Xiaobao still hummed confidently. 4 marks. You only refine the 4 marks bone ascension pill. Don't exaggerate. But with a 7th grade pill furnace, you can refine the 4 marks bone ascension pill, which is already pretty good. Unexpectedly, the third lady exposed Zhu Xiaobao's exaggeration as soon as she came up. This made Zhu Xiaobao very surprised. The 4 patterns bone-raising pill, refined for old Monster Yin, was not known to any outsiders, let alone sold. How did this third lady know about it? And how did she know it so clearly? Haha. You don't need to be too surprised. Of course. I invite you here because I know everything about you. There is nothing surprising about it. The third lady still smiled calmly at this time, as if she was not interested in Zhu Xiaobao's reaction. Not surprised. Okay. If I guess correctly, inviting me here is just a spare tire. Right? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Miss Third, and then asked in a muffled voice. What is a spare tire? This time it was the third lady's turn not to understand. Of course. This was a new word in Zhu Xiaobao's mouth, and she definitely couldn't understand it. The spare tire is just a spare one. It's not your first choice. So it doesn't mean that much. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to explain it as plainly as possible. It was pretty good. This third lady was also very smart. Immediately understood the meaning of spare tire, and then nodded. Zhu Xiaobao was indeed the spare tire. If it hadn't been for someone's strong recommendation, she would not have wanted to invite Zhu Xiaobao. Well, your performance has forced me to re-examine you. But if you try to refine the Qingling pill, now, you will definitely fail. You must first fully integrate these 2 medicinal materials, and can achieve a 90% success rate. Then I will let you try to refine the Qingling pill. Miss San thought for a while and said, this was not to comfort Zhu Xiaobao, but she thought that if Xiaobao could refine the ability to make the 4-line bone-rising pill, is already quite powerful. She has made a bold decision to let Master Shanshin also refine a 4-line bone-rising pill. This can be seen from the above. Does Master Xian have the ability to refine the Qingling pill? If you can't even refine this Qingling pill, then returning to truth pill will be almost useless. Okay. We have agreed that as long as I fuse these 2 medicinal materials together, you will give me a share of the materials for refining the Qingling pill. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt confident. Very excited, he exclaimed, finally seeing hope. Okay. It's a deal. The third lady agreed simply. At this time, Jinhuan Yinhuan had already served the dishes that had just been cooked, including the 2 cooks who had learned from Zhu Xiaobao. This surprised the third lady. Unexpectedly, these 2 under Zhu Xiaobao's training. The cook is now able to make such delicious dishes. Who is it? Suddenly Zhu Xiaobao frowned and looked across the river. He saw a figure speeding away, followed by 2 masked female cultivators, who also jumped up and chased after him quickly. Forget it. Come back. Since he wants to run away, let him go. It's not the first day. The third lady suddenly hummed lightly, although the voice was very slight. The 2 masked female nuns were still obedient. The ground stopped and stepped back angrily. It turns out that the third lady is not alone today. 2 masked female nuns also followed quietly. But what surprised the third lady was why Zhu Xiaobao discovered this spy first. Even one step faster than myself? Chapter 1098 Spare Tire B. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the figure walking away, and could see that the figure was not low down. He was already in the middle of the transformation of God Realm, and his characteristics were speed and concealment. At this speed, few people could catch up. On! The two masked female cultivators also came back annoyed. But fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao enthusiastically invited them to sit together. This actually made the two of them a little embarrassed, because their identities could not sit with the third lady in public. You guys should sit down too. Just order whatever you want at his place. It's not like you haven't eaten before. The third lady was still very considerate, and asked the two masked women to sit down. Thank you, miss. The two of them sat down a little embarrassed, and actively greeted Jin Huan, because there were not so many rules here in Zhu Xiaobao. So Jin Huan sat down naturally. At the end of the day, it's just not that vigorous when eating. How strong is your consciousness? Why do you think it's stronger than me? Miss Third asked curiously. It's almost at the level of the true martial realm. Almost the same as you, Zhu Xiaobao said vaguely. At this moment, a silent spiritual consciousness shot towards Zhu Xiaobao. But half of it was immediately reflected back by Zhu Xiaobao. And Zhu Xiaobao easily caught the other half, and shook his head. Said, Sister, this is not fun. This kind of spiritual attack is very dangerous. If you don't do it right, you will hurt yourself. Humph. You really exceeded my expectations. Well, take it. And then you can fuse these two medicinal materials together for me. When you can fuse them together as you like, I will refine them. I'll give you the ingredients for the Qingxing pill, the third lady said with a rare embarrassment, because she had actually lost just now, and Zhu Xiaobao did not launch a counterattack, which showed that Zhu Xiaobao had saved a trick. And she didn't even try to find out how strong Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness was. Zhu Xiaobao took over these two medicinal materials. They were actually very low in medicinal materials. The only characteristic was that the melting points of the two medicinal materials were very different. It would be very difficult to completely fuse them in the same pill furnace. Don't underestimate these two medicinal herbs. If you try to fuse them together in an ordinary alchemy furnace, it will easily damage the alchemy furnace. You should also be careful. The third lady saw Zhu Xiaobao's disapproval and specifically asked Road. I know. Just like the next two dishes. There are two heavens of ice and fire. Zhu Xiaobao shouted confidently. And sure enough, he saw two cooks bringing up another pot of just now the tiger skin chili comes out of the pot. And there is also a bowl of herbal tea. Eating fresh and hot tiger pepper. The third lady was immediately so spicy that the tip of her nose sweated. Then she couldn't wait to take a big sip of herbal tea. It was so refreshing that only those who have tried it can fully appreciate the beauty of it. Damn you, Xiaobao. I just took a shower and I'm sweating all over again. Well, the weight is very good. Is it you who did it? The third lady scolded in anger. It's just to cover up his own embarrassment. The two masked female cultivators next to me couldn't help but cover their mouths and enjoy themselves. It's rare to see my young lady in such a state of affairs. Ha ha. At worst, I'll wash it again. Oh, I almost forgot. My backward compatibility hasn't been paid yet. No, the 10 spirit stones just now are not enough. Get out, you annoying little fat guy. After the third lady left, Zhu Xiaobao began to study the formula of the Qingling pill. As the third lady said, this refining process is quite difficult. Definitely more difficult than the Bone Ascension pill. Double. And one material also contains a variety of very rare medicinal materials, which is indeed valuable. It is indeed an elixir that is infinitely close to an elixir. Zhu Xiaobao had been studying for a long time, but he didn't have the slightest confidence in refining this Qingling pill. He still felt that it was necessary to first fuse the two common medicinal materials given to him by Miss Third. Because among these materials, there are several materials that require constant temperature changes to fuse smoothly. I came to my so-called alchemy room that had been reinforced. The main reason was that it could be soundproof to the maximum extent and not be disturbed by the outside world. Zhu Xiaobao took out the storage bag, opened it, and was stunned. Inside was the 8-level jade cauldron that had just been successfully built, instead of the original Qingding pill furnace. It turns out that before Diugu left, she quietly found Jin Huan. Zhu Xiaobao's storage bags were always carried by Jin Huan. Right? So it was replaced without anyone noticing. because she felt that she could refine very ordinary pills now, and would not need such a high-end pill furnace. And Zhu Xiaobao was very likely to be able to refine the Qingling pill, which could only be refined by senior alchemists. He made it. So in the end, he left this jade cauldron and alchemy furnace to Zhu Xiaobao. Alas! People are ugly but kind-hearted. Did you know that at the time? Why didn't you tell me? Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said. Jinhuan and Yinhua lowered their heads. But they were not afraid at all. As long as it is beneficial to their master, they will have no scruples. Sister Yugu didn't let us tell you. She said you might have a great opportunity this time. So I left this alchemy furnace to you. Jinhuan and Yinhuan have always been rare to do Yugu respect. I am very capable. Well, okay. You guys go out. I'm going to make elixirs here. Zhu Xiaobao regained his composure, and then let the two fat girls go out. On the second day, Zhu Xiaobao was not seen coming out of the alchemy room. It turned out that he had spent time with these two medicinal herbs inside. Even Zhu Xiaobao did not expect that these two inconspicuous medicinal herbs would be so difficult to fuse. After one night, he did not succeed even once. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao realized that his alchemy skills were not as advanced as he thought. On the contrary, he was still very immature, which was why he was able to successfully refine the bone-raising pill. That was largely due to the help of the Green Fairy. Because the Green Fairy had cold attributes, it was very easy and precise to control low temperatures. Now without the help of the Green Fairy, Zhu Xiaobao could not do it even once. Did not succeed? That's wrong. Although Green Fairy is not around, I have the ultimate cold pill, which should be able to widen the temperature difference. Now it seems that the control of the ultimate cold pill is not accurate enough. Zhu Xiaobao said again after a failure. I still gained something. I seem to have found the key to the problem. I put 2 ultimate cold pills in the 8 fire eyes, so it was still difficult to take care of both. Now it seems that just putting one in is actually a problem. Easier and more precise control. Although he has not succeeded yet, Zhu Xiaobao already feels that he is not far from success. All that needs to be done now is to rest for a day, adjust to the condition, and start the furnace again. On the third day, Zhu Xiaobao was in full condition, and was about to continue fusing the 2 medicinal materials. Unexpectedly, the third lady came back again with her little tricycle. In fact, she came every day these days. But she didn't disturb Zhu Xiaobao. Behind them were the 2 masked female cultivators. Masters, wait a minute. Don't practice fusing those 2 medicinal materials today. You can refine a bone-raising pill. For me. At least with 4 lines. Of course. The more lines, the better. This is materials for alchemy. Do you think these materials are old enough? Unexpectedly, the third lady actually made an unexpected request. Well, that's enough. It's more authentic than the materials I used at that time. It's indeed the Wei family. Ha ha ha. That money. Zhu Xiaobao knew at a glance that these 2 materials were more high-end and more advanced than those prepared by old Monster Yin. A level up. But before he could ask for a price, the third lady had already thrown over 4 copies of the materials for refining the bone ascension pill after making 1 furnace. I will give you 1. How about it? Is this fair? That means that as long as I refine 2 furnaces, the remaining 2 materials will be mine? Zhu Xiaobao was immediately overjoyed. These 2 high-grade materials are worth more than millions of high-grade spiritual stones. Well, that's understandable. But I have requirements. At least the 4-line bone-raising pill. If you miss 1 line, you will be considered a failure. The third lady nodded and smiled slightly. Okay. Okay. You go take a shower. By the time you guys come out after taking a shower, I should be almost done. Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted excitedly, and couldn't wait to go to the alchemy room. Like other alchemists, Zhu Xiaobao felt itchy when he saw such high-end materials and the 8th level alchemy furnace in his hand. Hey! Keep a calm mind. Don't be so excited. The third lady quickly warned from behind. The most taboo thing for an alchemist is to be impetuous and eager to make progress. So she was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao's performance would be affected because of this. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao was asked to refine a bone-rising pill was because she asked Master Shangxin and Old Monster Li to refine the bone-rising pill, one after another. Firstly, it is to test the true strength of the 2 of them. And secondly, it is to let them try to use the Gonlong Cauldron. It can be regarded as a familiarization process with the Divine Cauldron, but the final result was a huge disappointment to the third lady. The two senior alchemists only managed to refine the 3 lines bone-rising pill, and that old manly even ruined the whole furnace. So the third lady felt very depressed. And at the same time, she also doubted the credibility of what Zhu Xiaobao said. In other words, Zhu Xiaobao refined the for Mark's bone-rising pill by luck after refining it for several times. It's also unknown. And there is another key factor. If she can be lucky enough to refine the 6 lines bone-raising pill, it will also have the effect of restoring her paralyzed legs. Of course, this is just a thought. It should be impossible. Oh, today I want to go in and take a bath alone. Just wait outside the door. I'm a little tired. The third lady saw Zhu Xiaobao running into the alchemy room happily, and then said with a tired look, "Yes." The 2 masked female nuns responded respectfully. They both knew that although the third lady looked elegant and calm on the surface, many things in the past few days were unsatisfactory, and she was very upset. Chapter 1099 is not considered a success. When the third lady came out of the bathroom, she slowly walked into Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy room. But she didn't see Zhu Xiaobao's proud look in the past. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao looked depressed and said impatiently, "You guys should go back first. My refining of the ascending bone pill failed. I'm sorry. I won't let you eat today." "Oh, is that so? It's okay. You can rest for a few days. It doesn't matter. It's normal to fail when refining an elixir of this level. Besides, you have to refine the 4 patterns. Even old Monsterly failed. It happened once." The third lady was stunned for a moment, then quickly adjusted her mentality, and in turn comforted Zhu Xiaobao and said, Zhu Xiaobao felt bored and simply returned to the alchemy room, even skipping seeing the third lady out. The third lady also became irritable again, so she simply let the 2 masked female nuns push her back to her small courtyard. The successive blows made her a little bit unbearable. After spending so much energy and financial resources, it seemed that everything was not going smoothly. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao was the one she had the least hope for. But she didn't expect to be very disappointed when she heard the news that Zhu Xiaobao also failed to make alchemy. Fortunately, several alchemy masters came one after another in the next 2 days. Among them was a very famous alchemy master, Xian Daozi, who had the highest alchemy rate, and he was also at the true martial realm, been famous for hundreds of years. But what followed was that many casual cultivators appeared in Pingan City, and some junior and intermediate alchemists also came uninvited. So Pingan City, which was originally peaceful, is now very uneasy. Zhu Xiaobao has also been wandering around Pingan City in the past 2 days. He is adjusting his mentality. Because of the last failure, he felt that his alchemy skills still have many shortcomings. Everything has been going smoothly in the past. That's because with the help of Green Fairy, my mentality is better maintained at the same time. But now that we have a better alchemy furnace and a successful precedent, we no longer have the mentality of letting things happen. So in the past few days, Zhu Xiaobao has also been summing up experience and lessons, and began to seriously re-examine himself, instead of rushing to refine the next batch of bone-raising pill. After all, a batch of high-level materials has been wasted. Zhu Xiaobao's "It still hurts my heart." Walking on the street, Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised, because the street was full of newly opened small shops, specializing in wontons and fried dumplings, as well as the herbal tea he had just successfully developed, which he taught the 2 cooks. I didn't expect it to be promoted so quickly, and it seems to be very popular. People are coming and going on the street, which makes it very lively, and the price is not expensive. It seems that the third lady does not want to make money from this. No one in Dawei country knows Zhu Xiaobao. He walked very casually on the street, and did not wear a gold or silver ring, because if he brought the 2 of them, it would be impossible not to attract attention. Hack! This is all my patent. Has it been infringed like this? You didn't even say hello. And you opened so many chain stores? Zhu Xiaobao secretly shouted very depressedly. There was nothing he could do. This was directly there is no such thing as patent law. But Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care much about these things now. How much money can he make with this kind of gadget? He has completely changed his attitude towards earning spiritual stones, since he came out of Black Wind Valley. When he came to a newly opened wonton shop, Zhu Xiaobao also became interested and ordered a fried dumpling and a bowl of wontons, as well as a bowl of herbal tea. It actually took almost a stick of incense to queue up for a seat, which shows that the business is quite prosperous. After eating the snacks and herbal tea here, Zhu Xiaobao patted his belly and felt that it was good. Especially this kind of down-to-earth fantasy made him very familiar. He paid the money and left with satisfaction. But not long after walking, I found that I was being followed. And the further I walked, the more blatantly I became. Finally, there was a carriage parked on the road. There were 3 people standing in front of the carriage. The leader was an old man. He had a smile on his face. But the 2 big men behind him didn't smile at all. They just looked at Zhu Xiaobao with disdain and clearly asked them to kidnap Zhu Xiaobao. They felt that they had lost their identity, because their cultivation levels are all at the divine transformation realm. And the old man in front of them is at the fusion realm. This battle is already strong enough. Hee. Young masters, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Please get in the car, the old man said with a confident smile. But it is not easy for Zhu Xiaobao to object to this formation. The 2 big men looked at Zhu Xiaobao coldly, as if Zhu Xiaobao dared to refuse, they would take action immediately. Oh, Dad, I don't seem to know you. Where are you going to pick me up? Zhu Xiaobao acted very exaggeratedly, with his eyes wide open and a panicked expression. This made the person in front of him very exaggerated. All the old men were a little doubtful whether their intelligence was wrong. Why did they come to kidnap such a waste? You shouldn't admit your mistake. Get in the car. You will know each other when you get there. We are also from the Wei family. How much the third lady will pay you? My master will double it, the old man said without hesitation. After all, he is a little fat man in the initial state. Take it back first and then talk about it. According to his estimation, this little fat man will get into the carriage immediately and get into trouble. And maybe even be grateful. Well, that's okay. The reward the third lady gave me is 2 cooks, an independent courtyard, for beautiful and handy maids, 30 million high-grade spiritual stones, and an elixir of at least level 8 stove. It seems like there are only so many. Can you get it first? Zhu Xiaobao counted on his fingers and said with a greedy look on his face. This is impossible. How can a cook need to spend such a high price? Well, you go back with me first, and everything else will be easy to talk about. The old man shouted incredulously. This is better than hiring a cook. Intermediate alchemists are expensive. There is also an 8th level alchemy furnace, which is only used by advanced alchemists. The old man was very suspicious that Zhu Xiaobao was talking about the lion's mouth. Forget it. There's no sincerity. Say goodbye and don't follow me anymore. I'll be angry. The consequences will be serious. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, then turned around and was about to leave. Little bastard. Since you don't know how to flatter me, don't blame us for being rude. Before the old man could say anything, the 2 big men behind him couldn't help it anymore. They were going to such trouble with a person in the initial state. It's a joke if word gets out. The 2 big men raised their spirits and wanted to jump up and take down Zhu Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, they spurted out blood from their mouths and noses. And the blood that flowed out was actually black. Have you been poisoned without even realizing it? The 2 of them immediately panicked and felt weak all over. They didn't know whether it was because they were poisoned or because they were afraid. At this time. The old man pointed at Zhu Xiaobao's back in fear and wanted to say something. But he felt a strong pressure that prevented him from moving. And the men around him were silent as well. Zhu Xiaobao walked away. And he didn't have to look back at all, because he had sensed the aura of the masked female cultivator a long time ago. Although there is only one, it is enough to deal with these inferior characters. But those poisons were indeed a poisonous elixir inspired by Zhu Xiaobao. He wanted to test the effect of the poisonous elixir that Aunt Duyu left for him. I didn't expect it to work really well. Colorless and odorless. Killing people invisible. It's just that this poisonous pill is not fatal. As long as you go back and suffer some punishment, you can recover after 3 months of rest. When I returned to my small courtyard, I didn't expect that the third lady was already waiting there, with a half smile on her face. She is holding a 2 lions bone-rising pill in her hand. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao coming back, the third lady asked with some dissatisfaction. Didn't you say that the furnace of bone-raising pill the day before yesterday was useless? What is this? That's right. It's just the 2 lions bone-raising pill. What I want is at least 4 lines. Otherwise, what will I earn? If it's less than 4 lines, it's not considered a success. Zhu Xiaobao saw that it was the one he had refined the day before yesterday. One of the 4 bone-raising pills. That batch of bone-raising pills made a total of 4 pills. And 3 of them had 2 patterns. Because it did not meet Zhu Xiaobao's expectations. He threw it to Jean Huan. Unexpectedly, the third lady was holding it now. It turns out that although Zhu Xiaobao is not here today, Miss Sun still comes here to have a little chat. Now she has completely fallen in love with this way of bathing and feels uncomfortable if she doesn't come here every day. But unexpectedly, while the third lady was talking to Jean Huan, she accidentally found out that each of them had 2 bone ascension pills. Just because Jean Huan's was missing one with 2 lines, the two were arguing. Woolen cloth. Only then did he realize that it was not that Zhu Xiaobao was not refined the previous time, but that it just did not meet his requirements. It's already very good. There are many things that need to be relaxed. Master Xian Daozi only guarantees that the elixir will be produced, but there is no guarantee that it will produce a few lines. The third lady shook her head and said she felt that Zhu Xiaobao cared too much about those things. Dan pattern. Who is Master Daozi? Is he very powerful? Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little puzzled. He really didn't know Daozi, the master of alchemy. He is one of the most famous alchemists in the world, with a cultivation level of Jinwu realm. He has promised me that he will use Gonglong Cauldron to help me refine a furnace of bone ascension pill in 3 days. If he can produce 6 patterns, what will happen to me? The recovery of my legs will also be miraculous. Miss Sen said hopefully. True martial realm? Gonglong Cauldron? 6 marks? Is this person so powerful? Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted in surprise. Yes. If Master Daozi can't produce the 6 marks, then there is no hope. But there is not much hope in the first place. However, Master Daozi allows others to observe. So I think you should learn the master's alchemy skills. The young lady is still looking forward to it, although she also knows that the possibility of the 6 lines bone-raising pill is very slim. Oh, thank you so much. Chapter 1100, Stone from Other Mountains. Although he didn't know the influence of Xian Daozi, Zhu Xiaobao still wanted to observe the master's alchemy techniques and learn from them. Now he really feels that he still lacks a lot, and he is still far away from becoming a senior alchemist. At this time, the masked female cultivator also rushed back. She whispered a few words in Miss Third's ear. It seemed that she had solved the matter of kidnapping Zhu Xiaobao just now. Ha ha! You didn't embarrass them, did you? The third lady asked with a slight smile. No, but they are getting more and more excessive, the female cultivator said a little indignantly. Originally Zhu Xiaobao wanted to ask more about it, but now Zhu Xiaobao doesn't mention it. Through secret observation and inquiring over the past few days, he already knows that this seems to be related to the Wei family's power dispute. So there is no need. If you participate, you will leave in a year anyway. As long as someone is always protecting you secretly, it is enough. Returning to his alchemy room, Zhu Xiaobao did not refine the Gu Sheng Dan, but continued to fuse the 2 herbs. Alchemy is a technical job that requires a good mentality and very clever techniques and experience. In a blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day, and Zhu Xiaobao was also taken to a playground in the Wei family manor by a masked female cultivator. But today the place is heavily guarded. There is a newly built stone platform in the middle, with the Gonglong Cauldron prominently placed on it. Around the stone platform are hundreds of masters of the God Transformation Realm guarding. And the one closest to the situation is actually there are dozens of masters of the Fusion Realm. Beside the 4 corners of the stone platform are 4 old men, all of whom are actually in the true martial realm. One of them has appeared in the Black Wind Valley auction. Surrounding these guards are more than a dozen high and middle-level alchemists. These people are already treated very well. There are also special seats for them to sit and observe. Around the outside are some levels or prestige. Lower alchemist. And Zhu Xiaobao was not even as good as a low-level alchemist. He was observing from a distance, and he was only accompanied by a masked female cultivator. Of course, the gold and silver rings are also with you, but their location is very far back and not noticeable. Zhu Xiaobao had already prepared these arrangements, so he had already processed and made a telescope for himself to facilitate viewing. Now it is very convenient for him to process lenses. He simply melts the crystal stone and uses his spiritual consciousness to make it more precise. Process it into the arc he needs, and then process 2 more tubes, and a simple and practical monocular telescope is ready. Didn't his original telescope go to Xiaoyao? It seems that all the alchemists in this manor belong to the 3rd lady, and these alchemists are also invited by the 3rd lady, or they are originally from the Wei family. So this observation is considered confidential from the outside world, and is only for those in the manor. Alchemists observe and learn. It didn't take long before I saw an old man with an immortal spirit floating on the stone platform. He had a pleasant face and no arrogance of a super alchemist. He just smiled and nodded, which was regarded as saying low to these colleagues, and then began to refine the Bone Ascension Pill. It is because the Zhonggu Dan is relatively local and does not take long to refine. So Xian Daozi is willing to demonstrate it publicly. Otherwise, no one would be happy to be watched for several hours or longer. All the alchemists in the audience quickly stood up and returned the gift to show their respect. Xian Daozi on the stage also briefly introduced the Ascending Bone Pill. After all, some alchemists had never been exposed to the Ascending Bone Pill, or their refining methods were very different. After a while, 2 boys came forward and put 6 Jiyang pills and 2 Jihan pills into the 8 fire eyes of the Gongyang cauldron. Zhu Xiaobao was a little depressed when he saw it. How dare he provide all these things to these alchemists? But then, the alchemy steps began in an orderly manner, and Zhu Xiaobao also focused on staring at the stone platform with a telescope. Although he was far away, he could see better through the telescope than other alchemists. Clear. There is not much difference in the previous operations, except that Xian Daozi appears more free and casual, with ease. But when it comes to merging these materials, it is obvious that Zuan Daozi's superb skills and rich experience are obvious. He also has 2 Shihan Dan. But his way of controlling the temperature difference is very sophisticated, and he can control it with ease. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao discover that when he controlled the 2 temperature differences, he was very smooth and simple. As long as he blocked a fire hole, he could achieve very good results. This made Zhu Xiaobao suddenly enlightened. And I just relied on my spiritual consciousness to control it. And I didn't even think of controlling it by closing 1 or 2 fire eyes. This is the simplest and most effective method. The process of Zuan Daozi's alchemy refining also seemed very smooth. Through the induction of his spiritual consciousness, he also knew the situation in the Dan furnace very well. Zhu Xiaobao felt that this Zuan Daozi's spiritual consciousness was probably stronger than his own. And the alchemists in the audience couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This was all heartfelt admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Although it took less than half an hour to refine it, no one felt the length of time at all. It seemed that the elixir had already begun to form before they even had enough fun. Damn! This is a pill! At least it's 4 lines. No! I'm afraid it should be 5 lines. Zhu Xiaobao also murmured to himself while watching. This time he got a bargain and learned it. There are many methods. And there are also some very practical operating skills. Seeing that the elixir is about to become a pill, Zhu Xiaobao can already sense that the bone-raising pill in the Gongyang cauldron is definitely not bad. At least it should be the 5 lines bone-raising pill. Ha ha! Show your ugliness. Show your ugliness. There are 6 Chung Dan, 2 5-line bone-raising pills, 3 4-line bone-raising pills. There is only 1 6-grain bone-rising pill. Alas! The heat is still a bit low. Xian Daozi put out the fire, then took out the 6 successfully refined Bone Ascension pills, and said with a faint smile, he couldn't say he was satisfied. He didn't take this kind of 5th grade jade pill very seriously. The reason why I decided to take action today was mainly because I wanted to try this Gongyang cauldron. There are also the Jiyang pill and Shihan pill that he just obtained. Without these 2 fire spirits, his process of refining the pill would be even more complicated. Master, you are too humble. We are beyond your reach. All the alchemists in the audience burst into praise, and they bowed their hands to each other. They were indeed surrendering with joy. Even though it is a 5th grade jade elixir, many people know that this elixir is quite difficult to refine. It is not difficult to refine it, but it is very difficult to refine the 5th grade jade elixir. Now Xian Daozi is still practicing it. The 6 lines are out, which is certainly worthy of everyone's submission. Immediately afterwards, the third lady, Wei Lingling and others, as well as those high-level alchemists, all swarmed up and greeted Xian Daozi one after another, and also exchanged some experiences and insights on alchemy with each other. This basically has nothing to do with Zhu Xiaobao, and except for those high-level alchemists, no one else is allowed to get close. However, Zhu Xiaobao was still very curious and admired the Xian Daozi. He couldn't help but observe the master carefully through the telescope. But unexpectedly, Xian Daozi suddenly frowned slightly, and shot 2 sharp eyes at Zhu Xiaobao. And at the same time, a ray of spiritual consciousness followed closely behind. This time, Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to hit it hard, let alone reflect it back. They just blocked it, which was equivalent to canceling out the opponent's spiritual consciousness. Huh? You can't detect the depth of this person's spiritual consciousness? This is very strange. Although Xian Daozi's face remained calm, the horror in his heart was beyond words. His spiritual consciousness was far beyond that of ordinary Zhenwu. As a cultivator, I didn't expect that I couldn't see through the other person today, and the other party's cultivation level is a bit outrageous. But then Xian Daozi was surrounded by a large group of people, so he had to put the matter aside for the time being. And Zhu Xiaobao didn't stay and went back directly. After returning to his small courtyard, Zhu Xiaobao got into the alchemy room. Of course, he was not refining alchemy, but he started to fuse the two medicinal materials again, using the method he learned today. Sure enough, it became much easier this time. And after several failures, he was finally able to fuse the two medicinal materials. And the success rate has also begun to increase significantly. No one expected that Zhu Xiaobao stayed in the alchemy room for 3 days, came out after 3 days, ate a big meal, and then slept for a day. Only when he fully recovered his energy and spirit did he prepare to enter the alchemy room again. This time, he will start the furnace again to refine the bone-raising pill. At the same time, in another city in Dawei Kingdom, which is also a manor of the Wei family, Wei Guanyuan, the current head of the Wei family, was in the hall and asked with a stern face, "Who can tell me? Why did Xian Daozi appear in the Wei family? In Zisu's manor? You didn't find out any information beforehand?" There was silence in the hall. No one dared to make a sound. It was also because everyone found it unbelievable that Xian Daozi had never accepted anyone's invitation before, and made it clear that he would not go to Wei Zisu's Pinggan City. But what I didn't expect was that not only did he come, he also started refining alchemy in a grand manner, and communicated and discussed with other alchemists. He seemed to be very interested. I'm afraid it's because of the Gonglong Cauldron that attracted him. Otherwise, there would be no reasonable explanation. Several elders under his command who were responsible for inquiring about the information said in a low voice, "Fart. He himself has a medicinal cauldron that is no less powerful than the Gonglong Cauldron. Does he need to be attracted by the Gonglong Cauldron? You won't give it to him." Wei Guanyuan couldn't help but started swearing. The changes brought about by this incident are too great. Zhu Xiaobao finally walked out of the alchemy room. He waved his fist excitedly and shouted, "Aha! It's done! It's done! It's really the master skill. I also made the 5-5. When Sheng Bone Pill. Stones from other mountains can attack jade. This sentence is indeed true. Chapter 1101. You can attack jade, A. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not wait for Jin Huan to cheer as usual, but saw both of them with sad faces. This kind of situation rarely happens in Jin Huan. They both don't care at all times. This gave Zhu Xiaobao a very bad premonition. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Su Zhu? Oh, yes. Master, go and have a look. Su Zhu is starting to feel stiff, Jin Huan said with a sad face. Usually, they were the two of them taking care of Su Zhu's eating, drinking, and sleeping. Zhu Xiaobao didn't trust others to do it, so it was these two fat girls who did it. And Jin Huan also worked hard and did not slack off at all, in order to prevent Su Zhu's muscles from atrophy. She also gives her massages every day. It should be said that they were taken care of very thoughtfully. But now this situation suddenly occurs, which frightens Jin Huan, for fear that Zhu Xiaobao will blame them. Even though Zhu Xiaobao is always smiling, he takes it very seriously when one of his trusted ones is in trouble. He quickly followed Jin Huan to Su Zhu's room. The room was quite clean and exuded a faint fragrance. This was the residual fragrance left by helping Su Zhu wipe her body with soap every day. And the furniture and bedding in the room are also the best. Every night, Jin Huan will assign a person to take care of Su Zhu. Zhu Xiaobao took very good care of Su Zhu. But looking at it now, the situation is worse than what Jin Huan said. Su Zhu's whole body is red and hot, and the skin and muscles on his body have become very stiff. Now he can no longer feed himself. Maybe some liquid food. My heart beats faster and my breathing becomes faster, but I still feel unconscious. Under this situation, Jin Huan had already asked the doctor in the manor to take a look, but the doctor couldn't figure out the reason. He could only prescribe some detoxification and conditioning medicine. But after taking it for 2 days, there was no response. What an effect! Zhu Xiaobao was a little annoyed, and went straight out of the small courtyard, and went straight to the third lady's yard. Although the guard here was very strict, Zhu Xiaobao didn't care at all. He called out the white lions, and went straight in. Go ahead. Frighten these guards into confusion. Lion roar technique directly stunned a group of guards. These guards had extraordinary cultivation levels. How could they withstand this lion roar technique? Barging directly inside, Zhu Xiaobao simply rode on the apprentice, and ran towards the third lady's boudoir at high speed. From a distance, he saw a group of people together, cheering and cheering. And this huge white lion rushed over. Although the maids and servants were panicked, the other high-level practitioners remained calm. Among them, Wei Lingling was the first to jump out and scold dissatisfied. Zhu Xiaobao, what are you doing? This is not your Lingquan town. Are you too presumptuous? Humph! Zhu Xiaobao jumped off the white lion, and the white lion turned into a mini version of the little white lion and followed behind Zhu Xiaobao. And Zhu Xiaobao also saw a scene that surprised him. Miss Third, she was holding the four-wheeled car and standing with difficulty. But she was able to stand up. But when I think about Su Zhu's situation, isn't this a stark contrast? So Zhu Xiaobao felt even more annoyed. What else am I asking you about? Where is the Qingling pill you promised me? Now that Su Zhu is about to die, who am I going to look for if I don't look for you? Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. It was through this deal that Wei Lingling lured Zhu Xiaobao here. Oh, Xiaobao, don't be anxious. Sit down and talk slowly. We will never break our promise to you. The third lady was still calm. She sat on the tricycle again and asked softly. Road. I don't understand what's going on. Anyway, the situation is not good. You should quickly find an experienced doctor to take a look at Su Zhu. Zhu Xiaobao didn't know what to do now. He wanted to treat Su Zhu first. The most critical thing is to find out the cause of your condition. Well, don't worry. Let's go and take a look together. I can understand the general symptoms. Miss San still said calmly. This is not bragging. Miss San is really proficient in medical science. And since she after being paralyzed, I became even more proficient. After coming out of Su Zhu's room, the third lady pondered for a long time before asking. Did you give her any tonic elixirs or any other medicines to strengthen her body? No. It's just the usual 3 meals a day. And the body tempering pill. The other thing is the bone-raising pill that was refined last time. In order to help Su Zhu recover faster, we specially made it the bone-raising pill with the pill pattern was given to her. Jin Huan immediately said loudly. They both left the best pills for Su Zhu. Oh, I understand. I guess the problem lies here. It didn't matter if I took the body tempering pill before. It was a relatively low-level pill. But now I have taken 2 bone-raising pills in a row. And Su Zhu only when your cultivation level is in the extraordinary state. And you can't use your energy to digest and absorb it. A huge amount of energy is accumulated and cannot be consumed. That's what led to this situation. The third lady immediately understood that this was a waste of time. So she did it with good intentions. Bad thing. Oh? Oops. I just gave her another 4 lines bone-raising pill. And this time she got into big trouble. When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, his expression suddenly changed. This time, he refined a total of I got 4 bone-raising pills. So I took one and gave it to Su Zhu first. He thought that the effect of the 4 lines bone-raising pill would be more obvious, and it might be able to alleviate Su Zhu's condition. You? Forget it. You'd better get out first. Let us handle it next. The third lady was stunned for a moment, and then had no choice but to kick Zhu Xiaobao out. Why? I can help too. Let me learn from it too. Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Why are you taking it with you? I'm going to let her out all the hard goods accumulated in my body. Is it convenient for you to stay here? The third lady snorted angrily. Is that so? You'd better do it then. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao ran away in despair. These things can only be done by women. It's very inconvenient for him as a grown man. But Zhu Xiaobao was not idle either. He had already started boiling water to prepare, so he was helping to get ready. On such a hot day, after all the work, everyone present, not to mention Su Zhu, had to take a bath. After working for nearly 2 hours, the work was finally over. Su Zhu's complexion also recovered a lot, and the skin and muscles on his body began to return to normal. Although there was still a stench in the room that had not dissipated, Zhu Xiaobao didn't care, but thanked you very gratefully. Bring it here. after taking a bath in the bathroom. The third lady drove the tricycle to Zhu Xiaobao and said, as she stretched out her hand, Sorry. One is missing. Of course Zhu Xiaobao understood what the third lady meant and immediately offered the remaining 3 bone-raising pills. Didn't he take one to Suju first? So I'm a little embarrassed. Because according to the agreement, all the elixirs made in this furnace belong to the third lady. Of 5 marks. 1. I never thought you could actually refine it. The third lady looked at 3 pills falling in her hand, but didn't care about the other 2. She mainly stared at this 5 marks, 1. Bone-raising pill. He was chanting with a complicated expression. After seeing Master Xian Daozi's technique, I learned a lot, and I was lucky enough to successfully refine it. Zhu Xiaobao said humbly at this time, and he was full of respect for Xian Daozi. Instinctively, Zhu Xiaobao admired Xian Daozi's alchemy skills very much, so I felt respectful without realizing it, and I don't dare to be so arrogant. Alas, 1 line is still missing. Xiaobao, can you also refine the 6 lines bone ascension pill? Unexpectedly, the third lady sighed and asked, Huh? These 3 are not enough for you. I have 2 more materials here, but I can't say whether I can refine the 6 patterns. I just want to ask. These materials I used are better than Xian Daozi. Are the master's materials much different? Zhu Xiaobao is a little confused as to why the third lady must have the bone ascension pill with 6 patterns. Huh? Yes, I neglected this point. The materials prepared for Master Zuan Daozi are indeed better than what you have. Some of the medicinal materials are much older. Don't open the furnace yet. I will help you right away. Prepare better materials. You must wait until I am ready before you start refining. The third lady suddenly said excitedly. Third miss, I didn't promise you that I would refine the 6 lines bone-rising pill for you. Maybe I won't even be able to refine the 5 lines if I get nervous. Zhu Xiaobao saw the third thread. The handover seemed a little impatient, and he suddenly grinned. Huh? Damn you little fat man. The third lady was suddenly startled, and then she couldn't help but curse quietly in her heart. And then she immediately regained her composure. I will help you gather the materials for the Qingling pill as soon as possible. This is okay. Right. At the same time, in another small courtyard, Zuan Daozi was sitting cross-legged, sweating profusely, looking at the chessboard in front of him with a sad face. He had just received a messenger talisman, which read, Horse 4 enters 2. Xian Daozi watched the little boy opposite him arrange the dark horses into 4 and 2 according to the messenger talisman, and he suddenly trembled. How could this happen? Isn't this a 1-2 attack? It's over. It's over. And it's lost again. When did he become Are you so awesome? Are there any experts around you who can give you guidance? The only ones who can use the messenger talisman worth tens of thousands of spirit stones to play chess are Black and White and Xian Daozi. They have wasted hundreds of messenger talismans in the past few days. The key is that Xian Daozi has lost 5 games in a row. At this moment, another boy reported outside the door. Master, the third lady is visiting. No. Didn't you see how busy I am? Ha. If I can help you with some guidance? Master, will you refuse me? Yeah. Come in. Chapter 1102, You Can Attack J.B. When the third lady entered the living room, Xian Daozi resumed his immortal demeanor, and was so polite that he let the little boy serve the third lady a bowl of tea. But his face was still a little awkward, because the chessboard on the table had not been put away yet, and it was obvious that the third lady had already known the tragic result of his consecutive losses and misjudgments. So he glared at the little boy in anger. The little boy was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Ha! Master, you have already lost this game of chess, the third lady said with a slight smile. Well, victory or defeat is a common thing for military officers. It's just a momentary negligence. It's not surprising. Xian Daozi picked up the pill and took a sip, which was actually demonstrating his embarrassment. As far as I know, Senior Black and White's chess skills have improved by leaps and bounds not long ago. And before that, he lost to Wu Xinjuan for more than 10 games in a row. It is said that he also lost a 9th-level magic weapon. The third lady was very worried. She smiled calmly and said that although she was not obsessed with it, since Wei Lingling and others came back, she had also learned this chess that was gradually becoming popular in Black Wind Valley. She was already proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Not to mention that when she was sitting in a wheelchair, she had more free time to study these new things. As for these very hidden information, she also spent a lot of money to find out. Yes, I was still able to win half the battle in the Black Wind Valley. But I didn't expect that now I am completely defeated. Do you know what's going on? It's really strange. Xiandaozi asked depressedly. Dao. At this time, this old man with gray hair and childlike face is more like a child, very persistently studying the endgame on the chessboard. Ha! I'm not proficient in this. But there is definitely someone who does. It's just that this person's temper is a bit weird. I'm afraid of offending the master, Miss Sen said cautiously. In fact, the alchemy master is also a weird person, coupled with the cunning Zhu Xiaobao. The third lady has to be careful. And she also knew that Xiandaozi came to the Wei family, this time not because of her invitation, but because he had to come because he lost the chess game. Oh, who is it? What kind of cultivation level? Are you also an alchemist? I really want to see it. Xiandaozi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked immediately. Well, he should be regarded as an intermediate alchemist, and his cultivation level is only at the initial level. However, the third lady suddenly said a little embarrassed. Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level is really too low, and he can't take action at all. Usually you won't be looked down upon by these senior experts. Huh? Are you, the third lady, entertaining me? Sure enough, Xiandaozi immediately darkened his face and snorted dissatisfied. Master, please take a look. What do you think of this bone-raising pill? The third lady did not panic, but calmly took out a 5 lines bone-raising pill and placed it in front of Xiandaozi. Huh? 5 lines? It's not simple. Who refined this? Master Shangxin? No. His control over fire is definitely not up to this level. He can only produce 3 lines at most. Old Monsterly? That's not right either. Old Monsterly has a hard time even fusing these medicinal materials. Who refined this? It looks a bit like the method of the 7 Saints. Impossible. The 7 Saints are now on the southeast Pujian Island. Could it be from is this the alchemist in the initial realm you are talking about? Xiandaozi took it and observed it carefully. And then, he was puzzled. He still knows these somewhat famous alchemists very well. Sometimes you can tell which alchemist it came from just by looking at it. Exactly. Even though he is only at the initial level of cultivation, his spiritual consciousness is already comparable to that of a cultivator in the Jinwu realm. And this black and white man's chess skills only improved by leaps and bounds after asking for advice from him. The third lady clicked. He nodded and said, Oh, this is interesting. Then what is the purpose of the third lady coming to me? Although Xuandaozi is just like Haixizi, he is a maverick, but he is still much more sophisticated than Haixizi. And he immediately became calm. Asked, he wants to ask you for some tips on alchemy, and you can also ask him to help you make suggestions. At the same time, the little girl also wants to watch a wonderful game of fighting on the chessboard. Maybe she can turn defeat into victory soon. The third lady smiled. Said, this last sentence is very important. And it directly moved Xiandaozi. Because losing these days is really a bit doubtful about life. Well, then let him come over and let me meet him. See if he really has some skills? This last sentence immediately made Xiandaozi feel itchy. But he still had to show off as a master. Nodded and said arrogantly. But a suspicion has arisen in his heart. After he refined the bone-raising pill, there was a spiritual consciousness that made him think differently. But because the crowd was surging at the time, he didn't have time to delve deeper. Okay, Master, please wait a moment, the third lady said with a slight smile. She couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. She didn't expect that this matter could be accomplished so easily. He quickly came to the door and called all Xiaobao to come in. Zhu Xiaobao was also very excited. He didn't expect to get guidance from Xiandaozi today. He very much hoped that under Xiandaozi's guidance, he could refine the Qingling pill that Su Zhu needed. Because now he is not sure. That is the 9th level Jade Elixir. But as soon as they entered the hall, they were met by a sharp spiritual scan from Xiandaozi. Out of instinct, the little horses reacted vigilantly. Although they did not fight back, they still fully absorbed this spiritual consciousness. They were all blocked back. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a little unhappy. This old man seems a bit too domineering. It really is you. Xiandaozi also immediately confirmed that this Zhu Xiaobao was the one who received one of his spiritual attacks. Huh? This game of chess has been lost. Why are you still here? Just admit defeat. They have already been hit by flying knives. and they should be dead in 4 moves at the fastest. Zhu Xiaobao also saw what was on the table at this time with that mess. He immediately shook his head and said, "This is a typical routine chess game." "Humph! That's nonsense. Although you are very passive, it is impossible to kill me in 4 steps. Xian Daozi immediately shouted angrily. "This is too exaggerated. He even killed me in several steps out. He doesn't believe it at all." "Yeah. If you don't believe it, just keep playing. Next, the opponent should advance 5 pawns to 1. Draw 6 rooks. Draw 3. And then push the pawn back 3. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a moment, and then simply connected the opponent's next 4 moves were reported. Dao Xuanzi was deeply suspicious and wasted a few more messenger charms. Sure enough, the 4 moves sent back from the opposite side were exactly as Zhu Xiaobao said. Dao Xuanzi asked in surprise, "How do you know the next 4 moves he made?" "Ha ha! This is what I taught him." "Huh? No. He should be with Wu Zhenjuan, because I didn't teach him this flying knife." Zhu Xiaobao started shaking his head again, and then suddenly thought of something details. He patted his forehead and said, "What? What a good boy. 2 people actually joined forces to trick me. Are you sure that Lord 5 is also involved?" Dao Xuanzi immediately shouted angrily. 9 times out of 10. Hey, old man. You always have some luck in playing chess. Right. What will happen if you lose?" Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile. Originally he respected this master very much, but Xian Daozi launched a spiritual attack as soon as he came up. And now he is so rude. So Zhu Xiaobao's title was changed to Old Man. "What else can I do? Stay here for 1 more month," Dao Xuanzi said in frustration. So far, he has lost 6 games of chess, and will have to stay here for half a year. "Hee! Old man, I'll help you win a game. Bet harder. 1 game of chess will decide whether you will stay or go for half a year. How about that?" Zhu Xiaobao asked seductively, which made the third lady next to him anxious. "I want to vomit blood. If the master I hired with great difficulty was let go in vain, wouldn't I be in a big loss? Then what if I lose again?" Unexpectedly, Dao Xuanzi was still very cautious, guarding against defeat before winning. "Then just stay here for a year," Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. "No. It's still the same lottery. Who knows if you can really win?" Dao Xuanzi was still very cautious, but he also wanted to see a victory in his heart. It was really frustrating to lose. "Okay, let's play a game. I haven't played for a long time, and my hands are really itchy. I'm just sitting here and saying, let 2 little boys play chess." Zhu Xiaobao was now the guest and sat down at the table next to him. He didn't just want to sit, but several cooks walked in from outside immediately, started to put out the food and wine that had just been cooked, and warmly invited the third lady and Xian Daozi to sit down together. Zuan Daozi frowned a little when he saw the battle, but he stopped saying anything when he smelled the tempting fragrance. But his mind was still on the chessboard. There was no need for the 2 little boys to do it. He was playing the chessboard alone. Sure enough, after a few moves, he immediately took the initiative. The opponent also hit Zhu Xiaobao's flying knife, which was a routine chess move. The killing was very exciting. Even if he smokes and eats them, he will immediately kill the opponent to the point of doubting his life. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao can tell the results in advance. And this game of chess is so exciting. In the Blackwind Valley, He Baizi and Wu Zhenjuan were having a meal, and were waiting to enjoy the super cool feeling of trapping each other. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed, and the 2 of them were killed. Doubt life. "Brother, did you make the right move? Did you read the chess record wrong? How could you lose so miserably in this game?" 5 true lords could no longer sit still, and couldn't help complaining. "No, but he doesn't follow the routine at all. Oh, I understand. This guy must have seen this flying knife, so he will resolve it. It doesn't matter. I will change the routine next game." Black and White is also very happy said in surprise. "Good. It's fun. It's fun." Dao Xuanzi was dancing with excitement. He even ran to the table, drank a glass of wine, and then ran back to the chessboard. "Hey, old man. I want to refine the Qingling pill." "Yeah. Okay." "What? What did you say?" "I said I wanted to refine the Qingling pill. You want to ask me to take action? There are still 3 moves left. Let's talk about it after we finish." Chapter 1103. You can attack J8C. Sure enough, as Zhu Xiaobao said, it only took 3 steps to kill the opponent. Xian Daozi suddenly burst into laughter, feeling proud and elated. He had been killed by the opponent in the past few days, and had doubts about his life. Unexpectedly, he now responded with a hearty flying knife. Come again! Come again! Xian Daozi sent a few more words to Baizi in the letter, and then sat down happily. Only then did he begin to fully enjoy the delicious meal. In addition, he also expressed his gratitude to Zhu Xiaoxiao. Bao was very impressed by the aged wine he brought out. At this time, he already knew the identity of Zhu Xiaobao. It was Baizi who asked him to come here to help him. It's just that Haixizi deceived him through a game. But this time, after waiting for a long time, the other party did not reply. It seems that he has noticed it. But this does not hinder Xian Daozi's good mood. Zhu Xiaobao took the opportunity to put forward his request to refine the Qingling pill. This is the main purpose of his coming here. Did you refine this 5 lines bone-raising pill? Who did you learn this method of controlling temperature differences from? Getting back to the topic, Xian Daozi's expression immediately became very serious, and he still didn't believe it. Xiaobao can refine the 5 lines bone-raising pill with his initial cultivation level. To be honest, Master, these techniques of mine were inspired by the last time I watched Master refining the bone-raising pill, and I succeeded by luck. Zhu Xiaobao did not hide anything and said frankly, You don't have a master? This is quite surprising. No wonder Baizi tried his best to ask me to come and help you. Do you want to refine the Qingling pill yourself? Or do you want me to help you refine it? Xian Daozi Niansu asked while being shocked in his heart. I want to refine it myself under the guidance of the master, Zhu Xiaobao said hesitantly. Although Xian Daozi's success rate will definitely be greatly improved, he still has to rely on himself for many things. And these pills will be used in the future. There are so many places for medicine. Do you have to ask Xian Daozi to take action every time? Of course. The best way is to do it yourself under the guidance of a master. You can also learn more and polish your alchemy skills. Okay. Then I'll take a look at your alchemy skills first. And then you can refine a furnace of bone-raising pill. Spirit pill, qualification. And I also doubt that the 5 lines bone-raising pill in my hand was refined by luck. Okay. The day after tomorrow, please ask the master to move to my small courtyard. I will make an alchemy furnace and ask the master for advice. Zhu Xiaobao said very respectfully. It is definitely a rare opportunity to get such a master's advice. Of course, before leaving, Zhu Xiaobao did not forget to give him a copy of the chess records he had compiled before, which was considered a small reward. This made Xian Daozi feel even more happy. At noon on the 3rd day, Xian Daozi came to Zhu Xiaobao's small courtyard with 2 boys. His face flushed and his expression happy, because he is already familiar with the routines in chess. Yesterday he and the black and white stones had a win and a loss. Although he lost more in the end and won less, he was already very excited. This is how people are, and they can only win by using their own brains. He is the happiest. This time, Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy room was a little crowded, so he chose to make alchemy in the alchemy room, mainly for the sake of confidentiality. Although it was in the Wei family's manner, the 3rd lady also knew that there are quite a few spies among them. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's 8th level alchemy furnace, Xian Daozi was also very surprised. After observing it carefully, he sighed. I didn't expect to see the Shi family's alchemy furnace again. Although it can't reach the level of its heyday, but it's already great to have such attainments. The market outlook is promising. At the same time, he also pays more attention to Zhu Xiaobao. This little fat man who is in the initial stage is by no means as simple as a cook, because he also feels the breath of those divine beasts and spirit bees. And Xian Daozi's spiritual consciousness is also quite powerful, and he is still at the true martial realm. These divine beasts and spirit bees cannot escape his induction at all. And the 3rd lady has prepared a new set of materials in the past 2 days, which is definitely the same as the one she provided to Xian Daozi last time. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao started the furnace, Xian Daozi smiled slightly. Sure enough, he used 2 ultimate cold pills, according to his own method, because most alchemists would almost use 1 ultimate cold pill. To control it like this, it will be easier to get up, but the effect will be slightly worse. Zhuan Daozi just watched quietly and did not interrupt. Zhu Xiaobao had already successfully refined his 5th level jade elixir, so there was no need for him to say more. Now it was just to see how many patterns he could produce with his control techniques. What surprised Xian Daozi was that Zhu Xiaobao was quite proficient in handling temperature differences. This showed that he had practiced for a long time, and could not be explained by talent. Talent is one aspect of many things, but hard work is also essential. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao has completed the fusion of all the materials, and the next step is the stage of forming the elixir. This is also the most critical step to achieve several patterns, and it is no simpler than controlling the temperature difference. What surprised Xian Daozi even more was that what Zhu Xiaobao used to stir the medicinal materials in the alchemy furnace was actually a short sword with a fire attribute, not a very professional medicine pestle. This made the process of making the elixir even more complicated. Some variables. Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be very accustomed to such operations, and seemed to be able to do it with ease. And the power of his spiritual consciousness was also clearly revealed at this time. He could sense the situation in the alchemy furnace very clearly, and was not inferior to Xian Daozi. Xian Daozi nodded frequently as he watched. Not long after, the fragrance of the elixir came from Zhu Xiaobao's 8th level elixir furnace. This was the omen before the elixir was ready. And needless to say, the quality of the elixir this time was definitely not bad. That's enough. Zhu Xiaobao finally put out the fire, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then relaxed, waiting until the temperature of the alchemy furnace subsided. 5 bone-raising pills were taken out from it. Not bad. I was able to refine a 6 patterns bone-rising pill. Very good. Very good. Xian Daozi had already seen it clearly at this time, and then Yanqi praised it. Although there is one less Chengdan than he did that time, it is already quite remarkable that he has also refined a 6 patterns bone ascension pill. The reason why there is one less Chengdan is because Zhu Xiaobao produces more impurities and waste when refining the pills. In other words, some materials were consumed. Master, please point out the boy's shortcomings, Zhu Xiaobao said with absolute sincerity, although he was also filled with joy. Well, your spiritual consciousness is strong and you are proficient in fusing materials, but your physical strength seems to be a bit behind. You must know that some elixirs are very time-consuming once they are refined. If your physical strength is not strong, it may affect the final result, the quality of the elixir. Xian Daozi nodded, and then he exposed Zhu Xiaobao's biggest shortcoming with one sentence. Yes, it's exactly what the master said, and I also feel this disadvantage. It's just that improving your physical fitness doesn't happen overnight. Zhu Xiaobao said a little depressed. Ha ha! This time, this bone-raising pill, this one will be given to the third lady to heal her wounds, and you can take the rest. Wait until it is completely digested and absorbed, and then wait until the third lady's materials are ready. Then it's time to refine the Qingling pill. Xian Daozi casually took the 5 bone-raising pills and distributed them among them, and then said with a smile, in fact, he knew the significance of this 6 patterns bone-rising pill to the third lady. According to the effect of this 6 lines bone-raising pill, with 2 to 3 more beauties, the third lady's legs can be restored to their original state. So at this time, the third lady was undoubtedly in the most excited mood. Next, Xian Daozi asked a question that he had always wondered about. Why Zhu Xiaobao would use a fire attribute dagger as a medicine pestle? You must know that this will definitely affect the original temperature in the alchemy furnace. I didn't have a professional medicine pestle at the time, so I used a dagger. But there is also an advantage. There can be subtle temperature differences in many subtle places. As long as I can sense them in time, the temperature on this shoulder, the fire attribute, can still play a key role. Zhu Xiaobao said, slightly embarrassed. Wonderful! Wonderful! It is indeed an unexpected benefit, which has benefited me a lot. Unexpectedly, after listening to Zhu Xiaobao's words, Xian Daozi also praised him repeatedly for being wonderful. Even he, a great master of alchemy, did not expect to return it. Such an operation is possible. Ha ha! As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can attack jade. Didn't I also use your techniques to refine the bone-raising pill? Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile. This kind of feeling among alchemists, only the two of them could feel it deeply. In the next half-month, Xian Daozi came to Zhu Xiaobao every day, and his life was very fulfilling. The two of them were just exchanging their experiences on alchemy. He found that many of Zhu Xiaobao's ideas were unique and leaping, and sometimes even he could be inspired. Originally, Xian Daozi had the idea of accepting Zhu Xiaobao as his disciple, but later he gave up decisively. Zhu Xiaobao's character and lifestyle would definitely lead bad his disciples. Now even the 2 little boys like to stay at Zhu Xiaobao's place, eating and drinking, and they are very relaxed and casual. The 2 little boys are already chubby, So Xian Daozi decisively gave up the idea of accepting Zhu Xiaobao as his disciple. Zhu Xiaobao's place is probably the most relaxed and relaxing place in the entire Wei family manor. The assigned maids are also laughing all day long, because Zhu Xiaobao does not have the airs to be a master. On the contrary, it is very easy. Get along with Zhu Xiaobao's too. 5 patterns bone-rising pills. Completely refined. Miss Third's materials are ready. Prepare to start refining the Qingling pill the next day. At this time, the third lady was actually able to hold the car and walk a few steps slowly. Although he was still very weak, his recovery was beyond everyone's expectations. Are you ready? You can operate with confidence. I will be right next to you. If there is any problem, I will take action in time. Just treat it as refining a furnace of bone-raising pills. Don't worry. Xian Daozi and Zhu Xiaobao, the two people, were in the alchemy room. The alchemy room had been remodeled and was larger and thicker than before. The third lady and 2 masked female cultivators were also guarding the door. This time the alchemy was very important, because there were only 2 ingredients for refining the Qingling pill. Chapter 1104 Qingling pill. Once they entered the stage of alchemy, Xian Daozi and Zhu Xiaobao were completely isolated from the outside world and focused on refining alchemy in the alchemy room. The third lady, Jin Huan and others were also waiting anxiously outside the door. Although the Qingling pill is still in the category of jade pill, the difficulty of refining the 9th level jade pill is no less than that of the 1st level elixir. The most important thing is that the refining process of Qingling pill is very long and requires very high physical strength. This is what Xian Daozi is most worried about. Sure enough, the initial refining process was quite satisfactory. Zhu Xiaobao did not have any tension or omissions because it was a 9th level jade elixir, and the control was relatively smooth, because he already knows the entire refining process, and his control over the heat and temperature are impeccable. Although it requires nearly twice as many materials as refining the bone-rising pill, this does not affect Zhu Xiaobao's precise operation at all. Xian Daozi nodded frequently as he watched. But then, the elixir will not be ready right away. The difficulty of the Qingling elixir is that it requires 2 fusions. In the meantime, it needs to be continuously fused and stirred, and then the interchanges of these solutions can be felt. Moreover, the firepower must be constantly adjusted according to the status of each stage. The 8 flaming eyes of the ultimate cold pill and Jiang pill on the pill furnace are not enough to maintain continuous firepower, and new ones need to be replaced in between. This process is very demanding on physical strength and patience. And contrary to Xian Daozi's expectation, the quality of the materials prepared by the third lady this time was extremely high, far exceeding the requirements for refining the ordinary Qingling pill. So this also led to the difficulty in refining this furnace of elixir. The time and energy consumed is greatly increased. Originally, the refining requirements for this kind of elixir were not that high. It was mainly used to heal wounds and could save people. However, I didn't expect that the third lady was so fully prepared, which also led to an increase in the difficulty of refining. Great extension of Yamato time. As time goes by, Zhu Xiaobao has shown signs of fatigue. He can no longer hold on, and the solution in the furnace needs to be fused again. Zhu Xiaobao's forehead was already sweating. He looked helplessly at Xian Daozi. He was asking for help. Some things just can't be endured. Hurry up and take this continuing power pill. It will keep you going for another half day. Xian Daozi also hurriedly sent a pill through the air. If he takes over in a hurry, it will affect the refining of this pot of pills, because he was not familiar with this 8th level jade cauldron pill furnace at all. So he did not dare to take it over easily. Zhu Xiaobao didn't hesitate at all, and swallowed the continuing power pill with one mouthful. He immediately felt that his body was full of vitality. His fatigue was gone, and his physical strength was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it! This old man still has such a good thing? Why don't you take it out earlier? When the alchemy is finished, you must see the recipe for this continuing power pill. Zhu Xiaobao's heart was full of surprises. And then he immediately started beating Xiao Jiujiu. This kind of elixir is a lifesaver for a person with a weak constitution like him. How could you miss it so easily? You brat! Concentrate! This last fusion is the most important. Don't be distracted. As if he noticed something strange about Zhu Xiaobao, Xian Daozi immediately reminded him. In an instant, Zhu Xiaobao regained his concentration and started the last fusion. This time, the fusion was indeed very cumbersome and extremely demanding. Even Xian Daozi's hands were sweating. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao's fire attribute dagger actually played an unexpected role at this time. Because this fire attribute dagger can provide more subtle temperature changes in local areas. And it is this subtle difference determines the final quality of this batch of elixir. It was the night of the second day. Zhu Xiaobao and Xian Daozi had been in the alchemy room for 2 days and 1 night. Finally, they heard some movement inside. After another stick of incense, the door of the alchemy room opened. Opened slowly. The first one to come out was Xian Daozi, followed closely by Zhu Xiaobao, who looked exhausted. Hee! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This Qingling pill can actually be refined into 3 lines. This is the first time even I have seen this. 3 lines Qingling pill, Xian Daozi said as soon as he came out, laughing heartily. Even after 2 days and 1 night, he was not tired at all, and was still full of energy and glowing face. There are only 2 Qingling pills in Xian Daozi's hands. But even these pills have pill patterns. One has 2 lines, and the other has an exaggerated 3 lines. No wonder Xian Daozi is so happy. The value of these 2 pills is definitely more than 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. Congratulations, Master! The third lady and everyone hurried forward to congratulate. Ha! These are not refined by me. These are all Xiaobao. Xian Daozi waved his hand frankly. He would not put gold on his face. But he still wanted to introduce the process of refining Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy. And saw that Zhu Xiaobao was already on the verge of collapse, and could no longer hold on. Although the Suli Dan is good, it also has side effects. Now that his physical strength is exhausted, Zhu Xiaobao can no longer hold on. Finally fell to the ground. Passed by. Jin Huan was so frightened that she immediately shouted, and almost fought Xian Daozi. Zhu Xiaobao fell asleep for 2 days this time. When he woke up, he found that he was lying on the bed. And Jin Huan was scrubbing and massaging him. Aren't we also afraid that he might suffer from muscle atrophy? But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao felt as if he had seen a ghost. And suddenly shouted loudly. Zhu! Hey! I didn't peek at you when you were sleeping? I've suffered a big loss when you are like this. Already! It turned out that Su Zhu had woken up after taking the Qingling pill. To Su Zhu's surprise, her consciousness was greatly improved. This may be the additional power brought by the 3 lines Qingling pill. Good thing. As soon as Su Zhu woke up, Jin Huan lost everything to Su Zhu. So while being moved, Su Zhu was also very active in helping and serving Zhu Xiaobao, which resulted in Zhu Xiaobao's panic and dissatisfaction. Isn't this a big loss? TSK! Who wants to look at you the same way? At worst, when I go to take a bath, I will take you with me. Do you dare? Su Zhu still hummed boldly, but there was still a blush on her face. It's a deal. You all heard it. She said it herself. I didn't force her. Zhu Xiaobao nodded repeatedly, and then said to Jin Huan, You heard me. We want to go together too. Jin Huan also shouted in unison. It's broken. It's broken. The world is getting worse. Are women so open-minded now? Is there any reserve in this? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly had black lines all over his head. And these 3 strong men take a shower together? This style of painting is a bit scary. Walking out of his room, Zhu Xiaobao had actually fully recovered. But he was just a little pretentious, insisting on sitting on a 4-wheeled car and letting Jin Huan and the others push him out of the door. But as soon as he went out, he saw the third lady sitting on a tricycle, looking at him with a smile. Huh? Aren't you already able to walk alone? Why are you still sitting on a tricycle? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. It can't be that fast. At least 2 more 6-grain bone-rising pills are needed, the third lady said with a faint smile. As soon as she said this, she already explained what she meant by waiting here. Alas, third miss, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm still a patient now. You see, I can't even walk. I really can't start making elixirs. Zhu Xiaobao said very weakly. Oh, that's really a pity. I originally wanted to give you a surprise. Now it seems I have to forget it. The third lady seemed to have anticipated Zhu Xiaobao's reaction, and lightly smiled and ordered. Let's go. Master Zhu Xiaobao is not feeling well right now. Let him have a good rest. Let's go find someone else. Ha! Then I won't give it away. Oh, by the way, what kind of surprise is it? A beauty? A spiritual stone? Or some magical weapon? Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and cupped his hands. But in the end, he couldn't help but ask the most question there was a sound. It's nothing. It's just the recipe for the continuing power pill. I spent a lot of money to find it. But it doesn't matter. This recipe is very popular. And I don't have to worry about not being able to sell it. The third lady said at this time, the attitude is exactly the same as that of Zhu Xiaobao. Even the look on his face is lifelike. Wait! 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 Zhu Xiaobao couldn't sit still after hearing this, and shouted after him. But the third lady didn't pay attention at all, and walked away. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao had to get out of the car quickly. Baba ran to the third lady and grabbed the little three-wheel. You can't even walk? Why did you catch up by yourself? Isn't this unscientific? The third lady still imitated Zhu Xiaobao's words and asked in surprise. Didn't I already gain strength as soon as I heard? Continuing power pill. How else would it be called? Continuing power pill. Zhu Xiaobao is very good at making up lies. And even he can tell a little bit. Believe it. Then you'd better go back home and rest quickly. You don't have to faint in front of me later. I can't bear it. The third lady snorted lightly. No. No. I have fully recovered. Look. The golden rooster is independent. Fights in all directions at night. And fights cattle across the mountains. Sweeping thousands of armies. Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly shouted while shaking his head. And he still fought in a decent manner. A few moves, and the tiger is in full swing. This guy's skills are indeed much calmer and more proficient than before. Humph. Then there's no need to talk nonsense. 2. 6 lines bone-raising pills have been successfully refined. This pill formula is yours. The third lady shook the pill formula in her hand, and then hummed directly, betting on this for someone who has no profit and can't afford to go early. The third lady still has some tricks up her sleeve. Hey! Hey! Okay. Jin Huan. Prepare some for me. I'm going to make an elixir. Chapter 1105. Everyone has his own ambitions, 7 days later. The third lady prepared 2 more materials for refining them. Bone-raising pill. The quality of the materials is even higher than last time. It can be seen that the third lady has spent a lot of money. It also gave Zhu Xiaobao a better understanding of the Wei family's financial resources. They were definitely rich enough to rival other countries. On the day when the alchemy furnace was started, what he didn't expect was that Xian Daozi was also excited to start the alchemy furnace at the same time as Zhu Xiaobao, which surprised Zhu Xiaobao. Being able to refine the same elixir with Xian Daozi is a rare opportunity to learn and practice. And this time, Xian Daozi sacrificed his own alchemy furnace for the first time. Zishuan Cauldron, which was not as famous as Gong'an Cauldron. A purple-red alchemy furnace, deep and thick, with 9 fire eyes at its bottom. The 4 legs are red gold, and there are faint inscriptions flowing around the cauldron. This is the 7th ranked alchemy furnace. It has completely surpassed the 9th level alchemy furnace and ranked among the top 10 divine cauldrons. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao hanging around the Zishuan cauldron with saliva for a long time, Xian Daozi also smiled slightly and said, Don't be envious. Your current cultivation level is not enough to control this divine cauldron. An 8th level alchemy furnace is enough. Yes. But can't I think about the future? In a few years, when I am promoted to a senior alchemist, I must get a divine cauldron like this. Right. Don't you think so? Miss Third. Zhu Xiaobao clicked. He asked with his mouth open. Humph. That's your business. Don't think about Gong'an Ding. That's part of my dowry. Miss San suppressed a smile and said, Every time she sees Zhu Xiaobao's greedy and lustful look, I always find it very funny, but not very annoying. How much do we need to prepare as a gift? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked in frustration. No gift required. Just marry into my Wei family. How about it? Think about it. The third lady finally couldn't help laughing and said seductively, Forget it. I can't involve a living person for a dead thing. Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head. Kikik, the people around were laughing loudly, including the maids and servants, who were all overjoyed. This little fat guy's expression was so cute. Only the golden ring and the silver ring were relieved. The two of them don't care about the Gong'an tripod, nor do they think the Wei family is anything special. When we arrived at the door of the alchemy room, there was no one around. Only a few of the most trusted guards, and the 2 female nuns are responsible for guarding. Of course, Su Zhu, Jin Huan, and Yin Huan were also guarding the door tightly. Entering the alchemy room, Xian Daozi and Zhu Xiaobao smiled at each other and waved their hands at the same time. Several Jiang pills and Shihan pills fell into the fire one after another, and the two materials also flew in at the same time. Dan furnace. This time, we can see the obvious gap between the two. Xian Daozi is relaxed and freehand, and the whole step is as smooth as flowing clouds. His control of the heat is extremely precise, and even the dregs in the furnace are very smooth. Phew! He also looked at Zhu Xiaobao from time to time to prevent him from making any mistakes. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, is relatively nervous and his movements are inconsistent, but he can still calm down and control well at critical moments. After all, this is not the first time to refine the Bone Ascension pill, and I am becoming more and more familiar with this 8th level pill furnace, and it is very easy to use. When Zhu Xiaobao finished refining the elixir, he discovered that Xian Daozi had been waiting aside for a long time, just to not affect his state of mind. He didn't even remove the flames from the fire eyes. Not bad. We should be able to produce a 6 patterns Bone Ascension pill. Xian Daozi saw that Zhu Xiaobao had put out the fire, and then he said with approval, even though Zhu Xiaobao was a little worse than him. But looking at these so-called advanced alchemists, I am afraid that few can compare with Zhu Xiaobao. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao still needs more practical training and accumulation of experience. Coming out of the alchemy room, the third princess was already waiting there eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. These were 2 pills that were related to whether her legs could be completely restored. How? Was it successful? Miss Third asked impatiently. Ha ha! Brother, take it out, please. If I'm right, I should have one with 6 lines and one with 5 lines. The other 3 are worth mentioning, Xian Daozi said to Zhu Xiaobao with a smile. Yeah, the master is smart and has seen everything. Here you go. This is a 6-mark bone rising pill. Fortunately, it has lived up to your destiny. Zhu Xiaobao also nodded, although his pot was still 5 pieces. Dan, but the remaining 3 are all 4-line bone rising pills, which is a step further than the last time. Well, master, you don't need to talk about it here. Right. The third lady is already smiling. As long as she has 2 more 6 lines bone rising pills, her legs will be completely restored. Of course, you can recover without these pills, but I'm afraid you will have to wait 2 years. Ha ha! 2 6 patterns bone rising pills can be regarded as fulfilling the mission. Ha ha ha! Xian Daozi smiled casually, but he only produced 4 bone rising pills in this furnace. 2? Let me see. This is too shocking. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the same material could actually produce 2 6 patterns bone raising pills in Xian Daozi's hands. This is a bit too exaggerated. But when he took it and saw it, Zhu Xiaobao had to accept it. One of the 6 patterns bone rising pill not only had 6 patterns, but also had half a pill pattern faintly on it. In other words, this bone rising pill, it almost reaches the quality of Qi-Wen. Of course, only 4 elixirs were produced, and it is understandable that the 2 6-grain bone rising pills absorbed too much medicinal power. So the only remaining materials were to produce 2 more bone rising pills, and they only have 2 and 3 lines. I admire you. I admire you. Your uncle is still your uncle. Old man, I'll treat you to a drink today. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to bow deeply in admiration, and then sincerely invited Xian Daozi to have dinner with him. Ha ha! Not only do we have to eat and drink, but we also have to spar. Xian Daozi was also very pleased, even though Zhu Xiaobao was not usually very respectful. This guy was really good-natured, and it was very pleasant to get along with him. Now Xian Daozi is very used to staying here, and it can be said that he lives a very leisurely life. You can tell just by looking at his 2 little boys. They are both chubby, smiling all day long. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao was like seeing his own brother. That was called intimacy. Similarly, Xian Daozi also enjoyed this kind of life, but he was more observing Zhu Xiaobao, because the appearance of this person gave him some ideas about future trends, or Zhu Xiaobao is likely to affect the development of this plane. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level is too low now, so he is not sure yet. Even if you are a genius, you must ensure that you can survive to become a true genius. And Zhu Xiaobao is willing to drink and chat with Xian Daozi. He is seizing every opportunity to ask this worldly master for advice. It is a rare opportunity to be able to ask an old man of the true martial realm for advice at any time. Until now, He has only known a few cultivators in the true martial realm. Unfortunately, although Heibizi is relatively sincere, he is not good at words, and is too focused on the communication on the chessboard. Brother, you gave this recipe of continuing power pill to Miss Third. Right. This thing suits me very well. Only now did Zhu Xiaobao realize that the recipe in Miss Third's hands actually belonged to Xian Daozi. But it was given to Zhu Xiaobao through the hands of the third lady. It seems that Xian Daozi is determined to make a friend like Zhu Xiaobao. Not bad. Although this elixir is a 7th grade jade elixir, it is very useful, especially for those with weaker constitutions. It has a reinforcing effect, although it also has some side effects. It is still a very popular elixir. After all, the key is moment can play a vital role. Xian Daozi nodded and said, this thing should also be able to produce elixir patterns. Right. Does it mean that the more elixir patterns there are, the smaller the side effects will be? Zhu Xiaobao immediately grasped the point. He was thinking that if he had this kind of elixir, he would use it. Can those skills with burst of lethality avoid the period of weakness? In this case, wouldn't it be very beneficial to him in Xiaoyao? Well, remember, any elixir has the highest 9 patterns. But until now, I have not refined the 9 pattern sustainability pill, because the requirements for materials are too high, and it is not worth it. But it's true as you said. The more pill patterns there are, the smaller the side effects will be, the greater the range of sustaining power it provides. Xian Daozi was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, he is just practicing. The 3 lines are enough. He rarely fights with others. Ordinary cultivators would not be willing to offend a senior alchemist. What's more, Xian Daozi is also a world-famous alchemist. Great! This thing can greatly improve my combat power. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately very excited. He had already planned to collect the best materials to create the most advanced continuation pill. There is no way. The weak period of his skills is really scary. Once the enemy cannot be killed, it is almost like waiting to die. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao came to see Miss San excitedly. He wanted to collect the materials for refining the Suli Dan. But I didn't expect that today I would be stopped by 2 masked female cultivators. Because the third lady was refining the 6 patterns bone-rising pills. No one was allowed to disturb her, although they were already very familiar with Zhu Xiaobao. These 2 masked female cultivators still resolutely blocked Zhu Xiaobao back. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had to walk back very depressed. As soon as he entered his small courtyard, he saw Su Zhu fighting fiercely with Jin Huan. Although it was a normal sparring, the attack was not gentle at all. The 3 of them were all covered in sweat. And because it was a close combat, Su Zhu was clearly at a disadvantage. Because the 3 of them are also in the extraordinary realm. Su Zhu cannot defeat them if Jin Huan joins forces. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao coming back, the 3 women stopped and quietly tidied their clothes. To be honest, the close battle between them didn't look good in the end. Especially Su Zhu, who now had 2 tattoos on her chest. The big group is about to pop out. I want to leave here. Go out and practice. Su Zhu lowered her head and whispered. No, I don't agree. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked immediately, and then simply refused. Chapter 1106. Everyone has his own ambitions. B. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao return to the room angrily, Su Zhu looked at the golden ring and silver ring. But the 2 fat girls giggled and hurriedly followed in. Xiaobao, I really want to go to the training ground to experience it. You know I have to go through a life and death fight to advance quickly. Su Zhu had no choice but to follow along, touching the ground with one leg, and stood next to Zhu Xiaobao. She squatted down in front of her. But there was nothing she could do. She was now much taller than Zhu Xiaobao. Even so, she was not much shorter than Zhu Xiaobao. You have just recovered from your injury, and your cultivation level is so low. If something happens, how can I go back and explain to Mr. Su? No, you should stay here honestly. Wait for me for a year, and you will be there. An opportunity to practice, Zhu Xiaobao said unhappily. Although he knew that Su Zhu's characteristic was to quickly advance through killing, he was still unwilling to let her go out and take risks. The current training ground here is even more dangerous than the original southern area. Just let me go! I will find Xiaoyao right away. If we are together, there will be no danger. What's more, there is sure done besides Xiaoyao now. I just want to be promoted as soon as possible and continue to work. Fortunately, you come and help when needed. Look, among all the people now, I have the lowest cultivation level. Even the golden ring and silver ring are better than me. Suju begged unwillingly. Don't say it yet. Don't say it now. Although Su Junyo looks tall and strong, she is a little in awe of Zhu Xiaobao from the bottom of her heart. And she really wants to become more powerful in front of Zhu Xiaobao, because she has taken Green Farrier as her target. I think it is okay. This woman's qualifications are excellent. As long as she practices properly, her achievements will never be low. Staying with you will only limit her performance. Unexpectedly, Xian Daozi happened to be right at this time. Come to Zhu Xiaobao again to play chess and chat. Behind him were the two little boys. Thank you, Master. Su Zhu immediately bowed happily, and then looked at Zhu Xiaobao pitifully. Oh, it's true that all female students are not allowed to stay. They all want to leave me. When the time comes and you want to come back, don't blame me for not taking any of you in. Zhu Xiaobao also shouted angrily, then frowned and thought for a while. Said, then you can leave in 2 days. I will prepare some things for you, just in case. After all, Zhu Xiaobao is still soft-hearted and wants to be fully prepared for Su Zhu. It's best to find Xiaoyao right away. That's the best result. On the 3rd day, Zhu Xiaobao gave Su Zhu a storage bag with the food he had prepared for Su Zhu after a busy day, as well as a lot of body-tempering pills, bone-raising pills, and others. Su Zhu was given a mess of pills that could have some effect on her. On the contrary, it is the continuing power pill that Zhu Xiaobao has not refined yet, and Su Zhu does not need it. Her biggest feature is her strong physique and amazing strength. When the 3rd lady heard about this, she also came over in a 4-wheeled car. Now she can slowly walk independently, but she still has some days left to fully recover. But she is already quite happy. She prepared a weapon for Su Zhu, which was a remade and processed 1-leg bronze man. It was 50 kilograms heavier than the original weight, and a certain proportion of Xianin crystal iron was added to it, which could protect against fire-type attacks. Isolate the transfer of heat to the greatest extent. This can be regarded as a show of goodwill to Zhu Xiaobao. But there is also a suspicion that it is reducing the strength around Zhu Xiaobao to a certain extent. Thank you, Miss Third. Su Zhu was overjoyed. She has been using a black iron rod now. It was a weapon found in Cui Lingchai's storage bag, but it was already a little too light. The most important thing is that using this black iron rod can easily make people suspicious, because until now, the Cui family has not identified the murderer of Cui Lingchai, searching for the murderer everywhere. Well, be careful. The training ground here is more dangerous than your southern area. The 3rd lady nodded with a smile. She was also very impressed by Su Zhu's training qualifications and strong physique. I am so envious that such a talent actually sent private messages to Dottie and Zhu Xiaobao. It is really surprising. It's just 2 black golden bees. They can help you find Xiaoyao quickly. Once you find Xiaoyao, put one back so that I can rest assured. Although he was a little depressed, Zhu Xiaobao still thought about everything, all things considered. However, Zhu Xiaobao also knows that everyone has their own ambitions, and Su Zhu's choice is not wrong. She just needs to go to a broader training ground to experience and work hard. After quietly sending Su Zhu away, Zhu Xiaobao came back a little glumly. As soon as he came back, he and Jin Huan had a fierce exchange of words. This time, Jin Huan basically didn't fight back. Just let Zhu Xiaobao bow is just letting it out on himself. Until finally, Zhu Xiaobao was so exhausted that he returned to bed and fell asleep. Time flies and a month has passed. Fortunately, the news came back less than 10 days after Su Zhu left. She has successfully found Xiaoyao and Sherdun. So Zhu Xiaobao has finally given up his worries. Let it go. In this month, Zhu Xiaobao also refined the first furnace of continuing power pill. Although it only had 3 lines, he was already very happy. He could not refine more large pill lines. Mainly the materials he prepared were too poor. Many materials are purchased from shops, and the quality is very average. But the high-end materials he asked Miss 3 to help him collect were never ready. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that the 3rd lady was still sitting on a 4-wheeler, with 2 female cultivators pushing her. After a second thought, I understood that it seemed that the 3rd lady didn't want some people to know that her legs had recovered. So besides being at Zhu Xiaobao's place, she still rode a 4-wheeler, so as to reassure some people. However, these preventive measures taken by the 3rd lady did not have a very good effect. Frictions within the family still inevitably occurred, and they tended to get worse. as Zhu Xiaobao's status in the Wei family continued to increase. He also learned some things. But because it involved the internal conflicts of the Wei family, he was not very concerned about it, and did not want to get involved. On this day, I originally made an appointment with Xian Daozi to exchange experiences on alchemy, and then we discussed a few games and drank some wine. The beautiful day was just about to begin. But before it started, Zhu Xiaobao was hurriedly pulled into the carriage by Xian Daozi. And it was strange today. There were no important guards around him. Just some extraordinary guards. And they all looked uneasy. Hey! 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 Brother! Where are we going? Zhu Xiaobao felt the difference in the atmosphere as soon as he got on the carriage. So he asked in a low voice. Let's go and see the excitement. I guess some people in the Wei family can't sit still. Let's see if it's time to leave. He doesn't care about the disputes within the Wei family. I only care about whether I should stay here. Ha ha! It's high. Bro, it's exactly what I want. Zhu Xiaobao also smiled heartlessly. When they arrived at the foot of a mountain, Xian Daozi said to the guards, You just wait here. We can go up ourselves. Your main task is to watch the driver. But my master has given orders. The guard headed by the leader, who was only in the realm of gods, said with a little panic. Isn't this embarrassing for him? But facing Xian Daozi's pressure, she didn't dare to fight back. Don't worry. We are just going up the mountain to play chess. And we don't need you to disturb us. Just do as I say, and I guarantee that you will be fine. Xian Daozi smiled faintly, but said without any doubt, Okay then. Please take care of me. Senior. The guard leader also said helplessly, What else can be done? You can only act according to other people's orders. Could it be that he was having a hard time with a senior in the true martial realm? Isn't that seeking death? Soon Zhu Xiaobao and others arrived at the top of the mountain. It was really sunny here, with a gentle breeze blowing on their faces. It was a scenic place for chess games. And Zhuan Daozi did intend to drink and play chess here. With a wave of his hand, an exquisite stone platform appeared in front of him, with his pair of chess pieces made of black and red jade on it. And the two little boys were busy boiling water and making tea. Hey! Old man! You really didn't come here to play chess. Did you? Why can't you see any movement? Zhu Xiaobao looked around, but he didn't notice anything. Could it be that his spiritual consciousness was like this? Difference? Ha ha! No need to sense it. It's in that direction. It's too far away. So it can't be sensed. It shouldn't have started yet. Xian Daozi held it with his hands. And then Nushi smiled and said that he couldn't sense any situation now. But what is surprising is that Zhu Xiaobao actually took out a telescope, which he had improved. It was several times stronger than the last time he observed Xian Daozi refining alchemy. The workmanship is also much more refined. Huh? What is this? Can you see the situation on the other side? This time it was Xian Daozi's turn to be a little surprised. This little fat man's casual movements were like a new thing. It was simply unreasonable. Damn! There are a lot of people. Are there people above the true martial realm? Why can't I see through their cultivation? Zhu Xiaobao didn't have time to answer at this time. He was already shocked by the scene he observed. I didn't expect there would be so many people. The third lady is obviously the center of this party. She is surrounded by experts from the Wei family. But she is still sitting calmly on the four-wheeled vehicle. Let me see! You really don't know how to respect the elderly at all. At this time, Xian Daozi finally couldn't help but got angry and yelled. Then he snatched Zhu Xiaobao's telescope. He still speaks plausibly. Even the two little boys next to him were shocked. Their ancestor had never been so fierce before. Why can't I see clearly? Tell me quickly. Xian Daozi couldn't wait to imitate these little treasures and started to watch them, while he kept complaining. Ahem. Brother. Take it down. The big head is in front, and the small head is facing the eyes. Huh? You can really see it. I didn't expect him to come too. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight this time. Who's coming? Jiao Zhenjuan. Chapter 1107 Borrowing A. After hearing Xian Daozi's words, Zhu Xiaobao was also surprised. He didn't expect that the handsome scholar-looking person between the two groups was actually Jiao Zhenjuan. Only then did I remember that this was no longer the Deshang Kingdom, but the Dawei Kingdom. So this area was under the jurisdiction of Jiao Zhenjuan. At the same time, Xian Daozi still watched with gusto. He was attracted by the magical effect of this telescope. I didn't expect that using external force could have such an amazing effect. Didn't this increase the observation distance several times for no reason? But what he didn't expect was that Lord Jiuzhen, who was among the two groups, suddenly turned around and looked towards Xian Daozi. He immediately frightened Xian Daozi with his sharp eyes. It was like seeing through him. A wisp of divine consciousness also shot out, frightening Xian Daozi to quickly put away his telescope and lean down. Fortunately, this Jiuzhen Juan just sensed something, and could not clearly see it from such a long distance. However, the spiritual consciousness emitted did not give any feedback. He also shook his head, as he felt a little satisfied. Could it be that he was the induction is wrong? At this time, in the venue, the leaders of the two camps of the Wei family were also being regulated by Jiuzhen Juan. The friction between the two sides has been constant recently, and it has become more and more intense. There have been many casualties. These things did not happen in Ping'an City, so Zhu Xiaobao and others were not very clear about it. But it has caused a big shock in Dawei country. As the royal family of the Dawei kingdom, they did not interfere. It was because the Wei family was too powerful and basically occupied most of the operations of the Dawei kingdom. Therefore, the royal family also intentionally or unintentionally fueled the situation secretly and allowed them to continue the internal friction of time. But since many mortals have been injured, Jiuzhen Juan had to take action at this time. As the Jiuzhen Juan who governs this area, he actually doesn't bother to interfere with the delicate relationship between the Wei family and the royal family, or the internal battles. But once a large number of mortal casualties occur, you can't just sit back and watch. On the surface, this situation occurred because the mining rights of the largest Lingsher mine had expired, and the two parties had a dispute over the mining rights for the next phase. In fact, the key point is that it also involves the following issues. The succession of the first head of the family is a problem. This is the most important thing. And now the two camps are competing between the two candidates for the future head of the family. The leader of the Dongwei family is also a woman. Like the third lady, she has achieved great success in the fusion realm, and is about to break through to the true martial realm. The head of the Shiwei family is the third lady Wei Zixu. When she forced her cultivation level to break through, she was trying to suppress this competitor. This woman was also quite talented. Her name was Wei Dongli. I have made it very clear. If there is another large-scale conflict and innocent mortals are hurt, then don't blame me for being rude. I will hand over the mining rights of the spiritual stones in the north to the royal family. Not although Zhenjuan looks delicate and gentle like you, he is also very good at what he does. I don't want him to be so quiet in appearance. Moreover, according to legend, the talent of this 9 true lords is the highest among all the true lords. He is also the one with the shortest training time and the fastest progress. He is deeply appreciated by Qingyi Immortal Lord. In fact, he has been practicing for only 900 years, which is much shorter than other true lords. If not, why would the 5th true lord be so afraid of this junior brother? But Lord Immortal, it was the Dongwei family who provoked me first this time. There are still 2 years left to mine the northern spiritual stone. What they did was obviously a violation of the agreement, so I still insist on waiting until the northern spiritual stone is mined. The mining deadline has come. Let's renegotiate. Wei Zixu shouted unconvinced. Although the oppression brought by Jiazhenjin to everyone was very strong, as the person in charge of the Shiwei family, she must protect herself. Strive for maximum benefits. Ha ha. Niece Zixu, this is not up to you. Now you and Dongli are about to advance. No matter who succeeds in advancing, he will immediately become the next head of the Wei family. This is the most important thing. It only happens once in 100 years. So such trivial matters as mining rights cannot be taken into consideration. In other words, if Dongli succeeds in advancing, but you do not, then there will be no such dispute. Dongli will I can directly take over as the head of the family. Haha. Of course we are still a family. Don't you think so? A middle-aged man who looked like Imo on the opposite side smiled calmly. It turns out that the Wei family has a very strange rule. The head of the Wei family can only be a woman from the Wei family. This tradition has been passed down for thousands of years. So the last time the third lady said she was looking for a husband to marry into, she was not just talking nonsense. Of course, she was joking about Zhu Xiaobao at the time, but she had not yet fallen in love with Zhu Xiaobao. Humph. There's no need to worry about it. I'll give you 2 a year. By then, only one of you can break through to the true martial arts realm, and then everything will be settled. If both of you succeed in breaking through, then we'll still have to compete in martial arts according to the tradition of your Wei family. Win or lose. If this is really the case, I will come to uphold justice at that time. Jiazhenjin looked at Wei Dongli and Wei Zixu. and hummed a little impatiently. He understood at a glance that Wei Zisu's legs have long since healed, and both of them are likely to break through to the true martial realm. The so-called 2 years of mining rights left are just 1 year wasted. I will obey the decree of the 9 true lords. Everyone bowed and saluted and sang in unison. Neither party had any objection to this proposal, or they were all full of confidence. Relatively speaking, the Dongwei family is more confident, because Wei Zisu has failed to advance once, which is likely to leave some psychological shadow on her. And this shadow will affect Wei Zisu's breakthrough. What's more, if Wei Zisu wants to break through, he must first take the Guotian pill, which is a 3rd-grade elixir. So after calculating this, the Dongwei family seems to have a greater chance of winning. Huh? It's over now. What a pity. I thought we could start a fight. I didn't expect that once Jia Zhenjin came, there would be nothing good to watch. Come on. Let's play chess and drink. It has nothing to do with us. Ha ha ha. Xian Daozi looked at the telescope for a while again, and said with some disappointment, the old man also likes to watch the fun. Of course, he found a treasure today, so he kept holding this telescope in his hand, and never let go. Now that I have finished speaking, I put it into my arms easily. Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay attention, and simply pretended not to see it. The old man gave himself both sides of the continuing power pill, so why bother arguing with him over such a trivial matter? At worst, I can go back and work on a telescope with a higher magnification. But the third lady, Wei Zisu, hurried back, her face not so pretty, because she was still a little too nervous after a year. Moreover, the next operation of the Dongwei family is also very insidious. They are recruiting high-level alchemists. Their purpose is also very clear. That is, they do not want Wei Zisu to be able to refine the returning pill within a year. What? Old Monster Li went to Dongwei's house. This is simply treachery. How could this person do this? As soon as the third lady came back, she suffered a series of blows. Not only did Old Monster Li go to Dongwei's house, but also several other worshippers in the fusion realm have also submitted their resignations. Which means very clearly, add money, or go to Dongwei's family. If you don't add money, the price given by others is higher. Let them go. People who only see this little profit are not worth retaining. It's better to see their faces clearly earlier. Although the third lady was very angry, she did not try her best to retain them. Where's Zhu Xiaobao? Where's that damn little fat guy? Could he have switched sides and surrendered? Right. At this time, Wei Lingling was also shouting angrily. In fact, she was still very afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would switch sides too. Although she has never dealt with Zhu Xiaobao very well, Wei Lingling is still very smart. She has long seen that Zhu Xiaobao can always play some unexpected roles. Reporting to the two young ladies, Master Zuandaozi and the young masters went to the mountain top over there, saying they were drinking and playing games. They didn't let our guards follow. His trusted guards quickly ran up to report. What? You have to go to such a high place to play chess and drink? Isn't this too comfortable for them? Wei Lingling exclaimed in dissatisfaction, while breathing a sigh of relief. Don't talk nonsense. Come, take me to that mountain peak. Bring the cook and the best wine and food. The third lady shook her head and went straight up. But as soon as they reached the top of the mountain, Third Miss saw an incredible scene. Zuandaozi sat aside blankly, while Zhu Xiaobao was tied to a big tree and was shouting, Sixth sister, isn't it okay to be wrong? How much money did he lose? At worst, I'll be with you. Okay, let me go. Humph. Now you want to beg for mercy? Why were you so happy when you teamed up to bully your fifth brother? And you danced with joy? And you? Because you are old and disrespectful. Also joined in the fun. Lu Xinjuan is very domineering. A man was sitting there enjoying his meal, and there was a bleak man standing next to him. He was none other than the 5 true lords. It's just that the image of the 5th true lord at this moment is really unflattering. His nose is bruised and his face is swollen, and his hands are drooping. He stands respectfully behind the 6th true lord, turning a deaf ear to Zhu Xiaobao's howls. At this moment, something even more astonishing happened to Miss Third. A person fell from a distance. Isn't it none other than Mr. Jiozhen, who was still in the Wei family's residence just now? As soon as he saw the 6th true lord, he wanted to evacuate, but he still forced himself to salute. I've seen the 6th senior sister, the 5th senior brother. Why are you here? I'm here to take this prodigal son back. Can't you? Do you think I can't come to the area under your jurisdiction? Lu Xinjuan shouted loudly, turning his back on guests. Okay. Of course. Ha. I just came here to ask if I need help, Jia Zhenjin said with a smile on his face in embarrassment. He was also very afraid of the sixth senior sister. He has a very hot temper. In fact, sixth senior sister is very righteous. Okay. Ninth junior brother. I'm already like this. And you still dare to add insult to injury? Don't run away. Let's see if I don't beat you to death today. Fifth True Lord suddenly roared angrily and started to fight. Chapter 1108 Borrowing B. As soon as Jia Zhenjin saw Wuzhenjun, he rushed towards him with his teeth and claws open and winked. So you still don't understand what this means? This means that I have to cooperate with him and escape from the clutches of six true lords. Sixth senior sister, hurry up and take care of him. This is public revenge. Zhou Xinjuan had no choice but to cooperate and shout loudly. He was already very familiar with Wu Xinjuan's tricks. Don't look at Wu Xinjuan. Xinjuan is not very diligent in cultivation, but he knows a lot of things. Immediately, a large number of hidden weapons flew towards Zhou Xinjuan. If you don't take this seriously, you might actually get hurt. Therefore, Lord Jiuzhen had no choice but to take out an umbrella and open it. Then he successfully blocked a series of attacks. The two of them ran further and further away and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Huh? Come back to me. You two don't want to pick someone to act? Come back to me. How can Mr. Lucian not be clear about these little tricks? But it disappeared in the blink of an eye. And she was also a little depressed. Xian Jun, use this. You can see clearly. Unexpectedly, Xian Daozi offered the telescope to him at this time and said flatteringly, Huh? Let me see. Okay. It is indeed an act. The two bastards are hooking up now. None of you men are good. Lu Xinjuan was immediately angry when he saw it. Shouted. And then hummed to Xuan Daozi with satisfaction. Did you make this thing? No. The young masters came up with it too. Xian Daozi did not dare to take credit, but replied honestly. I knew it was you who used it to peek at girls. Right. Then I'll confiscate it. The six true lords found a reason to put the telescope in his arms. Yes. I was discovered by you again. Zhu Xiaobao was finally let go by sixth true lord. And he nodded and admitted. You have to save some face for sixth sister? Besides, the sixth sister showed up here not to bring him a storage bag, because the nectar and many supplies in his storage bag were not enough. This time, it was actually the fifth true lord and the sixth true lord who found an excuse. Just come and see him. However, the fifth true lord did lose a lot of spiritual stones and magic weapons, and also used hundreds of message talismans, which made the sixth true lord immediately feel very distressed. The distance communication talisman costs tens of thousands of spirit stones. Then you deserve this beating? The sixth true lord snorted in annoyance. And then he leapt in the clouds and went directly to settle the score with the two acting true lords. Alas! These are the days like gods! Xian Daozi looked at the retreating figure of the six true lords and couldn't help but said with admiration, to be able to ride on the clouds like the six true lords and the others, one must be in the true martial realm, the above cultivation level. Oh! Yes! Even gods are sometimes afraid of their wives. Poor fifth brother. I have to kneel on the washboard again when I go back. Zhu Xiaobao also nodded and sighed. What is a washboard? At this moment, Zissou, the Sanjiao guard, recovered from the shock. Just now, he stayed aside in Beijing, not daring to make any movements or noises. This is the first time in my life that I saw three true kings. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao still calls them brothers. This little fat guy makes people feel more and more mysterious. Oh, it's just a tool for washing clothes. Hey, what are you doing here? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly turned around and asked, pretending to be surprised. In fact, he had sensed the third lady a long time ago. He did this just to hide his embarrassment. He was tied to a tree and beaten just now, which was a bit embarrassing. Well, I'm here to ask you for help. The third lady collected her thoughts and regained her previous calmness. As long as the remuneration is reasonable, that's no problem. Zhu Xiaobao also resumed his usual miserly demeanor. I want Jin Huan to practice with me to speed up my recovery and increase my physique. The third lady no longer dislikes Zhu Xiaobao's hateful face. She really needs to speed up her recovery, because now she is left with she only has 1 year left. Well, it's not a big problem. Do you want me to practice with you? My techniques are not inferior to theirs. Zhu Xiaobao immediately became energetic and asked shamelessly. Huh? What Mr. Illusion said just now is absolutely right. No man is good. Get out. The third lady immediately snorted in annoyance, turned around and left. Oh, I really mean well. Little brother? My telescope is gone. Can you get another one? Unexpectedly, Xian Daozi also asked with a dry smile at this time. Roll. In the following days, the third young lady really asked Jin Huan to accompany her to practice carefully, but they were very guarded during the training. Zhu Xiaobao was anxious outside, hoping to see some spring. Unexpectedly, it didn't work out at all, because the 2 masked female cultivators were very guarded and didn't give Zhu Xiaobao a chance. The third lady is indeed recovering and training through the golden and silver rings. Although these 2 people are in the extraordinary realm, they are really powerful in close combat. It can be said that there is no opponent in the combined realm. Of course, this scene was also very embarrassing. The 3 of them were often half-clothed in the end, sometimes even making the third lady look like a pig, with a lot of injuries on her body, because Jin Huan doesn't know how to stop it all. Once the war starts, he will go all out. Of course, what worries the third lady the most is the returning to true pill, which is the key to completely restoring her to the combined state and achieving great success. The reason why the Dongwei family must decide the next head of the family in advance is because they saw this opportunity, because of the sequelae left behind by Miss Third's forced breakthrough in cultivation last time. Only the returning pill can completely restore her. Holy shit! I finally saw it! Yes! 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 Gold ring. Grab a handful more. Yes! Yes! Silver ring. Take out 3 ways. You are good at it. Hey, I didn't expect this third lady's breasts to be so big. It's quite big. The butt is plump enough. This little waist. Hey, old man, do you want to come up and have a look? Zhu Xiaobao shouted while lying on a tree and dancing. This excitement was even worse than when I peeked at Wu Yu taking a shower. Didn't he get another telescope with a higher endorsement? The so-called test is being done at the moment, and Zuan Daozi is waiting under the big tree in a bit of panic. As a highly respected alchemy master, he was very uneasy accompanying Zhu Xiaobao to do such a despicable thing. But the telescope in Zhu Xiaobao's hand was tailor-made for him. Hey, little brother, let's go quickly. Once someone finds out, there will be no place for my old face. Xian Daozi, however, was urging under the big tree in fear. Look again. Look again. I haven't finished the test yet. Zhu Xiaobao was lying on the big tree and refused to come down. What a wonderful spring. Okay, Zhu Xiaobao, what are you doing? Are you peeking? Come on. Arrest this bastard. As expected, joy brought sorrow. While Zhu Xiaobao was dancing, something came from behind. Wei Lingling's voice. And what's more terrible is that Wei Lingling is followed by a team of female guards with high level of cultivation. Hey! 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 Are you mentally ill? From such a long distance? Come up and have a look. What can you see? Zhu Xiaobao quickly jumped down from the tree, and then shouted confidently. Then, he ran away in a flash. Look! Xian Daozi has long since disappeared. Wei Lingling climbed up the big tree angrily, but soon jumped down with a puzzled expression. It seemed that she couldn't see anything at all from such a long distance. So what is this little fat man doing in the tree? I looked left and right, and it turned out that every girl is not simple. I looked and thought. It's really hard to guess the girl's messengers. Zhu Xiaobao clasped his hands behind his back and sang triumphantly. He came back as soon as he sang. Today's harvest is really not small. As soon as he saw Xian Daozi, all the little horses were very dissatisfied and said, Old man, you are too unjust. Someone is coming. If you didn't tell me, I almost got caught. Humph. Are you telling me this? I'm almost losing my old face to you. What a shame. I'm still practicing boys kung fu. It's such a mess. It's really a bad idea to make friends. Hey, I'm just collecting some reward. What's all the fuss about? Old man, what should we do next? Zhu Xiaobao said with a rogue smile. Oh, what else can you do? You've already taken advantage of me. It's better to refine the returning pill as soon as possible. Xian Daozi said with a solemn expression. Me? Are you not mistaken? I am an intermediate alchemist. This seems to be a matter for you senior alchemists. Right? Zhu Xiaobao was immediately shocked. This, returning pill, is a third-level elixir. It is simply beyond his reach. Yes, I know. But the materials for this elixir are too rare. And I only have less than 40% success rate. The key is that she still needs to refine at least 2 elixir patterns. Which worries me even more. Xian Daozi said with a rare frown. Then let's discuss it with those senior alchemists, and see who has successfully made it. Let's share our experiences. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, that's all we have to do. But I don't think there is much hope. Xian Daozi actually distrusts the remaining alchemists. But now he has tried to treat a dead horse as a living horse. Ha. That's right. Okay, let me go first. I also need to have a good communication with Jin Huan today. Why are their melee tactics not so aggressive recently? No. I have to give me some pointers. Zhu Xiaobao said goodbye a little absent-mindedly. When he returned to his yard, he met Miss Third and Jin Huan, who had finished practicing together. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but salivate when he thought of Miss Third's miserable image. Chapter 1109 Slight Progress A. When she saw Zhu Xiaobao's wretched look, even the third lady felt a little flustered and wondered, what happened to this guy today? Could it be possible that I got another bargain? Otherwise, there would be no such obscene smile. Third miss. What do you think? Do you benefit from sparring with Jin Huan? Don't worry. Feel free to take action. If you want to improve your physique, you have to work hard. Of course, you must also be safe. Zhu Xiaobao took the lead and said hypocritically, yeah, it's pretty good. I didn't expect them to be so powerful when they showed off their full strength. I'm really not used to it. Thank you for your hard work. The third lady nodded doubtfully, and then said to Jin Huan he also nodded in thanks and said, although she was beaten badly by these 2 fat girls, the third lady is recovering quickly. I believe she will become stronger and stronger in a few days. After all, the gap in cultivation is still huge. It's okay. We also had a great time fighting. Jin Huan was very straightforward and didn't think anything of it. Anyway, they felt that sparring with the third lady was very rewarding. Although the third lady's physique was not that strong. Although she is tall, her reaction speed and adaptability are very strong. If she uses weapons, she will definitely not be able to defeat the third lady. Yes. That's good. Everyone has gained something. I have asked the maids to prepare hot water. And you can take a bath right away. I will prepare some delicious food for you. Zhu Xiaobao said extremely enthusiastically. Huh? Thank you then. The third lady became more and more confused, and even felt a little hairy all over her body. She always felt that something was wrong. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Zhu Xiaobao still gesticulating with Jin Huan and saying something. It seems that she is studying various moves for close combat at any time. But seeing Zhu Xiaobao's moves made the third lady a little panicked. These are the most vicious moves. Is this necessary? But the next day, Zhu Xiaobao's beautiful life of peeping came to an end. He was watched. Wei Lingling followed him wherever he went. What chance does this have? Don't follow me. Why am I bothered? I'm warning you. If you follow me again, believe it or not, I will go out to the place of cultivation. And I will also go and experience it. Zhu Xiaobao shouted in anger. Humph. Then I will follow you. My third sister said that I will protect you personally. Wei Lingling raised her head proudly and shouted. Indeed. Today there is a masked female cultivator beside her. So Zhu Xiaobao has no chance. Okay. Then I'll really go for a walk outside. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao really packed up and set off towards the place of cultivation. Ping'an City is actually a small town that has just been opened up. It was not included in the territory of Dawei Kingdom before. So it was not long before we entered the place of cultivation. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao came out was that Wei Lingling saw him to death. Secondly, he also had his own purpose. He wanted to find a place with lush spiritual grass and spiritual flowers, and give his spiritual bees to them. Release it. The number of spiritual bees is growing too slowly now. The key is that there is not enough nectar. And there is no decent hive. They are all maintained by the nectar brought from Lingquan town. He needs the black golden bee and the fire golden bee to continue to advance. Especially the fire golden bee. Although it is only an 8th level one now. This 8th level fire golden bee is very useful, and can avoid most of the fusion realm's spiritual senses. Asshole! Come back here! Wei Lingling was dumbfounded this time. With her extraordinary cultivation level, she would normally never venture out. So she had no choice but to say to the remaining masked female cultivator, "You follow him. Don't take action as a last resort. Let him suffer a little. Let's see if he dares to run outside next time." "Yes, miss," the masked female cultivator responded, and then followed Zhu Xiaobao from a distance. With her cultivation in the fusion realm, it is relatively easy to protect the little treasures. There's another one coming? Forget it. Let her follow behind. The little BMW sensed the breath of this masked female cultivator, but they didn't pay attention. Instead, a lot of black and fire golden bees were released. Let them look for a place to nest. But after searching for a long time, nothing was found. Not even a casual cultivator appeared? Are there so few casual cultivators here? Or have you not entered the true place of cultivation? Just when Zhu Xiaobao was thinking wildly, he suddenly received the warning message from the fire golden bee in front. He quickly opened his consciousness, and soon sensed that there was a fierce fighting going on in front. In front of them were two male cultivators, who were teaming up to attack a female cultivator. The three of them were all cultivators at the divine transformation realm. But they were already fighting two against each other. This female cultivator showed no fear at all. There is also a momentum of becoming more and more courageous as he fights. On the contrary, the two male cultivators were a little flustered and seemed to be very afraid of this female cultivator. Huh? Are all women in this world so fierce? The cultivation of these two people is not bad. What are they worried about? Zhu Xiaobao looked a little surprised, and was thinking secretly. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind, and one of the male cultivators had been shot by an arrow. This alerted Zhu Xiaobao that there was actually a cultivator who was good at shooting ambushed in the distance. If he hadn't shot this arrow, he wouldn't have sensed it. It turns out that he is a shooter who is good at long-range attacks. Such cultivators are often the best at hiding and concealing their aura. No wonder these two male monks were so panicked. Still want to run? Humph! You two can't run away. Put down your weapons, and I'll give you a good fight. The female cultivator, who was fighting against two, seemed to be sure of victory at this time. She had no intention of letting it go. These two people. Yi Ernyang, don't push me too hard. At worst, we will have to fight with you. The male cultivator who suffered an arrow wound endured the severe pain and shouted. He was shot through the abdomen by an arrow. And now he can't even speak. Very laborious. Ha. That's not what you two said when you saw me alone. Now you want to beg for mercy? Do you think it's possible? Besides, I'm also very interested in your storage bag. Yi Ernyang he pressed closer step by step. And with one wave of his hand, he struck out with a knife. Second brother, save me! The male cultivator shouted in despair. But instead of the rescue he expected, he only saw the betrayal of his companion. Because the second brother had already started to run away quickly. Oh, you shouldn't run. If you do this, you will die faster. The archer has already moved to the side. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and sighed. As long as the archer makes a move, he will never be able to escape. His consciousness sensed it. Sure enough, before he had run 50 steps, the second child was hit in the calf by an arrow. He screamed and fell to the ground. And in just a moment, Yi Ernyang had already killed the male cultivator who was injured by the arrow just now, collect his storage bag, and then chase after the second one. No matter how much the male cultivator who injured his calf begged, he would still die. Of course, his storage bag was also taken away, and even his weapons were not left behind. It seemed that these casual cultivators were quite thorough in clearing the battlefield. Ha! Purple arrow, come out! I've got it done! Today's harvest is not small. There are 11 spirit-refreshing pills, and my promotion to the fusion realm is just around the corner. You must deal with these two people quickly. If they are, it would be bad if other cultivators notice it. The strong female cultivator was looking through the seized storage bag and shouted casually happily. But then, a very unexpected scene appeared. With the sound of wind, a purple iron arrow was shot towards her. Suddenly the female cultivator was shocked and angry. But it was too late to dodge. She could only twist her body as much as possible. But she was still shot through her ribs by the arrow. But the other party didn't seem to want to give her any chance at all. Then he fired 9 arrows in a row, blocking all her ways of survival. And she was hit by 3 more arrows. At this time, I couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Why? Zijian, we are sworn sisters. The female cultivator asked unwillingly, while lying on the ground.
Humph. Do you think of me as a sister? There was no time when you took the lead and took away all the good things, leaving me with useless things. Now I also want to advance to the fusion realm. The nourishing pill is more important to me, so I have to wrong you.
At this time, a female cultivator came out from behind a book not far away, holding a bow and arrow in her hand. She pointed the bow and arrow at the lying body in a very cautious manner. Yi Ernyan on the ground.
Okay. Zijian, you are so cruel. I should have washed my hands and killed you long ago.
Yi Ernyan said bitterly, seeing that there was no hope of escape.
Yes. Actually, you have wanted to attack me for a long time.
Zijian sneered and snorted, but still stopped very cautiously, because he was afraid that Yi Ernyan would suddenly violently fight to the death. But at this moment, Zhu Xiaobao did not expect that his treasure-hunting rat would jump out on its own, because it found a very rare medicinal plant. It jumped out desperately. Fortunately, this time, Zhu Xiaobao was exposed. Originally, he was far enough away that his cultivation at the divine transformation realm would not be noticed. But as soon as he made such a fuss, he was immediately discovered by the purple arrow female cultivator.
Who? How dare you sneak around? Come out!
Zijian was also shocked. He didn't expect that his spiritual consciousness was so strong that he couldn't find this little fat man. But when he saw Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation, she felt relieved again. With her initial level of cultivation, it couldn't be solved with just one arrow.
You're busy. Leave me alone. I'm just a herbal collector. I won't disturb your business.
Zhu Xiaobao greeted quickly with a smile on his face, and then followed the treasure-hunting rat closely, because he also I saw it. Not far ahead, there was indeed another aged Ji Yusao. It was a very important herb for him to refine the continuing power pill. And just like this, Yi Ernyan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly took action. 2 bone-penetrating nails were shot out accurately, and they were shot at Zijian. Chapter 11:10 Slight Progress B. However, Yi Ernyan's 2 bone-piercing nails hit Zijian's body without any damage and fell to the ground weakly.
Humph. I've been guarding against you for a long time. For you.
I even put poison on the arrow. So I think I'm looking up to you,
Zijian said coldly.
Okay. Zijian, you have been plotting against me for a long time.
Yi Ernyan gave up completely this time and said bitterly.
These nursing pills are enough for me to advance to the fusion realm. Do you think I need to be with you after I have been promoted to the fusion realm? I can only say that you are too arrogant and always think you can be one step ahead of me. Promoted? But you have forgotten that the key to promotion from the realm of transformation to the realm of integration is spiritual consciousness.
Zijian smiled proudly at this time. To be fair, this is indeed her advantage. Her spiritual consciousness is more tyrannical than ordinary cultivators. But then Zijian frowned. Unexpectedly, the little fat man ran towards the herb without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Although Zijian was not an alchemist, such a herb was also valuable. How could he let it go? A person in the initial state can succeed? I saw the purple arrow shooting at Zhu Xiaobao with a random arrow. Zhu Xiaobao, who was still running happily after the treasure-hunting mouse, suddenly stumbled and avoided the arrow intentionally or unintentionally. He turned his head and raised his middle finger at the purple arrow, although he didn't understand what Zhu Xiaobao meant. This made Zijian very angry and a little surprised. Although he had only used 50% of his power just now, it was enough to kill him 3 times against a person in the initial stage. But what a coincidence! This little fat man dodged him.
Humph! That Ji Yusao is here. Get out of here.
Zijian was too lazy to fire a second arrow, and just snorted hard.
Hey! I discovered it first. Okay? You kill your people, and I collect my medicine. They have nothing to do with each other. Why did you shoot me?
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was not happy anymore, and he bared his teeth, cried,
Hey! There are so many people looking for death today. Well, I'll give you a ride.
Zijian was immediately angry at Zhu Xiaobao's words, and then he drew his bow again and aimed at Zhu Xiaobao. This time, Zijian was really surprised. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao dodged him again, and Zhu Xiaobao turned back angrily and rushed over. He was still cursing.
Are you not done yet? You took a few broken arrows. Do you think you can kill me?
Zijian also looked at the little fat man, who was charging over with some disbelief. This was the most ferocious initial state she had ever seen. How dare he challenge a cultivator in the god transformation state? This made her feel a little bad in her heart. But the huge gap in cultivation still made her very confident that she would be able to kill this little fat man easily. I pinch. I rub. 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 Zhu Xiaobao changed his routine as soon as he came up. It turned out to be the same moves he taught Jin Huan yesterday. And then with his weird body skills, he was able to compete with this transformed god. The female cultivators from different realms fought together. And as soon as she got started, this female cultivator was in a hurry.
You are vile. Despicable. Shameless.
Zijian was embarrassed by Zhu Xiaobao's moves. And these moves were too shameless. And they were all aimed at sensitive parts. Didn't Zhu Xiaobao specially emphasize these moves yesterday? So now, he couldn't help but start using them.
Dirty? Ah. Yes. I just use these dirty tricks. What can you do to me?
Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned. Why are today's moves a bit dirty? It's not like this usually. However, there was no apology in his mouth. On the contrary, he was confident to say that Zijian is best at long-range attacks. Melee combat is definitely her shortcoming. But she believes that even her shortcomings are enough to deal with an initial stage, which resulted in the two of them being inseparable. After all, she is still at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. As a last resort, Zijian pulled out 2 lancets. Although she was not good at close combat, her accomplishments on this pair of lancets were pretty good, and it can also appropriately increase the combat distance with Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao, however, became more and more excited as he fought. When did I become so powerful in actual combat that I could compete with people in the spirit transformation realm? This is great progress. The two of them had been fighting for half an hour in the blink of an eye. Zijian was so exhausted that he was covered in sweat.
And Zhu Xiaobao was even panting. However, Zhu Xiaobao persisted and did not summon any divine beasts. Nor did he summon any. He must use his own force to defeat those spirit bees. Of course, he now understands that the opponent is not good at melee combat. That's why the fight was so fierce. If it had been Yang, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. Zijian was shocked, angry and uneasy. She had no intention of fighting anymore, and just wanted to collect her storage bags and leave as soon as possible. I didn't expect this little fat guy to be so difficult to deal with. But she can't leave now even if she wants to. During the fight, no one stopped her. But when she tried to run away, she was swung back by a giant snake. Behind her, there was a white lion waiting there with its mouth wide open with blood.
"Ah? Are you from the beast control sect?"
Zijian shouted as if he was a little surprised. And then quickly said,
"I don't want that Jiyusao anymore. We have nothing to do with each other." "No. You wanted to kill me just now. Don't even think about running away now."
Although Zhu Xiaobao was panting, he still had more to say. To be able to fight like this with a female cultivator in the divine transformation realm is definitely a huge improvement.
"You're looking for death. I'll help you,"
Zijian shouted angrily, and at the same time stuffed a pill into his mouth, and immediately recovered 10% of his physical strength.
"Do you have pills? I also have a
continuing power pill.
Let's take it next."
Zhu Xiaobao was also inspired and took out the only
continuing power pill
around him and swallowed it. Zijian looked a little suspicious of life. This guy actually took the
continuing power pill.
That's the 7th level jade pill. Just to continue fighting with yourself? What kind of hatred or grudge is this?
Boom!
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly seemed to be a different person, returning to his peak state, and then shouted,
"Ultimate 5-stack kill." "Ah? No. You can't."
This time it was Zijian's turn to cry out in horror. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao pulled out a kitchen knife, and his attack power instantly increased 5 times. I simply can't resist it. This is really going to kill her.
Crack!
With just one knife, the Purple Arrow shoulder strap was split open. Before his death, Purple Arrow still had an incredible expression on his face.
"Ah? Are you going to die now?"
Now this ultimate 5-fold kill
is already so powerful.
Zhu Xiaobao also looked at the kitchen knife in his hand in disbelief. He also didn't expect that this Purple Arrow couldn't even withstand one knife. Live. However, this did not affect Zhu Xiaobao's state of mind. After all, it was the other party who tried to take his life first. And now, he just killed him in return. It's just that he stood there, sensing his own weakness, and did not immediately fall into a comatose state like before. He felt that there was still enough room for him to escape unscathed. After packing up the storage bags on the ground and hastily hiding the corpses, Zhu Xiaobao left quickly, because the fire golden bee alarm has been heard in the distance, and a group of cultivators are coming. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao left, the masked female cultivator appeared, and she beheaded Yi Ernyang, who was still pretending to be dead without any courtesy at all. Although Yi Ernyang successfully deceived Zhu Xiaobao, she never expected that there was a masked female cultivator with rich practical experience.
Good boy. I'm scared to death. Baby! I didn't expect that this continuing strength pill is really a good thing. It won't let me fall into drowsiness. Alas. But this period of weakness still exists.
Zhu Xiaobao found a place where no one was around, and then carefully sensed his own condition. Although he was not lethargic, he was already extremely weak. We can only climb on the back of the White Lion and go back to Ping'an City first. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that after a night's sleep, all his blood had been restored. This was obviously caused by the powerful effect of the
3-line sustainability pill. So, my combat effectiveness has improved slightly. Hey, let me see. What materials are still missing before I can start refining the continuing power pill again?
Zhu Xiaobao said to himself, excitedly said to himself.
Old man, I want to refine the
continuing power pill,
but I still need these materials. Please think of a way.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't wait to run to Xian Daozi's small courtyard, shouting,
Alas, I'm worried about the
returning pill.
And I don't have time to worry about your nonsense. Why do you have to refine such a high level
continuing pill?
Just 3 lines are enough.
Xian Daozi walked out impatiently, waved his hand and shouted. He was indeed upset by the matter of the
returning to the spirit.
None of these senior alchemists had refined the
returning to the spirit,
so it became very difficult now. If this cannot be refined, his reputation will be greatly damaged.
You don't understand. This is my business. Just tell me if you have these materials.
Zhu Xiaobao also said impatiently. He couldn't tell Xian Daozi all about his perverted secrets.
Hey! Forget it. I'll give you an idea.
Xian Daozi couldn't resist Zhu Xiaobao, so he had to whisper in his ear. And then he sent Zhu Xiaobao away. Xian Daozi didn't stay with Zhu Xiaobao these past few days. First of all, he was worried about the
Guasian pill.
Secondly, for his own reputation. This guy always goes to peek at Miss Xian practicing, so Xian Daozi doesn't dare to follow too closely.
Oh, you mean he killed a female cultivator in the realm of gods alone? This is quite unexpected.
The third lady was also listening to the masked female cultivator's report at this time, with a look of surprise on her face. This guy's fighting ability is not weak. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao unexpectedly came to the door.
Hey, Miss Third, you will need a lot of
spirit-refreshing pills and bone-raising pills
in the next year. Right. I'll cover it.
Zhu Xiaobao said as soon as Bao opened his mouth. He was all-inclusive.
Humph. Do you want me to prepare the materials for you to refine the continuing power pill? You are the smartest third lady I have ever seen. No. Unless there is one more.
What?
Let me make it clear. I will not get married. You're overthinking. What I'm saying is that you must promise to help me refine the returning pill. You really think highly of me.
Chapter 1111 Taking Over the Hive, A. Regarding Miss Third's additional request, Zhu Xiaobao agreed after a little hesitation. But there was no sincerity, because he doesn't think he has the ability to refine the elixir. He just makes up the numbers and is just a backup. This
Guasian Dan
already belongs to the 3rd level of elixir, and it is a category that only senior alchemists like Xian Daozi and others should consider. The third lady also saw Zhu Xiaobao's perfunctory behavior, but she didn't care. She believed that as Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy skills improved, it would eventually be helpful. What she has to do now is to improve her actual combat ability as soon as possible. Wei Dongli opposite has been practicing alone in the training ground. Super strong practical ability. Now the third lady has become much more bold. She also wears the same thing as Jin Huan In Huan during sparring. Only shorts and a bra. Over this period of time, even the skin on her body has become stronger and stronger. I no longer think that I looked so slender and weak before. The two reached an agreement very happily. Although Zhu Xiaobao also had a lot more alchemy tasks, he also received a steady stream of alchemy materials. In addition to meeting the needs of the third lady, he also has a lot of wealth. Zhu Xiaobao and Jin Huan In Huan are also taking the same.
Shenyang Dan
and
Gusheng Dan
constantly. During this time, Zhu Xiaobao also followed Xian Daozi to listen to the exchanges and discussions among the senior alchemists. They were still arguing over the refining of the Guishan pill. Zhu Xiaobao just dozed off and felt that talking about war on paper is not as practical as actually refining elixirs. It's just that the material of the returning to God pill is too rare. So Xian Daozi doesn't dare to try it easily. In order to avoid Xian Daozi's entanglement, Zhu Xiaobao now started to run outside often. He suddenly found that it was more challenging in the place of cultivation. And you can also collect some extremely old and rare medicinal materials. Because his treasure hunter has been promoted to level 7. More spiritual. Every time I go out, I can help Zhu Xiaobao find some very rare medicinal materials. The only thing that gives Zhu Xiaobao a headache is that as soon as this treasure hunting rat senses the scent of medicinal materials, it jumps out without hesitation, often causing unnecessary trouble to Zhu Xiaobao. I have to say that the most dangerous time was when 2 masked female cultivators rescued him. Because he met a masked female cultivator in the fusion realm. Even though Zhu Xiaobao used those secret techniques to greatly improve his combat effectiveness, still can't beat it. The gap in cultivation is too big.
Thank you, 2 sisters. If it weren't for you today, I would really have died. I didn't expect this person to be so fast. It's a pity that she still ran away.
Zhu Xiaobao collapsed on the ground and said with lingering fear.
Well, it's not your fault. She is a cultivator with the wind attribute. Although she is also masked. She should be one of the 4 personal maids around Wei Dongli. I just don't know if she is targeting you intentionally.
2 of them, the masked female cultivators, looked at the defense line where their opponents were escaping. And they were also a little uneasy. The 2 sides had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. And their cultivation levels were almost the same. However, the other party had 4 personal guards. And they only had 2. Overall, I'm still a little worried.
It's not like she's targeting me. But she's taken a fancy to my treasure rat. She's always been making plans for my treasure rat. If she hadn't wanted to catch him alive, I'm afraid my treasure rat would have been there long ago. Beaten to death.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
Well, it seems that Wei Dongli is also secretly refining the elixir to ensure the success of the advancement.
Back in Ping'an City, the third lady was also worried after hearing about this incident. Everyone has their own methods. I just don't know what elixir Wei Dongli is secretly refining now. No need to ask. It must be an elixir that can increase the success rate of advancement. This kind of elixir must be quite rare and kept very secret. The third lady can't even find any clues. In fact, the 2 sides have been fighting for their wits and courage, trying their best to compete for the next head of the family. Moreover, I heard that there is also a highly reputable alchemy master in Wei Dongli, but his whereabouts have not been exposed. The third lady did not stop Zhu Xiaobao from going out, because Zhu Xiaobao made great gains every time he went out. The 2 medicinal materials found among them are also one of the main materials for refining the Return to Truth pill, and the age requirements are very high. Unexpectedly, it was picked back by Zhu Xiaobao. The key is that this time Zhu Xiaobao was very generous and threw it directly to Xian Daozi. The 3rd month passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Zhu Xiaobao, apart from going out to practice and collect medicine, the only thing left was to refine those pills in the alchemy room.
Shenyang pill,
and
bone boosting pill, body tempering pill,
and of course the
continuing strength pill
that he valued most. Although he had managed to piece together all the materials, the quality still failed to meet Zhu Xiaobao's requirements. The advantage was that the quantity was quite a lot. Collected 6 pieces of materials. After 2 failures, he successfully refined 4 furnaces of
continuing power pills.
But the number of
continuing power pills
each time was 2. So he only had 8. And only one of them was after refining the 4 lines. Most of the rest are the
3 lines continuing power pill. Alas, it's better to ask for help than to ask for yourself. If you want to prepare better materials, you have to rely on yourself.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, even though the third lady had tried her best to collect the materials for him, she still couldn't do it. Zhu Xiaobao's request. And the third lady's main focus is on collecting the materials for the returning pill. Zhu Xiaobao is a little too much to take care of here. Setting out again with the treasure hunting mouse. Zhu Xiaobao still lacks 3 medicinal materials. One of them,
Earth Gallop Root,
is the most difficult to find because the required year is too high. All that can be collected now are less than 100 years old.
Earth Gallbladder Root,
and the requirement for all Xiaobao is at least 200 years.
Huh? Is it asparagus? It's not bad. But treasure rat. What I urgently need now is the earth kale root.
Zhu Xiaobao happily followed the treasure hunter to the ground of a big tree. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when I found out that it was just a
dragon beard grass.
This, asparagus grass, was mixed in a bunch of flowers. Very inconspicuous. If it weren't for the strong sense of smell, this, asparagus grass, would not have been discovered at all. But at this moment, the black golden bees and fire golden bees released by Zhu Xiaobao all flew back in unison. And together they brought an exciting message to Zhu Xiaobao. A large number of wild bees appeared in front of him. There is also a huge beehive. The key is that these wild bees are actually second and third level spiritual bees. This means that there must be flowers, plants and trees nearby that are mixed with Korean aura. Zhu Xiaobao's black golden bees and fire golden bees are also very excited. For a long time, they could only survive by eating the nectar Zhu Xiaobao brought from Lingquan town. Now they can finally have a change of taste.
Ha ha! What else is there to say? Seize their hive! Great! There is such an unexpected discovery.
Zhu Xiaobao released all the black golden bees without any ceremony. There were 4,000 of them, and they immediately rushed towards the hive not far away without any need for Zhu Xiaobao to direct them. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that this hive turned out to be very huge, with hundreds of thousands of spiritual bees flying out of it. Fighting desperately. Defend your homeland against foreign invaders. I just didn't expect that. Although the wild bees here are not high level and have limited combat power, their venom is very powerful. Although Zhu Xiaobao's black gold bees are also poisonous, they can't compare to these wild bees. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao lost 500 black golden bees. This makes Zhu Xiaobao feel very distressed. Kill the queen bee and rehatch and cultivate a queen bee. Of course, the subsequent bee eggs will be infiltrated by Zhu Xiaobao's essence and blood. All of this is already very skillful to operate. Within half a day, this huge hive was owned by the black gold bee. Zhu Xiaobao also collected a large amount of nectar from it and tasted it carefully. The quality was quite good. The effect of making concentrated nectar will be even better. The white lions and little demons lying on the ground, including the treasure-seeking rat, had already eaten all the corpses of the spirit bees. These were their favorite things. Great tonics. Now these guys are eating so much that their bellies are so round that they are about to burst. Going further, we crossed a mountain ridge and saw a large land of flowers and grass. Dozens of miles in radius. Looking down from the hillside, it looked like a sea of flowers. Very spectacular. There is also a stream running through the middle. No wonder there is such a big beehive. It turns out that there is such a large area of flowers and plants, and they are open and growing luxuriantly. Zhu Xiaobao looked at it with the telescope in his hand, and there were still a few vague bee nests in the distance. It seemed that the number of wild bees here was really huge. Zhu Xiaobao decided not to occupy other hives for the time being. He planned to use the old method to slowly mix these hives into his own spiritual bees and slowly turn them into his own hive. Although it will take some time, the final effect will be very good. There are tens of millions of wild bees here. Think about how terrifying this battle would be if there were so many wild bees. After staying in place for 3 days, Zhu Xiaobao took a bath in this clear stream, and then cooked a delicious meal by the stream. Normally, he would not dare to be so presumptuous. But there are so many wild bees here that ordinary cultivators in the realm of gods would not dare to approach. So Zhu Xiaobao is still very relieved. I stayed here for 3 days, mainly because the treasure hunter ate so many spiritual bees that it started to fall asleep. It was about to advance again. Once the advancement is successful, it will be an 8th level treasure hunting rat. I don't know what kind of surprise it can bring to myself. Zhu Xiaobao was lying lazily on the grass. Although wild bees flew by in midair from time to time, no wild bees dared to fly over and harass him. Those wild bees are still a little confused. Why did the hive suddenly change its owner? Are they all black golden bees above level 5? Suddenly, the sleeping treasure hunting mouse woke up, sniffed around, and suddenly jumped onto Zhu Xiaobao's shoulders and screamed, Gee! Huh? You mean there is a treasure hunting rat in the distance? Zhu Xiaobao immediately frowned and asked. Chapter 1112 Taking over the hive, B. Zhu Xiaobao immediately became excited. There was also a treasure hunting rat. Doesn't that mean there must be other rare medicinal materials here? He quickly took out his binoculars and looked towards the side of the cave cup. He was startled when he saw it. It was the fusion realm person from last time who was approaching here cautiously. There was a person beside her. It's a level 6 treasure hunting rat. But this treasure-hunting rat is a little frightened and reluctant to move forward. It senses a more powerful kindred spirit, because treasure-hunting rats will usually fight when they are encountered, except when they are in estrus. Zhu Xiaobao quickly called the two masked female cultivators over, handed them the binoculars, and asked them to take a look. The two people were stunned immediately. What kind of thing is this? It can actually see so far away. It is definitely possible to see further than a cultivator in the true martial realm. The female cultivator opposite had no reaction at all at this time, which showed that they were in the dark because of their absolute advantage. At the same time, he thought about Zhu Xiaobao climbing a tree to watch Miss Third practice. And he suddenly understood. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao had simply forgotten the dirty things he had done.
How about it? How about killing her by surprise?
Zhu Xiaobao asked excitedly.
No. Although there is some fighting now. We are still from the Wei family. We can't really kill people. We will be held accountable by the family.
The two masked female cultivators quickly shook their heads and said, not to mention that they usually have some friendship, and their cultivation levels have always been comparable.
Then take her back and wait until the matter of competing for the head of the family is over. Then put her back. This is always okay. Right. At least this time gives them one less master and one more thing to worry about. Kill two birds with one stone,
Zhu Xiaobao said quickly.
Yeah. Yes. But her name is Wei Zifeng.
And she has wind attributes. You may not be able to catch her.
The two masked female cultivators looked at each other before saying hesitantly, because of the speed of the female cultivator opposite. It is the biggest strength.
It doesn't matter. I'm good at this kind of thing. When the time comes, you can hide behind the black golden bee. Let the black golden bee cover up your aura and attack unexpectedly. You can definitely take it down in one fell swoop.
Zhu Xiaobao patted his chest, said, in the doubtful eyes of the two female cultivators, Wei Zifeng, the female cultivator opposite, was getting closer and closer. Although she was still cautious at this time, she could not hide her excitement. She actually found an 8th level treasure hunting rat. This was incredible. No matter who its owner is, she must get this treasure hunting rat. Even though there were wild bees flying all over the sky, the strong aura of the fusion realm made these wild bees not dare to approach at all, but avoided them one after another. So Wei Zifeng was getting closer and closer to the hive.
No wonder there are so many wild bees here. It turns out there is such a big hive. But why do the wild bees here seem a little different? They are all black and gold?
Wei Zifeng couldn't help but feel a little confused when he saw this huge hive. Relieved, but also confused. But the treasure hunter beside her became even more restless,
looking around.
But before he finished speaking, the black golden bees in front of him suddenly changed from a chaotic situation, and instead flew together to form two large groups. And they actually surrounded Wei Zifeng. What was even more incredible was that the bees in midair where the low-level wild bees also flew towards her. Although they didn't dare to get close, they formed a huge swarm, covering the sky with darkness. And there was a faint scent of nectar in the air.
Humph. Seeking death? These wild insects don't know the heights of the sky.
Wei Zifeng snorted with disdain. With a wave of his hand, the wild bees in midair were forced to disperse. But they began to gather again further away. She had no intention of leaving. But those black golden bees resisted the strong wind and were still surrounding her. Suddenly, an 8th level treasure hunting rat jumped out from among the black gold bees, and with lightning speed, took away Wei Zifeng's 6th level treasure hunting rat in one bite.
Bold. Damn beast. Leave it to me.
Wei Zifeng was angry, funny, and surprised at the same time. He didn't expect that this treasure hunting rat could hide among these black golden bees. This was a kind of innate skills? She was even more surprised. But before she could take action, she immediately sensed a crisis. This is the intuition developed by a practitioner who has been practicing in the field for a long time. There are enemies ambushed among the black gold bee swarms. But it was too late. Facing two opponents in the fusion realm, they struck first from the dark. It was too late for Wei Zifeng to run away. She saw two soft whips stretching out from the middle of the black golden bees and wrapping around her. Only then did the black golden bees disperse with a bang, revealing two masked female nuns.
Ziju, how dare you two plot against me?
Wei Zifeng immediately recognized the two of them and shouted in shock and anger.
Humph. You have been stalking the guests invited by my lady several times. Shouldn't you take action?
It turns out that one of the two masked female nuns is named Wei Ziyue, and the other is Wei Zijio.
It's a pity that you dispersed these spiritual bees. And now you still want to catch me. But it's not that easy.
Wei Zifeng still said confidently at this time. And then she wanted to use her special skills to escape. But as soon as I lifted my breath, I felt empty inside my body, as if someone had drained my inner energy. This was because I was poisoned.
Stay. If you run away again, neither of us will be ashamed to stay in front of the third lady.
Ziyue restrained Wei Zifeng casually, and looked at Zijio and smiled. She didn't expect that we could still do it today. Harvest such a big fish. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao came out from behind the big tree on the side. The treasure hunting mouse beside him was holding Wei Zifeng's treasure hunting mouse. He wanted to eat it in one bite, but without Zhu Xiaobao's consent, he did not dare. Do it!
It turns out it's you. It's all your fault. Damn you, little fat man. I won't let you go.
Wei Zifeng couldn't understand at this time that this was an arrangement to lure her into the trap. It's just that she doesn't understand why the 7th level treasure hunting rat she saw some time ago has advanced to the 8th level today. Moreover, this little fat man who is only in the initial stage can actually control so many spiritual bees. Coupled with those mythical beasts, this little fat man is still underestimated by them. Ouch.
You still dare to threaten me? Sisters, do you think I should rape first and then kill? Or kill first and then rape? After killing, feed my white lion. And make sure not to leave any traces.
Zhu Xiaobao he immediately threatened fiercely. And even the white lion behind him was baring its teeth and claws. Learning to cooperate with its master is its greatest progress.
Young masters, don't talk nonsense. Even though we caught her, we can't hurt her. They are all members of the Wei family. When the new head of the family is established, we will still be a family.
Wei Ziyue and Wei Zijiu suddenly became embarrassed. The last one said, although their cultivation level is much higher than Zhu Xiaobao's, their current status is not as good as Zhu Xiaobao's. They are really worried that Zhu Xiaobao will have his own way. So it's not easy to stop them. Got it!
Hee hee. Okay. Then I have to get some benefits at least. Let me see what rare medicinal materials you collected in your storage bag.
Huh?
Gondan root. Or 300 year after year? This is really delivered to your door. Uh-huh. Little sister. I really thank you so much. So I decided not to kill you. I will just imprison you for a year and a half.
That's it.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect that the materials he urgently needed would be gathered together so unexpectedly. And Pumsy far exceeded his expectations.
Oh Xiaobao! I swear, I will kill you!
Wei Zifeng was furious and shouted angrily.
What? What?
Zhu Xiaobao was startled by her fierce aura, and immediately walked forward, squatted down in front of Wei Zifeng, suppressed his smile and said,
I'll give you a chance. Take you back what you said just now. Otherwise I swear, I will never give you an antidote in my life. This is the poison pill I bought from Duyugu. And this is the only antidote. Believe it or not. I will destroy it now.
Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's eyes that were even more cruel than his own, Wei Zifeng was stunned for a long time, and finally compromised.
I take back what I just said. Wow. 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 You are bullying people. Hey! This is right. What does it look like for a little girl to fight and kill all day long? Look at how cute Zaizi is. She has always been so reserved.
Zhu Xiaobao, however, was heartless. He touched Wei Zifeng's cheek, and said with his rogue smile lines restored again. In fact, Wei Zifeng has been practicing for hundreds of years. Wei Zifeng didn't dare to escape. He just kept crying. While Ziyue and Zijie also looked at the little fat man in front of them speechlessly. This guy is really bad. It can actually scare a female cultivator in the fusion realm to tears.
Ha ha! Okay. Okay. Don't cry. You helped me gather the materials. And I won't treat you badly. When you get to my house, you can't go back. You taste delicious food. Take a bath. And sing every day. If you are willing, you can help me bring tea and water. Wash clothes and so on. 1 year will pass quickly.
Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. Then stood up and prepared to go home. He has gathered the materials, and is going back to refine them.
Continuing power pill.
As for the hives here, Zhu Xiaobao knows that there is still no rush. It will take a certain amount of time to develop. However, the growth cycle of these spiritual bees is very short. The number should increase greatly next time, and they can occupy several other hives. Back in Ping'an City, the third lady also got the news and quickly locked up Wei Zifeng alone, fearing that the news would be exposed. Although it was a bit excessive, it undoubtedly eliminated a big help from Wei Dongli. The third lady is still very satisfied. Although Wei Zifeng was angry and anxious, he could only accept this reality helplessly. She was now being guarded by 2 maids, who had only reached the 9th level of physical training. She couldn't even deal with the 2 little maids because she couldn't raise her energy. I can only stay at Zhu Xiaobao's residence honestly. What's even more annoying is that Zhu Xiaobao often comes to ask her for advice on her flying wind technique. Chapter 1113 The Miraculous Continuing Power Pill A. Originally, Wei Zifeng was very resistant to being placed under house arrest here. He didn't eat, take a shower, or talk. He just wanted to die. This made the third lady feel very difficult. Although the 2 maids responsible for taking care of her can easily subdue her now, they are still very afraid of the female cultivators in the fusion realm. But this was not a problem here for Zhu Xiaobao. They sent Jin Huan and Yin Huan to take good care of her for 2 days. And she immediately became docile. Not eating? Easy to handle. A beating. And a close-fitting meeting. If not, it would be a spoon-feeding indoctrination. It doesn't matter if you don't take a shower. Just take her directly to the bathroom. No matter what happens, you will strip her naked and force her to rub her again. Want to die? No problem. Before I die, I will accompany my master to practice cultivation first, so as not to waste such good resources. In the end, when Wei Zifeng saw the gold and silver rings, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He trembled and obeyed obediently. However, after a few days, Wei Zifeng also felt a lot of magic here, especially the rain equipment and the toilet, which seemed to be really convenient. The key is that these things were invented by this little fat guy. Moreover, this little fat man is not as shameless as he appears. He has not taken advantage of her these days. Quite polite. What's more important is that Zhu Xiaobao kept his word and treated her to good food and drinks every day. Within a few days, Wei Zifeng was surprised to find that he had gained a lot of weight. This is definitely another conspiracy of the little fat man, so that he can't run fast after gaining weight. Wei Zifeng secretly speculated in his heart. But why can't he hold back this mouth? Now I don't need to be forced by the gold and silver rings. I can enjoy the food myself. But after not seeing Zhu Xiaobao for 2 days, Wei Zifeng was very worried about him. What was this little fat man doing? Shouldn't he be collecting medicine again? I don't know what happened to my treasure hunter mouse. Young masters are refining elixirs. He is working very hard now, and has taken on the elixir needs of many people here. We heard that the elixirs he practices are all with elixir patterns and are the best. 2 little maids following Wei Zifeng's question. He answered proudly. I'm sorry that all the little maids who were transferred here don't want to leave. Not only do they eat well and live happily here, but sometimes the elixirs that Zhu Xiaobao refines that they are not satisfied with are directly rewarded to them. And there are also various delicacies for them to eat together. They never pay attention to the superiority of master and servant. These little maids were very moved. Oh, he really knows how to make elixirs? I thought he was bragging. Wei Zifeng was not calm this time. Being able to control the mythical beast spirit bee was already very surprising. He didn't expect that he could also make elixirs. Let alone what was surprising was that she also saw Master Xian Daozi coming to exchange ideas with Zhu Xiaobao. Suddenly the door of the alchemy room opened, and Zhu Xiaobao ran out with excitement on his face, holding 2 continuing power pills in his hands. This time Zhu Xiangbo was really and very satisfied. This time because the quality of the materials collected was very good. And 5 lines continuing power pills were actually refined, with an in-depth understanding of the continuing power pill. Zhu Xiaobao now somewhat understands that each additional pill pattern means that the recovery power can be increased by 5%. The most basic, continuous power without pill patterns, the pill has 50% recovery power, which means that if Zhu Xiaobao can be refined into 9 patterns, then this continuation pill can restore up to 95% of the physical strength. Not to mention, his weakness time is also inversely proportional to the number of pill patterns. The greater the number of pill patterns, the shorter the recovery time. If the 9 patterns are really refined, it will only take a short time to eliminate all the side effects. Isn't this a magical elixir? Congratulations, young master! As soon as the 2 little maids saw Zhu Xiaobao's smiling face, they immediately congratulated him with a knowing gift. Okay. Your mouth is so sweet. Treat you to something good tonight, Zhu Xiaobao said with a happy smile. And of course, he touched the faces of each little maid in the chain. And the 2 little maids, he didn't shy away from it at all, and was still smiling. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also saw Wei Zifeng. So he asked with a smile,
Haha! Are you there too? I have been in the alchemy room these 2 days. And the gold and silver rings didn't bully you. Right. Look. I made it.
5 lines continuing power pill.
You also have a share of credit for this. Come and have dinner together tonight. No. No. I don't like crowded situations.
Wei Zifeng was shocked and quickly shook her head. The thought of drinking with Jinhuan Yinhuan at the same table made her feel a little nervous.
Is that so? That's okay. I'll have someone bring the food to you. Oh, by the way.
This, 3 lines continuing power pill.
Is for you. And your storage bag and treasure hunter. Hee hee. I took a few medicinal herbs from you. Which can be regarded as a little reward.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao thought for a moment and did not force it, but said generously. He also returned Wei Zifeng's storage bag to her.
Thank you very much.
Wei Zifeng was also pleasantly surprised. Not only did she get back her storage bag, she also got a
3 lines renewal pill.
This pill is also very useful to her. She often relies on his super fast speed to escape. And if he wants to maintain this speed for a long time, this pill can be said to play a very crucial role. But when she heard that Zhu Xiaobao was not trying to persuade her to have dinner with her, she felt a little disappointed. And her heart was actually a little messy. In order to confirm his conjecture, Zhu Xiaobao endured the pain and took a
5 lines continuing power pill
while performing
ultimate 5-fold kill
and breaking sky. It was exactly as he had deduced. He didn't have a very strong feeling of lethargy. Although the period of weakness was inevitable, he was able to persist for a long time, and it only took half a day to fully recover. When it was time for dinner, Zhu Xiaobao appeared in front of everyone in high spirits.
What? You still want to go out to practice and collect medicinal materials? Can you also take my matter to heart?
Miss San and Jinhuan Yinhuan finished their sparring and went to the appointment happily. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao actually wanted to go out again. Got it. He couldn't help but hum in dissatisfaction.
Hey! 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 All kinds of elixirs that I promised are of high quality and quantity. Besides, I can only continue to improve my alchemy skills by collecting good medicinal materials. It's better than fighting with a group of high-level alchemists who are boasting. Isn't it true that we are wasting our time together?
Zhu Xiaobao also shouted plausibly. In fact, he immediately thought of Xiaoyao. If Xiaoyao had this
5-line sustainability pill,
how big would it be? Help! Xiaoyao's safety factor will definitely be greatly improved. That's why Zhu Xiaobao is anxious to go out again.
Oh! Let him go! This will be of great benefit to him in cultivating his character. Talking about many things simply has no effect at all.
Xian Daozi, who was on the side, also said at this time. Xian Daozi only came to his senses after seeing the
5-line sustainability pill,
refined by Zhu Xiaobao. Because things are such a sharp contrast. He just tried to refine a simplified version of the returning pill and failed. Although all the most basic materials were used. And Dafu deleted some materials to reduce the difficulty. I didn't expect that it still failed. The reason is that those so-called senior alchemists do not cooperate tacitly. And many of the manipulation techniques disappoint Xian Daozi. They are not as skilled and pure as Zhu Xiaobao, an intermediate alchemist. In terms of spiritual consciousness, it is even worse than that of other Xiaobao.
But I can't send anyone to protect you this time. Ziyue and Zijiu have other tasks to do. It will be very dangerous for you to go out like this.
The third lady was very confused in her heart. She really couldn't send someone to protect you. The right manpower is needed. There are constant disputes in the family's spirit stone mine, which requires many experts to take charge. Moreover, the Dongwei family is sending people to search for Wei Zifeng's disappearance. Going out now will undoubtedly increase the risk a lot.
Ha ha! It's okay. I'll be careful,
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. With this
5 lines continuing power pill,
he has the capital to compete with the practitioners of the fusion realm.
Okay. If you really run into trouble, just say that I am willing to hand over Wei Zifeng in exchange for your freedom. If that still doesn't work, then I am willing to withdraw from the competition for the head of the family.
Miss San sighed and said. Unexpectedly, she made such a serious promise, which moved Zhu Xiaobao very much. It feels like a scholar would die for his confidant. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao was not going to set off immediately the next day. He also had to share his experience in elixir refining with Xian Daozi, because even Xian Daozi had not refined the
5-line sustainability pill,
and there were many in between. The materials are all the same as the
return to truth pill.
So the experience accumulated by Zhu Xiaobao is also of great reference value. On the night of the third day, Zhu Xiaobao was ready to have dinner and wait until midnight before setting off. After all, he has a lot of eyes and ears watching him now. If he goes out blatantly, doesn't that mean he is telling people that he is going to be alone and that he should come and cause trouble quickly? But what I didn't expect was that before leaving, Wei Zifeng came nervously. Although he was still scared when he saw the gold and silver rings guarding the side, he still had the courage to say,
"You have to go out to collect the gold and silver rings."
"Medicine. Can you take me with you? I know the source of many medicinal materials, and it will be much more convenient for you." "I'm afraid this isn't enough."
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, but still refused. They had only been dealing with him for a few days, and he had no sense of trust at all.
"Yeah, I know. Then this is a picture I drew. The source of these herbs has been marked on it. You should be able to use it."
Wei Zifeng bit her lip and said, she also knew that now she had to talk to these little ones. "It is absolutely impossible to go out with Bao, so I have already drawn a simple diagram."
"Hey, that's great. Thank you very much."
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately overjoyed and even touched it out of habit.
"Pa!"
Zhu Xiaobao immediately received a slap on his face. Chapter 1114 The Miraculous Renewal Pill B. After leaving the Wei family manor, Zhu Xiaobao made sure that no one was following him, and then quietly started to head towards the training ground. Along the way, Zhu Xiaobao still covered half of his cheek, and gave the other half a mouthful of regret.
"Oh, this is the price of being self-righteous. Good fight. Good fight."
After running around muttering for a while, Zhu Xiaobao finally regained his composure. This guy is so good at it. His inner endurance is extremely strong. Can bring out the rogue spirit to the fullest. This time with the treasure hunt map, Zhu Xiaobao has a clear goal. These are the medicinal materials for him to refine the
continuation pill.
And according to Wei Zifeng, they are all of a higher age. Among her, so she didn't pick it because she had already picked the oldest ones and wanted to keep the rest. Sure enough, the treasure hunting mouse kept jumping up and down happily along the way, because it had easily discovered a lot of medicinal materials by following this treasure hunting map, which was several times easier than before. And Zhu Xiaobao also consciously looked in the direction of the hive. He was still thinking about the huge hive. Unexpectedly, after 2 days of walking, he would encounter a cultivator in the personal transformation realm. Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to avoid it, but he didn't expect that his treasure hunting mouse would jump out again, and he would find another
GU
in front of him. Damn it! This is really unfortunate. What's more, what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that this cultivator in the realm of gods was also preparing to pick this.
GU Sao, if you can give up this herb, how about I give you 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones?
Zhu Xiaobao carefully discussed, because the opponent's strong physique made him feel a little oppressed. This is a pure strength player. Huh?
Hey, how dare you come here even if you are a small person in the initial state? Stop talking nonsense. Leave the storage bag, and then get away as far as you want.
The big man was startled at first, and then looked back. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. This was the first time he saw a lone cultivator in the initial stage in a training place.
And he even dared to come forward and provoke him. It feels like you are looking for death. He didn't even want to kill Zhu Xiaobao.
How come you talk so well but don't listen? How shameless!
Zhu Xiaobao immediately lowered his face and hummed, facing a person in the realm of transformation. He was still somewhat confident.
Little bastard. If you are looking for death, I will help you.
The big man roared angrily, then swung a huge mace and hit Zhu Xiaobao.
Be careful. Don't break my Ji Sao.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly warned. And then relying on his weird steps, he easily dodged this powerful and heavy blow.
Oh, you can still dodge? I'm looking down on you. Take the move.
The big man was also stunned. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao could dodge his attack, so he was a little surprised. But he then came a more ferocious sweep. Facing such a fierce opponent, Zhu Xiaobao fought and ran. He also found a spear from his storage bag and planned to test his strength. To be honest, it is rare for Zhu Xiaobao to fight against the opponent head-on like this. The main reason is that my self-confidence has been a bit over the top recently, and I also want to improve my confrontational nature.
When?
There was a loud noise, and Zhu Xiaobao was shaken so hard that his arms went numb. The difference in strength was still a bit big. However, Zhu Xiaobao was very excited to be able to block such a blow. It was not as unbearable as he imagined. The reason why he chose the spear was because he had practiced the tiger head spear before he ascended. So he had some basic skills. And although the opponent is very tall, he is only in the middle of the divine transformation realm. So Zhu Xiaobao took the risk and gave it a try. Unexpectedly, the result was not as bad as I thought. And I could still handle it. Now that he was far away from the Jiu Sao, Zhu Xiaobao let go of his hands and started fighting with this big man. However, he was indeed no match for him. And the gap in strength and cultivation was still a bit big. After only persisting for more than 20 rounds, I couldn't hold on anymore. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to summon the white lion and the little demon. There is nothing to show off. If you can't beat them, you just can't beat them. It will be very irrational to carry on.
Ah? You still have these things?
This time it was the big man's turn to exclaim. He was only in the middle of the divine realm. It was impossible to deal with two divine beasts. In desperation, this big man suddenly used his own life-saving skills and was turned into stone. Immovable as a mountain, Zhu Xiaobao was stunned when he saw it. Unexpectedly, this guy still had the same attributes and talents as Sherdun. However, his petrification ability was very average. He could only use
mountain-like,
which made him remain motionless. Resistance is not like a stone pier that can be partially petrified. It is very changeable and can lead to attack during defense. Only then did I understand why this guy dared to venture into the place of cultivation alone. It turned out that he had someone to rely on.
Ha ha! Then just stay here honestly. I'll go pick my
Jiu Sao
first. Remember, I'll discuss it with you next time, and don't be so rude. Do you understand? One of my slaves has already reached the fusion state. You are far worse than him.
Zhu Xiaobao patted his opponent, who was completely petrified, and said with a smile, now that this is the case, he doesn't have to take his life. Seeing the Jiu Sao being picked away by Zhu Xiaobao, the tall man in the realm of gods did not dare to show his true form. Although he was angry and anxious, he still did not dare to move. He had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky to meet such a weirdo as Zhu Xiaobao. But as soon as Zhu Xiaobao finished picking, he looked into the distance with a solemn expression, then quickly took out his binoculars and looked to the west, and then shouted in surprise,
I didn't expect to meet them here. Look, it's not a good situation to come here.
After that, Zhu Xiaobao no longer paid attention to this person in the spirit transformation realm, but hurried towards the west with the white lion and the little demon. After running for several miles, it was already visible to the naked eye that 8 people were besieging 3 people. And these 3 people were Xiaoyao, Su Zhu and Sherdun. These 8 people are all at the realm of gods. But except for Sherdun, Su Zhu and Xiaoyao are already in danger. Although Sherdun's defense was strong, he was very passive when surrounded by 3 people. The 3 people cooperated tacitly and were good at moving around quickly, making Sherdun a little overwhelmed. Looking again, Su Zhu and Xiaoyao were in even worse condition. Su Zhu, who was only at the transcendent realm, had already suffered several injuries when facing 2 people in the transformation realm. However, she had a strong physique and strong combat power, and she was still holding on. The worst thing is Xiaoyao. What she is good at is one-hit kills or critical hits, not such long-term fights. Although she is also in the realm of gods, she is missing an arm and is now at the end of her strength. Although Xiaoyao wants to use her secret method, she is also afraid that if she cannot get rid of these people in a short time, not only will she die, but Su Zhu will also be implicated because of her. So she didn't dare to use
ultimate 5-stack kill, unmoving as a mountain.
Sherdun was the first to sense Zhu Xiaobao. Didn't he and Zhu Xiaobao have the brand of master and servant? Therefore, he was the first one to receive Zhu Xiaobao's instructions. With a loud roar, he was completely petrified, allowing 3 opponents in the god transformation realm to slash and kill him crazily without any damage.
Roar!
With a roar, the white lion took the lead to take action. This roar of the lion made the 3 people besieging Sherdun suddenly dizzy and temporarily lost all 5 senses. At this time, Sherdun quickly recovered from his petrified state and killed one of them with one punch. Because his arm was still in his petrified state, it was equivalent to a huge boulder being smashed down. On Xiuyu's side, a giant snake emerged from the ground and entangled one person in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyao could finally take a breath. She yelled angrily,
Who told you to come so late? Wouldn't you have come earlier? Is it my fault? Why are these bitches becoming more and more unreasonable now? I'm sending pills from thousands of miles away.
Zhu Xiaobao hurried over and handed the continuing power pill to Xiaoyao. On hand, a shocking scene appeared. Xiaoyao swallowed it without thinking, and then immediately performed.
Ultimate 5-stack kill. Damn it! Can't you save it a little? That's the 4-pattern sustainability pill after all.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly cried out heartbroken. Xiaoyao had no time to pay attention to Zhu Xiaobao and jumped up. She wanted to kill these people in the shortest possible time. With 2 consecutive killing moves, she had killed the 2 cultivators of the divine transformation realm who had just besieged her. What surprised the little demon was that the period of weakness did not seem to come immediately. She had a feeling that it was still coming, can persist for a while. At this time, Su Zhu was also very energetic. With 1 against 2, she actually started to fight back. But the little demon didn't give these people any chance at all. He rushed forward with 2 killing moves and killed another one. Su Zhu immediately said angrily,
"Go to sure done! Don't try to kill me!"
As he spoke, Su Zhu also exerted his power, and the 1-legged bronze man whirred in the wind, forcing the remaining cultivator of the divine transformation realm to retreat step by step.
TSK! TSK! Sure done! Sure done! Why are you still so useless? Only now have you killed 1 enemy.
Zhu Xiaobao turned to Sure Done, shook his head and sighed.
Who said that? I was about to kill the second one. Huh? Where's the person? Why did you snatch my head?
When Sure Done was stunned like this, he already had 1 less opponent. Because Xiaoyao has already flown over. Sure Done yelled to the sky angrily, and then looked helplessly at the remaining opponent. He wanted to run away, but it was too late. Xiaoyao caught up from behind and stabbed him through the heart.
Damn it! You have used the secret method again, and I have to carry you to escape again.
Sure Done immediately shouted angrily. Every time Xiaoyao used
ultimate 5 stacks of kill,
Sure Done was the one who carried her on his back. Escape for your life.
It doesn't seem to be necessary today.
Xiaoyao turned around at this time and looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some confusion.
What kind of pill is this? How many more do you have?
Before she finished speaking, a scream came from Su Zhu, and the last cultivator was crushed to death by her.
The magical continuation pill. This is too crazy.
Zhu Xiaobao murmured as he looked at the 8 people who were killed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1115 Huge Gains A. Seeing a few people cleaning the battlefield quickly, Zhu Xiaobao had to admit that they had indeed grown rapidly after fighting so hard outside. Xiao was now at the pinnacle of the God Transformation realm, and Su Zhu had also grown up in just a short period of time. In the past few months, my cultivation level has been improved to the late stage of the extraordinary realm. Only Sure Duan's cultivation level has not improved much, and he is only in the middle of the fusion realm. But his figure seems to be bigger and his defense ability is even stronger. The 3 people collected all the storage bags together, then quickly disposed of the bodies of these people, and immediately evacuated quickly. However, what surprised Sure Done this time was that Xiaoyao did not let him carry it again. Instead, he still had the energy to continue running wildly. This surprised Sure Done too. It was obvious that this was a place they frequented. They quickly found a cave and got in. The door was still guarded by a stone pier. The division of labor is clear. It was only then that Xiaoyao began to show signs of fatigue. Her weakness still appeared. So she found a place and lay down. And looking at Su Zhu, her skin has become darker these days, and her body has become stronger. She is obviously developing in the direction of strength. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao looking at her, Su Zhu also smiled shyly, quickly took out the water bag from the storage bag, and scrubbed it carefully. Although she usually didn't pay much attention to it, today suddenly meeting Zhu Xiaobao, she still wanted to make herself clean and beautiful. Even the clothes on my body were changed into a new set. After I settled down, I started sorting the collected storage bags. Many useless things were thrown directly into the cave. Then he handed a bulging storage bag to Zhu Xiaobao.
Here you go. Here are some medicinal herbs and materials. We can't tell the good from the bad and their specific uses, so I'll give them to you. Yeah. I also brought you some food and daily necessities. I guess you should have finished eating by now.
Zhu Xiaobao was not polite and handed the other storage bag to Su Zhu. There are not only a lot of food inside, but also various kinds of elixirs, which Zhu Xiaobao left specially for them. With these elixirs, their cultivation speed can be greatly improved. Opening the storage bag handed over by Su Zhu, Zhu Xiaobao was a little shocked. How many casual cultivators had been robbed? There are more than 20 million high-grade spiritual stones alone. as well as various medicinal herbs and materials. As Suju said, they did not understand the specific uses of these medicinal materials, and they were all piled together. But there are really a lot of good things among them. After all, those they robbed were all casual cultivators in the transformation of God realm, and even a few in the fusion realm. Some of the medicinal materials were definitely beyond Zhu Xiaobao's expectations. They were of extremely high quality, completely exceeding the level of materials collected by Miss Third. There are not many missing materials now. And if you want to refine the continuing pill next time, it will be an absolutely top quality material. Maybe you can even refine the 6th pattern. Or the 7th pattern. This put Zhu Xiaobao in a great mood. And he patted Suju on the shoulder and praised her well. Suju was a little shy. Despite her hot temper, she didn't object at all to Zhu Xiaobao's excessive move. She just sat beside Zhu Xiaobao, as if she cherished the fact that everyone could be together. Time together. Because she has experienced so many near-death situations. Suzu is sometimes afraid that she will never see Zhu Xiaobao again. But this kind of life and death fight seemed to have some kind of magic power, which made her unable to stop. After all, such experience can lead to rapid advancement. After only one night of sleep, Xiao completely recovered. This shocked her. She could even describe her mood at this time as ecstatic. This, or line sustainability pill, could have such a magical effect? Doesn't that mean your safety factor is greatly improved?
I came here specifically to give you the continuing power pill. This is the only
5-line continuing power pill.
In my hand, there are also 2
3-line continuing power pills.
In my hand, you should keep them all. I thought of you immediately.
Zhu Xiaobao solemnly handed the 3 continuation pills to Xiaoyao. Suju was given 6 spirit reviving pills. Suju's power was long-lasting, and she didn't really need the continuation pills. But if she wanted to go further, she must improve her spiritual consciousness as quickly as possible. The arrival of Zhu Xiaobao certainly made the 3 of them improve their food immediately. In fact, it was very simple. They felt most satisfied when they ate meat and drank wine. At night, Xiaoyao took the initiative to lead Zhu Xiaobao to a cave inside. And then, they quickly became entangled with each other. The temperature in the cave became increasingly hot and unbearable. What's more, Zhu Xiaobao's screams of joy were heard like killing a pig. Finally, Suju, who was outside, couldn't sleep anymore. So she had to run to the entrance of the cave to guard the entrance, so as to calm down her restless mood. On the contrary, Sherdun was completely petrified and listened motionless all night. Anyway, as long as he is completely petrified, he won't notice it at all. On the 3rd day, a few people set off again and continued to move in the direction of the beehive. This was also a very important purpose of Zhu Xiaobao's magnetism. Almost a month had passed, and a new batch of spiritual bees should have begun to take shape. The scale is up. In fact, it is almost 100 miles away from the hive. But now that the 4 of them are together, they are already very strong. In addition, they can detect their opponents very early, so they even ambush 2 groups of casual cultivators along the way. Regardless of the reason, only the strong survive. Both Xiaoyao and Suju are very cold-blooded, and their attacks are fatal. This also left a deep impression on Zhu Xiaobao. In the place of cultivation, there is no reason at all. These are all gained through bloody lessons. Suju once had a soft heart and wanted to let go of a female cultivator in the realm of gods. However, she did not expect that the other party would change her hands and use a plot. If it were not for Xiaoya's timely rescue, Suju would have died. Got shot. But the second wave of ambush ran into big trouble, because they were trapped in an illusion. And it was an original illusion that Zhu Xiaobao was very familiar with. For a time, Zhu Xiaobao thought it was Green Farrier who had returned. But then he sensed it more carefully. Only then did I realize that it was not performed by Green Fairy. But there is someone else. Because the opponent's illusion only has ice attributes. And the other party is Xiaoya's mortal enemy. The 2 sides have fought before, and they can be said to be evenly matched. At that time, it was Shiryu's
ultimate 5-stack kill
that luckily killed the other 2 and scared the other party away. In fact, if the other party continued work hard, and the situation will be what you like. Unexpectedly, they would make a comeback today, with an additional ice attribute practitioner. In the illusion, when Zhu Xiaobao appears, everyone can only see the enemy in front of them. If they open a little distance, they can't see other people. The same is true for the other party. But the number of the other party is as many as 9. So as long as Xiaoyao when the people are divided, It will be a situation where the more people fight, the less people. The pressure on Shurdun here is relatively small, and his super defense can still withstand it for a while. And Suju was immediately trapped in a tight siege. There were 3 masters of the God Transformation realm beside her.
Xiaobao, can you catch the person who cast the illusion?
Xiao was not far away at first, so he asked hurriedly.
That's not possible for the moment. It can only be sensed if she takes action.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't sense the other party's position, which meant that the other party hadn't made a move yet. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia's whereabouts became uncertain, because she was forced to fly out and leave Zhu Xiaobao. And in front of Zhu Xiaobao, a master of the God Transformation realm appeared.
Ha ha! There is a kid from the initial realm. Is this a waste of money for me?
When the man saw Zhu Xiaobao, he laughed loudly, but then he couldn't laugh anymore, because under his a giant snake appeared under his feet, and had already wrapped his legs tightly. Immediately afterwards, a lion's roar shook the man to his core, and then he realized that this little fat man in the initial state was not easy to mess with.
Help! Help! Ice Fairy! Save me!
At this time, the cultivator in the realm of gods panicked. He regained consciousness a little, and saw a white lion rushing towards him. And he immediately shouted in horror. He had to deal with 2 divine beasts at the same time, but he knew he didn't have the strength yet. But the white lion's roar also indirectly saved Suju. The 3 gods in the transformation realm opposite her were shocked at the same time, and were a little dazed. But Suju was only slightly affected, because every time the white lion performed the lion's roar, there was a very hidden hint. Only the people around Zhu Xiaobao know. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared in the illusion. The weapon in his hand was quite sharp, and there was a large expanse of ice wherever it went. It turned out to be an ice wheel with extremely strong cold properties, and most of her attacks are also aimed at Zhu Xiaobao.
Recruit the guy!
Zhu Xiaobao also shouted, and a sunburned pill flew out, facing the woman in white. And at this time, Zhu Xiaobao clearly sensed that the other party was actually the state of unity. Although he had just been promoted to the fusion realm, his momentum still made Zhu Xiaobao a little worried. Can't beat it.
There is such a thing? Are you Zhu Xiaobao?
The woman shouted in surprise. And then the person on the right was extremely surprised.
Well, you just need to hand over all the
ultimate cold pills
on your body to me. I'll let you go. You fart. Can you take back your whole body?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. Indeed, under the attack of Jiying pill, this woman still had to avoid its sharp edge and fired a Jiying pill. The hot energy contained in Yang Dan still makes her afraid.
Then don't blame me for being rude.
The woman in white immediately split into 2, transformed into a phantom, and then attacked Zhu Xiaobao together. But Zhu Xiaobao was much more difficult to deal with than he thought. Raised his hand, and there was another sunburning pill. No matter which figure was real, he used a sunburning pill to resist it. At the critical moment, he didn't care how much the Jiying pill was worth. Not to mention he had plenty of it. The woman in white was divided into 4 again, but unable to withstand Zhu Xiaobao's extravagance, she threw out 2 more sunburn pills. Chapter 1116 Huge Gains B. The woman in white was going crazy. Zhu Xiaobao threw out 4 of the Jiying pills that he cherished so much as if they were worthless stones. The key is that her 3 phantoms simply couldn't withstand such high temperatures and dissipated instantly. The sunburning pill that was flying towards her was not so easy to obtain. The ice wheel in her hand was spinning rapidly, blocking the sunburning pill 3 feet away. But something unexpected happened. The Jiyang pill was consumed immediately, but suddenly it exploded with a loud noise. This caused the woman in white to be blown into disgrace immediately, and she was in a miserable state. Although this level of explosive power was not very harmful to a practitioner of the fusion realm, this scene was extremely insulting. With her chest and abdomen, his clothes were torn to pieces by the explosion, and his snow-white skin underneath was exposed. At the same time, the original illusion cast by the woman in white also disappeared, and everyone could see the current situation clearly. The Jiyang pill shot at the 3 phantoms was not wasted. Although it lost its target, it was easily diverted by Zhu Xiaobao and shot directly at Shurdun. At this time, the stone pier had turned into an ice sculpture, standing there motionless. He had already used Bixless as a mountain, and now with the addition of a layer of ice, the 3 cultivators of the divine transformation realm couldn't even hit him. As the 3 sunburning pills were shot, not only did the ice sculpture dissolve, but there were also 3 loud noises. The 3 cultivators of the divine transformation realm were all disgraced, a little confused, and could not understand what was going on. What kind of hidden weapon is it? But what is even more unexpected is that Shurdun escaped from the trap and quickly recovered his body. The 2 big axes opened and slashed with one blow. The 3 cultivators of the god transformation realm were immediately killed. 2 people were killed, and 1 person also had his arm cut off.
Liu Xiaobao, I'm going to kill you!
The woman in white shouted angrily. She had never been so embarrassed. In fact, she has been looking for Zhu Xiaobao and Green Farrier. She really wants to get some ultimate cold pill, which is very helpful to her cultivation. And she also wants to compete with Green Fairy. After all, she has been promoted to the fusion realm. I still have such a magical weapon in my hand. This ice wheel is an 8th grade earth level magic weapon with strong ice attributes.
Ha ha! If I were you, I should think about how to escape.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao hummed with a smile.
What? Do you have helpers?
The woman immediately looked around cautiously because she saw a mocking expression in Zhu Xiaobao's eyes. Sure enough, by the time the woman in white noticed it, it was already too late. 2 old men had already surrounded her. They were the 2 old men of Hanyang. They urgently needed a carrier that could assist them in practicing martial arts. Although this female cultivator only had it as ice attributes. But it is also quite rare. In fact, as soon as the illusion was lifted, Zhu Xiaobao had already noticed the existence of the 2 elders Hanyang.
Zhu Xiaobao? Aren't you and Elder Hanyang sworn enemies? Why are you still joining forces with them?
At this time, the woman in white asked in horror and unwillingness.
It's not about joining forces. It's about each getting what he needs. They only want you, so they won't embarrass me. And I'll be safe if you leave. Don't you understand this?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile.
No. Zhu Xiaobao. Let's join forces. And I promise not to deal with you again.
At this time, the woman in white suddenly shouted loudly. Of course she knew how sad it would be to fall into the hands of the 2 Hanyang elders. That life would be worse than death. I think Green Fairy was kept in captivity for several years. Many people know this.
No. 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 We can't defeat them together. Even if we win, we will both lose. Besides, you will still turn against me when the time comes.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said like a drum.
Ha ha. Young masters are very smart.
Elder Hanyang also praised with a smile at this time. It has to be said that as long as Zhu Xiaobao doesn't take action, he will benefit the most. Although the 2 Hanyang elders also wanted to catch Zhu Xiaobao, they gave up decisively when they saw that there was a stone pier in the fusion realm next to Zhu Xiaobao. This stone pier had no offensive power. Strong, but once he is petrified, his defense is amazing, and there is nothing you can do against him. Moreover, they have also experienced the endless methods that Zhu Xiaobao has at his disposal, and they don't want to bring trouble to themselves anymore.
Ha ha! Easy to say. Easy to say. Old man, leave her weapons to me before you leave.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile. But he also had a condition.
Little treasures, don't push yourself too far. We have helped you deal with an opponent. You should be satisfied.
Boss Han Bing suddenly changed his expression and shouted. To be honest, this ice wheel is also very useful for him. If it is dissolved and re-refined, this material is very precious.
Humph. You got a big living person. But I got nothing at all? Then I might as well join forces with her. At worst, both sides will suffer.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted arrogantly. He was betting that the 2 Hanyang elders would not survive. If he dares to join forces with the woman in white, everyone present will temporarily cease fighting and target the 2 elders Hanyang.
Okay. You're cruel. Here you go.
Jiang Lauer was still very decisive and immediately threw the weapon of the woman in white. The 2 of them had already taken action to restrain the woman in white. 2 veteran practitioners of the fusion realm. Or, it is very easy to deal with a female cultivator together. This woman in white basically has no decent resistance. All he could do was stare at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely.
Thank you very much. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? At least you were taken away, so you won't die. The most you can do is practice with them. You don't have to worry about food and drink.
Zhu Xiaobao was startled when he saw the woman in white glaring at him fiercely, and quickly said with a smile. In fact, he also knew that the sad days of this female cultivator were about to begin. But there is no way. This is the result of her taking action against herself. Although the 2 Hanyang elders were still a little reluctant to leave, They finally carried the female cultivator and left. With such a living person, it is really inconvenient to attack Zhu Xiaobao again. And they both know that Zhu Xiaobao's methods are impossible to guard against. At this time, the life-saving casual cultivators, who had the upper hand, had been defeated and were running around in chaos. With the two elders Hanyang doing this, they had already lost the initiative. I originally spent a lot of money to invite this woman in white, but I didn't expect that she was carried away in the end. What they didn't expect was that they were all confused by the appearance of the stone pier. Who would have thought that the stone pier, which was just an ice sculpture, would thaw in an instant and go on a killing spree? In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed and 1 was injured. Su Zhu and Xiaoyao each killed 1 of the 5 people. And finally 3 escaped. Unexpectedly, I have gained a huge harvest this time. This magical weapon is exactly what Green Fairy needs. Zhu Xiaobao took the ice wheel and looked left and right. He couldn't put it down and waited for Green Fairy to come out of the misty abyss. You can give her a big surprise. We finally arrived at the hive. Sure enough, tens of thousands of black golden bees have grown up, and they have all advanced to the 3rd level of spiritual bees. However, these hybrid spiritual bees are more poisonous than the original black golden bees, and their size has also increased. When it gets bigger, it turns out that it has the advantages of both wild bees and is more evolved than before. Then Xiaoyao, Su Zhu and others couldn't stay any longer. There were basically no casual cultivators here, so they wanted to leave, because Zhu Xiaobao will stay here for a long time and replace the queens and eggs of other hives, so that soon all the hives nearby will belong to Zhu Xiaobao. Although Zhu Xiaobao was still a little reluctant to leave, he did not force them to stay. After all, the most important thing was for them to advance quickly. Next, he needs a strong manpower to open up his own territory. Moreover, their adventures in the cultivation land have brought huge gains to Zhu Xiaobao. Before leaving, Zhu Xiaobao also told them in detail the several medicinal materials he needed, so that they could pick them in time when they encountered them. Being able to let go here, he made a sumptuous farewell banquet. Everyone who drank was drunk. It wasn't until Zhu Xiaobao woke up the next morning that he discovered that Xiaoyao and the others had quietly left. There are 2 lip marks left on her face. One of them is very big. It doesn't look like Xiaoyao's. Could it be Su Zhu's? After walking around in a big circle and working for nearly half a month, I finally replaced the queens and peaks of other hives. Now I am waiting to slowly turn these spiritual bees into myself. It's okay. Zhu Xiaobao returned to his place of residence with satisfaction. He even took a bath in the stream without scruples, and ran back and forth several times with his bare buttocks naked. Anyway, there was no one here, so he ran naked with abandon. Before preparing to return home, he also collected a large amount of nectar and refined it into concentrated honey essence. This is good stuff, strengthens the body, is sweet and fragrant, and has some other amazing effects. While drinking a small drink and admiring the concentrated liquid he had just extracted, he couldn't help but say, "Alas! I don't know how my senior brother is doing now. I'm afraid the concentrated liquid in his hand has been out of stock for such a long time. What's more, I really miss my senior brother. This time when I go back, I must have a good meal and drink with my senior brother, and prepare enough concentrated liquid for him. Wow, it tastes really good. Oh, how can I give it to him? Drink it? It's broken. Something is going to happen. Little demon. White lion. Go and find Xiaoyao quickly. I accidentally swallowed concentrated honey." Zhu Xiaobao, who was already a little drunk, now started to feel even more confused. The key is that he still reacted strongly and had strong desires. His body was on fire. He roared loudly and jumped into the creek. But it still didn't help. This time, the concentrated essence is twice as concentrated as before. Even a dying old cow can start plowing again. Chapter 1117 Huge Gains. C. Zhu Xiaobao jumped into the creek to no avail. Suddenly he thought that a wild killing spree might be able to consume excess energy. So he took out the spear again and started to play with it while yelling. Not to mention that by the end I was dazzled, exhausted, and didn't know anything. When he woke up the next day, Zhu Xiaobao realized that he was half immersed in the stream and half lying by the stream. It was still chilly down there. After all, it's already late autumn. What the HL? What kind of effect is this? So violent? It made me lose consciousness? Zhu Xiaobao quickly climbed up, changed his clothes, and then remembered to find his spear. But what surprised him was that the spear was inserted into a big tree and passed through it. This made him feel extremely surprised. He didn't seem to be so strong at all. Looking around, there are many holes in the trees. Could it be that they were all pierced by themselves? No way. When did you become so fierce? Zhu Xiaobao quickly summoned the white lion and the little demon, asked them carefully, and got a very positive answer. It was indeed him. And he is still in a crazy state. Very scary. Are you sure it was me? Am I so powerful? What kind of chemical reaction is this? Turning desire into fighting power? Which gun did it? Zhu Xiaobao was puzzled and confirmed again and again. Huh? What other gun do you have? The little demon was also using his spiritual consciousness to communicate with the little treasures, and asked in surprise. Oh. Let's not talk about it for now. Wait until I adjust for a while, and then try again. Zhu Xiaobao said quickly with a blush on his face. At night, Zhu Xiaobao carefully drank some concentrated nectar without drinking alcohol. But other than a strong desire, he had no other reaction. He drank some more wine, but still had no reaction. But he felt uncomfortable. I drank some more wine and added some concentrated nectar. Within a few minutes, that feeling came again. But when I was awake, it wasn't as intense. At most, the roar is a little louder. Add some more wine, and when he feels like he's getting drunk, he becomes more energetic. The next day, he saw the big trees riddled with holes again. But he still couldn't figure out how to do this. This made him very depressed. Is it possible that he was drunk even when he was against the enemy? Wouldn't it mean that he would also kill his own people? After 3 days of trying, I still couldn't find any trick. On the contrary, several big trees around me had been smashed, and several of them had fallen down. Fortunately, it's not the big tree where the hive is located. Go back. Wait for me to slowly figure it out, Zhu Xiaobao said in an extremely depressed tone, riding on the back of the white lion, and slowly started to set off in the direction of Ping'an City. He picked some more medicinal materials along the way, and what made him happy was that he finally had all the materials for refining the high-end continuation pill. These are all extremely high-quality materials. Maybe it can produce 6 lines, or 7 lines. On the way back this time, I met a casual cultivator who was also a transcendent herb collector. In fact, this man was well hidden, but his drug-seeking rat was noticed by Zhu Xiaobao's medicine-seeking rat. When they arrived, the 2 medicine-seeking rats immediately started fighting. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao's medicine-seeking rats were much higher level and immediately had the absolute upper hand. The medicine collector immediately became anxious and jumped out suddenly. I want to attack Zhu Xiaobao. After all, Zhu Xiaobao is the initial level of cultivation. I just didn't expect that the 2 of them had a fight. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao had the last laugh. He had too many tricks. Although he didn't use the help of mythical beasts and spirit bees, he used spears, kitchen knives, and finally personal kneading. I just beat the herb picker to tears. That's right. I was beaten to tears. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that this person was actually a woman disguised as a man. Otherwise she would have been teased to tears. The technique is so dirty. Hey! Don't cry! I didn't know you were a girl. Besides, if you die, no one will know about your injustice. Zhu Xiaobao has already restrained the girl. The key is that one hand was squeezing her neck, and the other hand was still holding her right breast. What's even more surprising is that the gun underneath him is also very high. He has invented it in the past few days. Then after you kill me, give me a complete set of clothes. I have them in my storage bag. I don't want to die so ugly. The girl who collected medicine thought that she was going to be killed. The first thing I thought of was my own image after death. Hey! Do you want to build a monument for you? Carve your name on it? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a little bit dumbfounded, and at the same time very conflicted. This girl came to his door in broad daylight for nothing. If you are so innocent, does this count as rape? But the problem is that I really need to vent. But he is still a good person after all. If someone sees it, wouldn't it mean that his reputation will be ruined for the rest of his life? Zhu Xiaobao thought with a tangled face. Well, my name is Sun Qianji, and I only have an older brother named Sun Qianji. Whoa! I got separated from my brother. Whoa! I will never see my brother again. Sun Qianji was heartbroken. He nodded and began to cry loudly again. Aw? Lao Sun. He has such a sister. Damn it.
Why didn't he tell me? That's Sun Qianji. Did your brother ever say that he also has a friend who likes to joke? In fact, he has a good character and a kind heart. He just likes to play pranks sometimes. Call him Zhu Xiaobao?
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao immediately softened, jumped up in surprise, and immediately put on a smile. He asked with a cute look,
How do you know? But my brother said that this person is very nasty and shameless, but also very cunning. You must not get too close. Oh? Are you that Zhu Xiaobao? He is indeed very nasty and shameless.
Qianji thought for a while, and then suddenly exclaimed. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was not just a cunning and shameless little fat man. He was almost exactly the same as what his brother described. Although he had let go of his hand, there were still a few dirty fingerprints left on his chest.
Fart! How could Lao Sun say that to me? This is slander. Huh? If you dare to tell me what happened today, I didn't do anything anyway. If you don't tell me, I will let you go. The treasure hunting mouse. I'm taking you back. At least you'll be safe if you follow me.
Zhu Xiaobao said with threats and intimidation.
Really? Then let my treasure hunter go first. Then stay away from me, and I will follow you.
Sun Qianji thought for a while before saying. After all, she was still worried about that. Just a treasure hunter.
Okay. In fact, I am really a good person. I took you back for your safety. If your cultivation level is so low, if you wander here alone, something will happen.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly drank away his treasure hunting rats, and then said kindly. In fact, he really wanted to protect this very innocent girl. As for his own problem, he should go back and solve it. The two of them really distanced themselves along the way. Sun Qianji kept vigilant at all times and followed Zhu Xiaobao carefully. But she had to admit that Zhu Xiaobao's treasure hunting ability was far superior to hers. After just a few dozen miles, Zhu Xiaobao had already picked 3 very good medicinal plants. In addition, 2 less valuable herbs were given to her. Zhu Xiaobao returned to the Wei family manor in the middle of the night, sneaked back to his small courtyard, and handed Sun Qianji to Wei Zifeng first. Now Zhu Xiaobao was also very wary, and did not really trust this man he picked up on the way. Come on, girls. Besides, Zhu Xiaobao needed to vent a lot now. He cooked a few dishes, drank some wine, and then let Jin Huan Yin Huan serve him back to the dormitory. But this time, Zhu Xiaobao consciously drank less wine. My mind was still awake, but soon I wasn't sober anymore. I didn't expect that when I saw 2 fat girls. I felt like gods, and they pounced on them with all their teeth and claws. And the 2 celestial beings were even more fierce and rushed back enthusiastically. These 2 angels are a bit heavy. But what people didn't expect was that the ones who came out of the room the next day were gold and silver rings. And they were still dejected. The 2 of them seemed defeated. They were weak and held on to the wall before they reluctantly walked out. And then the powerful aura that came out of Zhu Xiaobao's room was so powerful that no one could believe it. This aura was comparable to the aura of the God Transformation realm.
Ah? Is he advancing? Could it be that he is about to break through after just one visit?
The third lady who originally heard that Zhu Xiaobao was back wanted to say hello to Zhu Xiaobao. But now she was shocked when she saw it. But there were no signs before. And at best, he is only in the latter stages of the initial stage, far from reaching perfection. How could it progress so quickly? Jin Huan Yin Huan also changed from the previous decline. The 2 of them suddenly became excited. Regardless of their fatigue, they hurriedly prepared. The master was about to advance. Doesn't that mean that it was all the credit of the 2 of them? No wonder he was so lively last night.
This kid really shouldn't be underestimated. I wonder if after his breakthrough, his consciousness will grow wildly again, and he will be able to join the ranks of high-level alchemists.
Even Xian Daozi came over and looked at what was coming from inside the room. The powerful aura made him sigh in anticipation.
Ah-ha-ha. I finally made a breakthrough. I am in the transcendent realm now. Ha-ha-ha. Is this the unique effect of concentrated nectar?
A long laugh came from Zhu Xiaobao's room. Then, everyone felt their eyes dazzled, as if a naked body flashed out of the room, and went directly into the bathroom, and then heard the sound of the shower.
Shameless and obscene.
Sun Qianji, who had just arrived at the Wei family manor, once again confirmed Sun Qianji's evaluation of Zhu Xiaobao, and cursed with a red face, while Wei Zifeng beside him nodded deeply. Agree. Only Jin Huan Yin Huan had no scruples, and directly took clean clothes and followed in. At this time, Everyone heard a very happy howl coming from the bathroom.
It's so cool! Oh! It's so cool! This, and this, and harder.
Chapter 1118 Transcendent Realm. Only then did everyone smell the stench coming from Zhu Xiaobao's room. The third lady frowned and waved her hand, asking a few maids to clean Zhu Xiaobao's room. It smells so bad. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao's physique is much worse than others, so the impurities eliminated by this advancement are also very large. In addition, the room was in a mess, which made several little maids look red in the face. But they are still very willing to do something for Zhu Xiaobao. After waiting for a long time, Zhu Xiaobao walked out of the bathroom in high spirits, carrying the air of a transcendent cultivator, with a serious expression and his hands behind his back. At first glance, he is just showing off. But I have to admit that once Zhu Xiaobao was promoted to the transcendent realm, his complexion and demeanor changed drastically. He seemed to be much calmer, and he felt like he had a profound foundation. Even his iconic belly has shrunk a bit.
Congratulations, little friend, for being promoted to the extraordinary realm. Not many people can be promoted to the extraordinary realm in such a short period of time.
Sandozi cupped his hands and walked forward with a smile on his face.
It's a trivial matter. It just comes naturally to me. Master, don't be surprised.
Zhu Xiaobao also cupped his hand and continued to show off.
Ha ha. Then let me see if your alchemy skills have improved after being promoted to the transcendent realm.
Sun Daozi said with great anticipation. He was now completely disappointed with those senior alchemists. So if you want to refine the returning pill, it seems that you can only rely on various little treasures to cooperate with you.
Well, congratulations. Gentlemen, this is a little congratulation from me. Please don't dislike it.
The third lady also came forward and said with a smile. But the smile lines on her face were a bit forced, and she was obviously worried. But this congratulatory gift is not light. It is also a material for refining the
continuing power pill.
But this time, the material is as good as the one in Zhu Xiaobao's storage bag. This is equivalent to having 2 top-quality materials.
Thank you very much. Miss Third. Then I'm not polite. Miss Third, is there any bad news? You seem to have a bad look on your face.
Zhu Xiaobao said his thanks while being sensitive. I really noticed that the third lady's expression was different from the past. In the past, she could be calm even if it was no matter how troublesome it was. But this time she couldn't hide it.
Well, please move on. You two. And let's go to the alchemy room to discuss it in detail.
The third lady simply stopped covering up and whispered directly to Zhu Xiaobao and Sandozi. When they came to the alchemist, there were only 3 of them. The third lady said with a sad face.
The alchemist invited by Wei Dongli is the famous Crazy Master.
And just now, they have announced in a high profile that Master Crazy has given Wei Dongli has refined a 3 patterns protection pill. So Wei Dongli is likely to advance in advance.
Yes.
But we haven't found the returning pill here yet, which is really disturbing.
Xian Daozi also sighed and said, it was about his reputation. And he was also very anxious.
Baocheng Dan? What grade of elixir is this? And who is that crazy master?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little puzzled.
Alas, he is the most obsessed master in alchemy in history. And he is extremely talented. It is said that he once refined a 5th grade elixir. And it also had 2 elixir patterns. This protection pill, actually he developed it himself. Although it is only a 3rd grade elixir. This elixir can increase the chance of success when a cultivator breaks through the cultivation level. So it is priceless. And he is the only one in the world who has the elixir recipe. From Safeguard, the Cheng Dan was born. And a total of 11 were refined. Anyone who obtained the
Baocheng Dan
would never fail to break through in cultivation. So this made the reputation of Master Crazy go straight after the 3 alchemy masters.
Xian Daozi introduced this crazy master in great detail. There is also awe in the words, which is the awe among alchemy masters.
So powerful? Then what's the use of telling me this? I'm not that capable. I'm just an intermediate alchemist now.
Zhu Xiaobao also exclaimed in surprise. But he was also very strange. As if he didn't it can't be of any help. His current level is that he can refine jade elixirs. But he is not yet qualified to refine elixirs.
Well, we want to see your process of refining the best continuation pill to see if we can get some inspiration. Didn't you also say that stones from other mountains can attack jade?
The third lady took a deep breath. And then with difficulty he said, as if he was betting on Zhu Xiaobao,
Yes. Yes. Many of the materials in the returning pill are common to the continuing power pill. So we want to see if there is anything we can learn from it, especially in the refining process. So this time, I want to watch you refine the continuation pill.
Xian Daozi also nodded repeatedly.
Okay. I happen to have 2 materials here. We can refine each one and verify each other.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, with the same materials, Zhu Xiaobao still thinks Xian Daozi should be more powerful. He is also more willing to let Xian Daozi take action.
Great. You rest for 2 days. And we will start refining alchemy in 3 days.
Xian Daozi said with great joy. In fact, he is almost the same as the live master. He is also an alchemy madman. After sending Xian Daozi and third miss away, Zhu Xiaobao was still in extreme excitement. After all, his cultivation level had been upgraded to the extraordinary state. His self-feeling was completely different from the initial state, especially since his physique had been greatly improved. Improvement. The spiritual consciousness is even thicker and deeper than before, and it feels unfathomable. It was only at night that I slowly calmed down. He was thinking about the reason why he was able to advance this time. It should be that he took too many various pills some time ago and forced himself to advance. And the violent state that appeared in those nights was also a manifestation of the accumulation of too much medicinal power in the body and nowhere to vent it. Coupled with the dual cultivation with Jin Huan after coming back, which coincided with the principle of yin and yang, he broke through to the transcendent realm in one fell swoop. Although this method of improving cultivation is a bit too extreme, Zhu Xiaobao still wants to use this method to quickly improve his cultivation. He is always thinking about the 10 wives of Daxia Kingdom. If you practice step by step, you will have to wait thousands of years. On the 3rd day, Xian Daozi arrived at Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy room on time, and Miss Third was also watching today. She was anxious. There is no one else. The outside of the alchemy room is heavily guarded, and no one is allowed to approach. This time, it was Zhu Xiaobao who started the alchemy furnace first. He skillfully used the 8-level jade cauldron alchemy furnace and started lighting the fire to refine the elixir very confidently. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's increasingly proficient and precise techniques, Xian Daozi, who was observing on the side,
also nodded frequently. This technique has completely surpassed that of Master Shangxin. If it weren't for the halo around Master Shangxin's head, just by looking at this technique, you really wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two. Perhaps because he had advanced to the extraordinary realm. Zhu Xiaobao's elixir refining went extremely smoothly this time, and he felt very confident with his ease. This is true of many things. The more confident you are, the higher your achievements will be. After the elixir was completed and the fire was extinguished, Zuan Daozi couldn't help but praise.
Good. At least there is one with 7 lines.
Sure enough, Zhu Xiaobao still managed to get 2 pills along the way. One was the
5 lines continuing power pill,
but the other one was a bit as Zhu Xiaobao expected. It turned out to be the
7 lines continuing power pill.
This one, the color of the Suli Dan is a little different, and there is still a faint trace of flowing light. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't put it down after seeing it. This is the best elixir he has ever refined. Immediately afterwards, Xian Daozi also started to refine the elixir calmly. Before refining the elixir, he also asked a few confusing questions. These were details that he could not fully understand. Although he is a master of alchemy, Zuan Daozi does not hide his ignorance. He is a true master, always exploring, communicating and learning. Similarly, Xian Daozi also sacrificed his Zishuan cauldron. At the critical moment, he was more accustomed to using his own pill furnace. His subsequent techniques were more subtle than Zhu Xiaobao's. And what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was, Zuan Daozi's medicine pestle was actually replaced by a medicine pestle with fire attributes. This was the progress he made through his humbly learning, because he found that Zhu Xiaobao's fire attribute medicine pestles were indeed subdivided. When the internal temperature is high, it often plays a key role. After turning off the fire, Zhu Xiaobao also nodded repeatedly. Although he did not have the vision of Xian Daozi, judging from Xian Daozi's operation process, he should be more precise and delicate than himself. It should be possible to produce at least 1/7 pattern. But what impressed Zhu Xiaobao deeply was that the 2 pills refined by Xian Daozi were both
7-line sustainability pills.
The difference between the 2 was still very obvious. The third lady looked a little obsessed on the side. It was really wonderful. The whole process was like flowing water. There was no sluggishness at all. And the result was perfect.
Master, what do you think?
The third lady suddenly felt that she still had hope.
Ha ha. Now I can say that there is at least a 50% certainty that the returning pill can be successfully refined. But if you can cooperate with me, then the probability can be increased to 70%.
Xian Daozi twisted his beard and said with a smile, "The success rate is already very high for an alchemist, because many accidents are unforeseen."
Me? With this 8th level alchemy furnace? Are you kidding me?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise, pointing to his nose.
Well, you can use the Gong'an cauldron at any time. You can use all the materials as long as I have them here,
Miss Third said decisively.
If you master the returning pill, can you give me the Gong'an cauldron?
This, Chapter 1119 Heart Disease. Facing Zhu Xiaobao's shameless request, the third lady suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of her heart. This guy is too greedy. That's the Gong'an cauldron. It was purchased with 1.5 billion high-grade spiritual stones, which cost only half of the assets of the Shiwei family. So the third lady was stunned immediately.
Forget it. I was just joking. Although that thing is very precious, it is troublesome to carry it around. I still want to save this little life.
Zhu Xiaobao saw that the third lady was a little dull, with an expression on his face. He immediately said happily. In fact, he didn't really want this Gong'an cauldron, but he wanted to see the embarrassing image of the third lady. Now that his goal has been achieved, he will just give it up. With his current level of cultivation, keeping this thing around will only bring more disasters.
You? I really don't want to pay attention to you.
The third lady stamped her feet, seemingly angrily, and scolded. But she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. But I am really annoyed by this little fat man's behavior. Fortunately, there is no one else around now. Otherwise it would be so embarrassing. There were 4
continuing power pills.
in total. Zhu Xiaobao left 2.
7-line continuing power pills.
And Xian Daozi left 1.
5-line continuing power pill.
This time, the third lady also took the initiative to ask for a
7-line sustainability pill.
This makes Zhu Xiaobao a little strange.
Well, my consciousness is stronger than Dongli's, but she is stronger in body and strength. So I have to be prepared. If it comes to a martial arts competition, I'm afraid she would be more willing to compete with me.
The third lady seemed to see Zhu Xiaobao's doubts. So she explained softly,
No wonder you've been sparring with Jin Huan recently. It turns out that's the reason.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with sudden realization.
Humph. I heard that you have something that can see far away. And you often climb into trees to peek at our sparring? I don't know if it's true.
When the third lady thought about sparring, something suddenly occurred to her. And then stared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely and asked.
No. Absolutely not. Am I that kind of person? Who is so boring and dares to frame me? Do I still need to peek? Jin Huan can spar with me anytime. Anywhere.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted exaggeratedly.
Okay. Then let's just say I'm overly concerned. Well, Jin Huan and Yin Huan are very good. I'll still need them to practice with me in the future. Alas, even the clothes I wear during sparring always feel a little too restrictive.
The young lady nodded, and then said with some dissatisfaction.
Yes. The bra on the top is too loose. It should be tighter. The shorts on the bottom are too long. It should be shorter. And the waist should be lowered a little bit. If it's broken, I'll take my leave now.
I'm really in a hurry.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately took over the words with excitement and spoke eloquently. Suddenly, he found that the third lady was staring at him fiercely. And then he realized that something was wrong. Isn't this wrong? Self-inflicted? Run away quickly. Having said that, the third lady has gradually reduced her sparring with Jin Huan, as her legs have completely recovered. Jin Huan is no longer her opponent. After all, the third lady is in the combined state. Peak cultivation level. Now the third lady is starting to practice her weapons more intensively. What I didn't expect was that the third lady's weapon was also a spear. It turns out that the Wei family's heritage is guns. The gun owned by the third lady is not simple. It is actually a 9th grade gun on the earth level. The tip of the gun is more than a foot long. It is cold and has a strong killing intent. And its metal property is also the best. To unleash the power of this gun, Zhu Xiaobao tried to spar with the third miss several times. But then, he didn't dare to say anything anymore. Her marksmanship was too exquisite, and she used it too skillfully. Although Zhu Xiaobao's moves are very exquisite, his actual combat ability is far behind. If the third lady hadn't been merciful, Zhu Xiaobao wouldn't have lasted 6 rounds.
No more fighting. No more fighting. I have to go back to make elixirs.
Zhu Xiaobao was so annoyed that he simply acted like a rogue. He jumped out of the battle circle first, and couldn't beat him anymore. He had already received several blows on his butt. Well, if it weren't for the sparring, I would have been stabbed all over. It turns out that the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Combined Realm is still so big. In the next month, Zhu Xiaobao really stepped up his efforts in refining alchemy, because all the ammunition around him had been given to Xiao Yao and Su Zhu. Plus now Jin Huan and Miss San were in need. His task was not light. And the most important thing is that his crazy alchemy method can make his alchemy skills more proficient and advanced. I originally thought about going to the hive again, but I didn't expect that the little demon has also entered the critical moment of advancement. The reason is that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation has advanced, and he and the little demon have a master-servant contract, and there is still a partial blood connection. So the little demon has also advanced. What makes Zhu Xiaobao even more surprised is that the golden ring and silver ring have also begun to impact the realm of gods, although they have not experienced it in the training ground.
They have also taken a large number of pills in the past half a year, and the intensity of the training throughout the day was not low. So they quickly reached the critical moment of retreat and breakthrough. This undoubtedly makes Zhu Xiaobao very happy. Think about how terrifying these two fat girls can be in combat if they can advance to the realm of transformation into gods. The two of them can definitely defeat the cultivators of the fusion realm together. So Zhu Xiaobao simply gave up the plan of going out again, and concentrated on refining the elixir here, and working with Xian Daozi to explore the recipe for the returning to true pill. And the other alchemists are not idle either. They are responsible for fusing the simplified materials into elixirs to summarize all aspects of data. Although this is much simpler than refining the returning pill, it is undeniable that the data is still very meaningful. And this simplified material can be easily integrated into an elixir in the hands of these advanced alchemists. Although this simplified elixir does not have very strong effects, it has also accumulated a lot of data and some details for Xian Daozi. At this time, news came that made the third lady even more anxious. Wei Dongli had entered the secret room with a 3 marks Baocheng Dan, and began to retreat, which was the beginning of his attack on the true martial arts realm. And the reason why the news was released with such a big fanfare was obviously to cause huge psychological pressure on the third lady. Sure enough, this news brought great anxiety to the third lady, although she endured it strongly. Something went wrong during the discussion with Zaiwa Zizio. Zaiwa Zizio was accidentally injured. Although the injury was not serious, she still needed to recuperate. 2 days.
Injured? Yeah. Well beaten. Well beaten. Is the injury on the butt? That's better. Who told her to always bully me?
Unexpectedly, when he saw Ziju coming to beg for help, when he took out a body tempering pill, Zhu Xiaobao shouted carelessly that his current body tempering pill was a divine pill, because he was able to refine such a third-level golden pill into 9 patterns. It is far beyond the ordinary third-level golden elixir. It has incredible effects on improving physical fitness and wound healing. It is an indispensable and long-term elixir for people like them. It's just that the 9 patterns body tempering pill is still very rare, because the materials required are too high.
Xiaobao, please stop making things difficult for the young lady. She is already suffering enough.
Ziyue Ziju is now familiar with brother Zhu Xiaobao. So when there is no one else, even the title changes. It's so intimate.
Hee. I'm not making things difficult for Miss Third. That's what you said. I'm just making things difficult for you too. You have to show something when you come to ask for the
9 patterns of body tempering pill.
Right.
Zhu Xiaobao said in a rogue manner. Always doing this every opportunity. He wants the website to be cheap. Ziyue and Zijiao's faces immediately turned red. They looked around to see if there was no one around, then quickly tapped Zhu Xiaobao's cheeks with their lips, and then backed away with embarrassment on their faces. But my heart is still pounding.
Ha ha ha. Ziyue Ziju is the most sensible. Well, let me take this
9 patterns body tempering pill.
Back to you. There is also a secret recipe, and I will also bring it to the third lady. I guarantee that she will see me when she sees me. This secret recipe can cure all diseases,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, and then handed a folded piece of paper in his hand to them.
Real? Of course. You'll know after you show her.
In fact, the third lady's injuries were not serious. She was just shot in the thigh, which was just a skin injury. She was mainly suffering from psychological anxiety. Wei Dongli has already retreated to enter the true martial realm. And he is also wearing a
Bao Chung Dan,
which means that he will almost certainly be promoted to the true martial realm. But my returning pill hasn't been found yet. The
return to true pill
is to completely repair the hidden diseases caused by the failure of the last attack on the true martial realm, and restore it to the great perfection state of the fusion realm. In other words, she is not even qualified to attack the true martial realm now. At this time, Ziwazigio came back very excitedly holding a
9 patterns body tempering pill.
The third lady looked a little helpless. She was not upset about being accidentally injured this time. The real troubles came from all kinds of things. Bad news.
Miss, we have brought back the
9-line body tempering pill.
You should take it quickly. This is the jade box of the
9-line body tempering pill
that can not only speed up wounds, but also bring great blessings to the body tempering body.
Zijuziwa shouted excitedly as soon as she entered the door.
Well, leave it there first. You guys go out first. I'm a little tired and want to rest for a while.
The third lady was not too excited, but lay there listlessly and said,
Miss, you take it first. Then we have a secret recipe for you, which is guaranteed to cure the disease.
Ziueziji rarely obeyed the order, but said very persistently,
Oh, what's the secret recipe? I'm not sick.
Although the third lady was a little confused, she didn't pay too much attention. She still couldn't bear to brush off the good intentions of the two people and reluctantly took the body tempering pill.
Miss, this is the secret recipe. Here it is. Oh, let's see what is the secret recipe that can cure my illness.
As the note unfolded, the third lady unexpectedly jumped up from the bed. Regardless of the pain, she rushed out without looking back. Chapter 1120 Return to True Pill. Ziyue and Ziju stood there in shock. They didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao's secret recipe to be so effective. The third lady jumped up when she saw it. Is it really completely healed? In fact, Zhu Xiaobao wrote only 12 words on this note. In 7 days, the elixir will be refined and the true martial arts will be launched. Just around the corner. Why don't you jump up? Can the
returning to truth pill
that I have been dreaming about day and night really be refined? Therefore, the third lady must of course ask for clarification as soon as possible. And what she is most concerned about is how likely it is to succeed in refining the returning pill this time, because she only prepared 2 materials. When I ran to Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy room, I didn't expect to see Zhu Xiaobao playing chess with Xian Daozi. And even the master Shangxin was present. The 3 of them were actually very leisurely. And there were 3 cups of tea on the table. Now even Master Shangxin has become obsessed with chess. And he always asks Xian Daozi for advice. He really wanted to ask Zhu Xiaobao for advice, but he couldn't do it.
Master! Master! Are you serious about what you said?
Miss Third asked excitedly as soon as she ran in.
Hee. I didn't expect you already knew. I originally wanted to tell you at night.
Xian Daozi looked at the third lady, then twisted his beard and smiled.
That means, is it true? How sure are you?
The third lady still pressed closely. This was the issue she was most concerned about and worried about. There are only 2 ingredients for refining the returning pill, and she doesn't have the ability to prepare the third one. And time doesn't allow it.
Ha! Originally, it was only more than 50%. But now we have agreed on a new method, and the elixir success rate should be no less than 70%.
Xian Daozi put down the chess piece in his hand and said with a smile.
New way? What new way?
Miss Third asked in surprise.
The 3 of us started refining elixirs at the same time, and then put them together. In this way, we solved many problems that were difficult to solve before.
Xian Daozi looked at Zhu Xiaobao and Master Shangxin, and still smiled calmly, because this method was proposed by Zhu Xiaobao. And Master Shangxin on the side was also very excited, so that he could also participate in the process of refining the returning pill. For a senior alchemist, being able to participate in such an opportunity to refine elixirs is something to be proud of and cherish.
Oh, then Xiaobao, are you okay?
Although the third lady was very excited, she couldn't help but ask again. What she was most worried about here was that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level was too low, and he was only an intermediate alchemist. Division.
Get out! Ask after you think about it.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately snorted angrily.
That's not what I meant. Humph. After 7 days, no one is allowed to enter the alchemy room.
After saying that, Zhu Xiaobao stood up and left angrily. Isn't this looking down on people? Why don't you ask others? But ask yourself specifically? In fact, what worries Xian Daozi the most is Master Shangxin. Because since Zhu Xiaobao advanced to the transcendent realm, his spiritual consciousness is simply unfathomable, putting even Xian Daozi to shame. It was kept strictly confidential to the outside world, and there was no publicity to the inside either. The third lady simply spread the word about her injury. Since the other party consciously put pressure on her, she should simply make the other party happy. But in Zhu Xiuba's small courtyard, it was really busy. Half of the people were eliminated, and the remaining ones were very reliable people. On the surface, the same atmosphere as before must be maintained. The third lady was still lying on the bed. In fact, she didn't have the heart to practice shooting. I have been counting the time on my fingers all day long. Finally, on the 7th day, there were really only 3 people in the alchemy room: Xian Daozi, Master Shangxin, and Zhu Xiaobao. However, this time, the Gongong Cauldron was also brought in, specially for Shangxin. For masters, the third young lady is also a little upset, just because of her careless words. Now she doesn't even have the chance to enter the alchemy room. In fact, what Zhu Xiaobao said was a joke, and it was Xian Daozi's intention to not let the third lady in. They needed to keep it secret in this way. At this time, the 3 people were full of energy and had formed a tripartite posture, each occupying a corner. And the 3 pill furnaces were also ready, with a row of Jiyang pills and Jihan pills placed next to them. There is only Jiyang pill next to Master Shangxin, because he does not have the ability to control Jihan pill yet. And the material room he wants to refine is the easiest among the 3 people. The temperature does not change much and is easy to control.
Ha! Are you 2 ready? Let's start now.
Xian Daozi looked at Zhu Xiaobao and Master Shangxin, then waved his hand, and the 9 flaming eyes of Zishuan Cauldron lit up at the same time. The furnace is on. Immediately afterwards, Master Shangxin waved his hand in a very cool way, and he also started to fuse the materials. The last one is Zhu Xiaobao. The materials he wants to fuse are the ones with the lowest temperature and the largest variety. In other words, in the entire process of alchemy, Zhu Xiaobao has the most arduous work in the early and middle stages. And it is Xian Daozi who does the most heavy lifting at the end. 1 day and 2 nights have passed, and Master Shangxin's mission is coming to an end at this time. The next thing he has to do is to pour the fused materials in the Gongong Cauldron into Zhu Xiubao's pill furnace. This process is the refining process, the first key operation of
Guishan Dan.
If you are not careful, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Fortunately, although Master Shangxin was a little nervous, his many years of face experience still gave him enough stability. Without panic or shaking hands, he poured the solution in the Gongong Cauldron smoothly, and the time and flow rate are also controlled just right. Even Xian Daozi nodded in approval of this. Next, I saw Zhu Xiaobao very focused on carefully remerging the 2 dissolved materials. This was a test of his consciousness and control ability. Even the Master Shang Xian next to him took a deep breath and said, "Don't dare to disturb me in the slightest." Master Shangxin's heart at this moment can only be described as horrified. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao, who was only in the extraordinary realm, could have such powerful spiritual consciousness and precise control ability. And even he had to be defeated by this method. Is he still an intermediate alchemist? This is much stronger than ordinary high-level alchemists. This process is indeed very painful and long for Zhu Xiaobao, and it is a huge test for his spiritual consciousness and physical strength. Later, he had to take a continuation pill. Of course, a normal continuation pill, because he didn't have much time left to finish his work. By the end of the 3rd day, Zhu Xiubao's materials had been integrated, and it was finally time to integrate them with Xian Daozi's materials. And this process is no longer simply pouring the solution over, but helping Zuan Daozi control the temperature together. Only by working together can they control the fusion of 2 material solutions with huge temperature differences. You can see that Zhu Xiaobao is constantly replacing the Jiyang pill and Jiyang pill in the fire eyes. The Jiyang pill is constantly decreasing, while the Jiyang pill is constantly increasing. This quickly increases the temperature of the alchemy furnace. On the contrary, Zuan Daozi wanted to cool down quickly in order to quickly bring the temperatures of the 2 alchemy furnaces infinitely close. This is the second key point. When the materials in the Zishuan Cauldron have been completely integrated, it is the last critical point, which is to become a pill. At this time, Master Shangxin and Zhu Xiaobao can only stand aside and observe. and Xian Daozi alone has to do the rest. At this time, even those who are in the true martial realm are a little overwhelmed. Xian Daozi did not dare to be careless, and quickly took a continuing power pill. Only then did he feel that he had regained his physical strength, seeing that the materials in the Zixian cauldron were getting more and more solid, and the faint scent of the pill had already starting to spread, which is a sign that it will become a pill soon. In the past 3 days, the third lady basically hasn't slept at all. She can't sleep at all. This is such a tense and important moment. She stood guard at the door of the alchemy room, sitting cross-legged, muttering words, silently praying that the refining could be successful in one go. I don't dare to hope for any pill patterns anymore. As long as I can successfully refine it, I will be satisfied. Finally, the door to the alchemy room opened, and the first person to walk out was Master Shangshin. He was the one in the best mental condition, and his face was full of joy. Although he only participated in the early refining, he was also quite proud. Ah! Next came Zhu Xiaobao. He looked a little tired, but he was also smiling. The last person to walk out was Xian Daozi. Although his face looked tired, he could not hide his excitement and pride. The third lady breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it. This was a success. She finally launched an attack on the true martial realm. Master! The third lady was so excited that she was speechless. Ha ha! Fortunately, I lived up to my fate. This time I got 2 elixirs. One of them is a 2-line return to true elixir. Xian Daozi said very proudly. Thank you, Master! Thank you, Master! The third lady bowed to the ground and gave a respectful gift. 2 patterns returning true pill means that it can not only completely cure one's hidden diseases, but also improve it compared to before. This undoubtedly greatly improves the success rate of my advancement. Next, arrange for Xuan Daozi and others to recuperate and recover. The third lady is busy preparing to take the returning pill. She also has to choose the best state to take this hard one, returning pill. 2 days later, news came that Wei Dongli had successfully advanced to the true martial realm. But at this time, the third young lady Wei Zixu just smiled indifferently, and then told Ziyu Zhao, "You also spread the news, saying that I failed to refine the returning pill here, and give them a little surprise." "Yes, miss." Ziyu ran out happily. Just 2 days later, the third lady Wei Zixu started to prepare to take the 2 patterns returning to true pill, and she chose the location in Zhu Xibao's alchemy room because this room was considered by her to be the feng shui treasure land. No matter what you do, you will succeed. I believe this time will be no exception. Chapter 11:21. The stench is overwhelming. When the third lady actually entered the alchemy room, Zhu Xiaobao and others would have nothing major to worry about. In fact, what happens next has nothing to do with them. But according to the agreement, he still had 3 months to leave. Zhu Xiaobao is not in a hurry anyway, because Jin Huan is still in seclusion to break through, and he has to wait until these 2 people are out of seclusion before he can leave. Now is the time when Zhu Xiaobao and Sun Daozi are most relaxed and comfortable. They play chess, drink tea, and chat every day. Of course, the most important thing is to exchange their experiences on alchemy. In fact, Zhu Xibao's mood was very complicated and a little confused. He didn't know where to go next. Could he really go back to a small place like Lingquan Town? Ever since he wandered around in the training ground, experienced the bustle of Black Wind Valley, and had contact with the Wei family, his horizons have been very high, and he is no longer satisfied with a small place like Lingquan Town. As for Deshang Kingdom, Zhu Xiaobao has no sense of belonging. He is not from Deshang Kingdom in the first place. He is a person who ascended, and he ascended passively. Ha ha! Brother, given your current cultivation level, it's better to ignore this for now. The key is to improve your cultivation level as soon as possible. You have also been wandering around the cultivation ground for a few years. Have you found anything unusual? Sun Daozi now also roughly knows some of Zhu Xibao's origins, although it is not very detailed. The relationship between the 2 is already very good. In addition, Zhu Xiaobao also has a good relationship with the 5th True Lord and the 6th True Lord. This was enough for Sun Daozi to attach great importance to Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, the most important thing is that he can now be sure that Zhu Xibao's attainments in alchemy will definitely far exceed his own in the future. This is the reason why he is most optimistic about Zhu Xiaobao. What's unusual? Didn't you find it? Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and it seemed like there was nothing unusual about it. Ha ha! In the 2 cultivation places in the north and south,
In such a vast area, how many cultivators of the true martial realm or above have appeared? Don't you think it's strange? Moreover, even if they are in the fusion realm, most of them are aged an old man who is very tall and whose achievements are difficult to improve. Why is this? Sundaozi asked with a slight smile. This is also normal. It has been a long time to cultivate to the fusion realm. It is not surprising that it has lasted a long time. As for the cultivators of the true martial realm, there may be no cultivators in the place of cultivation. Without an opponent, the meaning of experience has been lost. Yes, where have all these people gone? Did they all establish a sect, open a cave, build a mansion, and practice alone? Zhu Xiaobao thought about it carefully. It seems that this is really the case. As for the reason, he said, it cannot be established. Once you break through to the combined realm, or the true martial realm, you will have a longer life. It is longer than ordinary low-level cultivators. So where have all these people gone? Ha ha! It's hard to justify it. Right. In fact, most people go to the intersection of the north and the south. That's where the real geniuses gather. Of course, the opportunities and risks are even greater. But you can't do these things, there is no need to know too much. Because even if you want to go, you must be at the fusion realm to be qualified to go there. That's why I say that you should regard Lingquan Town as your foundation for the time being. And wait until you get to Fusion Jing as making plans. Sundaozi still smiled lightly. Next, Zhu Xiaobao pestered Sundaozi to learn a lot of things that he didn't know before. Because there was no need to know before. In fact, even with his current cultivation level, there was no need to know. It was only because of his heaven-defying talents and abilities that Sundaozi consciously warned him a few words. In fact, saying too much would actually affect his cultivation. Moreover, it covers a very wide range, and is also very complicated. After talking for several days, Zhu Xiaobao finally understood a little bit. As time goes by, 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Ziyu Ezijiu, who is standing outside, is anxious. It will not take that long after taking them. Guizhen Dan. Could there be any more surprises? At this time, Sundaozi and Zhu Xiaobao also arrived outside the alchemy room. Although it was heavily guarded, there was no way to stop Zhu Xiaobao and Sundaozi. Sundaozi was also pondering. Could it be that she took advantage of the situation and entered the true martial arts realm? This is really exciting! 3 more days later, suddenly the entire Wei Manor was covered with dark clouds, and there were quite a few rolling thunders. Moreover, the black clouds in the sky were all gathering towards the Wei Manor. It was exactly the same as the last time the third miss attacked the true martial realm. The last time it was because she failed to withstand the thunder tribulation that she ultimately failed. I didn't expect that I would still have to experience thunder disaster this time. Rumble. Click. 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 Following the loud noise, 2 blue divine thunders struck down in succession, targeting Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy room in this small courtyard. The first divine thunder smashed this thick and solid alchemy room into pieces. And the third lady, with disheveled hair, was fighting against this divine thunder with all her strength. And then another divine thunder also struck down hard, as the third lady let out a long roar. She had actually completed the breakthrough. A powerful aura suddenly burst out from her whole body, and she proudly faced the rolling black clouds in midair. At this time, the black clouds in the sky gradually began to dissipate, which made people very puzzled. Could it be just 2 divine thunders? What was even more surprising was that a secret room next to the alchemy room was also smashed to pieces. At this time, 2 fat girls came out of it, shouting. They also had disheveled hair and glared at each other. Fortunately, a divine thunder struck both of them, which made them furious. But what is surprising is that it was precisely because of this divine thunder that the 2 of them achieved the final breakthrough. And now they have reached the realm of God transformation. Asshole! I've just been promoted to the divine realm. Why do I have to be struck by lightning? If you can use some more divine thunder. Let's see if we don't hit you back. Jinhuan Yinhuan was pointing at the air angrily and shouting. The third lady was even more stunned. It turned out that there was another divine lightning that struck them both. No wonder I didn't feel it. Which is a bit embarrassing. But before everyone could understand, they suddenly felt a stench emanating from the small courtyard, which was much stronger than the last time Zhu Xiaobao advanced. The third lady was also a little confused. Did she have so many impurities in her body? Is it still smelling so bad? Isn't this too exaggerated? She felt a little unbelievable. She smelled it on herself
and found that although impurities must have been discharged, it was not that smelly. After thinking about it, I suddenly understood everything. It turned out that most of the stench came from Jin Huan and Yin Huan. The two of them have been overeating for a long time, and they still eat mostly meat. The key is to train their bodies, so the impurities accumulated in their bodies are several times more than that of ordinary people, which leads to such an unbearable stench. At this time, Jin Huan and Yin Huan seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and suddenly became a little panicked, and hurriedly ran to the bathroom. The third lady was stunned for a moment. She also needed timely cleaning. Right? After all, the impurities discharged from the body do not smell good. Jin Huan and Yin Huan stayed in the bathroom for 2 hours. The water flowing out from under their feet was gray-green, with a thick layer of dirt. And Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy room and secret room don't need to be cleaned. They were all smashed into pieces and can only be rebuilt after more than a dozen people cleaning it up. The air in this small courtyard finally returned to normal. The poor third lady could only hide in another room and sit in the bathtub to wash herself. Even so, the third lady was still very excited. Unexpectedly, she had broken through to the true martial arts realm in one fell swoop. There were only 2 divine thunders just now. The reason is that the last thunder tribulation had already hit 7, and today it was just to make up for the remaining 2 divine thunders. I just didn't expect that the accuracy was a little off, and it hit 2 fat girls. When the third lady finished bathing and changing clothes, and reappeared in front of everyone, everyone felt that their eyes lit up. Sure enough, with the advancement of cultivation, the appearance and skin will become more delicate and delicate. The current third lady is more like she is a fairy who does not eat the fireworks of this world.
Ha ha! Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for finally being promoted to the true martial realm.
Xian Daozi was already waiting outside the door and congratulated him. Even his title changed. Now the third lady's cultivation level is the same as his, so he calls her fellow Taoist. This is also a courtesy. If the relationship is extremely close, there is no need to worry about these things at all, and they can still call each other brothers.
It's a fluke. Thank you, Master.
The third lady quickly returned the gift. Speaking of which, this
2 patterns returning to true pill
played a huge role in advancing so smoothly. Therefore, the third lady is still full of gratitude to Xian Daozi.
Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for being promoted to the true martial realm.
Zhu Xiaobao also pretended to sing while raising his hands.
Thank you, Master Xiaobao.
The third lady couldn't help covering her mouth and smiled, and then returned the gift. She was in a great mood at this time. At this moment, 2 fat girls ran out of the bathroom and shouted happily.
Master! Master! We have been promoted to the state of transformation. Hee! It's very good. Let me see. Still the same?
Zhu Xiaobao was also very happy, but also a little confused. Why didn't these 2 fat girls change the same? Don't you have any fairy spirit at all?
We are body training people, so of course we can't compare with her. We want to eat meat.
Jin Huan and Yin Huan looked at the third lady, and then shouted a little uncontrollably. Boom! Immediately caused a burst of laughter. These 2 fat girls are still so straightforward, but everyone is used to their temperaments, and they all like these 2 fat girls with straightforward personalities. At the same time, in the Dongwei family's manner, everyone in the huge living room looked at each other. There were rumors that the alchemy failed a few days ago, but today they have broken through to the true martial realm. This Wei Zixu is not simple.
Why are you panicking? Even if she is promoted to the true martial realm, I can still defeat her.
Wei Dongli, who was sitting in the middle, snorted lightly. Chapter 1122. The last 3 months. The Wei family in the east and west are now beginning to enter a state of nervousness. To say nervous is not an exaggeration at all, because in 3 months it will be decided who will become the new head of the Wei family. Regardless of the Dongwei family or the West Wei family, whoever gets a new head will become stronger. If you want to challenge again next time, it will have to be 50 years later. In the Dongwei family, 2 Jinwu realm old men are training and sparring with Wei Dongli. These 2 Jinwu realm old men are Wei Dongli's direct uncles. Although they have advanced to the Jinwu realm long ago, the head of the Wei family it must be a woman. So the 2 of them had no choice but to assist their niece with all their heart. With such family rules, they have nothing to complain about. Even though Wei Dongli has just been promoted to the true martial realm, her fighting power is actually very strong. She was not defeated alone against an old man of the true martial realm. and her marksmanship was even sharper. Making both her uncles I am very happy. Feeling that I have the upper hand in this decisive battle with Wei Zissou.
Not necessarily. Wei Zissou's strength lies in her spiritual consciousness and her scheming. I still have to increase my strength to ensure that I can defeat her quickly in the battle.
Wei Dongli shook his head. She and Wei Zissou had been together since childhood. We grew up together, and know this cousin very well. Although he also feels that he has a chance to win. He still dare not underestimate this strong opponent. At the Shiwei family, they are also intensifying their training. The person who is accompanying the third young lady Wei Zissou to train and spar is the old man from the true martial realm who appeared at the auction. It's just that Wei Zissou only has such a true martial arts sparring partner. But Wei Zissou is surrounded by two more close combat partners, namely Jinhuan and Inhuan. After the two of them were promoted to the realm of transformation, their combat effectiveness has doubled. Now when the three of them fight together in close combat, this scene is even more terrifying. Jinhuan and Inhuan's body exuded an extremely tough aura, and the third lady clearly felt that in a normal fusion state, such a close fight would not be the opponent of the two of them. These two fat girls are so fierce, but it has also advanced to a big realm, and the third lady's combat power has improved even more horribly. After all, the gold content of advancing from the combined realm to the true martial realm is much higher than the gold content of advancing from the transcendent realm to the god transformation realm. The competition between the three people actually ended with the third lady winning. This made Jinhuan and Inhuan feel very depressed. Similarly, Zhu Xiaobao now finds it very difficult to compete with Jinhuan Inhua. He has just advanced, but the improvement in combat effectiveness is far less than that of Jinhuan Inhua. It's just not that obvious on the scene. Even gold and silver rings will show mercy. This is already their habit. Just because there were still 3 months until the duel for the head of the family, Zhu Xiaobao decided to go out again. He was still thinking about those hives. And now Wei Zissou has also begun to return to his own yard for training and arrangements. This is consciously avoiding the eyes and ears of others, and also making arrangements in secret. After all, various situations are possible during the competition. Now the third lady no longer needs Jinhuan Inhuan to accompany her in training, because her close combat ability has surpassed Jinhuan Inhuan. So it is difficult to improve. And this time when they went out, Jinhuan Inhuan also wanted to go out with Zhu Xiaobao. They had not gone out with Zhu Xiaobao for a long time. Now I'm clamoring to follow along. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao has nothing important to do here. But since they all received invitations from the Wei family, they can go and watch the battle. So he still wants to see the battle between the Jingwu realm. Zuanozi also received the invitation, so he did not leave. His goal was not to watch the battle, but to meet the crazy master for a while. That was an alchemy master with a higher reputation than him. Although he is somewhere between good and evil, his alchemy skills are unique. In the meantime, Master Shangxin left quietly early. Not only did he receive a satisfactory reward, but he also learned the recipe for the return to true pill. In addition, he also received several valuable pills. So he left early. Just run away. He is in the fusion realm, and knows that his own strength is nothing in the world of cultivation. Now that I have gained a lot, I left quietly. I have to say that his decision was very wise. Before leaving, Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to introduce Sun Qianji to Sun Daozi as his apprentice. But her qualifications were average, so she could only be a herb gatherer. But the key is that she still refuses to leave now that she is being driven away, and is staying with Zhu Xiaobao. This gives Zhu Xiaobao a headache. After all, Sun Yu had a good relationship with her and had saved her life, so she couldn't just ignore her. So I had to temporarily leave it to Wei Zifeng to teach Sun Qianji some skills. Although Wei Zifeng had no internal strength, he could still give many skills and experience to Sun Qianji. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao also agreed. Let Wei Zifeng go back before the competition. Wei Zifeng reluctantly agreed. After returning to the place of cultivation, Zhu Xiaobao felt as if he had been reborn. His current strength was definitely super powerful. The only fly in the ointment is that the little demon hasn't woken up yet. It's still in the process of advancing, and is sleeping in the beast control bag. Zhu Xiaobao has two other purposes. First, he is to collect some top-grade materials. He wants to continue refining elixirs, and will leave the Wei family soon. He also has an appointment with Green Farrier to meet again in Black Wind Valley. Yes. So this time, he went to Black Wind Valley, and planned to take out a few decent pills for auction. There are so many good things in Black Wind Valley. Secondly, he tried to find Xiaoyao and the others, and asked them to rush to Black Wind Valley to join him in 3 months. This time Zhu Xiaobao took a different route, because there were still some places marked by Wei Zifeng that he had not yet visited. Many good medicinal materials were buried there. Wouldn't it be a pity not to pick them? But it was obvious that this route was a bit circuitous, and he encountered quite a few casual cultivators along the way, which surprised Zhu Xiaobao. Later I realized that many people were rushing to the Black Wind Valley. Although the auction would only start in 3 months, many people had already started heading towards the Black Wind Valley. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds to enjoy some autumn breeze along the way? But sometimes we encounter accidents. For example, you will meet people like Zhu Xiaobao who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. No matter who saw the cultivation of Zhu Xiaobao and the other 3, they would want to rob them. But the result would be very tragic. The fighting power of 2 fat girls is stronger than that of the average fusion state. So most of the time I regret it as soon as I get started. But when 2 fat girls are squeezed in the middle of the belly and rubbed, it is difficult to break away.
Ouch! Ouch! Let me go! I'm a bitch. I shouldn't take advantage of you. Please just let me go!
Now his face is full of pain, struggling to break free from the entanglement of the gold and silver rings. The big man in the fusion realm was howling in extreme pain. He never expected that he would be kneaded into this state by 2 fat girls in the divine transformation realm. 3 of his ribs were broken. His calf was broken, and his right arm was broken. One of the ears was torn, with only a little bit of flesh remaining attached. And there was a danger of being ripped off at any time. The head looked like a pig's head, and both eyes were swollen into lines. The most important thing was that one of the balls was broken. This kind of pain is not ordinary. I can bear it. So he felt annoyed and regretful. He originally saw 2 fat girls and wanted to catch them for fun. But he didn't expect who was playing with whom.
Oh, isn't it good to live? You have to bully others. If you were just robbing, I could let you go. But you want to do such a dirty thing. So I won't let you go. Let's talk about you. I have already lost one of my balls. And living is very painful. So I'd better get over it as soon as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and sighed. Unexpectedly, the once high-altitude fusion realm would be so vulnerable in front of me. How lonely it is to be invincible. This guy is showing off again.
No. 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 I don't want to die. I still have an egg. I don't want to die. Ouch.
With a scream, the only remaining egg was crushed. Even Zhu Xiaobao's anus tightened. Is it necessary to be so cruel? These 2 fat girls really scared me.
There is absolutely no hope now. Right. Oh. Go ahead.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said,
crack.
With a sound of broken bones. The big man's neck was twisted by the combined force of the gold and silver rings, and he was immediately thrown to the ground like a broken sack. His eyes were full of unwillingness and fear.
Can you use this technique more nobly next time? It makes my balls hurt when I see it. Well, forget it. There is indeed no part of this body that is intact. It's too cruel.
Zhu Xiaobao was still shaking his head and teaching the 2 fat girls a lesson. This guy didn't do anything himself, but he still had a lot of dissatisfaction. But there is no other way. Jin Huan is still willing to listen to him. Keep your head down and listen to his scolding. But usually it goes in from the left ear and out from the right ear. At this time, the fire golden bee flew back in a hurry, communicated with Zhu Xiaobao, and then flew away again. Zhu Xiaobao frowned.
I didn't expect to meet them here. Jin Huan. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. I'm afraid we really have encountered a strong opponent. Hey! That's great.
Jin Huan exclaimed excitedly. They both hadn't had enough yet. If it hadn't been for Zhu Zhao's urging just now, the 2 of them could have kneaded for a while longer. After hurriedly driving for a while, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly stopped, took out the binoculars, and observed carefully. 3 cultivators of the fusion realm appeared in front of him. But there was another cultivator of the fusion realm lurking in the distance.
Bye!
The ones who were having a tense confrontation in the venue turned out to be the red-haired woman, Xiaoyao and others. Even though there were many of them, they were the weaker side. There was a person lying in front of the red-haired woman with an arrow stuck in her back. Turned out to be Lu Heijian. He has been shot by the fusion realm guy in the distance. Chapter 1123 The last 3 months B. Zhu Xiaobao's heart suddenly sank. Although Lu Heijian's cultivation level was not high, he had been secretly helping him and protecting him since he came to this section. Although his later role was gradually it became smaller. But Zhu Xiaobao never forgot this helping hand. Unexpectedly, Lu Heijian was afraid of taking it there today. It seemed that the situation was in danger. After calming down for a while, Zhu Xiaobao had to be cautious when facing the 4 people in the combined state. Because not only him, but also the red-haired woman, Xiaoyao, and others were in a very dangerous situation. The most important thing now is to find the archer hiding in the distance first. A combined level archer has a very strong concealment ability, and it can be seen from his target. Just because Lu Heijian is also an archer who is good at long-range shooting, so he will attack Lu Heijian first, just because they were far away. Even the 4 opponents in the fusion realm did not notice Zhu Xiaobao's arrival, and Zhu Xiaobao was also very depressed. He couldn't sense the position of the archer on the other side. In other words, as long as he remained motionless, it would be difficult to detect his position. Even the fire golden bees released could not find any trace of the other party. This was difficult to handle. Just when Zhu Xiaobao was at a loss, he unexpectedly poked out a small head from the beast control bag, and a very mini snake came out. It turned out to be a little demon. It was at the critical moment. At this moment, I sensed that Zhu Xiaobao was mentally unstable. So he advanced successfully in advance and left the level without caring about the consolidation period. Although it was still a little uncomfortable, it still chose to help Zhu Xiaobao at the critical moment. After a brief exchange between one person and one snake, the mini snake got into the ground and dived in the direction of Lu Heijian. But this time, Zhu Xiaobao clearly felt that the little demon was getting faster and more invisible. The reason why the little demon moved to the underground of Lu Heijian first was to find some clues first, such as the smell and the remaining breath on the arrow. And then he could choose a direction. The little demon was quite experienced in this aspect.
How about it? Throw down your weapons. Capture them without mercy. And still save your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for going on a killing spree. This trash in front of you is a good precedent.
The leader of the Fusion Realm Cultivator was smiling triumphantly. The 4 of them in the Fusion Realm joined forces, and can be said to be almost invincible. So they have no scruples even in the place of cultivation. Every time they went to Blackwind Valley, they would take a few valuable female cultivators or captives with them. They did this every time they went to Blackwind Valley. Basically, they could earn back the cost of one trip. And today they were even more happy, because the female cultivators in front of them could all fetch high prices. Especially the red-haired girl, who was already at the Fusion Realm. Although she was fierce and sturdy. This kind of there are people rushing to get the female cultivator. Su Zhu and Xiaoyao are also worth taking action. Especially Su Zhu, who is also physically strong. And most importantly, has a heroic appearance. And has just advanced to the realm of transformation into gods. I'm afraid the value is not worse than that of a red-haired woman. As for the others, it all depends on their performance. If they take the initiative to disarm, just keep them. And at least they can sell them for some money. The red-haired girl was about to rush forward with all her strength. If Kongwen behind him hadn't tried his best to hold her back, the red-haired girl would have already rushed forward. Lu Heijian has been following her for more than 10 years. But he never expected to die in the hands of this group of people today. Xiaoyao and Su Zhu, who were diagonally opposite, also looked at each other warily. Shi Dun was standing in front of them, ready to protect them at any time. Shi Dun's offensive ability was average, but his defensive ability was super strong. However, because Shi Dun was facing Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Xiaobao did not see that he was also hit by an arrow on the right side of his shoulder. It was only because he spontaneously petrified this part of the muscle that the arrow shot into 3, it was stuck tightly.
What? You don't say anything? Does that mean you agree? Okay. Let's separate men and women. And all the women come to my side.
Another fusion state man, with a lustful face said with a sinister smile. He wanted to strike first. I fell in love with Su Zhu at first glance. With his physique, appearance and qualifications, he is definitely a hot commodity. He wants to taste it first. The remaining old man looked around with some confusion. He seemed to have sensed something, but he couldn't find any trace. So I was always looking around. He is cautious and not very lecherous. And every time he takes the money and leaves after the auction, never leaving any clues. If he is too arrogant, he will get into trouble sooner or later. At this moment, the 3 of them looked to the north in surprise. Unexpectedly, the archer who had been hiding in the dark was constantly moving and changing positions frequently. This made them all a little surprised. In the end, the archer the hand simply jumped out and came to them. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that this combined level archer was actually a female cultivator. The bow in his hand was actually one size larger than Lu Heijian's. and the quality was quite high. The bow body is green, and the bow string is dark gold. But this person is not young anymore. She looks like a middle-aged woman, and her complexion is blue and cold. But at this time, the female cultivator came to everyone in a gloomy manner and hummed.
There are still people nearby. They can actually control a monster snake at the level of a mythical beast to constantly harass me. I can't get rid of it. I don't know if it's a beast control. Doorman! Are you a friend of the beast control sect? I'm under Mickey. Please forgive me if I've been offended.
The leader of the fusion realm was startled. He quickly cupped his hands and said in a deep voice to the surroundings. This can already ensure that the surroundings are several miles away. You can hear it clearly. If there were really people from the beast control sect among these people, or people who had connections with the beast control sect, then it would be really troublesome. So he took the lead in introducing himself. He was at the pinnacle of the fusion realm. He had the highest level of cultivation among the group and was also the leader. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement. Mickey felt slightly relieved and looked at the archer girl, seemingly slightly dissatisfied. However, their conversation had greatly excited the red-haired woman, Xiaoyao and others. When they heard that the demon snake was harassing the archer woman again, they already thought of the little demon.
Kill!
The red-haired woman was the first to shout violently and rush forward, heading straight for Mickey. She had the highest cultivation level among them, so of course she would be the first to attack the person with the highest cultivation level. And here Xiaoyao also jumped up from Sherduan's side and rushed towards the archer girl. And Sherdun targeted the old man. Suju didn't show any signs of weakness, and actually faced the fusion realm person with a lustful face.
Bold! You actually want to kill yourself? Well, I will help you.
Mickey was shocked immediately, and then became furious. With his cultivation at the peak of the fusion realm, he has not taken the red-haired woman's attack seriously yet. Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out in the venue. And Suju was of course the most strenuous one. If it weren't for that person not wanting to hurt Suju, she would have been hard-pressed to hold on for such a long time. She had just advanced to the divine transformation realm not long ago, and there was still a big gap between her and this slick veteran fusion realm. This person's weapon is also very special. It is a pair of double hooks. While fighting, it can also hook or block the opponent's clothes and ribbons. It makes people very embarrassed, especially when fighting female cultivators. It has a special purpose, unexpected benefits. So he was making fun of her while doing it.
Humph! This person deserves to die the most. It's time for us to make an appearance. Do you two know which one to deal with first?
Zhu Xiaobao summoned the white lion and rode on it. He was finally going to appear. Unfortunately, Zhu Xiaobao's appearance was not as stunning as he imagined. The 4 fusion realm cultivators just glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, they were a little surprised by the white lion he sat down on. The red-haired woman, Suju and others had no time to pay attention to him.
Damn it! You are so shameless! These grandsons dare to ignore me like this? Come on!
Zhu Xiaobao finally became angry with embarrassment and shouted. But none of the 4 fusion realm masters expected that the first ones to rush up would be 2 fat girls from the divine transformation realm. What the hell is this? Can't these 2 fat girls fetch a good price? But the evil cultivator saw the 2 fat girls rushing toward him, and he still shouted excitedly.
Come on! Come on! Good come! It's good to have a change of taste. Hey! Hey! Don't get so close. Where are you going? Huh? Why are you so obscene?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel happy sitting on the white lion's body. Even this lustful and evil fusion state felt very obscene. This shows how terrifying this technique is. As soon as Jin Huan took action, Suju's pressure was immediately relieved. On the red-haired girl's side, Kongwen and others all swarmed up and attacked Mickey. They all had red eyes and felt like they were going to risk their lives with him.
You? Are you crazy? Do you really want me to kill you?
Mickey also felt that something was not good, and the situation seemed to be reversed. I saw that Sherdun was already clinging to the old man, and when Xiaoyao fights alone with the archer girl, she actually does not fall behind. It turns out that the archer girl's melee combat ability is average, but Xiaoyao's melee attack power is super strong. Another trouble is that the little demon keeps harassing the archer girl from underground, which makes her very annoyed, and her speed advantage cannot be used. Now she is beaten passively by Xiaoyao.
Ultimate 5-stack kill!
Unexpectedly, Xiaoyao also used a secret method at this time. She wanted to kill this archer girl with her own hands.
Boss! Save me!
The archer girl immediately shouted in horror. Although she has average melee strength, she still has this insight. At a glance, she knew that Xiaoyao had cast some kind of secret method, which made Xiaoyao's lethality instantaneous. Improved 5 times. This is definitely not something she can bear. But even Sanmu was helpless at this time. He was already in a hard fight, because Su Zhu also came to besiege Sanmu. Puff! With a muffled sound, the archer woman's head fell to the ground. Chapter 1120 for the last 3 months C. Following the archer woman's scream, everyone at the scene was stunned, and there was a very brief stagnation. What happened? Xiaoyao, who was in the transformation realm, actually killed a fusion realm person? In fact, Mickey was the most shocked and angry. Speaking of which, the archer girl was Mickey's double monk. I didn't expect that she would die here today. But he was really depressed. And it didn't make sense. Although the other party also had sure done, and the red-haired girl in the fusion realm. They were both in the first stage of the fusion realm. And the one with the lowest cultivation level on his side was in the middle stage of the fusion realm. It was supposed to be a one-sided victory. But now the situation has reversed. He already felt faintly that it wouldn't last for a second. However, Jin Huan was not affected at all. The 2 fat girls were fighting with great excitement. Such a good opponent was simply a joy. The 4 hands of the 2 of them were flying up and down. Extremely skillful. And their coordination was superb. This is very painful for this person, who is in a state of merging the evil and the evil.
Shameless! Obscene! Stop it immediately! I don't want to play anymore. Why am I wrong? Ouch! Why the H, L are you pinching your lower part?
The evil old man howled in extreme pain at this time. This kind of close contact fighting is simply worse than life and death. The key is that important parts of the body are at risk of being pinched and exploded at all times. And the weapons of the evil old man are of little use now. They are too close and cannot be used at all. Moreover, the 2 fat girls are not wearing any clothes inside. They just wear a bra. And their 2 fat bellies are squeezing him in. In the middle. That's called being unable to extricate yourself. It's difficult to breathe, and it's greasy. This style of fighting is really abnormal. The evil 4th child was completely unrecognizable at this time. His head began to swell. His ears began to bleed. And his nose and tears were all flowing down. Does that still look like a cultivator in the combined realm? It looks like a toy in the hands of 2 fat girls.
Okay. You win today. How about we just call it a day? It's fair that both of us have died.
Mickey shouted while fighting at this time. He already wanted to make peace. But when he saw the evil old man, he couldn't hold on any longer. And although the old man was on par with sure done. What's the use? I have been surrounded by 6 people. What's terrible is that Xiaoyao, who has used the secret technique, also rushes towards him. He didn't dare to take advantage of Xiaoyao's current high multiple attack and kill.
You want to surrender now? What a beautiful idea. If I don't kill you today, how can I have the face to face my brother?
The red-haired woman roared, turning the serrated flywheel ghost-headed sword. Killing more fiercely got it. She didn't want Xiaoyao to succeed, but wanted to kill this Mickey herself.
Humph. Are you really afraid of you? Soul-moving magic.
Mickey roared angrily when he heard that the red-haired woman refused to make peace. He also started to use the secret method. If he doesn't use the secret method now, he might really be killed. This gang was hanged. But before he could use the
soul transferring technique,
he felt that he was being attacked by a spiritual consciousness, making him unable to use it. And it was Zhu Xiaobao who harassed him with his spiritual consciousness.
Who are you? You can actually interrupt my consciousness? Are you a person with extraordinary cultivation?
Mickey suddenly panicked. If he couldn't use the secret method, wouldn't it be a dead end? These people are now. I'm already furious. You have to take your own life. All of this was reversed after the arrival of this little fat man. This is so weird.
Hey! Old man. Don't ask so many questions. You are already about to die. Why are you asking Nadwa? If you have any last words, I can bring them to you.
Zhu Xiaobao sat on the white lion, very surprised. He smiled calmly. This time he finally succeeded in pretending. It feels pretty good.
Humph. You want my life? It's not that easy.
Mickey laughed ferociously and wanted to use other magic weapons. But he didn't expect that one of his arms had been cut off by Xiaoyao. He suddenly screamed in pain. In fact, Xiaoyao could definitely kill him. But because of what the red-haired woman said just now, he showed mercy, so that the red-haired woman can kill the culprit with her own hands. At this time, Xiao flew upside down and landed on Baisher's back. She had already begun to enter a period of weakness. But she didn't fall asleep like before. But she could still maintain her energy for a while. Because she just took a continuation pill. Although it was a 3-line continuation pill, it was enough for her to persist for a long time. It's been a long time. At this time, the evil old man had collapsed to the ground with all his strength. He had more than 20 fractures all over his body. His clothes were in tatters, and not even enough to cover his body. His head was completely swollen like a pig's head. And his nose, mouth, and ears were completely swollen. His mouth, and eyes were all bleeding. His pair of gold hooks also fell into the hands of Jin Huan. And even a fat girl was studying how to use this thing? Finally, the 2 fat girls put a pair of golden hooks under his crotch, ready to cut off his bad roots. Oh? No! Maybe it was a conditioned reflex. Or maybe he didn't want to die in such an ugly way. But the evil man screamed and sat up from his coma, covering his crotch with both hands to maintain the last bit of dignity. Hey! Hey! Let him die a noble death! Zhu Xiaobao also sighed unbearably. These 2 violent girls are so cruel. After hearing this, the evil old man seemed to have some sense, and consciously put 2 golden hooks on his neck, which meant that he wanted to die in a dignified manner. The gold and silver rings looked at each other, and then with a quick force, the double hooks cut across each other like scissors, and the head of the evil old man fell to the ground. 4th child? Just die like this? Mickey also saw this tragic scene, and couldn't help but feel regretful. If he had known this, why did he do it in the first place? How arrogant you were then. How miserable you are now. That's right. It's your turn now. The red-haired woman saw that she had killed another person, and she became even more energetic. She roared, and the ghost-head sword had already hit Mickey's chest. Mickey seemed to have given up. After a symbolic block, his chest was split open by this sharp ghost-headed sword. Then Mickey fell down weakly. His eyes were staring at Zhu Xiaobao, and he didn't understand why this happened until his death. Finally, when the old man saw the fate of the other 3, he sighed in despair, knowing that the other party would not let him go. So in the end, he chose to commit suicide with a knife. It can be regarded as the most honorable one to die. After half an hour, all 4 cultivators in the fusion realm have been killed, which can be regarded as karmic retribution. Afterwards, Lu Heijian was buried, and Zhu Xiaobao knelt down to worship him. Only then did he feel a little better, and he learned from the red-haired woman that 1 person had already been lost before. So now the red-haired girl plus Baoshuan. There are only 5 people. But this is something that is difficult to avoid. If you want to practice in a place of cultivation, you have to face the threat of death at any time. Well, I have almost finished my business with the Wei family. You can prepare to leave and meet me at Black Wind Valley. These are some pills I have prepared for you. They may be helpful to your cultivation. Xiaobao said to everyone the next day after having a happy night with everyone. Are you going back to Linghuan town? The red-haired woman accepted the pills and then asked. Yes. It's been 2 years. It's time to go back. Many things should be properly arranged. Zhu Xiaobao also said with some sigh. Okay. We'll wait for you at Black Wind Valley. The red-haired woman and Xiaoyao both nodded and said. But these 2 people had no intention of leaving together. Both of them have relatively independent personalities. And Su Zhu is also a very proud person. So they finally left separately. We just agreed to meet up at Black Wind Valley. As for the harvest this time, except for some materials, Zhu Xiaobao didn't want anything else, leaving it to the red-haired woman and others to deal with it on their own. Anyway, in Black Wind Valley, these things can be used for cash or trade. After gathering with everyone for a day, Zhu Xiaobao set off alone and went to the beehive. At this time, almost all the beehives in the land of flowers and grass were already under Zhu Xiaobao's control. Even these newly differentiated black golden bees are now the 3rd-level spiritual bees were not of much help to him. He brought only a few thousand 4th-level spiritual bees with him. Now because his spiritual consciousness has grown stronger and has many hidden meanings, he can already control them. Thousands of spiritual bees. Back at the Wei family, there were only a dozen days left before the competition. In the meantime, we had to rush to the neutral ground. So as soon as Zhu Xiaobao came back, he got on the carriage and set off with a large group of people. Before setting off, Zhu Xiaobao kept his promise and gave the antidote to Wei Zifeng. And then the 3rd lady let Wei Zifeng go back. Wei Zifeng looked back at Zhu Xiaobao, as if he wanted to say something,
but finally turned his head and left resolutely. With her status, she has no right to make demands. Whether he can gain Wei Dongli's understanding and trust when he returns is still unknown. As for Sun Qianji, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to take him with him. He planned to take the girl to Black Wind Valley and hand it over to Sun Qianji, which would be an explanation. Along the way, Zhu Xiaobao was troubled by Sun Qian and had no choice but to teach her how to refine the body tempering pill. Unexpectedly, she actually refined the body tempering pill. Although no pill appeared, the lines were fine, but they were pretty good. From then on, they rarely disturbed Zhu Xiaobao. Sun Qianji was completely immersed in the joy of refining alchemy. The so-called neutral zone is actually in another city. The Wei family here is under the jurisdiction of an uncle in the family. Although his cultivation level is not high, he is very old, has a high status, and is relatively fair. Will take sides. Therefore, the competition for successive family heads has always been arranged here. This city is called Weizhong City. Zhu Xiaobao saw through the car window that it was much more prosperous than Ping'an City, and the city was much larger. But one thing is the same. Most of the shops are owned by the Wei family. Chapter 1125. Surprise Victory A. After arriving here, Zhu Xiaobao realized that the current head of the Wei family had actually started to retreat 3 years ago, hoping to break through the true martial arts realm and attack the fake fairyland. Above the true martial realm is the false fairyland. But no one can explain why it is called the false fairyland. But as long as you reach the fake fairyland, it is a qualitative leap, which is equivalent to successfully jumping over the dragon gate and entering the high-end cultivation stage. Most people really don't know what kind of state that is. The Wei family has strictly kept secrets in the past 3 years. Outsiders or members of the family only treat it as the head of the family who lives in a simple way. Fortunately, nothing major happened in the past 3 years. But in the past 3 years, several elders in the family have been anxious. However, among the younger generations, only Wei Zissou and Wei Dongli have the strength to break through to the Jinwu realm. So they are all waiting for one of them to take over the position of head of the family. The current head of the family is neither Wei Zissou's mother nor Wei Dongli's mother, but their aunt. So the status of these two people in the family is absolutely equal. The business conditions and strength of the Dongwei family and the West Wei family are also almost the same. It's just that this time, Shiwei Jiawei Zissou's financial expenditure was a bit large for Gong Yongding. The royal family also has a prince coming forward. After all, the Wei family is the largest family in Dawei Kingdom, and it controls more than half of the business and processing industry in Dawei Kingdom. Therefore, the royal family also has to send people to such a big event as electing a new head of the family. In fact, the relationship between the royal family and the Wei family is also very delicate now. The royal family wants to gradually weaken the strength of the Wei family, because the royal family feels that the strength of the Wei family is already too great. But the Wei family behaved very cautiously, and were always on guard against the royal family. Dawei Kingdom is different from Deshang Kingdom. Deshang Kingdom handed over all the cities to various city lords, who managed them by themselves. Dawei State, on the other hand, has unified management and assigns officials at all levels to take charge of each city. And there are also limits on the number of private soldiers from each family. This time the prince said by the royal family is King Xiaoyao, Shimen Xiaoyi. She is the emperor's youngest sister. She is younger than some princes, but she is deeply favored by the emperor. So even the emperor had to give her 3 points and give her the title of Xiaoyao King. In fact, she basically had nothing to do. She didn't have to go to court every day. When she was bored, she could just patrol around. In fact, every town was managed by officials at all levels. Unless something big happened, she would report it to the emperor, and then it was her turn to take action. This time the fight for the head of the family is a big deal. So Shimen Xiaoyi still takes it very seriously. He only arrived 1 day later than Wei Zissou and Wei Dongli. As usual, prominent figures from the Wei family rushed to the palace of King Xiaoyao to pay homage to him. Of course, prepare a generous gift. Although this Xiaoyao King, Shimen Xiaoyi's cultivation level is not very high. He is only at the latter stage of the divine transformation realm. But he is very unruly. If she catches her eye, he will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. Therefore, officials at all levels had a headache when they saw this King Xiaoyao. Of course, Wei Zissou and Wei Dongli didn't know about it. They both prepared generous gifts. However, Wei Zissou presented the gift list first. Shimen Shi looked at it casually, then suddenly stopped.
pointed at the gift list and said,
"What's this extremely exquisite carved soap? Is it different from the one I use now?"
I bet Shimanshui is now using soap bought at a high price from Black Wind Valley. Because the products from Lingquan Town are sold as far away as Black Wind Valley. And the products used by Dawei Country are all brought from Black Wind Valley by merchants of the Wei family. Going back, the quantity is limited, so it is not sold in the market of Dawei Country at all. And it is all divided up by the imperial nobles. Of course, Shimanxiao is indispensable. Her status is too high. If you casually despise her, the consequences will be very tragic. But the soaps brought from Black Wind Valley did not have this kind of
extremely exquisite carved soap.
This was what Zhu Xiaobao met Su Zhu and the red-haired girl. And what they gave to Zhu Xiaobao was carefully processed by Su Yin'er. The taste is more pure and elegant. The carving is exquisite. And the color is fresher.
Ah! This kind of soap is so exquisite. And the fragrance is even more elegant. Why have I never seen it before? Where did you get it? And what about backward compatibility? The name is so strange.
Shimanzai Yi when I saw these two gifts. I sat up very excitedly and couldn't put them down after holding them in my hands.
Well, this is from the Black Wind Valley auction this time. So you can't see it normally. If Wang Jiaqiantos likes it, next time there is such an auction, our Wei family will definitely take the photo for Wang Jiaqiantos.
Wei Zisu said with a smile, acting neither humble nor arrogant, just right. Wei Dongli, who was standing on the side, felt nervous. Unexpectedly, Wei Zisu would steal the limelight in this regard. Wouldn't the next gift she prepared just be a formality? He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. But he didn't expect it to be a secret. Although he was not afraid of the Xiaoyao King Shimanshi. It would not be a good thing if he accidentally offended the Xiaoyao King.
The 1,000-year-old king. Please come here.
Wei Zisu took a few steps forward, and then whispered something in Shimanxiao's ear, which immediately made Shimanxiao feel surprised, happy and a little shy. Couldn't help but laugh and said,
"Ha ha ha ha. It's really interesting to have such a saying. In fact, Dongli and I purchased this together. It was not my fault alone."
Wei Zisu followed up in a timely manner. He didn't take credit for it, but brought Wei Dongli along with him.
"Yeah. Dongli, your performance is very good. During the competition tomorrow, you two must be careful and click until the end."
Shimanxiao didn't know the ins and outs of these products. She was in a good mood at this time. So she treated Wei Dongli, also nodded, and gave special instructions to the two of them.
"Yes. Thank you Wang Jiaqiansi for reminding you. We will definitely follow your instructions."
Wei Zisu and Wei Dongli both bowed and saluted quickly. After coming out of King Shuyu's palace, Wei Dongli felt a little grateful. But he still said coldly,
"I'm very grateful for what happened today. But don't think that I will be merciful. When it comes to the martial arts competition, you still have to rely on real talent and practical learning. Ha ha. Of course, I won't be merciful."
Wei Zisu also replied with a faint smile. At noon the next day, at the martial arts arena in Weizhong City, there were soldiers from the Great Wei Kingdom on the outside. And most of them were people from the Wei family. Prominent people from all the cities of the Wei family had arrived. This was the Wei families. It was a big event. So almost 20,000 people came, which shows how big the Wei family is and how many people there are. It is obvious that the Wei family is divided into two camps. The East Wei family and the West Wei family. But many people on both sides are very familiar with each other and are still greeting each other. Because the conflicts within the Wei family are not that sharp. Because whether it is the East Wei family or the Western Wei family, neither the Wei family nor the Shi Wei family can face the threat of the royal family alone. They must be unanimous in facing the outside world. The focus at this time is of course Wei Zisu and Wei Dongli. When King Xiaoyao sat down on the stage and gave an order, the two candidates for the head of the family had already rushed out. Both of them were wearing soft armor, holding long spears in their hands, and the horses under their crotches were also extremely powerful. The two female generals looked even more heroic. It attracted a round of cheers. Moreover, the young masters of the Wei family are all salivating. If they can marry such a wife, their lives will be considered complete. But this kind of cultivation is prohibitive for them. The talent is too high, and it is simply beyond the reach of ordinary men. Wei Zisu and Wei Dongli clasped their fists on the horse. Each said please, and then distanced themselves. It was time to start fighting. They were still on horses at first, but after a few rounds they gave up on the horses, because it was not very convenient to fight on horses. And their cultivation was so high that they could reach more than 2 feet in one leap. But riding on horses was limited. The drums of the civil war in the martial arts arena are thundering. And the voices of cheering are also coming and going. All cheering for the female generals they support. Even the two Xiaobao watched it with great interest. The competition in the Jinhua realm was indeed very different. Not only was it fast, but there were also superb movements from time to time. Among them, Wei Dongli's offensive was more fierce. And Wei Zizou was a little passive. But she was still dealing with it very carefully, and didn't give Wei Dongli the slightest chance. It means less offense and more defense. And slowly begins to fall into passivity. Among the people watching the battle, a tall, thin old man with gloomy eyes did not pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. Instead, he looked at the opposite camp. He was staring at Sun Daozi. Sun Daozi felt it immediately, looked up, and nodded to the old man calmly. Although the two had never met, he knew that this old man should be the crazy master. But looking at it today, Xian Daozi was still secretly surprised. He didn't expect that Master Ao Chiquang's cultivation level was so much higher than his own. He couldn't even tell the other party's cultivation level. Could it be that he was already in a fake fairyland? And it's obvious that the other party's consciousness is stronger than his. Because at this time, the opponent had secretly sent out a spiritual consciousness and attacked Xian Daozi. Xian Daozi was suddenly frightened, angry, and slightly panicked, because he was not sure he could withstand the stack of spiritual attacks. At this moment, another spiritual consciousness came from the side, and led this spiritual consciousness to his side. Of course, it was Zhu Xiaobao who took action. He already felt that Xian Daozi's life experience was no match for the opponent. So he quickly took action. Otherwise, it would be very ugly if Xian Daozi was embarrassed on the spot. Sun Daozi is a very prestigious alchemy master. Sometimes face is more important than anything else.
Huh? You have such a skill? You can actually reflect it back? I'm a little bit interested.
The crazy master didn't expect that half of the spiritual consciousness he shot out was reflected back. He couldn't help being a little surprised, and started to pay attention to the little fat man next to Xian Daozi. Got it. At this time, in the center of the field, Wei Dongli had the advantage. Wei Zizou could only hold on and not attack, taking every step. But there was no trace of panic on her face. Chapter 1126, Surprise Victory B. At this time, the direct descendants of the Dongwei family were not all in high spirits. They all thought that they had a chance to win. However, only Wei Dongli, who was on the battlefield, was a little depressed. Although he had taken the initiative, Wei Zizou's moves were not good at all. Chaos. And she didn't expect Wei Zizou's physical strength to be able to sustain it for so long. She is completely different from before. Didn't it mean that she just recovered and didn't have much time? How could this happen? Could it be that her previous failure to advance was all fake? This is impossible. At this time, the physical strength of both of them was a little overwhelming. And Wei Zizou was also surprised that her spiritual attack had no effect. It should be that Wei Dongli also took the pill to enhance the spiritual consciousness in advance. Or his spiritual consciousness has been greatly improved after he advanced to the true martial realm. But this possibility is extremely small. It was another head-on collision. The two of them retreated at the same time, panting. But they still looked at each other and smiled coldly. Then Wei Zizou took the lead and took out a
9 lines continuing power pill,
and swallowed it. Not to be outdone, Wei Dongli also took out a continuation pill and took it. She didn't want to take this continuation pill with her at first, but she didn't expect that she would actually use it now. But she didn't notice that Wei Zizou's continuing power pill was from the 9 marks. The two people's physical strength immediately improved significantly. Their condition returned, and they started fighting fiercely again. But what surprised Wei Zizou was that this time Wei Zizou actually started to fight back, leading the attack while defending. And he always felt that Wei Zizou's recovered physical strength far exceeded his own. What the hell is this? Is there any difference between Suli Dan? Besides, her sustaining power pill was personally refined by Master Crazy, and it also had the rare appearance of 3 lines. She thought she was sure of victory, but now she is getting more and more frightened as she fights. Is it possible that Wei Zizou's Suli Dan has more pill patterns? But at this time, there was no room for her to hesitate. She had to make a quick decision. Otherwise she would probably be dragged to death by Wei Zizou's style of play today. But the crazy master sitting in the front row was very shocked. Wei Dongli didn't see it clearly, but he saw it clearly. The continuation pill turned out to be from the 9th line. Who is this perverted? It's just a piece of pill. The Suli Dan actually developed 9 lines? There is too much money, and no place to throw it away. Right? But it can be seen next that this 9-line continuation pill has begun to exert its great advantages. The same thing was exhausted. But Wei Zisu's recovered physical strength was 30% more than Wei Dongli's. In a battle of this level, having 30% more physical strength would give you an absolute advantage. If I had known this, Master Crazy would have also refined a 9-line sustainability pill for Wei Dongli. With his alchemy skills and cultivation, it is very easy to refine the 9 patterns. Just need to collect the best materials. At this time, Wei Dongli also realized that something was wrong. She wanted to step up her offensive and try to win the battle as quickly as possible. It seems that he understands Wei Dongli's thoughts very well. At this time, Wei Zisu's offensive has slowed down consciously, and he is mainly fighting with Wei Dongli. The aura bursting out from both sides is also changing. Wei Zisu gradually begins to get the upper hand.
Clamp the gun and knife,
Wei Dongli shouted lowly. And suddenly, she took the lead in changing her moves. She actually stabbed her with a spear. The move of this spear was old, and the figure followed suit, and a short knife suddenly appeared in her right hand, slashed at Wei Zisu's chest.
Humph! I've been guarding you for a long time.
Unexpectedly, Wei Zisu was more decisive and dodged the spear. Then he gave up his spear and put on a pair of black iron grips to block Wei Dongli's attack. A short sword. Both of them gave up their spears. Because at such a close distance, the horse spears could no longer be used and could only be a burden. As for close combat, Wei Dongli is still very willing to see it. Her height and strength are slightly better. So once she fights at close range, she will have an advantage. But the ensuing battle made everyone dumbfounded. Wei Zisu's iron claws were extremely skillful, and they were fighting close to each other. Wei Dongli was not used to it, and the close combat was too close. Yes, with a pair of iron claws grabbing everywhere, Wei Dongli's short knife turned out to be no threat. In the end, it was broken by Wei Zisu. Then Wei Zisu also threw away the iron claws, and she began to violently torture Wei Dongli.
You? What kind of move are you doing? Why haven't I seen you use it before?
Wei Dongli's arms have been sore and stretched, and his neck, wrists and head have been rubbed, pinched and rubbed, which made her a little confused. The key is that she hasn't learned this technique yet, and she doesn't know how to perform it, so she can't guard against it. In fact, Wei Zisu has changed many moves, and some moves that are too ugly are not used at all. Otherwise Wei Dongli will be even worse. But even like this, Wei Dongli couldn't bear it anymore. The most important thing is that her physical strength has begun to show a disadvantage. But Wei Zisu's physical strength is still very sufficient.
You give up. If you continue to fight, your arms and wrists will be broken, and you have no strength.
Wei Zisu whispered at this time. She had completely controlled the situation. If she continued to fight, something would happen. Really hurt. She didn't want Wei Dongli to get hurt.
Tell me, why are you still so strong?
Is my 3-line sustainability pill not as good as yours? Wei Dongli asked reluctantly. At this time, she had already realized he is probably going to lose. No, it should be said that he was definitely defeated, because there were many opportunities to hurt himself. Wei Zisu gave up on them. The real thing was just to stop them.
Because my continuation pill is 9 marks,
Wei Zisu said calmly.
I understand. It turns out that I lost to such a small continuing power pill.
Wei Dongli suddenly felt a little crazy. The continuing power pill that he had never cared about was actually refined into 9 lines. This is the next step. How much money was spent?
No, you can't handle this set of close-quarter skills,
Wei Zisu snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a soft sound, and one of Wei Dongli's fingers had been broken, and the remaining 3 pieces of toilet paper are also in Wei Zisu's control.
Humph!
Although Wei Dongli had broken a finger, he still endured the pain and groaned. Then with tears in his eyes, he gave up the resistance extremely unwillingly. After taking a few steps back, he announced in a low voice,
You win. The new head of the family is yours.
Although the sound is not loud, people around can hear it clearly. Immediately, the Shiwei family's camp burst into cheers, and everyone was cheering, while the Dongwei family's people all lowered their heads. A little frustrated, but looking at Wei Dongli's state, he really lost and has nothing to say. At this time, King Xiaoliao stood up and announced loudly that the competition ended with Wei Zisu's victory. Another senior of the Wei family, the uncle of the Wei family who manages Wei Zhongqing, also walked up to the stage and announced loudly,
The new head of the family is Wei Zisu. Why don't you come forward and salute?
Immediately, the main tasks of the Dongwei family and the Shiwei family came forward to see the new family head, including Wei Dongli. Wei Zissou quickly stepped forward to help Wei Dongli up, and then took the family head seal with a smile. Of course, a speech afterwards is essential, so I won't go into details. After returning to their residence, Zhu Xiaobao prepared to leave the Wei family after staying for one night. The 1-year period was also completed. What I didn't expect was that Wei Zissou walked in at this time and gave Zhu Xiaobao a storage bag, which actually contained 100 million high-grade spiritual stones. This made Zhu Xiaobao's eyes dazzled. He had never seen such spiritual stone money before. That is to say, I have heard about it at the auction site, but I have never seen the specific delivery.
How embarrassing is this? Actually, I don't care about money,
Zhu Xiaobao said shyly, but his hands were not slow at all, and he quickly took it.
Pretend? Keep pretending. Will you die if you don't pretend?
Wei Zissou couldn't help laughing and scolding. This guy's insincere expression always made her laugh uncontrollably. Then Wei Zissou waved back again, and a woman came over shyly, and it turned out to be Wei Zifeng. Now Wei Zissou has asked Wei Zifeng to come over as the leader of the family, because Wei Dongli doesn't like to see Wei Zifeng now. In fact, as soon as Wei Zifeng came back, Wei Dongli rejected her because she was captured. Although Wei Zifeng repeatedly emphasized that he would not disclose any confidential information, he still stayed aside. And this time after Wei Dongli's defeat, he was even more angry at her. He knew clearly that Wei Zissou had practiced a set of close combat techniques, but he didn't report it in time. This was not abandoned. Fortunately, Wei Zissou's later actions were very considerate, and she also gave Wei Dongli enough face to let her continue to take care of everything in the Dongwei family, which further eased the relationship between the two. Only then did he ask Wei Zifeng to come over. She already knew that Wei Zifeng couldn't stay at Dongwei's house any longer.
Well, find you a helper. She has been hurt by you so much that she can no longer stay in the Dongwei family. Take her outside to practice. If the Wei family needs it in the future, let her come back,
Wei Zissou said with a smile.
Isn't this bad? I have many wives. You know I am a gentleman.
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately startled and said quickly. He really didn't think about leaving a seat with him. This woman's cultivation level was in the fusion realm, and she didn't have enough trust. It's not necessarily a good thing to stay around.
Who wants to be your wife? The most I can do is help you. It's not all your fault that I'm like this now,
Wei Zifeng suddenly shouted in embarrassment. To be honest, she still looked down on Zhu Xiaobao. Shio, this is the extraordinary state.
Well, Zifeng's speed is very advantageous. She has the wind attribute. You will use it,
Wei Zissou said with a smile. She couldn't keep Wei Zifeng by her side, as that would make Wei Zifeng Dongli has a misunderstanding. So the best way is to let her go outside to practice alone.
Okay. Then stay and help me run errands,
Zhu Xiaobao said reluctantly.
Run errands? I'm at the fusion realm. Humph. I have killed many cultivators at the fusion realm. My next opponents are all from the true martial realm. Can you do that?
Chapter 1127 The Big Bullies the Small, A. Zhu Xiaobao received 100 million spirit stones, and was in a very good mood. Before leaving, he went to the busiest street in Weizhong City for shopping, together with Xian Daozi. He brought gold and silver rings with him. It's rare to feel so relaxed walking on the street. Moreover, their superficial cultivation would not attract people's attention. But Jin Huan's plump figure still attracted special attention, which made Zhu Xiaobao a little helpless. Fortunately, Jin Huan and Yin Huan didn't have any other requirements. As long as they had something to eat, they were satisfied. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao left them in a restaurant, asked for a private room, and let them eat as much as they wanted while waiting. It's okay when he comes back. And I went out for a walk. His original intention was to find a weapons processing workshop and use the materials in hand to recreate it. But there was no one that could meet his requirements, so he had no choice but to give up. But he still purchased a lot of medicinal materials and some other valuable materials. I also got a feel for the customs of Dawei country. The overall feeling is that it is more prosperous than Deshang country, and the population is much larger. Together with Xian Daozi, what the two of them are most interested in are some of the highest in material stores. Not only do they have various medicinal materials and materials for refining elixirs, but they also have some finished golden elixirs. Although they are only low-level golden elixirs, but it's also expensive. Those who come here are also very wealthy. Ordinary people still can't afford it. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao made a bold move and pocketed all the medicinal materials he saw. Anyway, he had an extra 100 million spirit stones in his hand, so the price was simply negligible. But he didn't like the finished elixirs. They didn't even have elixir patterns. The refining techniques were rough, and the prices were not cheap. But just as Zhu Xiaobao and Xian Daozi were selecting some usable medicinal materials, a very polite voice suddenly came from behind.
Two guests. My master invites you to come to the VIP room for a talk. There will be a display there. They are all top-quality materials and elixirs. Oh. Ha. Then please lead the way, little brother.
Xian Daozi was immediately happy, then nodded and said. Zhu Xiaobao was also very surprised. There is also a VIP room? It looks like you might be able to buy something good. Entering the VIP room, there are indeed some higher-level elixirs and some materials on display. But this is not surprising. What is surprising is that there are still some guards standing inside. And there is an old man sitting at the top of the VIP room. It is Master Crazy. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly remembered that he had just felt a ray of divine consciousness sweep by. But he did not pay attention to it. Now that he thought about it, he was careless. Because that ray of divine consciousness was not weak. It was enough to arouse his vigilance.
Ha. Two Taoist friends. It's better to meet by chance than to meet each other. How about I treat you two to a cup of tea here?
Master Crazy said with a faint smile. It's just that this attitude is not very enthusiastic. And even a bit condescending.
Oh. I've met Senior.
Xian Daozi didn't care, but said with a deep bow. Master Qiguang's cultivation level is higher than him. And his reputation is also better. So he took the initiative to regard himself as a junior.
Yeah. I've met Senior.
Zhu Xiaobao cupped his hands and said something perfunctory.
Ha. All of you. Please step back.
Master Crazy didn't seem to care about Zhu Xiaobao's randomness, but asked the guards around him to step back. After sitting down, we exchanged a few pleasantries, and then immediately entered the topic. In fact, Xian Daozi was still very happy. It was definitely a rare opportunity to communicate with the crazy master. They were quite harmonious at the beginning, and the two alchemy masters could still have some exchanges. In fact, Xian Daozi's alchemy skills were not that bad, so it should be said that they both gained something. Zhu Xiaobao listened with rapt attention, and he gained the most. But later on, Master Crazy came up with the idea of wanting a recipe for the returning pill. This is nothing at all. This third-level elixir has a strong temptation for every alchemy master. Xuan Ozi also immediately proposed the idea of exchanging Baocheng Dan. In his opinion, both elixirs are third-level elixirs with equal value, so no one suffers. But unexpectedly, the crazy master flatly refused.
How can this be done? That is my unique elixir recipe, and will never be passed on to others. Isn't this unfair? I wonder if Senior can offer other elixirs of comparable value in exchange.
Xian Daozi was stunned for a moment, and then asked with a frown.
Yeah. What you said makes sense. How about using me in exchange for this
calming pill? Master Qiguang thought for a moment before saying reluctantly. This calming pill is classified as a second-level elixir, one level worse than the returning pill. And what's a bit useless is that the materials for this elixir are too rare. So even if you have the pill recipe, it is difficult to collect all the materials. But its effect is actually very good. It can expand and consolidate spiritual consciousness.
This is a bit embarrassing. I really don't have the ability to collect all the materials. Senior, please understand.
Xian Daozi, as an alchemy master, of course knows the worthlessness of this calming pill. So he still uses tact. The ground refused.
Huh? Fellow Taoist, aren't you going to give me such a face? How about this? I'll add 10 million more high-grade spiritual stones. Ha. You have to be a human being in moderation.
Master Qiguang said with some displeasure, and finally brought these. It's a threat.
Hey! Even if it's your unique elixir, we only use it when we break through the cultivation level, and we don't spread it or sell it. So that's okay. If you don't believe it, we can make a promise.
Xiaobao stood aside and helped Xian Daozi play the drum.
Shut up! When is it your turn to intervene in the transaction between our two masters?
Unexpectedly, Master Crazy interrupted Zhu Xiaobao rudely. And a ray of spiritual consciousness also shot out. He had always held a grudge. During the last martial arts competition, Zhu Xiaobao disrupted his use of spiritual consciousness to test Xian Daozi. So this time, he directly took action to teach this little fat man a lesson. He always thought that it was his negligence that time, which was why Zhu Xiaobao interrupted him. It is necessary to teach this little fat man a lesson today. But I didn't expect it this time. Although Master Crazy was well prepared, Zhu Xiaobao still reacted in time and forcefully counterattacked half of the divine consciousness. The rest was still suffered by Zhu Xiaobao. After suffering some injuries, he felt as if his brain had been pricked by a needle, and the stinging pain was very obvious. But fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao was able to resolve it in time, and his energy returned to normal after a while. But Master Crazy was a little embarrassed here. He couldn't help but lean back and even moved his seat half a step away. Then his face turned a little gray. But like Zhu Xiaobao, he quickly resolved it. This reflected spiritual attack.
How dare you! How dare you be rude!
Master Qi Kuang shouted angrily, and the guards outside the door immediately rushed in, pulling out their weapons, waiting for Master Qi Kuang's order.
What's the matter? You can't be soft and you can't be hard? Are you trying to steal it? Old man, are you a little too arrogant? I call you senior. That's to give you face. Don't think that you can bully the small with your big one. I won't change it.
Zhu Xiaobao also jumped up and yelled.
Senior, this seems to be the way families shop. Right. Does Senior really want to take action here?
Xian Daozi originally wanted to fight, but unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao immediately broke up with him, and he had to stand on Zhu Xiaobao's side. He stood up and asked with a stern face. After all, Miss Third has been elected as the new head of the family, and the guards of the Wei family will not dare to be so presumptuous. But at this moment, an unexpected character appeared. Xiaoyao King, Shimenshi unexpectedly broke in with someone. Her cultivation level was not high, and she was only in the divine realm. But there were 2 guards behind her. She is from the true martial realm, and there are 4 others from the fusion realm, which shows how powerful she is.
Zhu Xiaobao! Zhu Xiaobao! Humph! I've been looking for you everywhere. And you've come here? Huh? What are you doing? Do you want to fight in broad daylight? You still take me.
The Xiaoyao King. Seriously? Are you here?
As soon as Shimen Xiaoyi saw this formation, she immediately put her hands on her waist and shouted.
This is something to do. She usually doesn't have many opportunities to show off her power. Put down your weapons. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy.
The guards behind Shimen Xiaoyi shouted sternly. Their momentum was quite tyrannical.
That old man? What do you say? Are you making trouble here?
Shimen Xiaoyi asked the crazy master rudely. She didn't care about the alchemy master. This is a powerful country.
I've met King Xiaoyao. This is all a misunderstanding. The old man and these 2 fellow Taoists just had some disputes over the skills of alchemy. There was no trouble. Ha ha ha.
Although the crazy master is very annoyed. This is the 2nd time today. This is the 1st time he has been called in.
Old man.
But he doesn't dare to be so presumptuous in Dawei country. He could only say it with an awkward smile.
Huh? There's a dispute? Then don't argue. You can go back. I still have something to do with Zhu Xiaobao.
Shimenshi said rudely, as if he was sending away a servant.
I'm retiring.
Although the crazy master was extremely angry, he could only swallow his anger and cup his hands, and then reluctantly pushed out with the guards. The guards breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a strong lineup as Shimen Xiaoyi, they were already very nervous.
That little fat guy. It's just you. Zhu Xiaobao. Don't leave. I'm just here to find you.
Shimen Xiaoyi didn't pay attention to the crazy master, but pointed at Zhu Xiaobao and shouted loudly.
This young lady. I don't know you. Are you looking for the wrong person? I have something else to do. So I'm leaving first.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly said, cupping his hands, and then wanted to run away.
Stop. If you dare to run, I will break your legs. Who dares to hit my master? Let's rub her to death.
Unexpectedly, there was a muffled roar from outside the door at this time. And then I saw that several guards had been knocked to the ground. And then 2 fat girls broke in. Chapter 1128. The big bullies the small. 6 guards, who were in the realm of gods, were overturned at once. Even Shimenshi was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect there to be such a ferocious maid. Moreover, standing behind Zhu Xiaobao, this posture suddenly looked extremely funny. Originally Jinhuan Inhuan was feasting at a restaurant. But while they were eating happily, they didn't expect that the fire golden bee flew back to them and asked for help. It turns out that this Fire Golden Bee also saw that Master Crazy's cultivation was very high. So he hurriedly reported the news to Jean Huan. Then he led the two fat girls here. This time, the guards were stunned. They were the only ones selected from 1,000,000. But unexpectedly, they were overturned by two fat girls in one fell swoop. And in front of King Xiao.
How dare you? How dare you do something in front of Wang Jiaqiantai? You two don't want to live anymore.
The four bodyguards at the fusion realm immediately lowered their faces and shouted. Suddenly a powerful pressure enveloped Jean Huan. But these two fat girls showed no fear and looked eager to give it a try.
Hey! 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 Come on! Come on! Brother guards. My people are ignorant. Don't argue with them. That little sister. What are you looking for with me?
Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly saw this. Standing in front of Jean Huan, he said with a smile.
These two maids are quite interesting. By the way, I'm looking for you, and you come here. Come here.
Only then did Shimin Xiaoyi remember the business. She didn't want others to know about it yet. So she pulled Zhu Xiaobao behind. Tang! Then asked in a low voice.
Hey! Let me ask you. Do you still have your
extremely exquisite carved soap?
Yes? Why are you looking for me just because of this?
Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned. He didn't expect that such a trivial matter would be such a big deal. Did you find this place yet? It is conceivable that the royal family has a lot of eyeliners. And it is not easy to find someone. Even the ins and outs of Zhu Xiaobao have been found out clearly.
Alas! Who says I have a higher seniority? It's my mother's birthday. And my nephews and nieces have to give them some gifts in return. But there are very few things that can be given away. So I want to prepare more a batch of soap.
Shimin Xiaoyi sighed and said,
I wonder if she came to Zhu Xiaobao for this matter. Was it really a coincidence that he helped Zhu Xiaobao out of trouble? Zhu Xiaobao is still a little doubtful.
Yes. I still have 200 yuan here. Take it and give it to you. Why did you help me just now?
Zhu Xiaobao said boldly when he heard this. He put the storage bag. Almost all the soaps in the bag were given to Shimin Xiaoyi. They were not very valuable. So Zhu Xiaobao was very generous. Moreover, he also took the initiative to give most of the backward compatibility to Shimin Xiaoyi. Anyway, I will be returning to Lingquan town soon. So it's okay to keep some enough around me. Not long after, Zhu Xiaobao and Shimin Xiaoyi were seen walking out of the back hall, talking and laughing as brothers. The guards were all a little stunned. When had they ever seen their prince so happy? He also personally sent Zhu Xiaobao all the way away, and then happily returned to his palace. However, this incident still aroused Xian Daozi's vigilance. Master Qiguang was vicious and very persistent. He was afraid of being retaliated by Master Qiguang, so he decided not to leave the Wei family for the time being. At the same time, all the little treasures are here to stay a little longer. But Zhu Xiaobao wanted to meet up with the red-haired girl and Xiao Yao as soon as possible. So he decided to leave on the third day.
Oh, little brother, you must be careful. This crazy master is not a kind person and will definitely do something. You try to avoid it,
Xian Daozi said worriedly, knowing that Zhu Xiaobao has many gods. It's an unpredictable method. But I still made a safer suggestion.
Brother, I know. In fact, the reason why I dared to go out is because when I was fighting with his consciousness yesterday, I felt that he was not the so-called
fake fairyland,
but the same as the third lady. He failed to attack the
false fairyland
in the true martial realm. But except for those hidden diseases that had to be cleared by the
returning to true pill,
he has completely recovered.
Zhu Xiaobao also whispered to Xian Daozi. This was something he only felt after teaching with the crazy master yesterday. As long as the crazy master is still in the true martial realm, he will definitely not be able to surpass himself in spiritual cultivation. That's why Zhu Xiaobao had the confidence to leave the Wei family and go to Black Wind Valley.
Oh, that's it. No wonder he wants the recipe for the
Guizhen Dan.
But he can't bear to give up his own recipe. Ha. He is really stingy,
Xian Daozi said with sudden realization. But for the sake of safety, he decided to stay in Ping'an City for a while. After returning to Ping'an City, Zhu Xiaobao said a brief goodbye to Third Miss and Xian Daozi, and then left with the two fat girls, Sun Qianji and Wei Zifeng. I didn't expect that there were 5 people in my group. Not a few. And what is more troublesome is this Sun Qianji. Her cultivation level is too low. Everything was normal in the first 2 days. After all, it was very close to Dawei country. and no one dared to rob anyone here. But on the third day, many casual cultivators appeared one after another. And what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that they were all coming for him. What's even more surprising is that the people who come are all very strong and have a high level of cultivation. Or they come in a group. That is, in the form of a team. The successive encounters made Zhu Xiaobao a little bit too much. This was even more fierce than being chased by those Xianrou masters back then. Later, after Zhu Xiaobao captured a few people alive, he found out that so many people came to hunt him down because he had 100 million high-grade spiritual stones around him. And the news that many people received was even more exaggerated, exaggerating into a 100 million high-quality spiritual stone. There are also other rare treasures, which are even more popular. Isn't this jealous? So it's not surprising that it attracts so many people. Who spread this? Zhu Xiaobao thought about it. And the most suspicious person among them was of course the crazy master, or someone from the Dongwei family. Zhu Xiaobao was a little annoyed at this time. He should have stayed at the Wei family for a few more days. Nowadays, the frequency of being chased is too high. Even the experience is a bit too much. In the past few days, Zhu Xiaobao and Jin Huan were injured. Although they could be healed in just one night, it was still very speechless. And Zhu Xiaobao also found that Wei Zifeng's performance was not satisfactory. She always remained aloof. Although she could take action, her combat effectiveness was not very high. Just because of her attributes, she was not injured. Fortunately, the detection range of Xiao Yao and Fire Golden Bee is now very far, and they can always detect their opponents in advance, which gives Zhu Xiaobao a great advantage. You can often catch the opponent off guard, so I gained a lot along the way. Not only did these casual cultivators find no bargains, they also gave Zhu Xiaobao a lot of precious materials. It was another fierce battle. Although Zhu Xiaobao struck first, the opponent still had too many people and was still in a tough battle. This time, the opponent turned out to be 2 people from the Fusion Realm and a group of 12 from the God Transformation Realm who came to snipe Zhu Xiaobao. Although Zhu Xiaobao noticed it in advance and killed the 2 of them by surprise, but he was still surrounded by the opponent. Now Jin Huan and Wei Zifeng are the first to stop the leader of the Fusion Realm, and the rest can only be left to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao can be said to have used all his cards in this battle. The Little Demon and the White Lion. All the Spirit Bees have been released. But facing the remaining 10 people still left Zhu Xiaobao in a hurry. It was even said that he would protect Sun Qianji at all times. This girl is really too weak in combat. Wei Zifeng, on the other hand, was entangled by another person in the Fusion Realm. The opponent's attack power was very strong, and he seemed to be good at speed. He was even able to tie with Wei Zifeng, and even had a slight advantage. This made Zhu Xiaobao very embarrassed. He couldn't resist the remaining 10 people. His cultivation level is beyond the ordinary realm. If the kitchen knife hadn't automatically protected its owner every time, Zhu Xiaobao would have been seriously injured by now. Hey! 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 Why don't we just want spirit stones? How about 10 million per person? Zhu Xiaobao was thinking about spending money to eliminate disasters. If he continued to fight like this, he would definitely lose. Now even the White Lion and the Little Demon are covered in blood. Hee! If you hand over the recipe for the Return to Truth pill again, we can still consider it. In addition, these female cultivators must also be handed over to us. One of them, who was facing Zhu Xiaobao, was directing the others. The big man laughed wildly, except for the White Lion and the Giant Snake, which are more difficult to deal with. This Zhu Xiaobao is really not very strong, although it is already remarkable that he can do this with his extraordinary cultivation. But now, he is showing signs of decline, and is almost gone. There is no strength left to fight back. I understand. It's Master Crazy who is secretly causing trouble. What kind of master is this old man? He shows up when he can. He hides in the dark like this. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly understood a little bit. This group of people was not just targeting the spirit. The most important thing that came from the stone ground was for the elixir recipe of the Returning to True Elixir. It seems that just as Xiandozi said, this crazy master is very sinister. Even after being yelled at by Zhu Xiaobao, he still didn't show up. On the contrary, it attracted laughter from the cultivators around her. And even worse, it had already begun to touch Sun Qianji, scaring her so much that she screamed again and again. Boy, it's amazing that you can persist until now. Why don't you surrender now? Kneel down! The leaders of the 10 gods in the realm of transformation arrogantly pointed at Zhu Xiaobao and said with a smile.
Humph. Kneel down? I have never knelt down. I don't know who will kneel down. The ultimate 5-stack kill.
Zhu Xiaobao wiped the sweat from his forehead and took the opportunity to swallow a
9 patterns continue.
Li Dan, and then suddenly roared. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao's momentum was like a rainbow. The momentum that had become more and more decadent suddenly rose again. And this shocking knife struck from top to bottom with infinite killing intent. Chapter 1129 Countermeasures A. When this sword came down, it locked onto the leader of the God Transformation Realm. A look of despair could be seen on his face. This momentum and killing intent were already comparable to those of the mighty ones, who were already in the fusion realm. He didn't have any at all. Opportunity.
Senior! Save me!
The leader of the God Transformation Realm shouted in horror. But it was already too late. Before he could finish his words, his body was already split in two. The surrounding gods were also horrified. This secret method was too terrifying. But what surprised them even more was what happened later. Zhu Xiaobao did not stop, but took advantage of the situation and killed another person in the God Transformation Realm with a knife in the middle. In the blink of an eye, he took down the other two masters of the God Transformation Realm. An absolute instant kill.
Hee. Very good. Very good. I didn't expect you to be able to cast such a secret method. But the more lethal this secret method is, the shorter the time you can maintain it. Right.
At this time, a big tree from a distance appeared. The crazy master flashed out from behind the tree. He smiled and clapped his hands and applauded. Although 2 people in the spirit transformation realm died in an instant, Master Crazy didn't care. Now that Zhu Xiaobao is about to enter a period of weakness, he can show up with confidence. Although Zhu Xiaobao has the lowest cultivation level, Master Crazy is still very clear that among this group of people, Zhu Xiaobao is the most important. As long as he can be controlled, everything will be solved.
Humph. Are you willing to give it up? But I have to let you down. But I can still hold on for a long time. If you want to kill me, you have to pay a price.
Zhu Xiaobao said coldly. And now the aura on his body surged. There is an air of contempt for everything.
No. I don't want to kill you. I just want the recipe for the returning pill. As long as you hand it over right away, you still have time to escape calmly. Otherwise, I'm afraid once you enter the weak stage, even if I want to let go, even if I let you go, they won't let you go.
Crazy Master smiled and shook his head, and said with seeming determination, the reason why he showed up in a hurry was because he was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would not be able to ask anything when he entered a period of weakness. Out. And now, he has a sure chance of victory. Sure enough, Master Crazy's words seemed to have given the remaining masters of the transformation realm a shot of force, making them ready to take action again. Although they were short of 2 copper coins, they were also missing 2 people to share the spoils. And there are 2 people holding the big head. Isn't this a good thing? Of course they knew with their cultivation that this secret method would not last long.
Humph. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you.
Before he finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao relied on his strange movement skills to quickly approach the nearest cultivator of the transformation spirit realm. Before he could do anything, if he made any counterattack, he would be killed with 1 strike. Not to mention this, 2 sunburning pills and 2 fresh coal pills flew out quickly from behind Zhu Xiaobao. In an instant, 2 more people in the God Transformation Realm were turned into charcoal. The other 2 people turned into ice sculptures. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 10 cultivators at the Divine Transformation Realm were left. These 3 people were already terrified. They no longer thought about how to divide the spoils, but were thinking about how to avoid it. Zhu Xiaobao's strangulation.
Oh, you can still use the
Jiyang pill and Shihan pill.
Like this? No. Who is that? Come out!
The smile on Master Crazy's face froze in an instant. He could kill 1 or 2. It didn't surprise him to be a cultivator in the realm of Minghuashan. But the fact that the Jiyang pill and Shihan pill could be used like this, and used so superbly, was very surprising to him. And he also felt that this is not what Zhu Xiaobao used. But no one responded to the crazy master, and the remaining 3 gods were close to collapse at this time. They had no fighting spirit at this time. Even if they wanted to escape, they felt that the soles of their feet were weak. They had never seen anything like this before. Such a terrifying secret method. Such a terrifying transcendent realm. Not only is it a leapfrog kill, it's also an instant kill. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, Who would dare to believe it? But those who saw it with their own eyes were destined to die. I saw that the white lion had knocked down one person. And the little demon was also tightly entangled with one person. The other person was surrounded by tens of thousands of black and gold bees, making a miserable scream. Jin Huan Yin Huan also had an absolute advantage. The big man in the fusion realm, who was fighting them, was completely unrecognizable, and had no power to fight back. But Wei Zifeng, who was fighting against her opponent at the same time, was exactly the opposite. She was now in danger, and could no longer resist. As a last resort, Jin Huan Yin Huan had to temporarily give up on the big man in front of him, and turn to Wei Zifeng. This frightened the master of the fusion realm, and he immediately abandoned Wei Zifeng and quickly retreated. With the crazy master, he didn't want to get entangled with these two fat girls. The miserable situation of the big man was enough to explain everything. Jin Huan Yin Huan also helped Wei Zifeng to Zhu Xiaobao. They were both a little aggrieved. They had already secured victory just now, but now they were run away by that cultivator of the fusion realm.
Ha ha! It seems that the situation has turned around now.
Zhu Xiaobao, the old god, smiled and said, actually not at all worried about the upcoming period of weakness. This makes the crazy master a little puzzled.
Humph. Not necessarily. Wei Zifeng, do you want to betray your master Wei Dongli?
Master Qiguang sneered, then stared at Wei Zifeng and asked,
I have not been sentenced as master. I dare not.
Wei Zifeng looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some confusion, and then looked at Master Crazy with fear.
Humph. I have long thought that you are not normal. In the past, so many people were able to find you quickly. Was it because you gave them a message?
Zhu Xiaobao asked coldly.
No, I didn't. I just didn't lift the master servant mark and didn't dare to take action.
Wei Zifeng hurriedly defended.
Humph. Bitch, come here. Your master will only let you follow me, and then I can remove your master servant brand.
Master Crazy shouted viciously. Then he started to feel proud again.
Zhu Xiaobao, what's going on? Has the situation changed again now? You didn't expect it. Right. This bitch has not been released from the slave mark, so she can only be obedient. She can survive by following me. Following you. She can only worry about gains and losses forever. Do you regret it now? In exchange for the calming pill that I proposed in the first place, you can use the calming pill to remove the imprint from his consciousness. Ha ha ha. Oh, let her go.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed softly. Although he was a little annoyed, he didn't want to take action and killed Wei Zifeng. After all, she was helpless and could only struggle painfully in the contradiction.
No. I won't go there. I don't want to follow him. I would rather die.
Unexpectedly, Wei Zifeng suddenly shouted in panic. Others didn't know it, but she knew very well that in order to save time, this crazy master practiced the art of collecting tonics, so that he could save a lot of time to improve the art of alchemy. Therefore, the crazy master should be regarded as an evil cultivator. But because of his famous reputation, people selectively ignored him, and only said that he was an alchemy madman who was both good and evil.
Ha ha! Master Crazy, it seems you also miscalculated? Do you still feel that the situation has reversed?
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised, but he smiled calmly. Since Wei Zifeng has such an awareness, then it will not pose a threat to yourself for the time being, and at least it will be in a neutral position.
Humph. So what? Do you think you can still kill me? Don't forget, I am a practitioner of
fake fairyland. Master Crazy still hummed very arrogantly. Just because of this fake fairyland, just say these 3 words, and you will be able to escape completely.
False is good. It's a pity that you are not a
fake fairyland,
but a true martial arts realm that failed to attack the
fake fairyland.
Am I right?
Zhu Xiaobao pointed out the lies of the crazy master with disdain. With his hands behind his back, his expression was more calm than Master Crazy.
How did you know? I think you don't want to live anymore.
Master Crazy was immediately shocked. No one knew this secret at all. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would reveal it today. At this time, even the 2 fusion realm men next to him looked at him in surprise. Is the master bragging too? It took a long time to reach the true martial arts realm.
Humph. If you were in the fake fairyland, your consciousness wouldn't be so weak. Is it time for me to make conditions now?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded affirmatively.
Ha ha. Do you think you can kill a high-level alchemist who has attained the true martial realm? You are overthinking. If I want to leave, no one can stop me.
Master Crazy smiled confidently. But at this moment, the snowflakes scattered all over the sky, and countless dazzling and hot, Jiang pills appeared around them, immediately surrounding Master Crazy and 3 others.
Illusion? Original illusion. Is it the legendary green fairy with a special physique? Show yourself to me.
The Crazy Master immediately understood his situation. This is the most difficult original illusion to detect. Only the green fairy can cast it.
Ha ha! I forgot to tell you that she is in the true martial realm now. In this illusion, it is not difficult to deal with an alchemist who is not very strong in combat,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a grin. The reason why he was so calm, even when he was performing
ultimate 5-stack kill.
He could already feel the green fairy's original illusion. Or it could be said that green fairy quietly gave him a hint.
What do you want? Even if I am not a
fake fairyland.
Do you think you can kill me with this original illusion? What a joke.
Master Crazy is still calm and said with a sneer.
I want the recipe for the Baocheng Dan. Well, there is also the recipe for the calming pill. And preferably the materials for alchemy. It would be even better if there were some top-quality spiritual stones,
Zhu Xiaobao said. He said while pointing his fingers.
Ha ha! Just this original illusion? And the green fairy who has just been promoted to the true martial realm. Ha ha ha! Let me see if your tricks are of any use to me.
The Crazy Master looked up to the sky and laughed. Then with a wave of his hand, he sacrificed a medicine cauldron, the alchemy furnace Yin Yang cauldron, which is also one of the 10 great divine cauldrons. Chapter 1130 Countermeasures B. This is another divine cauldron that Zhu Xiaobao has seen. It is said to be ranked 6th among the top 10 divine cauldrons, ranking higher than Xian Daozi's Zixuan cauldron and the Wei family's Gong'an cauldron. Zhu Xiaobao was amazed when he saw the true god cauldron, because the shape of the cauldron was somewhat familiar. This is a 3-legged divine cauldron. The 3 legs are 3 naked men, and the 2 cauldron ears are 2 naked women. The very enchanting and seductive figure makes people blush. But this is not what Yinzi and Zhu Xiaobao are concerned about. What attracts people's attention is that the inside of the divine tripod is actually divided into 2, forming the shape of a Tai Chi fish. Does this old man still know the Yin and Yang techniques of Tai Chi? Or is there any connection between his inheritance and the earth before he came? Zhu Xiaobao looked at the divine cauldron a little blankly, and fell into deep thought. But the battle did not stop in the illusion, and the snowflakes all over the sky were seen floating towards the Crazy Master, and the circle of sunburned pill on the ground turned into countless rays of fire, and began to flow towards the Crazy Master. But Master Crazy did not panic, but sat cross-legged, while the Yin-Yang cauldron slowly rotated around him, and the divine cauldron itself was also rotating. I saw that the snowflakes and fire light were gradually absorbed by the divine cauldron, and the 2 Yin and Yang fish eyes inside the alchemy furnace in the divine cauldron also lit up. It can be seen that green fairy's ice and scorching light attacks have no effect on Master Crazy, and they are all resolved by his Yin-Yang cauldron. Zhu Xiaobao also nodded secretly. This Crazy Master still has some strength. His divine cauldron can completely neutralize the attacks of green fairy's 2 attributes, and it looks easy. However, Master Crazy was able to deal with it calmly. But the 2 big men in the fusion realm beside him couldn't resist it. In the illusion, they couldn't escape but couldn't find an opponent, so they could only fight hard to get rid of these cold men. Ice and fire. Gradually, the 2 big men in the fusion realm were frozen into 2 ice sculptures. Although they were not dead, they were completely unable to move. And the 6 figures transformed by Green Farrier can't cause substantial harm to Master Crazy, because as soon as they get close to the divine cauldron, these transformed figures dissipate. In the end, the Green Fairy had no choice but to show up. He appeared next to Zhu Xiaobao and glanced at Zhu Xiaobao shyly. The eyes are full of tenderness and sweetness. Zhu Xiaobao reached out and took out an ice wheel from his storage bag, which was the weapon of the woman in white. The fairy in white was captured alive by the 2 Hanyang elders, but her weapons were forcibly kept by Zhu Xiaobao. And now the Green Fairy could come in handy, although the 2 of them really wanted to talk a few more words. But now that they were facing a powerful enemy, they had no choice but to deal with the Crazy Master first.
Huh? An ice wheel is such a strong cold attribute? That's great. I can finally make a pair.
Green Fairy immediately shouted with joy. She had a very low-grade hot wheel in her hand. But now the grade of this ice wheel is much higher. When the 2 weapons are used together, the low-grade hot wheels can also exert unexpected effects, since neither the ice attribute nor the sun-burning attribute can help Master Crazy. Now he has to rely on hard strength to speak for himself. Green Fairy also wants to test her combat effectiveness after being promoted to the true martial realm. Of course, Jinhuan cannot participate in a battle of this level. The huge gap in cultivation makes them unable to withstand the pressure of the crazy master, let alone close combat. Both of them are also somewhat self-aware. The crazy master felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, while using the yin-yang cauldron to resist the attacks of two attributes. He also had to fight the Green Farrier. He was also very nervous. After all alchemists have a common problem. That is, their actual combat ability is very unsatisfactory. Sure enough, although there was still a big gap in cultivation, the two were still tied in the scene. After all, Master Crazy's cultivation was the great perfection of the true martial realm. It's just that he doesn't get any advantage. He has to guard around the yin-yang cauldron all the time to resist the Green Fairy's cold yang attribute attacks.
Oh, forget it. Sienna, let's go.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it for a while, and then said depressedly, his period of weakness was coming soon, so he didn't want to stay here anymore. Now he can no longer perform very sharp killing moves.
Well, let's go.
Green Sienna also knew that with her newly promoted cultivation to the true martial realm, it would be impossible to kill Crazy Master, and Master Crazy Master's yin-yang cauldron could completely block her cold yang attribute attacks. In other words, her biggest reliance has been completely eliminated.
Wait a minute. Zhu Xiaobao, I still want to make a deal with you.
Unexpectedly, the Crazy Master called Zhu Xiaobao from behind. He was also a little out of breath, but in his heart, he still wanted to.
Guizhen Dan, extreme longing.
Not interested.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly, turned around and left.
Ha ha. Aren't you afraid that Wei Zifeng's outcome will be miserable?
Master Crazy smiled sinisterly.
That's her choice. Zifeng, you have 3 options now. The first is to follow this old man. The second is to go back to the Wei family. The third, which is the least promising path, is to continue to follow me. I promise to give you full freedom.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Wei Zifeng, and then said expressionlessly, he didn't want to be threatened. Not to mention, he had no obligation to stand up for Wei Zifeng.
I will follow you. Live or die. I accept it.
Wei Zifeng thought about it, and finally gritted her teeth and made the craziest choice in her life. She would rather die than follow the crazy master.
I heard it. Your wishful thinking has failed. Huh? You want to use the returning pill to clear the hidden diseases left by the failed advancement. Just wait.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled happily, and then continued to turn around and leave.
Oh. Okay. Zhu Xiaobao. Even if you win, I'm willing to exchange for the formula of Baocheng Dan.
The crazy master was told the central issue. After thinking about it, he sighed and said, he has been waiting for many years. He is just short of such a
returning pill,
and can once again hit the
false wonderland.
Unfortunately, he has never been able to do so. Now that he has such a good opportunity, he really doesn't want to miss it again. Originally, he wanted to start with Xian Daozi, but Xian Daozi was more cunning and cautious than Zhu Xiaobao, and did not leave the Wei family at all. So Master Chiquang had no choice but to start with Zhu Xiaobao. From this point of view, Master Shangxin is still very smart. He did not dare to publicize his participation in refining the
returning pill, and left quietly early.
Not enough. Add another recipe for the calming pill.
Zhu Xiaobao stopped, then turned around, thought for a moment, and looked at the pitiful Wei Zifeng beside him before he spoke. This time it can be said that the lion opened his mouth, and it was obviously blackmail. But Wei Zifeng on the side looked at Zhu Xiaobao with gratitude. She believed that Zhu Xiaobao was asking for such an exorbitant price just for her.
You? Zhu Xiaobao, you have gone too far. This is definitely an unfair transaction. I don't agree.
Sure enough, the crazy master immediately shouted angrily. And if he wasn't afraid of Green Farrier, he would have rushed up. Let's do it directly.
TSK! Existence is reasonable. You are in a hurry now. I am not. If you can afford to wait a few hundred years. And when I am in urgent need of the Baocheng Dan, let's make a fair deal.
Zhu Xiaobao looked like a rogue again, shaking his head and saying, anyway, it's still early for him to reach the true martial realm. But Master Crazy is different. He still has up to 200 years to live. So he is anxious.
Okay. I'm willing to make this deal. Let's get started.
Master Crazy said helplessly, because Zhu Xiaobao hit his point of pain. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. And if he could immediately advance to the false fairyland, would he still care about a calming spirit pill prescription? At that time, even if you want to kill Zhu Xiaobao, it will not be difficult.
Okay, let's trade the calming pill first.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction, then sat cross-legged face to face with the crazy master, and began to explain the pill recipe. This process is not completed by casual exchange. The purpose of the elixir recipe is to explain the steps of refining the elixir in detail. And you must have the experience of successful refining. Of course, sometimes there are fake elixir prescriptions, but this kind of thing generally does not happen among high-level alchemists. It is an act of self-destruction of reputation. No alchemist with any status will do this. Nor will it happen. Dare you do this? Zhu Xiaobao and Master Qiguang sat there, asking and answering questions, explaining back and forth for almost 2 hours. During this time, the two of them seemed to have forgotten that the other was an incompatible opponent. And sometimes, they could even talk continuously. Like, they benefit a lot from each other. This is a common problem shared by these alchemy madmen. They often forget their prejudices and hatreds, and become addicted to the method of alchemy, and cannot extricate themselves. Even Zhu Xiaobao often does this now. He is already a top student, and he prefers to delve into and analyze these alchemy techniques.
What a genius idea! It really was a sudden enlightenment. I didn't expect to use 3 alchemy furnaces. I have learned a lesson.
After listening to the alchemy steps of the
returning to true pill,
the crazy master shook his head and sighed for a long time. This method is absolutely unprecedented. Unexpectedly, it was Zhu Xiaobao who brought it up first.
Yeah, it's just a fluke that I thought of it. Well, Master, let's just say goodbye. What do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao actually felt a little sympathetic at this time, and he said it quite politely.
Okay. It's time for me to say goodbye. I've really gained a lot today. Oh, by the way, I'll give you these materials. If you want to refine the calming pill, I'm afraid it will be a big problem to collect the materials.
Master Crazy also said very politely. And before leaving, he also gave Zhu Xiaobao 2 extremely rare medicinal materials, which are specially used to refine the calming pill. After Zhu Xiaobao and others left, Master Crazy seemed to realize this person was his mortal enemy. How could he let him go so easily? What's even more incredible is that I also gave him 2 extremely rare medicinal materials. Thinking of this, the crazy master returned to his original ferocity and gloom. He raised his hand and smashed the 2 ice sculptures into pieces. The 2 cultivators in the fusion realm inside also died. Chapter 1131 Endgame A. After a short rest, Zhu Xiaobao quickly recovered with full health. Now that there is a true martial realm green fairy beside them, they can almost walk sideways. Many people who originally wanted to rob Zhu Xiaobao and his group took the initiative to back down. Who dares to provoke a cultivator of the true martial realm? If he hadn't already left the great power country and Zhu Xiaobao's laziness relapsed, he would have wanted to buy a carriage and go to Black Wind Valley while lying down. There was nothing I could do now, so I had to summon the White Lion and use it as a ride. I rode on the White Lion with the green fairy along the way and kissed me. I was so happy.
What? You actually handed that woman in white to Han Yong'er? How could you do this? Do you know how much suffering she had to suffer, and how much she was offended?
Green Farrier was still very happy at first, but when she heard the origin of this ice, Will immediately made her anger rise. She hated the 2 Hanyang elders to the bone, so she also felt sympathy for the woman in white.
Hey! She robbed me first. Okay, I was the weak one. It would have been great if I could have saved my life at that time. I also got you an ice wheel. I think I made the most correct choice.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately called out to Zhuang Tianxiu. This was indeed the most correct choice at the time. Even when he thinks about it now, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't feel there was anything wrong.
But after all, she will have to suffer for this for many years. You don't know the kind of life that is worse than death. No, I want to find the 2 Hanyang elders, kill them, and save this poor woman.
Although Green Farrier also knew that with Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation, the choice she made at that time was definitely the wisest. But she still felt dissatisfied. In fact, she really wanted to seek revenge against the 2 Hanyang elders. How much suffering I suffered in the beginning. How much hatred I feel now.
Oh, forget it. Let's go all the way south. If we can meet or get news about the 2 Hanyang elders, we will go find them to seek revenge. and then rescue the female cultivator. What do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao he sighed and said, but it is not easy to find the two elders of Hanyang. Fortunately, there is a Baishao sect in the Black Wind Valley, which specializes in exploring some confidential information. The premise is that you only have money. Zhu Xiaobao is not short of money now.
Okay, just listen to you. Anyway, I must kill these two old bastards. Hanyang or Lao.
Green Farrier still snorted angrily, but her body language showed that she still hopes to stay in Zhu Xiaobao's side, nestled in Zhu Xiaobao's arms, admiring the scenery along the way. This kind of day has always been what she has longed for. It's really happening now. Wei Zifeng is still responsible for exploring the road ahead. He also has another task, which is to find and collect various materials and medicinal materials. Her treasure hunter rat has been returned to her, and she has been promoted to 1 level during this period. Now it is already a level 6 treasure hunting rat. After Zhu Xiaobao made a deal with Master Crazy, he told Wei Zifeng very clearly,
as you can see, I already have the elixir here. Next, I will collect the materials for refining the
calming pill.
You have to pay more attention. Of course, I will always pay attention to it. Jean Lian has collected all these medicinal materials.
To be honest, the elixir, Dingshan Dan, is indeed a bit useless. Its biggest flaw is that it uses too many medicinal materials and materials. It requires a total of more than 170 medicinal materials and materials, which is the most used material among all elixirs. The most. Therefore, even though the calming pill has extraordinary effects, few people are willing to refine it. Mainly for this reason. So now Wei Zifeng is completely different from before. She is very active because she is looking for medicinal materials for herself. Among all the people, Sun Qianji was the most aggrieved. Although the white lion was huge, Zhu Xiaobao didn't let her sit on it, so she could only walk behind, find some medicinal materials nearby. Jin Huan, on the other hand, is very bold and unrestrained. Each person has a leg of lamb and eats while walking. Now they are not afraid of anyone coming to rob them again. They are even looking forward to some random cultivators showing up to let them practice their skills. Even when eating, an open fire is lit, which is simply telling others that there is someone here. Come and rob. But the more it goes like this, the more no one comes, which is quite a spectacle. All Xiaobao felt a little depressed. At least some casual cultivators came to have a fight.
That's not right. Isn't it too high profile for us to be like this now? If the two elders Hanyang know that you have been promoted to the Jinwu realm, then they will not dare to show up.
In the evening, Zhu Xiaobao was leading everyone to eat teppanyaki. He doesn't even use a pot now. He just uses the jade cauldron alchemy stove with an iron plate on top. It's easier to use than an ordinary pot, and the temperature control is extremely precise. It's just that if Dao Shiqiang saw that the short circuit he created was used as a cooking stove, would he vomit blood?
Yeah, that's right. It's all your fault for riding a white lion and swaggering through the city. I'm afraid it has been spread by now.
Green Farrier was also stunned. It's true. She is now at the true martial realm. If the two Hanyang elders were you heard the news, why don't you hide quickly?
Yeah, we've never been so arrogant. So we got a little carried away. Starting from tomorrow, we will still keep our feet on the ground and walk honestly. And we must be low-key. I will teach you the
chi-watching technique
of the sixth sister. This technique can not only see through the opponent's cultivation level, but also hide your own.
Zhu Xiaobao also smiled a little awkwardly.
That's right. It's been 3 days, and there's not a single robber, and we don't have anyone to practice.
Jin Huan also nodded desperately. Just eating without practicing the fake moves. On the second day, Zhu Xiaobao and the others regained their temper and began to act cautiously. Green Farrier was no longer accompanying Zhu Xiaobao, but was with Wei Zifeng. The two of them went to places farther around together, looking for medicinal herbs and materials. During this time, Green Fairy wanted Wei Zifeng to learn some acceleration and dodge skills. Wei Zifeng, with Green Fairy as her backing, dared to come forward to snatch some precious medicinal materials when she came across them. Many times in the past, she had no choice but to give up when she met someone with too high a cultivation level or a group of people. But now it was completely different. She had them all in her pocket. Along the way, she collected more than 20 kinds of scarce materials. Now there are less than 30 kinds of materials for refining the calming pill. Among them, there are still 21 medicinal materials missing. Without Green Farrier by his side, Zhu Xiaobao returned to his hard-working life. And there were indeed many opponents, including some with advanced cultivation or a team with a large number of people who cooperated tacitly. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao understand that he was still very weak. He just had more means than others. Another 3-on-2 battle, facing two big men in the fusion realm. Zhu Xiaobao and Jin Huan fought fiercely. Unexpectedly, these two people were quite strong. The most important thing is that they also joined forces to fight against the enemy. No matter who they were against, they are always inseparable. So their fighting power is very strong, which also destroys the style of play of the golden ring and the silver ring. It is still difficult for them to deal with two people in the combined realm at the same time. But in the end, the battle ended with Zhu Xiaobao's side being completely victorious. The reason was that Green Farrier rushed back. Although she didn't show up, she cast the original illusion, which gave Zhu Xiaobao peace of mind. He had no scruples in the fight. He once again used Ultimate 5-stack kill, coupled with Breaking Sky, and instantly killed a cultivator in the fusion realm. The remaining one has no chance. In the end, he was tortured to death by the golden and silver rings. This result is quite sad.
Alas, it's still useless. If I hadn't known that you were beside me, I wouldn't have dared to use the secret technique. It seems that I have to improve my cultivation and combat effectiveness. Alas, why is there no one suitable for practicing the Yuanan sword? Where are the people?
Zhu Xiaobao said while sitting on the ground, panting heavily. In fact, he has always wanted to practice this sword technique to perfection. But there has never been a suitable person to join forces. Originally, Jin Huan had a natural foundation. They had the footwork foundation of Yuanyang knife from the beginning. However, the two of them are suitable for cautious melee combat. And they are still two sisters joining forces together. They are not suitable for joining forces with Zhu Xiaobao. They have tried many times, but the effect is not ideal. Although Green Farrier and Zhu Xiaobao are affectionate and have a tacit understanding of each other, the gap between their cultivation levels is too big, and Green Farrier mainly relies on the power of attributes. So she cannot exert great power. It's not as powerful as the original illusion she cast. Of the remaining people, Xiao Yao is good at assassination and sneak attacks. Su Zhu is good at strength. And there is no other candidate. So Zhu Xiaobao has always been very sorry. I remember how well I cooperated with Wu Yu and Princess 19. But now I can't find that feeling.
Don't sigh. There will always be a suitable candidate. It's just that the fate has not arrived yet.
Green Farrier comforted with a light smile. They packed the storage bags of the two fusion realm cultivators, and then started again, leaving quickly. Zhu Xiaobao was attacked when he was weak. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and Black Wind Valley is already in sight. There is no big risk here. Along the way, casual cultivators could be seen arriving one after another. They were all cautiously avoiding strangers and hurried towards the Black Wind Valley. Everyone knows that you are truly safe only when you enter the realm of Black Wind Valley. But just 30 miles away from the boundary of Black Wind Valley, a group of people appeared. Although there were not many, they were still very eye-catching in this slightly desolate place. Moreover, the cultivation level of the people gathered together is not very bad. There is a lot of discussion going on.
Choose the red one. Red first, then black. It only takes 2 steps to kill. No, that's what I just said. Instead of being counterattacked by black artillery, I will immediately lose the game. Why are you arguing? If you have the time, just sit down and play. The bet I want is not high. It's just a top-quality spiritual stone.
The person setting up the stall was a man in rags and a bamboo hat. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but he shouted impatiently. This cultivation level is not low. At least it is in the combined state.
How could it be him?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it for a while, and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1132 Endgame B. Zhu Xiaobao also changed his clothes and made himself dirty, because his image was too easy to recognize. It was necessary to dress up. In this way, it looks like a casual cultivator who has gone through many hardships and dangers before arriving at Black Wind Valley. But the golden and silver rings could not be taken with them. Lu Xianer and Wei Zifeng covered their faces and stood quietly behind a large group of people. Not very conspicuous, because the people who can gather here are all people who are obsessed with chess. In recent years, with the vigorous promotion of some chess fans, it has a very broad mass base, and many people's chess skills are already quite high, especially those casual cultivators who are willing to serve as worshippers in aristocratic families and wait for death. They are not willing to take risks and go out to practice. Instead, they would rather make slow progress but practice steadily. No matter how far they can go. It is God's will. This kind of person has money and leisure. So he is more willing to concentrate on studying the knowledge on the chessboard. But it is also strange to say that those who are excellent at chess are actually those who have experienced life and death battles, and have higher cultivation levels. Because such people tend to be highly talented. And their chess style also depends on human nature. Some focus on attacking and killing. Some are good at defense. And some are good at using tricks. In their spare time, many people like to play a game. Zhu Xiaobao got closer, and saw clearly that the old man with the bag in his pocket was playing a complicated endgame with many changes. It seemed that he could die in one move. But he could often turn defeat into victory with one move. Very dangerous. But the old man setting up the stall is very familiar. Isn't he the venerable Bai Chao? Moreover, his place is very lively. And many people are eager to try it. Because he also has wins and losses. And is not guaranteed. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that he had to place bets at the beginning of the game. And the bets were not money. But some materials and medicinal materials. He marked them next to them. And he also took out a lot of worthless phase medicinal herbs and materials. And even some very good weapons. After watching for a while, Zhu Xiaobao finally understood that this guy was exchanging the medicine or materials he needed in this way. Sometimes what the other party gave was indeed very valuable. So he would kill him and kill him. The other party won. And sometimes they still lose a few games. Which makes these people greedy. And they often end up stealing the chicken, but not losing the rice. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that this guy didn't study the end game thoroughly. He met several masters, and lost some rare medicinal materials. How dare you just come out to cheat money? Zhu Xiaobao looked a little angry, and muttered in his heart. Isn't this guy overestimating his abilities? In this situation, you have to help him win something back. Otherwise, I would have lost all my family fortune. Right? Come again! Are there any good medicinal materials? I'm looking forward to it. Sitting opposite Venerable Bai Chao was an old man. A bit of an old scholar. He was shaking his head and laughing. He didn't expect to come out to do something this time. What a good thing like this. He has the support of his family. And his cultivation is relatively stable. Although it is not very fast. He can continue to make progress. And now he has advanced to the combined state. Humph. Come on! This time I bet on 2 500-year-old herbs. The materials and herbs I want are all there. It's up to you. Venerable Bai Chao snorted. And then felt a little dissatisfied. Reluctantly, I took out 2 more herbs. It's really more than 500 years old. Ha ha! I don't have the same age. But I do have the medicinal materials you need. But the age is a little different. So, 2 plants are worth 1 for you. Although there is a difference of 100 years in age. It is still fair. The old man also happily took out 4 herbs. All of which were marked by Venerable Bai Chao. Wei Zifeng, who was watching next to him, was a little jealous. Because there were 2 medicinal materials that were needed to refine that calming pill. Yeah. Okay. For 100 years is considered rare. Venerable Bai Chao nodded. And then hummed. Hey! Senior. I'm on this old gentleman's side. Okay. I want your blue leaf core. Zhu Xiaobao squeezed to the edge of the chessboard. Arguing. But he took it out. The thing he bought was a good thing. It turned out to be a 5 marks nourishing pill. Which was of great value. Humph. Okay. Bring the elixir to me first. Venerable Bai Chao took the 5 lion soul relief elixir. With a hint of surprise in his eyes. And then he happily agreed. I want that purple gold dragon beard. And I have a piece of black armor scale here. Wei Zifeng couldn't help it. And took out a piece of black crystal and slap bone from the storage bag. In fact, it is also used as a material for alchemy. That's okay. Venerable Bai Chao immediately showed a very pleased look in his eyes, and nodded. Seeing both sides betting more and more. Many people are afraid to take action again. For fear that if they lose, they will lose everything. And there aren't many good things in front of this Venerable Bai Chao. It was red first and then black. Zhu Xiaobao squatted beside Lao Zhan. The 2 of them were now considered grasshoppers on the same rope. And they had both placed heavy bets. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao was still mumbling words. As if he was helping the old man to pray secretly. But who would have thought that at this time? Zhu Xiaobao was actually using his spiritual consciousness to secretly communicate with Lord Bai Chao. Needless to say, this Lord Bai Chao was the 5 true lords. A senior who was even more rogue than Zhu Xiaobao.
Tie. Ha ha ha. You lose in a draw. Right. Then I'm not polite. This blue leaf core is mine. Thank you. Thank you.
I didn't expect that at the end of the game. I would win. There was a draw. But since Venerable Bai Chao was the one who set up the stall, he lost. So Zhu Xiaobao was so excited. Wei Zifeng on the other side also got the
purple gold dragon beard
she needed, and immediately laughed happily, although she was wearing a mask. She still couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. She doesn't know the fishiness in this. She is really betting on it. So her expression is also the most real.
Ha ha. Are you coming again? I see you don't have much material in front of you.
The old man also twisted his beard and said with a smile. He had no doubt that there was something fishy in this, because he was very confident in his chess skills. And he is also dominant in his own territory. The key is that there are not many people who make money by relying on in-games. And there are even fewer people who dare to deceive these masters of the fusion realm.
Humph! Then let me show you what I brought Ken by half of the Black Wind Valley.
Unexpectedly, Venerable Bai Chao sneered and poured out hundreds of rare treasures, medicinal materials, and other materials, weapons, and even 2 exquisitely carved soaps? Is this thing considered a rare treasure? Zhu Xiaobao felt a little stupid when he saw it.
Oh! This Mom! I need this very much. And this Mom! This is also very necessary. Okay, I'll do this.
The old man was also a little excited. After all these years, he has never achieved anything this time. Because many people are rushing to place bets with him, for fear that if they make a move late, others will be chosen first. The 200 treasures bet on the treasures corresponded one by one. The scene was quite big. The situation was a bit chaotic and seemed a bit out of control. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a charming voice overshadowed everyone.
I want those 2 pieces of
excellent Linglong soap. Immediately afterwards, a small shield flew in front of the 2 soap bars, and these people began to quiet down, because the speaker was the black-clothed venerable from Black Wind Valley. Heishi Zi's senior sister. Unexpectedly, it alarmed her. This time everyone took a step back unconsciously, and order was restored immediately. In order for everyone to see clearly, the old man also put on his own chessboard pieces. A very large chessboard. In fact, many people present had this ability and could change the size of these chessboard pieces, because they used shumi stones to determine the size of the chessboard pieces. Made and expensive. The old man once again chose the red side, and he and Venerable Bai Chao began to fight on the chessboard. But this time it was obvious that both of them were very cautious, and every step was carefully considered. Zhu Xiaobao was still mumbling words, and his bet this time was not light either. He placed 2
spirit nourishment pills
on them, and what he valued most was a pair of daggers of the 7th grade of the Earth Realm. But the result this time was not so good, although Venerable Bai Chao looked very embarrassed. In the end, he still trapped the veteran of the red side to death with his only soldier.
Hee! I give in! I give in!
Venerable Bai Chao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile. Suddenly there was a sound of wailing all around. It can be said that this is a heavy loss. Venerable Bai Chao recovered all the previous losses in one go, and made a lot of money.
Oh! Damn it! I lost the whole game with one careless move. Do it again!
The old man opposite slapped his forehead and cried out with regret. He felt that he had a chance to win the game. So he shouted with red eyes.
Okay. As long as you have something you can use, I will accompany you to the end.
Venerable Bai Chao also hummed triumphantly. And the people next to me were all jealous of the loss. These were all auctioned in Black Wind Valley. If you just lost like this, why don't you worry? So I kept on betting with red eyes. After 3 games in a row, the old man actually lost 3 games in a row. And in the end, he was penniless. It seems that we can go home without entering Black Wind Valley. Some people even started to cheat, wanting to get back their lost treasures. But the messenger in black behind him snorted coldly.
Can't you afford to lose? I also lost a magic weapon.
There was silence for a moment, and then some people had no choice but to leave sadly, while others who were unconvinced stood up and wanted to compete. But they didn't expect to lose even more miserably. This time, no one dares to challenge Venerable Bai Chao.
How presumptuous! You took my nephew's treasure, and you want to leave?
Unexpectedly, just when Venerable Bai Chao was packing up his things and preparing to close the stall, there was a sudden roar. Venerable Bai Chao looked up and saw that he was actually a cultivator of the true martial realm. Glaring angrily, Chapter 1133 Endgame C. The roar of the true martial realm cultivator immediately made the people surrounding Venerable Baichao quiet down, and a powerful gang chi was emitted. This person all retreated and gave up a piece of the field. Only the messenger in black is still watching coldly. But it is not within the boundaries of Black Wind Valley now, so she will not interfere. Everyone stepped back more than 10 steps. And then they began to talk in low voices. They all felt that Venerable Baichao had provoked a cultivator of the true martial realm, and he might not be able to be kind to him so easily. At least, he had to give back the treasure his nephew had lost just now. However, does a dignified senior in the true martial realm really dare to cheat? Forced to take back your treasure? Doesn't this seem to be demeaning? But after this cultivator of the true martial realm shouted angrily. He saw Venerable Baichao raising his head and looking at him with squinted eyes. He immediately felt a tremor. This person was definitely not the fusion realm he appeared on the surface. He felt that he couldn't see through the other person at all, and there was a hint of warning in his eyes.
Not convinced? Then sit down and kill for a round. You can choose between red and black, as long as you can bring out decent treasures.
Venerable Baichao still said lazily, and then stopped looking at him.
Okay, let's use this.
Qianchu and fruit.
To match the two.
Green bile.
Just now.
The true martial artist sat down unnaturally. His heart was really filled with 10,000 grass and mud horses.
Live it.
What the H.L. is this? You have such a high level of cultivation, and are setting up a stall here? Isn't this just a way to defraud people out of money? But he didn't dare to tell the truth yet. So he had to bite the bullet and sit down. He also had to act very calm. Otherwise, if the identity and cultivation of this senior were revealed, wouldn't he be looking for death? People around him didn't understand, and they all raised their thumbs.
He is indeed a senior in the true martial realm. Even if he wants to get his treasure back, he is so upright and full of confidence. Yes. Yes. One look at his demeanor, and I know he must be a master. Yes. And you see, this senior is calm and confident in his moves. I bet he can definitely win back the treasure that his nephew just lost. What's going on? This seems to be looking for death. Who can play chess like this? This senior is probably confused because of his anger. Right. Are you giving up now? Isn't this Qianchu and fruit just like giving it away for free?
Sure enough, after only 6 moves, this old man in the true martial realm had already stood up, admitted defeat, and walked away with his hands behind his back. I heard the sound of praise behind me again, but his heart was bleeding.
What a cool fart. I was forced to do so. You idiots. If you knew the cultivation level of the Venerable Baichao in front of you, if you could keep me as calm as I am, you would be among the masters. Thinking of this, he still felt a little proud in his heart. This time it was good. No one dared to come up to challenge him. Venerable Baichao looked around and found that no one took the bait anymore. So he cleared up the stall. Get ready to enter the Black Wind Valley. And the casual cultivators around him also dispersed one after another. And they also had some reaction. I am afraid that this Venerable Baichao is fishing. Anyway, everyone who went up to challenge them will lose. The most pitiful thing was the old man. He originally wanted to come forward and argue, but he stood there unable to move. Only then did I realize that this down-and-out Venerable Baichao was probably hiding something secret. Zhu Xiaobao also took Green Farrier to find the golden ring and silver ring, then scratched his head and said,
"It's time for us to approach Black Wind Valley. But in another direction? I suspect this old man is plotting against me." "What plot are you plotting against you?"
Green Farrier and Wei Zifeng both asked in confusion. Although they lost 2
spirit refreshing pills
just now, they did not suffer a loss. After all, they also won 2 very valuable plants, medicinal materials. In the subsequent round, Wei Zifeng did not follow the trend and place bets because she did not have the material she needed.
So she did not place any bets. So I still made money this time.
Yeah. You don't understand. Just follow me.
Zhu Xiaobao said hesitantly and changed direction. He quickly entered the small town outside Black Wind Valley and found an inn to settle down. Then Wei Zifeng was immediately sent to find out the whereabouts of Xiaoyao, the red-haired woman and others. However, the red-haired woman, Xiaoyao and others were not in the town. But the message had been left through the Black Gold Bee, and they had already rushed to the central city of Black Wind Valley. Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt relieved. He rested for the night at this inn, and was ready to hit the road the next day, rushing to the central city of Black Wind Valley. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw a storage bag at the door. When I opened it, I found that it was full of various medicinal herbs and materials. And when I looked into the details, they were all materials for refining the Baocheng Dan. Of course, there are also some materials for refining the calming pill. Zhu Xiaobao was not overjoyed by this, but took a breath of cold air. This was because he knew his whereabouts very well. He even knows exactly what he wants to refine the calming pill. This guy has been plotting against himself for a long time.
Hurry up! If you don't leave, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted anxiously. And then he immediately left with the people and hurried towards the central city of Black Wind Valley. For the sake of convenience, Zhu Xiaobao also hired a carriage and sat in the carriage to study the matter carefully. But not long after walking, I saw a donkey in front of me, with Venerable Baichao sitting on it. Walking slowly forward, there was a small bell hanging around the donkey's neck, which kept making crisp sounds.
Change the road. Change the road. And avoid that donkey in front of you.
Zhu Xiaobao saw it in the car and shouted immediately, then decisively changed course. But what is very strange is that not long after walking, the donkey appeared in front again, and it still made a
ding 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 ding
sound. The person sitting on the donkey's back was none other than Venerable Baichao.
Change the route again. Change the route again.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily.
Why do you have to change the route? An old man in the fusion realm has nothing to be afraid of.
Green Sienna was not happy at this time. She was a cultivator in the true martial realm, so of course she was not willing to take a detour like this. In an instant, Green Farrier cast the original illusion, but her intention was to isolate the old man so that her people could go on their way smoothly. But what is surprising is that the donkey disappeared for less than a minute and then reappeared in front. In other words, the illusion of the Green Fairy has no effect on this donkey alone. Isn't he in the fusion realm? Green Fairy was still unconvinced. In an instant, 6 figures, who looked exactly like her, appeared in the illusion. They also emitted a sheet of flames, and a layer of solid ice gradually spread underground. But something that surprised Green Farrier even more happened. The donkey in front also continued to divide, turning into more than 20 donkeys in a blink of an eye. And the donkey in the middle still had Venerable Baichao sitting on it, seemed to be completely unaware, and continued to move forward on his own. And Green Fairy's ice and fire attack stopped abruptly when it reached the back of those donkeys' butts, unable to make any progress.
Forget it! I'll do it!
Zhu Xiaobao sighed, then jumped off the carriage, ran forward quickly, and gave the donkey in the middle a hard kick on the butt.
Hey! 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 Master! What do you mean by this? Why are you kicking my donkey for no reason?
Venerable Baichao exclaimed as he seemed to be unstable on the donkey's butt, rocking back and forth.
Pretend! Pretend again! You bastard chess piece! You dared to set up a stall outside to make money at this level. If I hadn't secretly helped you, you would have lost your pants long ago. What else do you want? Old man, are you following me? Let me tell you, I don't care about your troubles. Go find your 9th junior brother.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted loudly with his hands on his waist, and all the transformed donkeys immediately disappeared.
Hey! Brother! Are you finally willing to come forward? Since you have helped my brother once, let's help him again.
Venerable Baichao stopped pretending at this time, but he still did not return to his original appearance, just smiling. It's quite vulgar.
No help. Every time I help you, the consequence is heavy losses. These are the materials you left for me. Please return the originals.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shook his head and said, and put the storage box full of materials. The bag of supplies was also thrown back. Wei Zifeng was trembling in his heart when he saw it. There were many medicinal materials in it that he urgently needed.
No, no, no. Brother, you must help this time. I promise not to steal anything from you again. Also, after the matter is completed, I will get you 2 more life-saving jade tablets.
Venerable Baichao shamelessly said. He pulled Zhu Xiaobao and said. Lu Xian'er and others looked a little dazed. This man's cultivation level was definitely super high. But why did Zhu Xiaobao dare to be so tyrannical?
It's not surprising. I can protect myself now more than enough.
Zhu Xiaobao still hummed with a face down.
Yeah. This time it was your 6th sister who spoke. It was not my personal intention.
Venerable Baichao had no choice but to carry out 6th True Lord. He knew that Zhu Xiaobao still cared about this sister.
Really? Well, since it's 6th sister's business, then I'm obligated. It has nothing to do with you. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you?
Sure enough, when Zhu Xiaobao heard that it was 6th sister's business, I won't insist anymore.
2 Baocheng Dan. It's best to have the pill pattern. I know you have already made the return to God pill. It's stronger than the average high-level alchemist.
Venerable Baichao stood up shamelessly. If you have 3 fingers raised, it better means
3 lines Baocheng Dan. I don't have that ability. I have never refined the Baocheng Dan at all. And the last time I refined the returning pill, I also refined it with brother Xian Daozi.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly shook his head. This is not the case. Modesty. He is really not sure.
It's okay. It's okay. I've already picked up Xian Daozi. You should be relieved this time.
Unexpectedly, Venerable Baichao had already made preparations together. And even Xian Daozi was picked up.
Humph. There is one more condition. You said, as long as you ask. There's nothing you can't do. I want to eat this donkey. It's been a long time since I've eaten donkey intestines. Ouch.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao was kicked away by 2 donkeys. Chapter 1134. Being schemed A. Venerable Baichao stared blankly at Zhu Xiaobao, who was kicked several feet away, and then murmured,
You really dare to think that this is my 9th junior brother's mount? A 7th level mythical beast. Didn't you see it?
Didn't your white lion and giant snake dare to show their faces?
Damn it! You didn't tell me earlier. Brother Donkey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding?
Zhu Xiaobao got up and greeted the little donkey with a smile on his face. He finally figured it out. The little donkey is probably more powerful than a cultivator in the true martial realm. The little donkey shook its head proudly, and then flicked its tail. The illusion in front of her immediately disappeared. Even the green fairy looked a little dull. She didn't expect that a donkey could be so powerful. Not to mention the Venerable Baichao in front of me. At this time, the 2 of them no longer argued, but got on the carriage together. Before getting on the carriage, Venerable Baichao also gave special instructions to Green Fairy, so that the combat power of the figure she transformed could be maximized. This made Green Fairy immediately ecstatic. Unexpectedly, the other party pointed out the shortcomings of her innate skill just by looking at it, and it could be corrected. She suddenly felt like she had an enlightenment. When they got to the carriage, it was a secret conversation between the 2 of them. Jin Huan and Yin Huan were also following behind the carriage, and Wei Zifeng was responsible for inquiring and investigating from a distance.
Tell me, what big thing happened? Why did you mobilize so many people? Even Xian Daozi was invited back. He also knew my whereabouts clearly.
Zhu Xiaobao and Wu Zhenjuan were sitting face to face. At this moment, 5 true lords also returned to their original appearance. But he felt a little worried.
Your 6th sister wants to break through in her cultivation. So she wants a
protection pill.
In fact,
you also know that 6th junior sister has accumulated a lot of experience and has a deep foundation. Without the protection pill, she is 100% sure.
Wu Zhenjuan Lu, he said awkwardly.
Humph. After talking for a long time, the Baocheng Dan is prepared for you. Right?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately understood this reaction. This guy also wanted to break through the cultivation level with him. But he didn't have the accumulation of cultivation level. So solid. So he lacks confidence.
No. No. Of course. It is also for the sake of 6th junior sister. No one is sure that the advancement will be successful. Of course. I am also self-aware. This time I want to force the advancement. So I am not sure. Not even the 4 cities.
Wu Zhenjuan sighed and said that his cultivation talent is definitely one of the best. But he is not as diligent as others. So his cultivation has been improving slowly. And he does not worry. Anyway, it's more than enough that above. Have fun and practice at the same time.
Then why are you so anxious to break through the cultivation level this time? Just to keep up with 6 sisters' progress?
Zhu Xiaobao is also very surprised. 5th True Lord is not so active. There is definitely something big going on this time.
Alas. Not to mention far away, but right in front of me. My 9th junior brother has successfully advanced. So now the 6th junior sister also has to break through in cultivation. And I can't be outdone by the 9th junior brother. Right? Besides, in the long run,
the situation is not optimistic. But you don't have to worry about these things yet. When you reach the true martial realm, you will naturally know. Knowing too much about many things now is not a good thing.
This is what Wu Zhenjuan said. He told the truth. But he didn't want Zhu Xiaobao to know too much about the relatively long-term crisis.
Oh, that's it. Then 5th brother, you should tell me honestly. What kind of cultivation level are you? Why is everyone so afraid of you?
Zhu Xiaobao still asked curiously. Even if he cultivated although the sixth true lord's
Qi watching technique
is not visible, the fifth true lord's cultivation level cannot be seen, which shows that he is much higher than the average true martial realm.
Okay, let me tell you about it. In fact, above the true martial arts realm is the
False Fairyland.
And then there are the
First Fairyland, Middle Fairyland, Great Fairyland, and True Fairyland.
Finally, there is my master's
Fairyland Venus Realm.
Don't even think about going higher. No one can break through. Your sixth sister and I are now the
First Immortal Realm,
and the original second true lord. My second senior sister
is the Middle Immortal Realm.
Now I didn't expect that the ninth junior brother has also advanced to the
Middle Immortal Realm.
You think I can't be in a hurry?
The fifth true lord did not hide anything this time, and talked about these high-end realms. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao was a little discouraged. He didn't expect that there were so many realms beyond the true martial realm. And I have just reached the transcendent realm. And I thought I was something great. But this is just the beginning.
Then if I want to cultivate to the immortal master, it will take me thousands of years?
Zhu Xiaobao lamented. He also wanted to cultivate to the immortal master early, so that he could reverse time and space and return to the great Xia kingdom.
Thousands of years? What a beautiful thought. It took my master a total of 40,000 years to cultivate to the immortal realm. Only then did he control the southwest region of this world. And this world is jointly controlled by 3 immortals.
Wu Zhenjuan was still very proud when he mentioned his master.
Stop talking. You can go out. I have to practice.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands in a depressed tone and no longer wanted to talk.
Hee. Don't be discouraged. I'm not talking nonsense. Brother, it won't take you that long. You will definitely not be able to develop a talent like yours in tens of thousands of years. Really? Fifth brother, you still understand me. I feel the same way. But you have to hurry up. For example, quickly improving your alchemy skills will be very effective in accelerating your future practice. Huh? After talking for a long time. Do you still want to do it for yourself? Get out!
The journey was smooth, and we arrived at the central city of Black Wind Valley in a few days. And Wuzhenjun had even made arrangements for the inn. As soon as he arrived in Black Wind Valley City, the fifth true lord returned to his appearance as Lord Baichao, and no longer stayed with Zhu Xiaobao. Entering the rooms on the second floor, they were really good. They were the best luxury rooms. And the entire second floor was covered. The 5 true lords were generous enough. What was even more unexpected was that, just after washing up, before Zhu Xiaobao could take stock of the materials, there was already a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw it was Xian Daozi, standing at the door with a cheerful face.
Brother, you still have a plan. And you got here so easily.
Zhu Xiaobao was in a good mood immediately, and he pulled Xian Daozi and said affectionately,
Ha. It's not all thanks to you. And you're not bad either. Although there were some twists and turns. This also facilitated the deal with Master Crazy. And I just made an extra pill prescription. I also admire you very much.
Xian Daozi quickly raised his hands and said with a smile. He is paying more and more attention to the relationship with Zhu Xiaobao. This little fat man's future is absolutely unlimited. The two people got together and immediately began to study the recipe for the Baocheng Dan. Although Master Kuang's recipe was very clear, it was not necessarily the most suitable refining method for them. Everyone's alchemy furnace and skills are different. And Xian Daozi and Zhu Xiaobao still want to cooperate. In terms of cultivation, they are indeed incomparable to Master Crazy.
Xiaobao, I'm afraid we're in trouble this time. This Baocheng Dan is really not suitable for us to refine. At least not for me. You can give it a try.
Xian Daozi carefully read Master Qi Kuang's Dan Fang couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Why? Is the Baocheng pill more difficult to refine than the returning pill?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with some confusion. Because these two are third-level elixirs, and should belong to the same level.
That's not true. The difficulty I'm talking about is that many of the materials involved involve the reconciliation of yin and yang. This is the huge advantage of the yin and yang cauldron. And I am a child practitioner. So I refined this.
Baocheng Dan.
I'm afraid it's very inappropriate.
Xian Daozi said a little depressed.
Then what should I do? Is it possible to give up? I promise fifth brother. I can't harm him. And sixth sister?
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little anxious. Despite the fact that he always treated fifth true lord, he doesn't have a good face. But he still cares about this obscure fifth brother in his heart. Ha ha! Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Take your time. Don't you think we came up with countermeasures slowly when we refined them? Returning pill. Qian Daozi was still very calm and composed. And he also treated all the little Bao as an inexplicable trust. He believes that Zhu Xiaobao will succeed. Just when the two were at a loss what to do, Green Fairy knocked on the door and came in, inviting the two of them out for dinner. It turned out that the innkeeper had delivered a sumptuous banquet on time, and in good quality and quantity, in accordance with Wu Xinjuan's request. Although it was not as good as Zhu Xiaobao's craftsmanship, is definitely a top-notch banquet with great color, fragrance, and taste. There are also many dishes that are signature dishes from other major restaurants. And they are also delivered. Just such a banquet. If you don't have 100 or 80 high-grade spiritual stones, you will definitely not be able to get it. As soon as he saw Green Fairy, Qian Daozi's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "When you refined the bone-raising pill, was she the one who helped you control the temperature?" "Yes. Yes. Very good. Ice and fire, two attributes. And still you're dual monks. This is a perfect fit." "What do you mean?" "We are talking about alchemy, not dual cultivation. Now I can skillfully use the ultimate cold pill. There is no need for her to get involved." Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise, although he did not doubt Qian Daozi's motive. But such a straightforward statement still made Luciana feel embarrassed, and she glared at Qian Daozi angrily. "Oh, please forgive me for being rude, but the refining of the Baocheng Dan this time does have a lot to do with her. Come on, let's eat first, and then we go out and see what's going on in this year's auction. Something." Qian Daozi came to his senses, apologized politely, and then changed the subject. Many things can only be explained clearly with Zhu Xiaobao alone. Chapter 1135, Being Schemed B. The dinner lasted for nearly 2 hours. During the banquet, Qian Daozi and Zhu Xiaobao were basically discussing the art of refining ammunition and some fantastic ideas. The two of them were very involved in their conversation, while Green Fairy was quite bored. Jin Huan, on the other hand, ate her food without any scruples and didn't feel bored at all. Anyway, they were easily satisfied if they had enough to eat. After dinner, Qian Daozi still had no intention of leaving. He was still chatting animatedly with Zhu Xiaobao. There is no way these two are people who like to study and research. According to current terms, they are two workaholics in the development of elixirs. In the end, Green Fairy couldn't hold back her anger and drove Qian Daozi out. This made Qian Daozi understand a little bit that he was practicing boys' skills. But there was some demand for his family. Zuan Daozi had no choice but to cup his hands and return to his room in a slightly embarrassed manner. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao understand what Green Fairy meant. Yes, since the two of them got together, they haven't had a good intimate relationship. This was indeed an oversight on his part. Fortunately, today's opportunity is also very rare, because Jin Huan and Yin Huan are both a little drunk and have no idea how to deal with them at all, which makes the two of them more relaxed and unscrupulous. Especially Green Fairy. She actually acted very proactively. Even Zhu Xiaobao was a little unable to resist. The gap in cultivation level also has a great influence on this kind of thing. At the end of the night, Zhu Xiaobao was the first to beg for mercy. This Green Fairy looked charming, but in fact she was very powerful in combat, and she was actually much more ferocious than before. This is forcing myself to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. On the second day, Zhu Xiaobao was called out by Qian Daozi, who was a little tired, and the two of them walked on the street wearing masks. The main thing was to go to various medicine stores to purchase some useful medicines and materials. They still wanted to do the same as before, starting from blending simple medicines and clarifying the steps of refining the Baocheng Dan, step by step. Otherwise, just use the prepared materials. It would be such a waste if it fails. This is also one of the most affordable ways. The two of them would not be recognized by anyone if they wore masks. After all, Qian Daozi was famous, and many people came to him to make elixirs. I still don't want to be disturbed at this time. It is relatively convenient to purchase some low-end materials and medicinal materials, and the cost is not much. And the streets are full of people coming and going, which is quite lively. However, after Qian Daozi's reminder, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly discovered that the casual cultivators who came to Blackwind Valley this year seemed to have much fewer fusion realm cultivations. Those at the true martial realm rarely showed up, so they couldn't tell. But the number of people in the fusion realm has dropped by almost half. What's the reason for this? In the past, all transactions were based on the fusion realm. The real true martial artist will appear in the most eye-catching auction.
Hey! Now I have to ask your fifth brother. I don't know if I should tell you in detail about many things, because your current cultivation level is too low. It's better not to know. In fact, many people we have gone to the neutral zone,
Xiandaozi said with a smile.
Humph. Cultivation. Cultivation. Cultivation again. Can you talk about anything else besides cultivation? I've already cultivated fast enough. What else do you want? You have to exhaust me to death.
Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed a little distressed. To be honest, ever since he learned about 5 true lords and their cultivation, Zhu Xiaobao was still very shocked. I am only in the extraordinary realm, and I am 1,000,000 miles away from them.
Okay, I was just going to talk to you about alchemy. I've been thinking about it all night. Look at the ingredients of this.
Baocheng Dan.
In fact, there are a lot of medicinal materials and materials that combine yin and yang. In other words, it is very difficult to refine it. And we don't have an alchemy furnace like the yin-yang cauldron.
Unexpectedly, Xiandaozi was right in his heart, and he wanted to talk about these things about alchemy. The old man is even more persistent than Zhu Xiaobao. He didn't sleep all night last night, thinking about the Baocheng pill. Zhu Xiaobao held his waist. His head was a little swollen. He was tortured so much by Green Fairy last night, and now he was nagged endlessly by Xiandaozi. He felt that he was going crazy. Can you please let me be quiet for a while? Unexpectedly, 2 people ran towards him at this time. It was Su Zhu and Xiao Yao. They recognized Zhu Xiaobao from a distance. With his size, they could recognize him at a glance even if he was wearing a mask.
Yeah. You guys talk first. I'll come back to you later,
Xiandaozi said knowingly and cupping his hands, because Zhu Xiaobao had no intention of discussing the steps of alchemy with him. Seeing Su Zhu and Xiao Yao again, Zhu Xiaobao's mood immediately improved. After asking again, the red-haired girl and the others were also here. But today they were attending a small auction because the red-haired girl wanted to take a photo for Kongwen. Weapons. Kongwen's cultivation level is also in the realm of gods. But they have never had a decent weapon. So they have been attending these small auctions for 2 days in a row. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that Xiaoyao's cultivation was already at the level of the god transformation realm, which meant that it was possible to advance to the fusion realm at any time. This made Zhu Xiaobao very surprised inside, because Xiao Yao was the most desperate among all the people, and he was missing an arm for this reason. If she could be promoted to the fusion realm, her arms could grow back, because reaching the combined state is equivalent to reshaping the body. In the same way, if he also cultivates to the fusion realm, then his problem of passing on the family lineage will be easily solved.
I don't dare to break through rashly. Once I fail, it will take a long time to recover. Maybe I will need an elixir like the returning pill. So I want to wait a little longer, accumulate more deeply, and then break through in cultivation. Unless I have a
Baocheng Dan. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yao said a little entangled, but her eyes looked at Zhu Xiaobao lovingly. She also wanted to return to normal. After all, she was missing an arm. Only she herself knows the hardships best.
Baocheng Dan, I have it. You can rest assured that you can break through the cultivation level. Even if you fail, I still have a Guizhen Dan here,
Zhu Xiaobao said loudly and very excitedly. Fortunately at this time there wasn't anyone around him. Otherwise it wouldn't have made people's jaws drop. But he brought out 2 elixirs in just 1 sentence.
What? You have? Are you joking?
Sure enough, Xiao Yao was so shocked that he was almost speechless. It is possible that he has the
Guizhen Dan,
but the
Baocheng Dan
is Master Crazy's unique elixir, and it is said to be very difficult to refine.
I mean I have the prescription for the Baocheng Dan. As for the Baocheng Dan, I don't have it yet.
Zhu Xiaobao also scratched his head in embarrassment and said,
Oh, can it be the same? Forget it. I can't blame you. That kind of elixir is said to be very rare.
Xiao Yao sighed with a hint of disappointment. Afterwards, the 3 of them went to major auction houses to look at the dates of the most important auction conferences, as well as the important auction items. The most eye-catching thing this time was a few weapons, and the most eye-catching one was a 2nd-grade heaven-level weapon. It is said that many Zhenwu realm practitioners came here for this long sword. The 2nd-grade heavenly weapon is no less attractive than the Gongnong Cauldron from last year. After all, the Gongnong Cauldron is only suitable for alchemists. But Zhu Xiaobao is indeed a little disappointed. He doesn't need a second-grade heaven-level long sword. Besides, with the little money he has, it is still impossible to take a picture of this magic weapon. The most I can do is go there and watch the excitement. Back at the inn, needless to say, Su Zhu and Xiaoyao also moved here immediately. Anyway, the entire second floor belongs to them, so it is safer here. At the same time, Xiaoyao also went out, preparing to find the red-haired woman and others. This time Zhu Xiaobao took the initiative to ask Xiao Xian Daozi. Didn't Xiaoyao also have this need? So Zhu Xiaobao showed an enthusiastic attitude again, and very proactive. In a secret room on the third floor, Xian Daozi and Zhu Xiaobao were integrating the most basic materials and medicinal materials. Unexpectedly, the success rate was not high, and accordingly Zhu Xiaobao's success rate was higher.
Alas! Sure enough, these materials and medicinal materials are mutually reinforcing. Yin and yang complement each other, and are not controlled solely by temperature. This elixir is indeed not suitable for me to refine.
Xian Daozi sighed and said,
Why? Does this alchemy have to be divided into monks and nuns? Isn't this too strange?
Zhu Xiaobao was even more surprised. He didn't expect that the elixir invented by Master Crazy was so weird. And his alchemy furnace was also very strange. Different from everyone else.
Stop now! We are distinguishing medicinal materials and materials based on the attributes of yin and yang. Also, you'd better learn about the experience of the Crazy Master. I have had very little contact with him before, so I heard that he should be regarded as an evil cultivator. It is only because he has been recognized by everyone in alchemy that he is classified as a weirdo.
Xian Daozi thought for a while, and then said, he was not convinced before, but now he is a little convinced. In the central area of Black Wind Valley, there is such a secluded and independent courtyard. It is quiet in the bustle. No one passes by and no one disturbs it. No one dared to pry, because everyone who was even remotely curious about this place has disappeared.
What? You want to force a breakthrough in cultivation? Are you crazy? You have to know how long it will take you to get back to your original state once you fail.
6 true lords were sitting cross-legged and scolding him rudely. Even though Wu Zhenjuan is a senior fellow apprentice, her cultivation level has surpassed that of Wu Zhenjuan. You really have the right to reprimand him.
Yeah, I know. But as long as I have the
Baochang Dan,
I have a 50% chance of succeeding in the advancement,
Wu Zhenjuan said with a bitter face. He didn't want to break through the cultivation level in such a hurry. But the situation is compelling. Once the 6th junior sister succeeds in breaking through, the gap between the two will be too big. This is not the key. The key is that the current situation is a bit serious. The southwest region controlled by Qing Immortal is full of dangers. At this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Does Venerable Baichao live here? Yes. Yes. It's coming. It's coming.
In a blink of an eye, 5 true lords turned into Lord Baichao and ran out happily. Chapter 1136, Being Schemed C. Venerable Baichao opened the door and saw that it was indeed Zhu Xiaobao. It turned out that he had left Zhu Xiaobao's address a long time ago, asking him to come to him if he had any difficulties. Now seeing that Zhu Xiaobao came alone, he has restored his original appearance. After all, the transformation into Lord Baichao is not as casual, relaxed and unrestrained as his original appearance.
Uh-huh. Brother, I knew you would come to me. How about it? I have already practiced the
Baochang Dan, Wu Zhenjuan asked knowingly, with an enthusiastic smile on his face.
What a beautiful thought. It's only been a few days, and I haven't even touched the threshold of the Baochang Dan. Are you alone?
As soon as Zhu Xiaobao came in, he looked around, and he faintly felt that there was another his spiritual consciousness was aiming at him. But the other party's spiritual consciousness was stronger than his, so he couldn't be sure.
Of course. Can my identity be known to others?
5th True Lord said casually. He was sure that Zhu Xiaobao would not be aware of 6th True Lord's existence. But the 6th True Lord hidden in the secret room was secretly surprised. He just scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, but was immediately noticed by Zhu Xiaobao. This little guy's spiritual consciousness is so powerful that it's a bit scary. He should have already the strength of spiritual consciousness of a cultivator in the fake fairyland has been reached.
Do you know why I came to you? Is there something you are hiding from me?
Zhu Xiaobao no longer wondered whether there was another person. Anyway, the 5 true lords here are already invincible. Exists. Get to the topic right away.
Ha ha! Are you asking about Master Crazy's past and experience?
Five True Lords seemed to have been prepared, and said with a somewhat sarcastic smile, "This is also the reason why he didn't go to the Crazy Master. It would be fine if he didn't kill the evil cultivator. It would be a bit unreasonable to go to the evil cultivator for help."
He should be considered an evil cultivator. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao asked straight to the point.
It should be considered so. But there is no factual basis for him to do evil. So we did not take action against him. And his performance over the years has been quite satisfactory.
Wu Xinjuan said a little reluctantly. In fact, they are the guardians of the Southwest region. It is our responsibility to eradicate evil cultivators. But the Crazy Master has also helped many people advance successfully. So he has some influence. They don't want to make people angry. Therefore, it is acquiesced that he is both good and evil.
Yeah. I don't care if he is an evil cultivator or not. But I want to know his alchemy method. Or his cultivation method. I'm having trouble refining the
Baocheng Dan.
Now! And I have no clue at all. A little chance of winning.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, saying that he only wanted to know the alchemy method of Master Crazy. He doesn't have the consciousness to eradicate evil cultivators yet.
Come on! Come on! It's a secret. Let's find a place to talk slowly.
Fifth True Lord looked around a little guiltily, and then quickly pulled Zhu Xiaobao into another secret room. He didn't want Sixth True Lord to hear it arrive. And even though he was sitting in the secret room, Wu Xinjuan was still cautious and kept his voice extremely low.
You are right. Master Crazy's cultivation method is, to put it bluntly, it is a one-way tonic method. And his method of alchemy is also he used female cultivators. Which means that the materials need to be completely integrated using the art of yin and yang reconciliation. So it is rumored that several female cultivators would disappear when he was refining the Baocheng Dan. Oh? It's been refined. Isn't this too scary?
Zhu Xiaobao's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that he has to rely on the Green Fairy to refine the Baocheng Dan? If so, he would rather give up.
No. It's because those female cultivators didn't have enough cultivation that they would run out of yuan yin and die in the end. It's not that they were refining.
Five True Lords waved their hands quickly and said,
Be specific. I don't want any harm to come to my people.
Zhu Xiaobao said very vigilantly.
That's it. Come here, and I'll tell you in detail.
Wu Xinjuan came to Zhu Xiaobao's ear very obscenely, and whispered for a long time. This was a comparison of Master Crazy's method. Got it.
Damn it! Have you seen it? Then why don't you kill him?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in surprise. Wu Xinjuan quickly covered his mouth.
I can only understand and speculate. I have never seen the specific alchemy process with my own eyes. You can't keep your voice down. Well, I can go back and give it a try. But I declare that once I find that it has harmed my people in the slightest, I will give up on this matter.
Zhu Xiaobao left very confused and depressed. He frowned, wondering whether Green Fairy would agree to help him refine the Baocheng pill. Although Green Fairy was more obedient, this method of making pills was too weird and not easy to accept. When Zhu Xiaobao left, the Sixth True Lord couldn't wait to jump out and grab the Fifth True Lord's ears.
Okay, you really understand it very well. You actually allowed this kind of evil practice to develop.
Now, have you become an alchemy master? Yo. Junior sister. Let go. I really don't know. It's all hearsay. And the female cultivators used by the Crazy Master to practice are also greedy and evil people. So it's not a big mistake.
Wu Xinjuan grinned. He yelled, There is no way. Since he deceived the Sixth True Lord, he has been in a position of being bullied, with no room for resistance at all. Of course, he didn't want to resist. This is also a kind of happiness.
Well, this younger brother of mine has his own opinion, and will not forget his own good.
Only then did the Sixth True Lord let go of the Fifth True Lord, and nodded in praise.
Of course, the two most successful things in my life are, first, getting you, the sixth junior sister. Second, finding my brother. Don't worry. I think he will definitely succeed.
Wasn't Jun? He smiled arrogantly again. Of course, he delivered the flattery in a timely manner.
Humph. Even if you can talk? But I am looking forward to this little guy more and more. His consciousness is so powerful. He was able to sense me just now. I guess if the Green Fairy can actively cooperate with him, it's still there is hope.
Lu Xinjuan felt much more comfortable after hearing this.
But he was still full of expectations for Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, she also hopes that her fifth senior brother can break through the cultivation realm with her.
What? Are you going to make alchemy in the dormitory? And while you are practicing dual cultivation? Have you read something obscene? Or have you been taught bad things by someone? No. Get out of here.
Sure enough, and Zhu Xiaobao just put forward a constructive suggestion. But he was strongly opposed by Green Fairy.
No. 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 It's not what you think. It's about using the last moment of dual cultivation to induce, but not release, and then activate these medicinal liquids through thoughts, consciousness, desires, etc. I have thought about it over and over again. I think we only have its good. There's no harm. It's just that the scene is a bit embarrassing.
Zhu Xiaobao stammered. This was a conclusion he came to after thinking about it for a long time after he came back. But it's unclear whether it has any specific effect.
Humph. No matter how great the benefits are. I don't care. It's not that we need this process pill anyway. Is it necessary to be so extreme?
Green Fairy said firmly.
But not only the fifth brother and the sixth sister need it. Xiaoyao also needs it now. Otherwise Xiaoyao wouldn't dare to try to break through the cultivation level easily. If she can't break through to the fusion state, her arms will not be able to regenerate.
Zhu Xiaobao was very confused. Said. But Lu Xiener still firmly disagreed. She believed that Zhu Xiaobao made up all kinds of reasons because he was obsessed with alchemy. So he slammed the door angrily and left. Unexpectedly, just when Zhu Xiaobao was looking sad, Jin Huan took the initiative to ask for help, patted her chest and said,
"We can do it. We are not afraid of any embarrassment. We are willing to help you make elixirs." "You? No. No. You can't make alchemy. Besides, you don't have the fire attribute. Isn't this nonsense?"
Although Zhu Xiaobao was very moved when he heard this, he still shook his head and said, "But for these two fat girls' performance was still very gratifying."
"Although it's not possible. We don't need to control the alchemy furnace anyway. We just need to follow the steps you told us. Many alchemists don't have fire attributes, so they can make alchemy as long as they have an alchemy furnace."
Jin Huan still said persistently,
Well, let's try it with the lowest in herbs and ingredients first. If anything goes wrong, I can stop it immediately."
Zhu Xiaobao thought about it, and thought it was right. What these two fat girls said made sense. And the advantage of using these two fat girls for experiments is that they can let go. Don't care about their image at all. And can absolutely follow orders. Green Farrier came out of Shuyu's place, feeling very tangled in her heart. She didn't expect that what Zhu Xiaobao said was true. And Xiaoyao was about to advance. But from her point of view, it seemed a bit urgent. And it would be better to accumulate more. A period of time. But when she saw Shuyu's arm in this life, Lu Xiener felt heartbroken. Xiaoyao had to go through hardships and dangers on the road of cultivation to achieve what he has achieved today. Do we really need to cooperate with this guy? Green Farrier was thinking as she walked. Unexpectedly, when she reached the bedroom, the door was locked. Zhu Xiaobao's voice actually came out from inside.
"Control your thoughts and don't think about other things. Just imagine that the ball of medicinal liquid is yourself. And the ball here is me. Let the two merge and merge. Slowly the earth merges into 1 inch."
Green Fairy quietly cast the illusion, and then gently tapped her finger, and the inside of the door lock was burned to ashes. Then he entered the room without anyone noticing, and his face turned red immediately. This scene is really a bit unbearable. The three of them are naked, only wearing a thin veil, but the expressions of the three of them are indeed very serious. Although Jin Huan and Yin Huan do not have that strong sense of consciousness, they will do their best. Help these little treasures. At this time, the three of them were sweating profusely. But judging from Zhu Xiaobao's expressions, they were a bit surprised and excited. Is it really possible to make elixirs in this way?
"Oh, didn't I tell you? Rely on spiritual sense to sense, and then use force to fuse. Why did you use force first? Forget it. Forget it. That's it for today. Let me think about it again."
Unexpectedly, Jin Huan made a mistake in the end, and the fusion of the liquid ended in failure. This made Zhu Xiaobao extremely frustrated. Chapter 1137 Seeking Advantages and Avoiding Disadvantages. On a small island thousands of miles away from the Black Wind Valley. This is the territory of the Hahuan sect. This is a notorious sect. But this is their territory. And it is in the middle of the area governed by the two immortals. Therefore, it belongs to the realm of Sanguan. And the Hahuan sect has a large number of disciples. And there are also several hidden old monsters in the sect. So this place has become the paradise of the Hahuan sect. The cave of Master Crazy is on this small island. His cave is extravagant and extravagant. It is not like an ordinary alchemy master who has hundreds of female disciples waiting around him, because he was originally a disciple of the Hahuan sect. But it happened by chance. Coupled with his extraordinary talent, he embarked on the road of alchemy. Unexpectedly, he made great achievements and became a great master. Now Master Kwang Kwang has just finished refining a pot of Bao Chung Dan, which he prepared for himself, because now that he has the recipe for Guasian Dan, as long as he refines Guasian Dan in the near future, he still wants to attack the false Wonderland.
Ha ha! Congratulations to junior brother Yin. You can finally attack the
fake Wonderland.
Again, senior sister, I would like to congratulate you in advance.
The head of the Hahuan sect is actually a woman. She is famous in the world of cultivation. Her name is Yin. Charming. Although she looks mature and charming, like an enchanting young woman, she has been practicing for thousands of years, and she has always maintained an ambiguous relationship with the crazy master. The reason is that although it is easy for them to practice in the Hahuan sect, the failure rate of advanced steps is higher. So she has always relied on Master Crazy's
Bao Chung Dan.
And Master Crazy also needs the Hahuan sect to provide him with female cultivators for cultivation, as well as female cultivators for alchemy. At this time, in the alchemy room, under the yin-yang cauldron, two naked men and women were getting up feebly. It was because they had absorbed Yuan Yin and Yuan Yang that the crazy master made the Bao Chung Dan. And this after this time of alchemy? The two of them were almost useless. Although Master Crazy promised them that it would only take 10 years for them to recover as before, and their cultivation level would be one level closer. In fact, it was just a beautiful bubble. When the alchemy was completed, these two people would be gone forever. As disappeared.
It's not too early to be happy. Although I have the recipe for the
Return to Truth pill.
Refining this pill is not that simple. When the time comes, I will have to ask several alchemy masters to help me refine it together. I didn't expect that. 3 pill furnaces are needed to refine the
returning pill.
This little fat guy is really a genius.
The crazy master's name is Yin Yang, and he was also Yin Mei's younger brother when he was at the Hahuan sect. The friendship between the two can be described as it's quite profound.
No matter how clever he is, he never thought that the Bao Chung Dan could not be refined by committing suicide. This time he has destroyed his future.
Yin Mei still smiled charmingly. And at the same time, he took off his clothes and surrounded the crazy master like an octopus. Every time he refined the
Bao Chung Dan,
Yin Yang needs to vent his remaining desires. So every Yin Mei performance is very positive. Her future cultivation and advancement will still be inseparable from Master Crazy's
Bao Chung Dan.
And if her advancement fails, she will still have to rely on the
Guasian Dan
she just obtained. So now she is more attentive and proactive towards Master Crazy.
Ha ha ha. As long as he starts refining the
Bao Chung Dan,
he is asking for trouble. With his cultivation level, I am afraid that after refining it twice, it will be almost completely useless. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, I will make this loss with him business.
Master Crazy smiled proudly. And at the same time, he carried Yin Mei to the bed very unceremoniously. This time, he was completely relaxed and enjoying himself. After Zhu Xiaobao came out of the alchemy secret room, he had been communicating carefully with Jin Huan Yin Huan. Although they were some simple and low-level medicinal materials, he had to admit that Zhu Xiaobao could still feel the loss of a few traces of Yuan Yang. And the two fat girls also lost some vitality. This
Bao Chung Dan
cannot be refined. These are just low-level and simple medicinal materials. If they are really replaced with real alchemy materials, wouldn't it mean that the Yang Qi has been drained away? It seems that Green Fairy's judgment is correct. But it is not easy to make Zhu Xiaobao give up completely. The more difficult this thing is, the more difficult it is to study and challenge. Coupled with the fact that there is also Xian Daozi who is equally obsessed. The two people get together to communicate again.
It should not be like this. Master Crazy has already refined 11
Bao Chung Dan,
and his cultivation is still improving by leaps and bounds. Is there another way? For example, do the opposite.
Xian Daozi asked in confusion, because he practiced boy kung fu. So it was difficult for him to understand this kind of thing. In other words, I have little experience, and at best it's just hearsay.
Do you want to do the opposite? Forget it. Since you are practicing boy's skill, I won't attack you. Instead, let me absorb Yuan Ang. That's a bunch of medicinal materials. Dead things. Can I absorb them?
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes at Xian Daozi, shook his head and hummed. There is really no way to communicate with this old virgin.
I don't understand. But is there any way to replenish Yuanong? Or is it medicine? Or some other supplements?
Xian Daozi shook his head, but he was still very persistent in giving Zhu Xiaobao some advice.
So what if there is?
Zhu Xiaobao's heart moved, and he suddenly seemed to have some direction, but it was not very clear yet.
Then there is a way. The amount of supplements you take far exceeds the amount you lose. Then it's over. You only need to use the extra to make elixirs. Doesn't that mean it can only be beneficial and harmless?
Zuanozi still asked tentatively. He had no personal experience in this aspect at all.
Wait. Let me think about it. That's right. As long as I can make the elixir without any loss, then it will be fine.
Zhu Xiaobao slapped his forehead, and he immediately thought of his storage another treasure in the bag, concentrated nectar and concentrated royal jelly. That thing is not only a big step. It can definitely stimulate strong desire. Refining, Baocheng Dan, requires exactly that kind of extremely impulsive atmosphere. Zhu Xiaobao left Xian Daozi standing there, and hurried back to the secret room. This time, he and Jin Huan took concentrated nectar and concentrated royal jelly before entering the secret room and starting again. Experiment with those simple and low-level medicinal materials. But what makes Zhu Xiaobao depressed is that the success rate of his attempts is still not high. Because Jin Huan is not a suitable candidate. Although he is loyal, his techniques are simple and crude. And some very subtle and gentle operations are easy to do. A mistake occurred. On the contrary, the desire of these two fat girls is soaring. After each session, they have to vent fully to vent the accumulated fire in their bodies. The only thing that made Zhu Xiaobao happy when he arrived was that the Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin of the three people were no longer damaged. On the contrary, they were slightly improved. The shortcoming is that Zhu Xiaobao has been overdoing dual cultivation these days. And it's a bit too much for Zhu Xiaobao. After a 2-day pause, Zhu Xiaobao went outside for a walk. He still had a mission, which was to find Sun Yu and return his sister. It is simply a trouble to have him around like this, and his cultivation level is not high. But to Zhu Xiaobao's surprise, Sun Yu didn't seem to come to Black Wind Valley this time. And old Monster Yin didn't come either this time, which was a bit strange. Recalling what Sun Daozi said earlier, it seems that some big events are slowly happening. Many people in the fusion realm, and even the divine transformation realm have gone to the neutral zone. What makes Zhu Xiaobao even more uneasy is that high-end products such as soap and toilet paper are suddenly out of stock. Could it be that there is something wrong in Lingquan Town? Otherwise, the sales would never have been so complete. All the stores are out of stock. What is still being sold now is the remaining inventory from the past. The price has been soaring, and it has been several times higher than before. This makes Zhu Xiaobao very worried. But now, he can only step up his efforts to refine the Baocheng Dan. If he leaves now, if the fifth brother and the sixth sister fail to advance, won't he have to feel guilty for the rest of his life? Although he usually laughs and scolds fifth brother, he really treats him as his own brother. Isn't it because of his plan that he can ascend to this world? But calculations are all calculations, and Zhu Xiaobao still has to help him. Returning to the alchemy secret room. This time, he took out a small bottle of concentrated nectar, and another small bottle of concentrated royal jelly. He was hesitant. Jin Huan was looking forward to it, and looked at him eagerly. Both of them were I like this kind of alchemy process very much. It is not only beneficial and harmless, but also very exciting at the same time.
I'll do it. They too can't do it.
Unexpectedly, the green fairy arrived at this time. He looked at Zhu Xiaobao, and then waved his hand to Jin Huan. Although no one bought Jin Huan, he was very respectful to Green Fairy, who had advanced to the true martial realm. The strong were respected. Well, and they originally thought that Green Fairy's status was higher than theirs.
Really?
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately overjoyed, and then asked doubtfully again.
Have you figured it out? Aren't you afraid that Yuan Yin will be damaged? Humph. Haven't you already solved it? Looking at how beautiful the golden and silver rings are these days. I wish I could accompany you to make elixirs every day.
Green Fairy hummed in annoyance. She also didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao actually still had this ability can seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and perfectly solve seemingly unsolvable problems. So the shock in her heart was indescribable. Zhu Xiaobao can only be described as resourceful and talented. Once Green Fairy participated, everything went smoothly. In fact, Green Fairy's talent is also very strong. She is even very suitable to be an alchemist. Not only is she very strong when single, she also has 2 types of ice and fire attribute, but her ambition is not here, but under subtle influence. Her alchemy skills have also made great progress. It is much stronger than the gold ring and silver ring.
Great! Completely integrated. Perfect!
Zhu Xiaobao also didn't expect that this time it would go so smoothly. He couldn't help but hug Green Fairy and cheered loudly. Then he felt desire gushing out. And he finished too quickly. Not half of the medicine they absorbed has been consumed yet. This one is going to kill you. Before Zhu Xiaobao was ready, he saw that Green Fairy had already entangled him with blurred eyes. Unable to break free.
Oh my god! Refining elixirs is so painful!
Chapter 1138 Baocheng Dan. After solving the most critical problem, the next step becomes easy. Just distinguish between all the medicinal herbs and materials that contain yin and yang attributes. And then you can proceed to the next step. This aspect is not difficult for Zhu Xiaobao, because Xian Daozi is very good at distinguishing these medicinal materials and materials. In fact, the principle of Baocheng Dan is to balance yin and yang in the process of advancement, thus increasing the success rate of advancement. However, Baocheng Dan only increases the success rate of advancement, but does not guarantee advancement 100%. According to Xuan Daozi's estimation, the success rate has increased by 20%. The
second pattern Baocheng Dan,
refined by the crazy master last time, can provide a 30% success rate. After several experiments with high-end medicinal materials, they were still able to be integrated, which means that the formal refining of the Baocheng Dan can begin. It's just that Xian Daozi really wanted to watch from the side, but he was ruthlessly rejected by Zhu Xiaobao. The step of merging the medicinal materials was so fragrant. How could it be revealed? So Xian Daozi had no choice but to hand over a piece of material around him to Zhu Xiaobao in great disappointment. I bet he also has a high-quality material. Now Zhu Xiaobao has a total of 4 materials for refining the Baocheng Dan in his hands, and they are all of very high grade. In order to ensure safety, when refining the Baocheng Dan this time, Zhu Xiaobao called fifth brother over and asked him to protect him so as not to be disturbed by any accidents. He also repeatedly warned,
"You are not allowed to eavesdrop on me while I am refining the elixir,
let alone spy on me. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences." I know. I promise, brother, that I won't do those obscene and shameless things,"
Lord Wuzhen said happily, patting his chest and vowing.
"Oh, why am I so worried? It would be best if Sixth Sister comes too."
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while before sighing.
"Don't worry. I'm already here. If he dares to eavesdrop and peek, I promise to break his legs."
Unexpectedly, the voice of Sixth True Lord came immediately, but no one noticed it. "South hiding place. I couldn't help but be horrified. This cultivation level is really unpredictable."
Hee hee. I'm relieved now.
Zhu Xiaobao finally smiled with relief. He had actually sensed a trace of Sixth True Lord's aura. That's why he said this. Entering the alchemy secret room. This time I was completely familiar with the process. Even Zhiyong could calculate the dosage of concentrated nectar and royal jelly very clearly, so that it would not end badly if the passion was too strong. In fact, the most critical step is to integrate these medicinal materials with yin and yang properties. After truly using these high-end medicinal materials, I discovered that a very magical scene appeared in the alchemy furnace. 2 medicinal materials with completely opposite properties turned into seeing the shapes of masculine and feminine things. Green Fairy's face suddenly turned red, and she felt a little confused. But Zhu Xiaobao was still very calm. He looked at the scene in front of him with a research and analysis perspective, without any emotion between men and women. So I can be very calm and watch the changes carefully. When the materials with yin and yang attributes and medicinal materials were completely integrated and the next steps began, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt enlightened, and the next refining process turned out to be much simpler than ordinary elixirs. Or in other words, except for the difficulty of integrating yin and yang, the other steps, Baocheng Dan, cannot be considered as an elixir at all. So later on, Zhu Xiaobao felt that he was getting more and more comfortable and confident. At this time, Green Fairy also saw the mystery, and looked at Zhu Xiaobao, who was busy in earnest with obsession. This is the most attractive man. In just 3 hours, Zhu Xiaobao had successfully refined the alchemy. As soon as the door of the alchemy room opened, Zhu Xiaobao walked out in high spirits,
holding a Baocheng Dan
in his hand. And what is surprising is that this made Baocheng pill actually has 4 pill inscriptions.
for lines of protection pill.
This is a 3rd level elixir.
Brother, just one.
Wu Xinjuan asked with surprise at first, and then some disappointment.
Yes. The Baocheng pill is different from other pills. Each furnace can only contain 2 pills at most. But in order to ensure the quality, I can only make 1 pill.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. If he wanted to make 2 pills, then there may be no pill lines.
Then you have to work hard. Brother,
5th True Lord said in a tangled tone. He really wanted to advance together with 6th True Lord. Now there is only one.
Baocheng Dan.
So don't we still have to work hard for all the little treasures?
Yeah. No problem. 6th sister. I'll give you this protection pill.
Zhu Xiaobao raised his hand casually,
and the 4-line success pill
blew in one direction and reached a certain distance. Suddenly disappeared.
Yes. Thank you.
A faint voice came from the crowd's exclamation. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao had been able to determine the approximate location of the 6 True Lords. And he had revealed his skills in front of everyone.
Sorry. This stamina is quite strong. Everyone. I'm sorry, but I'll excuse you for a moment. You should go back first. If you have anything to do, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly blushed and took Lucien back to the secret room. Dare to love the remaining medicinal power of the two of them began to take effect again. So Zhu Xiaobao had no time to go to the dormitory. So he had to hide in the alchemy secret room again and do some private work. I rested for a day the next day, and then started refining alchemy again on the 3rd day. This time, the 5 True Lords consciously stayed outside the secret room. Of course, he did not dare to have any other ideas. Now he was refining the Baocheng pill for him. It's just that this time Zhu Xiaobao and Lucien learned the lesson. After the alchemy was finished,
they were not in a hurry to come out. Instead, they vented all the remaining energy inside and walked out of the alchemy room calmly. This time it was even more surprising. What was refined was a
5 marks protection pill,
which made Xian Daozi a little crazy. It was a 3rd level elixir, and Zhu Xiaobao just used it so casually. He has refined the elixir pattern. But the key is that he still cannot refine this elixir. This is simply the greatest pain in life. On the next day, Zhu Xiaobao and Lucien held hands and came to the small courtyard together. They originally wanted to come to see 5th brother and 6th sister, so that 5th True Lord and 6th True Lord could remember Green Farrier. A favor. But I didn't expect that the person sitting at the door was Jiao Xinjuan. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. However, when the two of them reached a certain distance, they could no longer get closer. Moreover, the 9 True Lords also secretly told Zhu Xiaobao to leave, because the 5 True Lords and the 6th True Lord had already begun to break through in seclusion. He is here to help protect the Dharma. If he can secretly spread rumors to Zhu Xiaobao, he already thinks highly of Zhu Xiaobao. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been isolated 1,000 steps away. A few days later, Zhu Xiaobao refined the remaining 2 ingredients into the Baocheng Dan, and one of them still had 5.5 elixir patterns, which meant that he refined it. The best quality one. Zhu Xiaobao gave it to Xiaoyao without thinking. He wanted Xiaoyao to successfully advance to Chengdu. On the 7th day, at noon, the sky suddenly became dark, followed by a violent storm. Thunder and lightning, and streaks of lightning appeared in the sky, striking at the small courtyard where the 5th True Lord and the 6th True Lord were retreating. The entire Black Wind Valley was in panic. All the shops were closed, and the casual cultivators also stopped what they were doing and watched. Someone is going through a tribulation, and it is still the first fairyland with extremely high cultivation level. Zhu Xiaobao led the crowd to watch intently, and he was horrified to see it. Although he had seen it several times in the past, and even experienced a tribulation, it was completely incomparable to this time. This time, it was just a lightning strike, and neither he nor anyone around him could catch it. It was too powerful. In the midair in the distance, the phantoms of the 5th True Lord and the 6th True Lord have appeared, enlarged countless times. However, their appearance is not very clear, but a very blurry shadow. However, the 2 shadows can carry it down together. All lightning attacks.
It's too scary. I really hope that when I go through the tribulation, you can bear it with me.
Green Fairy held my little treasure's hand tightly, and said with lingering fear. There was still a hint of fear when she spoke. Trembling, This is the first time she has seen this kind of power to overcome tribulation.
Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you.
Zhu Xiaobao also held Green Farrier's hand tightly, and said firmly. Xian Daozi looked at the shadow in midair, nodded and said,
It seems that the 5th True Lord and the 6th True Lord have advanced. As for whether they can withstand these thunder and lightning, it depends on their determination.
After a night of lightning and thunder, all 36 thunder tribulations were carried by the 5th True Lord and the 6th True Lord. The two phantoms in the middle were almost dissipated. Fortunately, the two people were determined and mutually exclusive. Support finally persisted until the end. This makes Zhu Xiaobao sincerely happy for them. Next, Zhu Xiaobao did not hide his secrets, but generously gave the remaining
4 patterns of preservation pill
to Xian Daozi, because Xian Daozi has no chance to refine the Baocheng Dan by himself. Not to mention Xian Daozi, except for Master Crazy and Zhu Xiaobao, no one else would be able to refine the Baocheng Dan, because its refining method is so abnormal that no one would have thought of it. Another day later, Xiaoyao also entered a state of seclusion and breakthrough. So she chose Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy secret room. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to go back to Lingquan town first, but when he thought that it would be a good place for Xiaoyao to break through his cultivation level. After all, there are many masters here, and no one else would disturb him.
Let's go! Let's go to the auction house and have a look. There is a magic weapon up for auction today. I wonder who will get it. Brother, how about I go with you? Sixth sister, are you out of seclusion?
Chapter 1139 Hidden Worries A. Zhu Xiaobao was very happy to see the 6 True Lords again. Regarding the 6 True Lords, Zhu Xiaobao was not so presumptuous. His powerful deterrence still made him a little in awe. This time, the 6 True Lords have reached the
Middle Immortal Realm
cultivation level. But now it seems that they have returned to their original nature. No changes can be seen. The cultivation level she shows is only the fusion realm. This is cultivation, because the higher it is, the less obvious it is. But only Zhu Xiaobao can feel that extraordinary spiritual consciousness. And this time the 6th True Lord's spiritual consciousness can definitely crush him. After all, her cultivation has reached a new level.
How is my 5th brother? Have you successfully advanced?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with great concern. Speaking of those thunder tribulations, the most worrying thing was the 5th True Lord. Could it be that his body had already been destroyed? The attack was completely dissipated, and it was all 6th True Lord who forcibly helped him carry it through.
Humph! He barely managed to survive. He's half dead and has to recuperate for several months. He's lucky. If he hadn't advanced with me, no one would have been able to save him.
Although the 6 True Lords were very sad, my heart ached. But I still hummed in annoyance. This is the result of my usual unwillingness to practice hard.
Congratulations to the 6th True Lord for your breakthrough in cultivation.
At this time, Green Farrier and Jinhuan quickly bowed and saluted, facing the 6th True Lord in the
Middle Fairy Realm.
They could only admire him. Of course, getting to know the 6 True Lords is also an extremely rare opportunity. As long as she gives you a little guidance, you will benefit a lot.
Yeah. I have thanked you for your hard work this time, and I have received your kindness. I will remember it. And you too, since you followed Xiaobao. Your performance has been good.
Lu Xinjuan's face suddenly softened. Many, he said pleasantly to the Green Fairy, and the golden ring and the silver ring. Of course she knew that these 3 women had contributed a lot to making the Baocheng Dan, this time. Even though it was Green Farrier who helped make the refining successfully in the end. The initial attempts were all about Jinhuan taking risks. The two of them didn't hesitate at all. Based on this, 6 True Lords were very impressed.
Appreciate. So is the
protection pill
useful? Does it play a role in ensuring success?
Zhu Xiaobao really wants to know whether this process pill can work.
Well, my accumulation is profound, and it doesn't seem to be of much use. But it still plays a key role for the 5th senior brother.
This Baocheng Dan
can still improve the success rate of advancement to a certain extent. You can use it later asking 5th senior brother carefully. It will also be of great significance to your own breakthrough in cultivation in the future, because you are not much more diligent than him.
6 True Lords thought for a moment and said, judging from the promotion process, she went very smoothly. But Wu Xinjuan was a little reluctant. It was obvious that the Baocheng pill played a key role in making the impact of Wu Xinjuan's body go out of control. Balance is restored.
Hey! I'm busy. aren't I? Anyway, I will rely on these pills to improve my cultivation in the future. It will save time and effort.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. He is indeed not as desperate as Xiaoyao, Su Zhu and others. In cultivation, he advanced in many aspects and made some achievements in all aspects.
Humph. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't just rely on these pills. Real practice is the most fundamental and most solid.
Six true lords couldn't help but hum. But she also knew that Xiaobao is indeed different. His way of advancement is to use his spiritual consciousness to drive his physique, which is completely opposite to others. Then the six true lords transformed into ordinary female cultivators, and went to the largest auction house in Black Wind Valley with Zhu Xiaobao and others. They had already booked a luxurious private room on the second floor early. And even at the door, the waiters were waiting there early. However, there were no clear landmarks in Zhu Xiaobao's auction this time. She just came to watch the excitement and help Wei Zifeng collect some herbs and materials. Because Wei Zifeng's calming pill still lacked more than 10 flavors, medicinal herbs and 7 materials. But since they sat in this private room, Zhu Xiaobao and 6 true lords have been whispering, and Luciener and others did not dare to approach. They could only watch the fierce bidding on the auction table in boredom. Everything they need will be taken by Green Farrier with a sign. Anyway, Zhu Xiaobao has some money now, so he can successfully win the less important auction items at the beginning. However, the conversation between Zhu Xiaobao and 6 true lords never stopped. Zhu Xiaobao's brows were furrowed, as if the situation was not good. It turned out that Wen Qin from Lingquan town actually disappeared, and even the Xiang family members, who had been protecting her, also disappeared. In one fell swoop, hundreds of thousands of people disappeared completely, which led to the collapse of Lingquan town. It's in danger because the 4th prince wants to take over Lingquan town. This is what Zhu Xiaobao is most worried about, because the sudden discontinuation of high-end products indicates that something big must have happened in Lingquan town. Otherwise, Su Yin'er will never stop supplying goods for no reason.
Yeah. Don't worry. I promised you to protect Lingquan town. So before leaving, the 5th senior brother and I each gave Su Yin'er a jade plaque. She should be fine.
This is the 6 truths you have already done your best to be benevolent and righteous. Although she had promised, Zhu Xiaobao's departure time far exceeded the originally agreed time. Not only was he delayed in the mist abyss for a year, but he also went to the Wei family for a year. So it has been more than 3 years. It is impossible for the 6 true lords to stay in a small place like Lingquan town forever.
I understand. Many things are unexpected. I'll rush back right away to take a look. I hope it's nothing serious.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. Although he said it was okay, he was still very worried in his heart. Anxious.
Well, hurry back as soon as possible. Let Xiaoyao break through the cultivation level and let her stay in Black Wind Valley. I won't leave for the time being, and I can ensure that she is not disturbed. But Lingquan town is still too small. It's not advisable to stay for a long time. After you go back, you should do some research and find a safer place. For example, the Sai sect or the Yusho sect. These 2 sects have some friendship with me, and they are also familiar with you. Think about it yourself.
6 true lords also nodded and said,
Yes, 6th sister. I understand. I will consider it carefully.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, At this moment, the most important item in this auction appeared. A 2nd-grade heaven-level longsword named Autumn Water. As soon as this 6th sword appeared, it immediately caused a sensation. And there were actually 2 old men from the fake fairyland who bid for it. Those cultivators in the true martial realm were a little numb when they saw it. In the past, there were very few fake fairyland. The cultivators from Wonderland appeared in Black Wind Valley. What is the situation this year? At this time, even the old monster Haifeng, the owner of the Black Wind Valley, was alarmed. He was also a cultivator of the fake fairyland. Now 2 cultivators of the same level as him came suddenly. Of course, you must be very vigilant. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the 6th true lord and the 5th true lord. So he hurriedly came to see the 6th true lord. Of course, the old monster Black Wind will not be in front of Zhu Xiaobao and others now. He is communicating with the 6 true lords through sound transmission through the air. At their level of cultivation, they are already far ahead of other cultivators. Even if they are not being present in person, can also control the situation in the venue. At a critical moment in the auction, an old man from the fake fairyland was really anxious and even released his own powerful aura to intimidate his opponents, who were frequently bidding. This made the casual cultivators present feel suffocated. And of course more dissatisfied. We still have to pay attention to the rules here. Even though this old man is a fake fairyland. It is only the beginning of a fake fairyland. And he really has no right to act recklessly here. Sure enough, the old man soon paid the price for his recklessness. A more hidden and sharp Gang Chi came quietly and directly hit him hard. Without anyone noticing, the old man swallowed a mouthful of blood that almost spurted out, looked around in horror, and then raised his hand, withdrawing from the bidding. No matter who the opponent is, they can definitely kill him instantly. However, the bidding in the venue did not stop because of this. Instead, it became even more intense because many experienced cultivators realized that the old man in the fake wonderland had been injured secretly. So he had no choice but to withdraw from the bidding. The guys couldn't help but rekindle their confidence. You still have to rely on money to become king here. Sure enough, the person who finally bought the autumn water sword turned out to be a middle-aged scholar in the Jinwu realm. He was wearing a mask and had a calm demeanor. He seemed to be confident. He walked slowly onto the stage and handed over 200 million top-quality spiritual stones. I accepted this second-grade heavenly sword. Zhu Xiaobao and others could only shake their heads and sigh. This is really rich. 200 million top-grade spiritual stones is equivalent to 2 billion high-grade spiritual stones. It is 1/3 higher than the original Gongong Cauldron. But in this card meeting, Zhu Xiaobao has gained a lot. He spent 60 million high-grade spiritual stones and obtained 9 medicinal materials, which are almost the same as the materials needed for the calming pill. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that at this auction, he also saw the red-haired woman and others. They were also bidding for a weapon for the red-haired woman's subordinate Kongwen. It's a 5th grade judge's pen of the earth rank. He originally had a folding fan and paired it with this judge's pen. That would be even more powerful. I just didn't expect that the realm of this judge's pen was also very fierce. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao came forward and won the judge's pen with an absolute advantage of 30 million spirit stones. So now the spirit stones in Zhu Xiaobao's hands are almost used up again. But he is very open-minded. Money is something that is meant to be used. After returning from the auction, the red-haired woman and others also came back. Kongwen was extremely grateful to Zhu Xiaobao. You must know that the spiritual stones they had accumulated in the past 2 years could not be used to by this judge pen. I'm going back to Lingquan Town tomorrow. What are your plans? Chapter 1140 Hidden Worries B. After listening to Zhu Xiaobao's words, everyone fell into a brief silence. Su Zhu was the first to express her position. She was determined to go back together. She had her family and relatives in Lingquan Town, so it was necessary to go back together. The red-haired woman was in a more tangled mood, although she also wanted to provide protection to Zhu Xiaobao again. But now the people around Zhu Xiaobao are even in the true martial realm. She can't help but feel a little depressed. Her cultivation level in the divine transformation realm can no longer play a big role, which makes her feel a little uncomfortable. Don't worry. Even Xiaoyao is making a breakthrough now. Once he breaks through, he will be a being whose cultivation level is higher than his own. We won't go back. We should seize the time to improve our cultivation. We heard that something big has happened recently, and many people in the fusion realm have rushed to the neutral zone. So I want to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. The red-haired woman is quite a bit, he said tangledly. He was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would blame him. And he had just received huge benefits. And now he rejected Zhu Xiaobao. And he felt really uneasy. Sister Hong, don't worry, and do what you have to do. In fact, I don't want you to go back together. Too many people will easily attract other people's ideas. Zhu Xiaobao laughed. He could tell from the red-haired woman's unyielding look that she was determined to be promoted to the fusion realm as soon as possible. And her cultivation has indeed reached the peak of the God transformation realm. This is already quite fast. People who can be recognized by 5 true lords are not mediocre people. Then we won't go back, the red-haired woman said with relief. She also wanted to give all the spirit stones on her body to Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao refused. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao still had a lot of good things in his storage bag, but he didn't dare to take them out, including the storage bag for Hammerling Chai. Some of the weapons in it were of very high quality. But this time, Zhu Xiaobao didn't take Sun Qianji with him, because he already had a premonition that this trip might be dangerous. It's just because his strength has greatly increased that he is not so worried. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao bid farewell to 6 true lords and Xian Daozi, and also asked 6 true lords to take care of Xiaoyao. Of course, there was no problem at all. Then Zhu Xiaobao took Green Farrier and Su Zhu, plus the golden ring and silver ring, and took advantage of the night to leave the Black Wind Valley. After a day and night, we left the southernmost town again. We were completely out of the Black Wind Valley. But what makes Zhu Xiaobao a little strange is that this time when Black Wind Valley was executed, Baizi didn't show up. Could it be that he has also begun to intensify his practice? After leaving the Black Wind Valley, I didn't expect that the journey was smooth, and I didn't encounter any danger. Even the opponents I encountered were very weak. Su Zhu easily dismissed them when he came forward. She is also in the realm of transformation now. But she is still very weak. Not satisfied, her goal is to surpass Xiao Yao. Zhu Xiaobao was thinking about Wenqing along the way. From the beginning, this woman behaved very strangely, as if she stayed in Wushuang City with some purpose. The result now is even more confusing to Zhu Xiaobao. Yes, but for what important matter? Could it be related to that? Shocking Sky Bao. Sir, for the sake of safety, I suggest you change the route from here, starting from Fengyuan City and Deshang Kingdom. Because if you go further, you are likely to encounter those Shinro masters. They will never relax on you. Arrest him. Su Zhu suddenly suggested to Zhu Xiaobao at this time. What? What? It's been almost 3 years, and they are still thinking about me. Zhu Xiaobao felt dizzy when he heard this. It was really disgusting to be entangled with these neither male nor female guys. Moreover, once those brainwashed female cultivators track down Zhu Xiaobao, they will pursue them as if they are possessed by a demon. Ha ha! Who told you that you have something they need very much? Not to mention women. Even those Shinro gentlemen use soap to bathe every day, and toilet paper is their favorite. Ha ha! Su Zhu is also very straightforward, she laughed. To be honest, Su Zhu was more bold and outspoken compared to those Shinro gentlemen, and would never be coy. Humph! What are you afraid of? Do you want me to take action and kill them all? Lu Xianer snorted angrily, thinking that she was traded away by Gong Yemyu, the #1 Shinro master. Therefore, she is very familiar with these young Master Shinro. Apart from the 2 elders Hanyang, this is young Master Shinro. Oh! Forget it. I just don't want to go on a killing spree. Those brainwashed women are simply unreasonable. But killing them all is unbearable. Let's just go around. Zhu Xiaobao sighed. He said. In fact, he was afraid that Green Farrier was too murderous and would cause unnecessary killings. With Zhu Xiaobao, everyone has no objections. Now Zhu Xiaobao is still very intimidating. And even Green Fairy is acting very well behaved. Along the way, Su Zhu and Jin Huan rushed to the front, and they even chased back the black gold bees flying in front of them. They did not need protection, but needed to actively look for opponents. So Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to put away the black golden bee. Only the fire golden bee in the distance did not take it back. Its mission was to find some enemies with advanced cultivation levels and cooperate with Xiaobao. Demons prepare in advance for opponents who can threaten their group. Not to mention, without the investigation of Black Golden Bee, Su Zhu and Jin Huan really encountered some powerful opponents. But they were killed one by one. Su Zhu showed great strength during this period, often with 1 against 2, or killing by leapfrogging. Jin Huan, on the other hand, behaved very horribly, making their opponents often feel desperate that they had found the wrong opponent. Even if they wanted to die, it would not be that easy. These 2 fat girls are practicing with them. They will not let their opponents die easily unless they are unable to fight back. Just when Jin Huan was fighting happily, he suddenly heard a roar from the distance. Don't run! You perverts who are neither men nor women! Stop here! I have to rub you today! You can't make it into dough! What a kind voice! Jin Huan immediately cheered up, and he broke the necks of the 2 casual cultivators in the spirit transformation realm who were still a little resistant, and rushed forward in a hurry. After running a certain distance, I saw a few people sent in a panic in front of me. They were in a state of disarray. Even their clothes were in tatters. The young man who was leading them, who was originally fair and handsome, had now become a mess. His face was full of fear, and there were several fingerprints on his face. He must have been slapped by Big Mouth. At first glance, the fingerprints are bigger than Jin Huan's hand. Immediately, I understood that there must be a heavyweight fat woman chasing them. Hey! Stop! You have arrived at Fengyuan City, and you still want to run away? I never thought that you Shinro gentlemen would not let go of the women in Fengyuan City? You really dare to think about it.
The gold ring and the silver ring were inserted into the waist, standing in the middle of the road. They were like two hills, blocking the way of a group of people. There are 7 or 8 other people in this group, and they are all frightened. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape from the clutches of the clutches with his speed advantage. Now there are 2 fat girls standing in front of him. Although they are not as strong as the fat lady behind him, their appearance is even more terrifying because both of them have blood stains on their bodies. And Jean Huan was still holding a head in his hand. So she rushed over in a hurry. And she didn't have time to throw away the broken head just now.
Oh my god. There really is no end to the road. Can you fat girls let us go?
The young master at the head suddenly wailed in despair. His cultivation level was not low. He was at the peak of the fusion realm. But when he saw the golden and silver rings in the divine transformation realm, he was still suffocated by their aura. He had completely lost his fighting spirit. After such a delay, a large group of fat women came panting from behind, numbering hundreds of them. Many people were holding a woman in their hands, who had been captured by them, and they were still struggling desperately. But it was of no use at all. They were dragged for more than 2 miles, like a dog to death. Some people's bodies are already covered in blood. The fat woman in the lead was twice as fat as Jean Huan, weighing 400 kilograms, and her cultivation level was also terrifying. She was already in the fusion state.
I've met Mrs. Ninth.
Jean Huan immediately knelt down and saluted the fat woman as soon as she saw it.
Golden ring and silver ring? Why are you 2 back? You don't want your life? How dare you disobey the master's order? Run back privately.
The fat woman was surprised at first, and then asked in confusion. Even the expression on her face, the smile, also faded. Fu Ashing's family law was very strict. Escaped privately would be a death penalty.
No. The young masters brought us back. We didn't run back without permission.
Jean Huan quickly explained, and pointed back.
Oh, that's it. Don't talk nonsense. You want to get this little new me for me, but you dare to run away? Catch him alive. I will tear his bones apart one by one.
Mrs. Nine said this, then she nodded in confusion, and then immediately pointed at the young master and shouted. Although she had some advantages just now, her cultivation was actually a little worse than this little guy, so she couldn't figure it out. He broke free, and a group of female nuns rushed over like crazy, just to rescue their master. Only then did this little fresh meat find a chance to escape. But I didn't expect that 2 more ruthless fat girls would be waiting here.
Get out of the way. Just 2 fat girls from the God Transformation realm. You want to stop me? Even that fat girl from the fusion realm can't stop me. Why don't you 2 get out of here?
The young master in charge roared fiercely. Said, at this time, he no longer cares about his image. He just wants to get out of here as soon as possible. If these fat ladies join forces, there will be no way out.
He dares to scold the mistress? Crush him to death.
Jean Huan was not happy immediately,
and rushed forward with a fierce attack.
Ouch! You 2 are shameless and obscene. Be gentle. Be gentle. I will fight with you.
Even Madame Nine, who was watching the battle not far away, looked convulsed. How did these 2 girls become so lively and unrestrained? This technique seems a bit excessive. I haven't taught them.